Critique of Dialectical Reason. Volume 2. Jean-Paul Sartre. Contents. Foreword by Frederick Jameson. Editor's Preface. Book 3 The Intelligibility of History. Is struggle intelligible? 1 Conflict, moment of a totalization or irreducible rift. 3 Factors of dialectical intelligibility. Unity of struggle as an event. Inadequacy of analytical study. The labor-conflict relation, constitutive of human history. Formal contradiction in Marxist theory. 2 Relations between the individual conflict and the fundamental conflicts of the social ensemble. Incarnation and singularization. Immediate totalization, incarnation. Mediated totalization, singularization. Impossibility of a conceptualization of the fight. Conclusion. 3 Intelligibility of the conflict within a pledged group. Intermination and contradiction. The common individual realizes the practico-inert as pure negative praxis. Unity as meaning of the antagonistic relation. Does the victory of one subgroup over another always have a meaning? Conclusion. 4 The unresolved struggle as anti-labor. 5 Are social struggles intelligible? The 3 phases of historialization. Unification by the future. From the government of men over things to bureaucracy, praxis and praxis process. Ambiguity of the latent conflict. The open conflict, progress towards unity. Conclusion. 2 The totalization of envelopment in a directorial society. Relations between the dialectic and the anti-dialectic. 1 Singularity and incarnation of the sovereign praxis. 2 Incarnation of the sovereign in an individual. Contingency and appropriateness of the incarnation. The personal equation, necessity of deviation. Meaning of deviation, man is not made for man. 3 The totalization of envelopment, an incarnation of incarnations. 4 The spiral, circularity and alteration. 5 The 3 factors of unity. 6 Objectivity and idiosyncrasy. 7 Dialectical intelligibility, a circular synthesis of the disorder of order and the order of disorder. 8 Meaning of the totalization of envelopment. 9 Being of the totalization of envelopment, historical idealisms and the situated method. The being in itself of the totalization of envelopment can only be vainly aimed at. Death, experience of nothingness in itself as a window onto being in itself, history riddled with holes. The being in itself of praxis process, an exterior limit of ulteriority and an interior limit of exteriority. 3 Singularity of praxis, disintegration of the organic cycle and the advent of history. 1 Autonomy and limits of praxis in relation to life. 2 Questioning the category of unity, practical organism or first of the machines. 3 Unity as an invention. 4 Essences as labor and alienation. 5 Dialectical comprehension, control of positive reason in the name of the totalizing temporalization. 6 The 2 praxes. 7 Conclusions, safeguarding the organism, an irreducible determination of action. Appendix. The historical event. Time. Progress. Science and progress. The idea and its historical action. Totalization in non-dictatorial societies. Plan. Totalization. Themes. An example of unification. Totalization, Venice. An order. Totalization of envelopment. Is history essential to man? History appeals to history. Translator's note. Notes. Glossary. Index. Foreword. Frederick Jameson. At the time many of us thought that Sartre's critique was unfinished or incomplete, but of course it could at best be unfinished like Heidegger's Senuendizeit or at worst fragmentary like Benjamin's Arcades. The break was variously accounted for, the manuscript was too long and had to be broken off somewhere, Sartre had had a mild stroke, he had lost interest, he couldn't solve the problem and had given up, he had stopped being a Marxist and the dialectical project thereby lost its point, or any and all of the above. Rumors about a second volume were always accompanied by the warning that it went in a very different direction, or was nothing but an assemblage of unrelated fragments. When the remarkably edited edition of Our Let Elcom Sartre finally did appear, in 1985, it was too late. No one was even interested in Volume 1 anymore. France was submerged by a belated but strenuously dogmatic anti-Marxist fervor. Nor did the second volume's extended and seemingly obsessive analyses of Stalinism and the history of the Soviet Revolution help matters. By the mid-80s no one was interested in that anymore either, except to outdo each other in composing chilling pictures of Stalinist violence and adding new icons to the gallery of 20th-century political monsters. Meanwhile post-structuralism had long since reckoned its accounts with Sartre and his old-fashioned philosophizing. Never mind the respectful references to the critique itself in Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus. It was already clear to everyone that the dialectic, whatever it is, illicitly posited in advance some subject-object dichotomy which even the deconstructionist beginner was capable of identifying as a false problem and a mistake destined for more than erasure. But one does not get rid of the subject-object opposition by the mere taking of thought, any more than one gets rid of what is more or less the same, the mind/body split, by affirming one's materialism or idealism, or at any rate one's monism. I hesitate to characterize these themes in some Kantian way as eternal categories of the mind itself. Still, however historical, they are certainly deeply sediment structural features of our situation as human beings. As such, the best philosophy can do, besides ignoring them, is to invent better ways of negotiating their apparent dualism, of reformulating them in terms of a kind of ambivalence, at the risk of being accused of purely verbal solutions. Sartre, with his third way between idealism and materialism, a philosophy of praxis, was able to articulate this ambivalence in terms of that preeminently amphibious thing, the body, both subject and object all at once, pour soi and en soi inextricably intermingled. The importance of this solution in the present context, however, is that, having been merely implicit in l'être lenient, with its voluntarism and its emphasis on freedom, it becomes the fundamental key to the critique and its confrontation with history. There is a scene in one of Sartre's novels in which one partner, giddy with some momentary euphoria, seizes the other's wrist and shakes the hand in the air as one would play with a baby. For the subject, the experience offers a peculiar phenomenological sensation, that of the hand as inert object in the world. Being and nothingness had insisted over and over again that the hand as such is not an instrument or a tool, not a material implement in the service of some practical intention, it is that practical intention itself. It embodies our practices and turns what it uses into the latter's instruments or tools. Or better still, it transforms the latter, a hammer, a tennis racket, into extensions of the body, which is to say, of my intentional action. It is not until the act is interrupted in failure, I miss the ball, or the nail, that consciousness flows back onto my hand as an imperfect instrument in the world. There reigns here a latent dualism of action and the inert. This is no longer the dualism of the pour soi and the en soi, but it is what they have become, what they are transformed into, by the emergence of human reality as praxis and activity. What now has to be emphasized is what makes this kind of ambivalence possible, what can account for this capability of what we call the body to pass from an active to a passive state, or better still, from what we grasp as ourselves and our action, to what we mutely contemplate as a kind of thing in the world that somehow belongs to us but which remains at a distance and is no longer altogether in our power. The lapse or failure is only one staged situation in which such ambivalence becomes phenomenologically accessible. The jiggling of the hand itself is, of course, yet another one. But the process itself, the alternation between action and inertia, must somehow be grounded in some deeper possibility within the body itself. The characteristic Sartrean formula for this possibility is the one foreshadowed in the description of sexuality in the earlier work. The body which desires is consciousness making itself body. In desire I make myself flesh in the presence of the other in order to appropriate the other's flesh. One, it is, to be sure, a rather specialized situation, which we do not often associate with work or with the world of objects. Yet already and implicitly these two situations are ontologically related. We can only confront the inertia of things, of matter, of the en soi, by making ourselves inert. We make our active body a thing in order to engage the thingness of the world. The so-called body is, to be sure, not a thing for me, it is myself and action in the world. Yet we endow this bodily existence of ours with inertia in order to bring ourselves to bear on the inert. We make ourselves that en soi in order to weigh on the en soi, to intervene in it, to modify it. The organism makes itself inert and commits its subsisting functions to producing and preserving this inertia, with an actual view to transforming exteriority through exteriority. Through this negation of itself and the exterior milieu, it constitutes exteriority within itself and outside as the means of restoring to itself the integrity of its organic functions. The fundamental choice of this passion, inasmuch as it is realized through labor, is simply the action to it is enough, this ambivalence of what we normally and without thinking call our body, this possibility of being either pour soi, intention and action in the world, or else making ourselves en soi and matter, paying the price of a certain active passivity, of inertia and extension as a tool in the realization of our project, this ambivalence then becomes the key to human history itself, and to the fate of human and collective action in it. The individual and collective projects which seek to intervene in the material world are then seen as endowing themselves with a kind of materiality which transfers teleology and intention, a kind of projectness, to that world itself in such a way that it reacts back on human beings themselves, thereby producing that unique alienation we call history. Such were the principles laid in place by the first volume of the Critique. One cannot characterize its distinctions as synchronic, exactly, since the structural conception of the synchronic is incompatible with Sartrean thought, every situation in the present carrying with it a sedimentation of the past and consisting as it were in layers of dead action and praxis. Still, the first volume ended with a promise to set all this in motion, and after that first immense regressive analysis of the conditions of possibility, progressively to reconstruct the emergence of the consequences and to observe the production of history itself. Point 3. Here we inevitably confront the question of the relationship between this philosophy and Marxism itself. Sartre had already warned us in Volume 1, we must give notice that the investigation we are undertaking, though in itself historical, like any other undertaking, does not attempt to discover the movement of history, the evolution of labor or of the relations of production, or class conflicts. Its goal is simply to reveal and establish dialectical rationality, that is to say, the complex play of praxis and totalization. This is not an altogether coherent or reliable statement. We may recall that in the earlier, but intimately related, Search for a Method, Sartre had famously declared that every age knows its own truth in the form of a dominant philosophy, of which Marxism is ours, but that currents of thought like existentialism were rather to be considered as ideologies, whose function lay in the critique and correction of that dominant philosophy. Point 4. Here, however, the clarification of the dialectic is posited as an attempt to establish the truth claims of Marxism. Marx did not live to write his book on dialectics, and Sartre's affirmation is of a piece with any number of assertions that the basic Marxist positions and principles needed to be completed by some thoroughgoing and properly philosophical justification, a conviction that has given us any number of very different Marxist philosophies, whose characters range from positivism to Christianity, from phenomenology to pragmatism, from Lukács' reification theory to analytical philosophy. However estimable such philosophical speculations may or may not have been, and certainly history and class consciousness and Sartre's critique were fundamental contributions to the development of philosophy itself, I would prefer to grasp Marxism as something rather different than a philosophical system. I believe that it shares, uniquely with psychoanalysis in our time, the character of an as yet unnamed conceptual species one can only call a unity of theory and practice, which by its very nature and structure stubbornly resists assimilation to the older philosophical system as such. However this may be, it does not invalidate Sartre's inquiries into the nature of dialectical understanding and its distinction from what he calls analytical thinking. 5. But the perspective does isolate rather starkly Sartre's need to ground his new Marxist system on what would seem a metaphysical foundation, namely the concept of scarcity, from which negation are said to derive. This is not the place to inquire further into this much debated and debatable humanist concept, except to observe that it is historicized by science fiction, appealed to at several key points in the present volume, the point being that the primacy of scarcity only holds for this particular world of ours, others of a radically different and even utopian type being imaginable. Such thought experiments, in my opinion, function as a way of transforming the hypothesis of scarcity into a relative proposition rather than a metaphysically absolute one. At any rate, the central humanist category of need, exemplifying Engels' negation of the negation, is immediately derived from the fact of scarcity: the world is not made for man. As for the disclaimer in Volume 1 which we have quoted above, it is certainly not true that the critique eschews all discussions of class and class struggle. On the contrary, the first volume is very much concerned to distinguish the historical phenomenon of social class from those collective structures centrally identified as seriality and the group infusion. It is a more historically ambiguous phenomenon, sometimes having the unity of the group, sometimes the dispersal of seriality, and sometimes the rigidity of an institution. Nor is it accurate to say that the critique ignores class struggle. Indeed, the initial direction of Volume 2 takes up this theoretical challenge quite explicitly in posing the philosophical question of the unity of two distinct projects or praxes in conflict or struggle with each other. How can we affirm the dialectical unity of these two autonomous projects when there exists outside of them no third point of view, no position of the godlike observer, from which that unity might be perceived? Yet if they are not somehow unified, then history itself has no unity and is dispersed into a multiplicity of distinct human efforts whose contingent contacts and conflicts have a merely analytical meaning on the order of the intersection of random molecules. It is a problem rehearsed and redramatized on several levels. The first, the great phenomenological example, is that of a boxing match. As a gifted boxer in his youth, Sartre knew something about the incorrect totalizations of spectators who read a simple and essentially unified pattern of parry and riposte into such complex events. On another level altogether, it is hard not to see this whole elaborate analysis as an allegory of the Cold War itself, and a philosophical attempt to comprehend the historical unity of the struggle between the two distinct collective projects of communism and capitalism. It is a distinction to which we will return in a moment. Suffice it to add that the final level of the allegory is constituted by the existential phenomenological requirement itself, namely to ground all these dimensions in the ultimate reality of the human body itself. It is worth underscoring one further feature of the already quoted distinction between the critique's investigation and Marxism as such, and that is the expression "the movement of history." The critique, and in particular this second volume, is in fact very much concerned with the problem of the meaning of history. Does this imply that Sartre distinguishes between a traditional Marxist and apparently teleological conception of the movement of history towards socialism and some other kind of meaning which history may or may not have? I think so, and it accounts for the conspicuous absence of any references to socialism as such in these volumes, as well as for the defense of the whole enterprise as an attempt to understand dialectical understanding as such, something which has as much to do with the question of multiplicity as with what was called the project in being and nothingness, but which is here named totalization. Sartre quite plausibly affirms that the unity of history is recent and itself historical. Once there were many histories, innumerable ones sometimes as microscopic as the fate of individual groups of hunters and gatherers. 6 Today history has a meaning owing to the twin unifications of colonialism and imperialism. But the fundamental question remains, and it determines the whole unfolding of the arguments of the critique, namely whether we can bring to this immense unification the same kind of understanding brought to bear on the acts and projects, the totalizations, of individuals. This is the sense in which history will be able to be said to have a meaning or not, whatever its movement. A final remark on the relationship between Marxism and the critique imposes itself at this point. There can be no doubt that much of the critique is taken up with labor and production, from the phenomenological standpoint of the workers themselves. Their opposite number, the capitalists, or businessmen, are then phenomenologically grasped in terms of a structural reaction and, as it were, a defensive compensation against the existence of the workers and their various groups in fusion. This phenomenological bias of Sartre's, so to speak, would of course solve in advance that problem of the unity of struggle between two projects which is reformulated at the beginning of the second volume. But I believe it points to a more fundamental absence in the critique itself, and that is capitalism itself. It is this glaring absence that causes readers occasionally to wonder whether this is really a Marxist work after all. Nor is it enough to observe that as the analysis of capitalism has long been achieved already, Sartre did not need to cover that familiar ground again. Clearly, we need to take a closer look at the return of the phenomenological method in force here in the second volume, as well as at the status of capitalism as an anti-dialectic and the supreme form of the practico-inert in its vision of history. Yet these terms, which it was the function of Volume 1 to define and to elaborate, remind us that the terminology of Volume 2, some of it new with respect to Volume 1 and some of it pressed into more insistent service in this shift from the synchronic to the diachronic, demands a few preliminary comments at this point. I will not return to the uninformed polemics surrounding the term totalization, which is little more than the new dialectical word for what Sartre used to call the project in being and nothingness, and which helps to articulate the latter. But it is worth reminding the reader for whom this term has become a negative symptom of everything old-fashioned, bad, humanistic or universalizing in Sartre, that it is always explicitly distinguished from any notion of an achieved totality. Totalization is a temporal word, and can never connote completion or closure. It does, however, always designate a kind of finitude, and that is why such a reader must also be reminded that the currently modish notion of singularity is also very much a Sartrean term and always accompanies the identification of any totalization as such. Totalization as a concept deploys several sets of binary semes which can be folded back into each other depending on the matter or occasion. Multiplicity, for example, is a crucial feature of our encounter with the world, which inevitably calls for unification. Readers of Sartre's novels, even more than of the philosophical works, will be aware of the role multiplicity plays in his narratives, particularly in the form of the multiplicity of people or of others in the world, as in L'exercice point 7. But the unification of such multiplicities is also related to the interiorization of what is exterior or external in them, terms designed to replace the old unwanted subject-object dualism by process words that emphasize that ambiguous shifting back and forth between the two poles discussed above, and which then in turn produce the correlative term exteriorization. Yet the exterior is essentially the inert, or indeed, the old en soi of being and nothingness, and the dialectic of the inert and the active is very much at the heart of things here, where the characterization of the en soi is however more useful in conveying the practico-inert than that of the pour soi for praxis and totalization. All of which dramatically underscores the ultimate status of the critique as the philosophy of praxis par excellence. The philosophy of freedom of being and nothingness always implied a primacy of activity. Here it takes central stage, with the consequence that the opposite number of praxis, namely the anti-dialectic, the practico-inert, what corrodes human action and projects, what resists collective efforts to overcome the inertias and failures of history, must also necessarily take center stage along with it. Freedom was not accompanied by non-freedom, but rather by mauvaise foi and by facticity and contingency. Here, however, we confront a malignant force which is the very motor force of human production absorbed and turned against the latter, a force which becomes more visible in the collective, rather than the individual or existential, dimension. So perhaps our initial query slowly shifts around into a rather different one, not how Marxist the Sartre of the critique can be considered to be, but rather how existential he can be said to remain, despite the frequent insistence on singularity. At this point we also return to the question of phenomenology raised above, and we confront the omnipresence of what may be a new theme for the critique but what is also an old and familiar preoccupation of being and nothingness, namely the phenomenon of incarnation. Again, paradoxically, it was in the earlier book's path-breaking analysis of sexuality that incarnation found its currency, and the sexual overtones remain something of an annoyance for the serious understanding of the new role this word is called upon to play in the critique. No less a paradox, and no doubt an equally annoying association, is its initial deployment around the person of Stalin himself. We must remind ourselves, in order to grasp this development, that no less than with a philosophical inquiry into history and historiography, Sartre was also preoccupied with the philosophical possibilities and justifications of biography as such. From the first sketchy studies of Baudelaire and Mallarmé, to the monumental book on Jean Genet, and on into the interminable and unterminated final study of Flaubert, the analysis of the determinations of an individual life remained a central question for Sartre. It was therefore not only with the dynamic of the Soviet Revolution and the communist state that Sartre remained engaged here, but also with the person of Stalin himself. Why Stalin? Sartre never tired of mocking Plekhanov's airy remark that if Napoleon had not existed, some other general would have done equally well in filling his place in history. Would not Trotsky have followed the same policies? What is indeed the constitutive relationship between Stalinism and Stalin himself? Or are bourgeois pop psychology and Sunday supplement scandal-mongering and demonology right after all, such that everything can be explained by the fact that he was a monster? Sartre wants us to maintain the principles of what he called existential psychoanalysis in dealing with such figures, and to agree that our comprehension is not complete until we grasp the constitutive relationship between Stalin's character and his policies, or, to return to the language of the critique, to grasp the incarnation of Stalin's totalizations in his own individual person. The concept thus designates the unavoidable mediation between the existential level and the dialectical historical one, or, better still, it reintroduces the dialectical into the realm of the existential and of lived or phenomenological experience. Point 8. This is evidently a never-ending project, an inexhaustible task, in which the opposition between individual and collective is raised to the philosophical level of the antinomy of mind and body, or consciousness and matter, thereby becoming as unresolvable and as tantalizing and obsessive as the older ambiguity. It also reinforces a once influential criticism of Sartre from another quarter, namely the charge by Althusser of expressive causality. This consisted in a residual practice of a kind of symbolic or organic thought in which every feature of a phenomenon is permeated by some central meaning, as in Spengler's concept of the spirit of the age, in which all the practices of a given period, say, the Baroque, are to be characterized as the various species of a common genus. Point 9. Here, the suspicion is awakened that Sartre's doctrine of incarnation wants to perpetuate some equally organic or symbolic view of a kind of identity between the historical process and the existential individual, from which not even the insistence on the constitutive operation of the logic of totalization on both these levels can save it. As I have hinted above, it seems to me that a rather different use of Sartre's idea may be available if we substitute the logic of allegory for that of the symbol, but this is not the place to develop such a suggestion further. Still, the phenomenological problem of incarnation can at least helpfully lead us on into the other problem, that of the role of capitalism in the critique, in an unexpected way. Sartre has indeed chosen to divide his topics in the second volume politically, into contrasting studies of what he calls directorial societies on the one hand and bourgeois democracies on the other, about which the editor assures us repeatedly that the latter was never written. Unsurprisingly, this distinction reflects Sartre's growing loss of faith in the possibilities for development of the Soviet Union. 10. Surprisingly, however, it replicates the hoariest Cold War ideology, namely the opposition between closed and open societies. We will revisit this distinction in a moment. A more serious objection to this classificatory move lies in its displacement of systemic description from the economic infrastructure to the political superstructure. The substitution of politics for economics was always a key move in the hegemonic struggle against Marxism. Indeed, this very substitution may explain why Sartre tired of his immense project and found it uninteresting to continue. For the notion of a directorial or dictatorial society is not only redolent of an ideology Sartre would have found it difficult to share, it also provides an attractive framework for the kind of phenomenological analysis which its opposite number, so-called bourgeois society, with its dispersal and atomization, its random currents and potentially non-unifiable and incorrigibly multiple forces, would render more arduous if not altogether impossible. 11 The very idea of incarnation itself calls for the centrality of a figure like Stalin, compared to whom the multiple office holders of the various Western political systems offer less propitious and at best local objects of study. But this very problem, which I would describe as a representational or even narrative one, brings us back to the absence of capitalism from Sartre's projected argument. Clearly enough, capitalism is a developed form of the practico-inert, and its structures very much correspond to that seriality richly analyzed at such length in Volume 1, along with the close examinations of key related phenomena such as interest. What is missing are not the features and the pieces, but rather capitalism as an actant, as a central actor on the stage of world history, as a primary agent, rather than a background system. Sartre's concept of totalization takes care adequately enough of all the players in the system, from Ken Lay to John D. Rockefeller, from the Roosevelts to Edison and Disney, but they dwindle to caricatures and bit players compared to capitalism itself as a personified system. And from that existential perspective which remains Sartre's to the very end, this satiric diminution is all to the good, and history's personification of its central forces is no doubt a mystification and a mere literary device. Yet in the ever more glaring light of Sartre's fundamental assertion, that there once were many histories and now only one, such reluctance to name the system is no longer helpful, and perhaps in late capitalism, in full globalization and postmodernity, we must feel the unified force of the system in a more immediate and personal way than Sartre could. On the other hand, this recognition has what is perhaps an unexpectedly positive consequence for contemporary students of the critique. For we now come to it with the conviction that Sartre's binary opposition was illegitimate and also unnecessary, and that there really is no difference between directorial societies and bourgeois democracies. Foucault played his role in the effacement of this distinction by showing how power is today everywhere at work in its microscopic developments, its capillary spread through the older social forms. The emergence of an American empire then completes the process, unveiling the prize-winning exhibit of a bourgeois democracy to be itself a state riddled with intimidation and surveillance, disinformation and conformism, corruption, unbridled exploitation and deregulated appropriative impulses, interventionist to its core and incorrigibly driven to military adventure not by its soldiers but by big business itself. This is the situation in which Volume 2's analysis of the totalization of envelopment has now acquired universal value, and the critique recovers its rightful place as one of the central philosophical achievements of modern times. A final word may be in order about the title, which deliberately recalls the great Kantian precedent. Are we then to understand that Sartre's critique aims, in similar fashion, to set limits to what it identifies as reason today? We have already mentioned the constitutive distinction between analytical and dialectical reason, the former being a subset of the latter projected into exteriority. 12 Comprehension as such, however, the grasping of the project or totalization, is only limited by the en soi itself, by contingency and the not I, or, in Sartre's terms here, by scarcity as the fundamental fact of this particular world. Yet there are many scarcities in our world, among them the scarcity of life and the scarcity of time. This accounts for the repeated insistence, in late Sartre, that if everything is a project, if everything is totalization, then we must also acknowledge the inevitable failure of all totalizations, their finitude and their unfinished character, owing to the central fact of death. History is thus necessarily a history of mortal organisms, death as a contingent brutality, i.e., as a naked manifestation of facticity, is unassimilable and non-transcendable, and at the very heart of history manifests itself as a rupture of the synthetic links of interiority, and this is an altogether different kind of limit to dialectical comprehension than the anti-dialectic, which is itself generated by the human project itself. For one thing, This accounts for the primacy of discontinuities and breaks in history. History reveals itself to warring individuals and groups as riddled with holes. For another, it reinforces the acute consciousness modern or, perhaps even more, postmodern people have come to have of the generational break and the need to grasp the fact of generations dialectically and to include it constitutively within history. Finally, this insistence on death may strengthen the reminder that to theorize the primacy of history is not necessarily the same as to celebrate it. Indeed, the critique's concluding fragment is stunning in its properly existential denunciation of history as alienation. To the question, is history essential to man, it answers, no. It is the outside lived as the inside lived as an outside. It is man's own exteriority lived as his interiority. Editor's preface. Does history have a meaning? That was the question to which Sartre intended to find an answer by the end of this second volume of his critique, drafted in 1958 but never finished. The plan he had in mind at the outset can be reconstructed, thanks to clues present in the existing text. It comprised at least two major sections, one dealing with synchronic totalization, the other with diachronic totalization. The former was to be developed through two main examples, moving from the more integrated to the less integrated ensemble, Russian society after the revolution, the bourgeois democracies. But only the first of these examples is fully covered in the body of the text. As for the contents of the projected second section, it is hard to work out what they would have been. As with the example of bourgeois societies, all we have is an outline in later notebooks, the substance of which is included here in the appendix. However, a number of comments anticipating its thrust, taken together with these notebooks, suggest that he meant to interrogate history in a still broader fashion. On p. 77, for example, he speaks of studying wars between nations, on p. 118 of world history, and on p. 300 of comparative history. This would no doubt have obliged him to restructure his work, as we can verify by reading his drafts for a reordering of this kind. I have endeavored to indicate this in a number of editorial notes. However, since the present edition is not a critical one, I have refrained from pronouncing on any theoretical problems possibly connected with the author's hesitations on this point. Such as it is, the text represents the direct continuation of the first volume announced on the latter's last pages and in the introduction serving both volumes, namely, the progressive movement of critical investigation. It takes the form of a final draft. One last reading might simply have removed a few stylistic flaws. In fact, a rereading did take place, probably in 1962, when the author began taking notes again with a view to continuing his work. But his aim then was to refresh his memory of the whole and refine certain ideas, rather than to achieve a final form. He added a dozen or so notes, but made few corrections. The mass of historical, sociological, and scientific works the author would have been obliged to read in order to complete his undertaking. See, for example, his notes on the history of Venice. He was also reflecting upon Chinese history, feudal France, the history of colonialism, and societies without history, was too immense for a single individual. This is what he often said to explain his abandonment of the work. It must also be recalled that The Family Idiot, the third volume of which appeared only in 1972, had been held up until the completion of Words in 1963 and required further research. The point of departure for this second volume is the following. Since history is born and develops in the permanent framework of a field of tension engendered by scarcity, reflecting upon its intelligibility involves first answering the preliminary question, are struggles intelligible? Here again, the procedure moves from the simple to the complex, individual combat, struggle of subgroups within an organized group, struggles in whole societies. The initial plan underlying the work enables us to identify certain major divisions and their subordinate parts. I have attempted to translate these into titles and subtitles, in the hope that this will make the book more manageable and perhaps easier to read. Since none of these can be attributed to the author, no purpose would be served by placing them in brackets, indicating the fact here should be sufficient. At the end of the volume, the reader will find a glossary of the main notions/tools used in the work as a whole. Asterisk footnotes to the text are the author's own, while my editorial notes are numbered. Arlet Elcom Sartre. Book 3. The Intelligibility of History. I. Is struggle intelligible? 1. Conflict, moment of a totalization or irreducible rift. The three factors of dialectical intelligibility. Dialectical intelligibility, whether we are dealing with constituent reason or constituted reason, is defined through totalization. This is simply praxis achieving unity on the basis of specific circumstances, and in relation to a goal to be attained. Contradictions, via the praxis of the practical organism, are defined as moments of this praxis. They spring from the fact that the labor brought to bear upon the practical field is an irreversible temporalization. Thus any transformation accomplished in the field by action, or in action through synthetic unification of the field, must appear as a partial development of that totalization in progress we might term the practical interaction between the subject and the field in view of a future objective to be attained, a future product to be realized. And the intelligibility of this partial development lies in its very contradiction, as a local determination of the field. For example, it is endowed with limits and its negative particularity. As a moment of action, it is the action in its entirety at this moment of its temporalization. In fact, its synchronic particularity refers back to a diachronic particularization of praxis. This is a totalized totalization only at the ambiguous instant when it is suppressed by being resumed in its total product. But at present praxis is contained in its entirety, with its past and its future objective, in the preparatory task that it is accomplishing, in other words, in the totalization of the field and the promotion of a sector or zone of that totalized unity. To that extent, therefore, the privileged sector, i.e. that which is worked, highlighted as a means to be constructed and as a form against a synthetic background, is the field as a whole, viewed as the very meaning of its practical unification of the moment, while at the same time it discards into the indistinctness of a background all that is not presently emphasized by work. But this discarded ensemble is also the field. Thus the emphasized sector, in its manner of being the totalization of the field, is negated by the less distinct or previously worked zones. Its mere highlighting constitutes them dialectically as the totality of the field that encircles it and from which it is differentiated by a kind of retraction that isolates it. In fact, temporally, the ensemble already worked or not yet worked represents against it the diachronic totalization of praxis, insofar as it already has a future and a past. This ensemble tends to negate the singularized form and reabsorb it into itself, just as this will anyway be retotalized with everything once the object is entirely manufactured. And when I say that it tends to negate it, I am referring not to some kind of gestaltist magic, but on the contrary to the simple effective force of praxis as such. It is the living totalization which engenders and sustains tensions in the field it organizes. And it is through action itself that sector A, for example, stands opposed to other specified sectors, via the mediation of the totalized field, to the totality infusion of sectors B, C, D, as a background seeking to reabsorb the form it sustains, to the synthesis of praxis and the field, insofar as it also appears as a particularized reality and one that is posited for itself as such, to the actual development of praxis, which must negate it and break its limits in order to transcend it. But contradictions are at the same time relations to the totalizing movement, and ultimately express only the intelligible relations of the part to the whole and between the parts themselves, insofar as they are realized in a singular temporalization. This general intelligibility is in fact concretized, in our example, as comprehensibility. This means that the ensemble of these shifting oppositions can be decoded in the light of the projected aim and the transcended circumstances. In short, there is contradiction at each moment of action, since the latter requires at once totalization and particularization, and it is as the original structure of praxis that the contradiction is intelligible and establishes the latter's intelligibility. Unity of struggle as an event. But if it is true that totalization, particularization, and contradiction are the three factors of dialectical intelligibility, how could we conceive of a struggle between individuals or between groups being dialectically intelligible? Of course, neither Hegelian idealism nor external dialectical dogmatism bothers about the problem. For both of these, persons and collectivities oppose one another as the partial moments of a totalization that produces and transcends them. But since we have renounced any a priori to situate us in history, nothing can exempt us from critical investigation. How could we assert, prior to any examination, that struggle, as a binary praxis of antagonistic reciprocity, is assimilable to a particular kind of contradiction, in other words, that it is a specific moment of a totalization? For the difficulties which arise, as soon as any attempt is made to effect this assimilation without critical precautions, are evident. If contradiction is action itself as a progression through splits and as a negation of these splits in the unity of their transcendence, how can we speak of contradiction when we are confronted by two actions, in other words, by two autonomous and contradictory totalizations? To be sure, we have noted that antagonistic reciprocity is a bond of immanence between epicontres, since each adversary totalizes and transcends the totalizing action of the other. 1 This indissolubility has sometimes been taken for a unity, thus two wrestlers rolling on the floor of the ring sometimes appear, from a distance, like a single animal with 8 limbs, grappling with some unknown danger. But this is because weariness or distance causes us to lose sight of reality. Actually there is, if you like, a single movement of those two bodies, but this movement is the result of two conflicting enterprises. It belongs to two practical systems at the same time, but for this very reason in its concrete reality it escapes each of them. If the plurality of epicontres is a real condition of two opposed intelligibilities, how could there be one dialectical intelligibility of the ongoing process? There are, in fact, two ways of watching a boxing match, and two alone. The inexpert spectator will choose a favorite and adopt his point of view, in other words, he will consider him as the subject of the fight, the other being merely a dangerous object. This is tantamount to making the duel into a hazardous but solitary activity and to totalizing the struggle with just one of the contestants. Enthusiasts or experts, for their part, are capable of passing successively and very rapidly from one system to the other. They appreciate the blows and parries, but, even should they succeed in changing system instantaneously, do not totalize the two opposed totalizations. To be sure, they do give to the fight a real unity, as they leave they say it was a good fight, etc. But this unity is imposed from outside upon an event. In fact, in so far as boxing is a sport, a job, and a spectacle which corresponds to certain requirements of a certain society, in so far as, within the framework of a certain economy, you can organize a bout and reckon on it drawing numerous spectators, this bout itself, as an objective to be attained, becomes an object. And it is likewise as a particular object, as an event that interests or thrills and will actually take place in a real and limited time, as a certain opportunity to see this or that boxer in action, etc. That the spectators will go to see the fight. In particular, they will make it the aim of sometimes difficult undertakings, and in some cases the means to bring off other undertakings. An object for individuals, groups, and collectives, defined as a totality by language, the press, and the organs of information, then later designated as a unity in its past being by memory, the bout, in itself, appears as one of those mathematical symbols which designate an ensemble of operations to be carried out, and figure as such in the series of algebraic equivalences without the mathematicians ever actually troubling to carry out the indicated operations. It is an object to be constituted, utilized, contemplated, designated. In other words, it figures as such in the activities of others. But no one is concerned to know whether this reality, the noetic and unified correspondent of individual and collective praxis, is in itself, as an internal operation to be carried out by two individuals in a state of antagonistic reciprocity, a real unity or an irreducible duality. For me, their bout is the spectacle that will fill my evening and necessarily have an outcome. For each of them, it is his bout, his, perhaps sole, chance to win a title, his attempt to defeat the other and his personal risk of being beaten. From a certain point of view, it can be maintained that there is not really any problem. Nothing, in fact, prevents a practical ensemble, depending on the angle of vision and the activities to which it is related, from presenting itself as a more or less determined unity, duality, or multiplicity. It is the present action which decides whether the objective determination of my practical field is the valley, the meadow, or the blade of grass. Only we shall not consider the problem in this relatively simple light. We shall concern ourselves, albeit, of course, admitting that the fight may exist differently for the backers or for the boxers, with knowing whether as a struggle, as an objective act of reciprocal and negative totalization, it possesses the conditions for dialectical intelligibility. Inadequacy of analytical study. That it is rational is clear. To take an example of the same kind but one which involves opposed armed groups, the officer studying the art of war can reconstruct all the operations of the battles of Leipzig or Waterloo, or better still of the French campaign. What does he do? He reconstitutes the material ensemble. This means that he totalizes successively the practical field of two contrasting viewpoints. On the basis of this, he considers each maneuver as a concerted effort to achieve full use of the given circumstances and means in order to obtain the destruction of the adversary. He thus grasps each one through comprehension. But on the basis of this historical hypothesis, he reviews all possible maneuvers in the situation under consideration, in order to determine whether the one carried out in reality was indeed the best possible one, as it should be. These possibles have never had any real existence, but they have been highlighted in most cases by 100 years of discussion in military academies. Each of them is the source of another battle, with perhaps another outcome. And each of them must be studied at once from the viewpoint of the modification it entailed in the group under consideration and from the viewpoint of the adversary's possible responses. Among the latter, a distinction will be made, moreover, between more and less likely reactions. It is then necessary to move back to the other epicenter's point of view and to envisage its possibles comprehensively. On this basis, we may note that the real battle becomes a particular case of a complex ensemble of NX possibilities strictly linked to one another. For the officer, in fact, the problem is not historical but practical. He thus envisages for a given situation the ensemble of possible maneuvers, and for each of these maneuvers the possible ensemble of ripostes with all the consequences which the latter and the former entail for each of the armies. His advantage over the combatants derives from the fact that he knows the outcome of at least one real ensemble of possibles, and from the fact that the documents available to historians give him a far more precise and accurate knowledge of each army than that which the enemy general staff possessed. The lack of information, the material difficulties, the specific interests and the interplay of passions which actually confronted the armies in their historical singularity are factors that he envisages abstractly, but that remain extraneous to him. The temporal necessity of moving immediately to parry the attempt by one of the enemies to turn the left flank of the other no longer exists for him, nor that of finding the parry in the midst of ignorance and error. A certain schematization, inevitable and, what is more, desirable at a certain juncture in the practical training, on condition that a return is made subsequently to the true contingencies and ambiguities of the concrete, is enough to transform the comprehensive study of the battle into a formal theory, into a quasi-mathematical calculus of possibles. The reality of the conflict fades, ultimately we find a calculus of probabilities. We know, moreover, how fighter planes have machine guns designed to fire in the direction of an enemy plane's probable position at a given instant and to correct their aim automatically if it is mistaken. We are back at the example of the chess game. Point 2. We should not, however, imagine that we have remained within dialectical rationality. In the first place, it is not unity which has replaced the duality of the real combat, it is a multiplicity of relations among possibles. It is enough to introduce a few definitions, then it will be possible to put the ensemble of these relations into a mathematical form. there is no longer either attack or riposte, but linking of a variable to a function, or a function to a variable, or of several functions among themselves. We have avoided the scandal of irreducible antagonism, only to lapse into conditionings in exteriority. In other words, we are confronted once more by analytic reason. But in addition, even in this positivist treatment of the question, the dyad remains in an abstract form. In the natural sciences, it is at least theoretically possible to choose the independent variable. But in the analytical study of an antagonistic reciprocity, the reconstitution of the ensemble of possible reciprocal determinations requires one to transport oneself at each instant from one group of variables to the other. If the ensemble x, y, z, army number 1, is envisaged as a group of independent variables at instant t, and if the variations studied entail the consequences alpha, beta, gamma in army number 2, we can evaluate the backlash only by considering the group x1, y1, z1 at instant t1, in other words, army number 2 as affected by the other army's action, as the ensemble of independent variables whose variations will entail specific consequences in army number 1. Of course, the new values of these variables, and perhaps their relationship to the different functions, already include the modifications alpha, beta, gamma which have been the decisive factors in these internal changes. It remains true, however, that the results obtained will be falsified if any attempt is made to reduce this twofold system of relations to a single one. We are certainly a long way from what might be called the irreducible singularity of epicontres. In simple terms, the object studied, albeit a pure multiplicity of exteriority, is such that the backlash effects of the variations upon the variables must be envisaged on the basis of the variables which these variations have first modified, and taking these modified variables as independent variables. Above all, this positivist schema is an instrument of practice. It is orientated towards future struggles which will be more complex since they will comprise within themselves, in the guise of automatic solutions, the questions raised in past struggles. But it has definitively abandoned all the characteristics which make up the historical reality and temporal individuality of a particular conflict. This reality and this individuality, in the guise of negative determinations, come to the combatants from a triple scarcity: scarcity of time, scarcity of means, scarcity of knowledge. They are grounded upon a more fundamental scarcity, which conditions and grounds the conflict, right back to its deepest source, in the opposing interests, in the violence which brings the combatants into confrontation. A real combatant is a violent, passionate man, sometimes desperate, sometimes ready to meet death, who risks all to destroy his adversary but maneuvers in a time measured out to him by the rhythm of the other's attacks, who has at his disposal, for example, men and arms in limited numbers, and who struggles in a variable but always profound ignorance which obliges him to take risks, to decide what is most likely without having the necessary elements for calculating this, and to invent maneuvers which take several eventualities into account. It is this blind and passionate inventor, who gambles in uncertainty while attempting to limit the risks, and all of whose actions are conditioned by external and interiorized scarcity, it is this man whom we call a fighter. Positively, his reality as agent derives from the synthetic transcendence of these negative determinations. One decides because one is ignorant. Were one to know, the act of will would be redundant, the thing would be done automatically. From this point of view, it must be added that his fighting activity, as an effort to transcend ignorance, is itself defined by the antagonistic separation of the two adversaries, in so far as the other, being ignorant of my action, provokes my ignorance of his own. I make myself into praxis thanks to him through the transcendence of this induced and interiorized ignorance. And each of our antagonistic acts, if it is to be dialectically comprehensible, must be able to be understood in its inadequacy, in its imperfection and in its mistakes, on the basis of the negative determinations which it preserves as it transcends them. The historical problem is not just to know if Operation X was the best possible in the given historical circumstances, but also to know why it did not correspond, and could not correspond, to the practical and totalizing schema which summarizes it in the lessons at the War Academy. In fact, the historicity of an action consists in the fact that it is never assimilable without further ado to the best possible solution, since the best possible solution can be found only if you possess all the elements of the solution, all the time required to assemble them into a synthesis which transcends them, and all the calm and objectivity necessary for self-criticism. Science is a necessary moment of action, but action is necessarily transcended ignorance since it determines itself as the far side of knowledge. Or, if you prefer, knowing is a practical illumination of knowledge by the ignorance that envelopes it, in the movement which transcends both of them towards a future goal. If, then, the dialectical intelligibility of the struggle must be able to exist, it is at the actual level of the concrete, when the adversaries, dominated by their twofold reciprocal action, know and do not know what they are doing. From the standpoint of each combatant, the difference between knowledge and ignorance, between there being a subject and there being an object, between the project and the execution, etc., is much less noticeable. The action carries everything along, rationalizes everything. Most of the time a boxer knows what he is doing, but he has trouble totalizing what his adversary is doing. He is too busy thwarting the latter's tactics to be able to reconstitute his strategy. If he is not too clearly dominated, he often even believes himself the subject of the fight and scarcely feels the blows. He is amazed to learn that he has been defeated on points. This attitude is limited, but contains its own intelligibility. It is the objective and comprehensible development of one action, on the basis of one epicentре, insofar as the agent is really the subject of the fight. But if the bout must be dialectically intelligible, in other words, if it must reveal itself as a unity, its intelligibility must be that of a very particular praxis process, since the process is defined here as the deterioration of one praxis by the other. The labor-conflict relation, constitutive of human history. These comments allow us to formulate the two essential problems. The first is this: as common individuals, or subgroups, if common praxis accentuates their role, can be the real actualizations within a group of a developing contradiction. We have already shown this and shall soon have occasion to stress it further. But, in order to be able to assimilate a fight to a contradiction and its protagonists to the terms of the developing contradiction, it would have to be possible to view them as the transitory determinations of a larger and deeper group, one of whose current contradictions was actualized by their conflict. Conversely, the group would have to retotalize and transcend their pitiless struggle in the direction of a new synthetic reunification of its practical field and an internal reorganization of its structures. We shall have to determine whether this condition can be fulfilled, whether it is fulfilled sometimes or always, and, in the event of its being fulfilled, what relation it implies between the antagonistic couple and the society which maintains and surrounds the latter. It will also be necessary to rediscover in the singularity of each struggle, on the basis of the group in which it is engendered, the three features of dialectical intelligibility: totalization, particularization, and contradiction. The other problem is that of the objective process. The struggle determines events, creates objects, and these are its products. Furthermore, insofar as it is itself an event, it must be seen as its own product. But all these products are ambiguous, insufficiently developed, in any direction whatsoever, undetermined by overdetermination, non-human, because too human. But these non-comprehensible objects are in fact the factors and conditions of their subsequent history. They mortgage the future and infect the struggle unleashed by them with their own opacity, their ill-posed questions, ill-resolved problems, and ill-performed liquidation. They are objects of every kind, and this is no place to attempt a classification. These residues of struggle may in fact be anything, since struggles take place on all levels at once: the strange Battle of Valmy, and the no less strange Prussian retreat, as much as some undertaking, like the national workshops in 1848, sabotaged by a class enemy who has not been able to prevent it entirely. Confronted by these objects, positivist reason is quite at its ease, since it aims to reduce the complex to the less complex and if possible to its basic elements. It will successively study the initial project, the riposte to the riposte. It will be satisfied if it can explain each of the characteristics of the object under study by reducing it to the action of one of the groups or to the reaction of the enemy groups. At the present moment of our dialectical investigation, however, we encounter these products of history as instances of aporia, for, at the same time as appearing in the guise of results of a common enterprise, they simultaneously demonstrate that this enterprise has never existed, other than as the non-human reverse side of two opposed actions, each of which aims to destroy the other. In the dialectical perspective, we encounter these objects as human productions endowed with a future. Thus, in themselves, they appear as totalizations in progress. If we look more closely, however, we perceive precisely, even before knowing the circumstances of their creation, that this visible future is already put out of play, reduced to a mere mystifying clue or secretly deviated. Yet the object is not a trap either, in other words, a human and thoroughly comprehensible construction. For, despite the partial alterations and cancellations, something remains of the original project and the enterprise retains a confused efficacy leading to unforeseeable results. But herein lies the problem: if history is totalizing, there is totalization of struggle as such. And if this totality is dialectically comprehensible, it must be possible through investigation to grasp the individuals or groups in struggle as de facto collaborating in a common task. And since the task is perpetually given, in the guise of a residue of struggle, be it even the devastation of a battlefield, inasmuch as the two adversaries can be seen as having jointly burned and ravaged the fields and woods, it must be possible to grasp it as the objectification of a work group, formed itself by the two antagonistic groups. But it is quite obvious that the joint devastation has not been the object of a concerted praxis, and that only topological unity, for example, can give the battlefield the aspect of a systematically raised whole. As for the national workshops and social objects born of a struggle, you could go so far as to maintain that these are historical realities only in so far as they do not conform to any of the projects that have realized them in reciprocal antagonism. They have a kind of genuinely historical existence in so far as, albeit made by men, they escape them without thereby falling back to the level of unworked matter, in other words, in so far as they deviate from all the paths people may wish to assign to them, in order to take an unforeseen path of their own accord and produce results impossible to conjecture, in so far, finally, as overdetermination and intermination are manifested in them as the production of these non-human objects through a surplus of human labor, and their non-signification is in fact over-signification through interpenetration of antagonistic meanings. It is not a matter here of alienation. Nor is it either inanimate materiality as exteriority or seriality which robs each adversary of his act. It is each of them who robs the other of his act. It is in the reciprocity of the groups already constituted against seriality and alienation that precisely this new and living process, which is born of man yet escapes him, is forged. These problems are of capital importance. It was enough to formulate them for us to step across a new threshold of critical investigation. We have, in effect, just encountered history. Of course, it presents itself in its most abstract form. But the present difficulties are, as we shall see, of a historical nature. On the basis of these, it will perhaps be possible later to formulate the problem of history's intelligibility. The example of the fight shows us, in effect, that an infinite number of social objects, and of the most varied kinds, contain as their inner structure the twofold negation of themselves and of each component by the other. There is thus at least, i.e. before any conception of historical factors and motive forces, one certain aporia in every social ensemble. Apparent unities and partial syntheses cover splits of every kind and every size. Society, from afar, seems to stand unaided; from close to, it is riddled with holes. Unless the holes themselves are, in some way, the appearance and the totalization is the unity. On the other hand, however, We already know that conflicts and social struggles as much as individual battles are all conditioned by scarcity, negation of man by the earth being interiorized as a negation of man by man. Thus do we begin to understand the importance of those first experiences, which are, in any case, so common that they have been reduced for everyone to the level of mere determinations of language. At the time of studying the intelligibility of struggles, it is as well to recall that at all events struggles are never and nowhere accidents of human history. They precisely represent the manner in which men live scarcity in their perpetual movement to transcend it. Or, if you prefer, struggle is scarcity as a relationship of men with one another. We thereby signal a fundamental bond between man and himself, through the interiorization of man's relation to the non-human object. The practical and technical relation of man to the universe as a field of scarcity is transformed in and through work, and these transformations are necessarily interiorized as objective transformations of interhuman relations, insofar as they express scarcity. As long as abundance, as man's new relation to the universe, has not replaced scarcity, the displacements of scarcity are interiorized and transcended as displacements of human struggles. Although it is classes which through their opposition create struggle, it is the permanent existence of these struggles which creates classes at a certain level of the technical development of production. The incest taboo, as Levi Strauss has shown us, presents itself as a conflict refused by a mediated reciprocity, or, if you prefer, as perhaps the simplest cultural attempt to correct chance by a redistribution of certain goods. In these classless and sometimes historyless societies, conflicts, sometimes avoided by rigorous systems of mediation/compensations, remain present as a special tension in the group in question. For example, American sociologists have clearly shown how, in certain groups, the elders' monopolization of women, by making the young bear the full weight of scarcity, determines a latent conflict between the generations. The institutions prevent this conflict from occurring as a reality, as a visible splitting of society into antagonistic generations. But it is expressed by a malaise of the entire society, which appears in the relationship of young men to old, of young men to women, of old men to women or women to old men, and between young men. But at the same time as we grasp the twofold labor conflict relation as constitutive of human history, we must recognize that our history is a singular case among all possible histories, and that history is a particular relation and a particular case of the systems of possible relations within practical multiplicities. Reciprocity, for example, insofar as it is able a priori to be negative or positive, is a valid relation for all practical ensembles. But it is not demonstrable a priori that the whole practical ensemble must secrete a history, nor even that all possible histories must be conditioned by scarcity. The preceding considerations are of interest only insofar as they claim to be limitative. They are useful to us simply to mark the boundaries of our knowledge and our assertions. For us, the problem of the intelligibility of the transformations underway within riven societies is fundamental. For a theory of practical ensembles claiming to be universal, however, the developments envisaged present themselves with all the contingent richness of a singularity. If one wished to make struggle into a universal structure of all histories, it would be necessary to prove that the only original relation between practical organisms and the outside world which nourishes and maintains them must be scarcity. All we can say is that this demonstration is not possible today. However it may be, study of the intelligibility of antagonistic reciprocities remains within the formal framework of our critical investigation. A priori, this negative possible presents as much interest as its opposite. At this level, we can at once grasp the link between this intelligibility and that of the historical process. In the framework of scarcity, constitutive relations are fundamentally antagonistic. If one considers their temporal development, they manifest themselves in the form of the event constituted by struggle. But the latter, even if, from a certain viewpoint, it must be possible to consider it as a unity, engenders products which will become the material circumstances that other generations thrown into other conflicts will have to transcend. What is more, insofar as it outflanks each of its adversaries, it engenders itself as its own process. We see this rigorously human event, being produced beyond every praxis as intermination and overdetermination of its products and itself by practical surcharges, simultaneously, all through and from every angle, referring back to praxis and at the same time outflanking its adversaries and through them becoming something other than what each of them projects. As must now be clear, this is the very definition of the historical process, insofar as it is an ongoing temporalization of human history. Formal contradiction in Marxist theory. The solution of the problem, if one exists, while remaining theoretical must have specific repercussions. It is within its framework that dialectical materialism will have to find the principle of its intelligibility. For if we consider the Marxist interpretation carefully, it must be acknowledged that it relates simultaneously to two terms that seem opposed, without troubling to establish their compatibility. While presenting the class struggle to us as the motor of history, it simultaneously reveals to us the dialectical development of the historical process. Thus our formal contradiction recurs in the concrete examination of Marxist theory, and we perceive, in fact, that Marx did not avoid it. In other words, if the class struggle is to be intelligible to the historian's dialectical reason, one must be able to totalize classes in struggle, and this comes down to discovering the synthetic unity of a society riven through and through. There can be no doubt that Marx was aware of the problem. Certain formulae we have cited present the capitalist process as the development of an antisocial force in society. 4 On the other hand, he always refused, and quite rightly, to give any reality to the verbal entity people call society. He saw it as just one form of alienation among others. The problem thus remains open, since the dialectical contradiction is imminent. In other words, since it is a rift maintained and produced by the unity it rends, is there a unity of the different classes which sustains and produces their irreducible conflicts? We shall examine this question in the paragraphs that follow. But it is necessary to recall that our examination applies to these historical conflicts only as an example enabling us to elucidate the problem we have just formulated. In other words, Marxists have concerned themselves with the material success of their hypotheses. They have verified them by applying them to the data of historical investigation and seen their value as deriving from the number of facts they enable us to regroup and illumine, as well as from the possibilities they disclose to praxis. But the formal problem of intelligibility has struck them as otiose, or at any rate premature. Later on, we shall see the historicity of the dialectical investigation of history. It was legitimate for it to impose itself through its content and develop through practice. But it is precisely when the machine seems jammed that it is appropriate to unravel the formal difficulties hitherto neglected. 5 Marxism is strictly true if history is totalization. It is no longer true if human history is decomposed into a plurality of individual histories, or if, at any rate, within the relation of immanence which characterizes the fight, the negation of each opponent by the other is on principle detotalizing. Of course, it is neither our project here, nor a concrete possibility for us, to demonstrate the plenary truth of dialectical materialism. 6 Our aim is solely to establish if, in a practical ensemble riven by antagonisms, the very rifts are totalizing and entailed by the totalizing movement of the whole. But if we actually establish this abstract principle, the materialist dialectic, as movement of history and historical knowledge, needs only to be proved by the facts it illumines, or, if you prefer, to discover itself as a fact and through other facts. 2. Relations between the individual. Conflict and the fundamental. Conflicts of the social ensemble. Incarnation and singularization. If totalization is really an ongoing process, it operates everywhere. This means both that there is a dialectical meaning of the practical ensemble, whether it is planetary, or has to become even interplanetary, and that each individual event totalizes in itself this ensemble in the infinite richness of its individuality. From this point of view, at an initial stage of the critical inquiry one might ask oneself whether each individual struggle is not, in itself, the totalization of all struggles. In critical terms, whether the comprehension of a conflict, for example, the boxing match we were discussing, does not necessarily refer back to the totalizing comprehension of the fundamental conflicts characterizing the social ensemble that corresponds to it. At this level of knowledge, we are not yet posing the problem of the totalizing unity at the heart of the negation of reciprocity. That question remains unanswered. At a subsequent stage, however, the answer will be facilitated if a struggle, as any old event in history, appears to us, in the very irreducibility of its protagonists and the rift between them, as a totalization of the ensemble of contemporary irreducibilities and rifts, in other words, as though each of them were interpreted as the present signification of all the others, precisely in so far as the movement of knowledge, in order to reveal its own meaning, must go in search of all the other conflicts in which it is totalized. We encounter here, as a condition of intelligibility, the reciprocity that characterizes synthetic unification. Let us consider, for example, the boxing match that is currently taking place before our eyes. It matters little whether such and such a title is at stake, or whether it is just any old fight between professionals or even between amateurs. For from the very outset we understand that the deep truth of every individual fight is competition for titles. Of course, most boxers know their abilities and limit their ambitions. If they do not know themselves, their manager will inform them, and, ultimately, it is he who chooses to push one of his protégés or decides that another is not yet ready to make his debut. But this is not where the problem lies. What counts is the fact that there exists a competitive hierarchy, recognized by all, which can even legitimately be seen as an objective structure of national and international societies, and that every fight takes place at the very heart of this hierarchy, indeed, derives its meaning from it. For informed spectators, it is not just a question of seeing two men trading punches, or even of seeing good boxing, it is a question of being present at an individual episode of an ascent, and at a moment which may begin or accelerate a decline. Ascent and decline have any meaning, of course, only if they are to be understood in terms of the entire hierarchy. At a certain level, no doubt, for example with some bouts added to the evening's program as fillers, the spectator has no illusions. Neither of the two men now fighting will go very far. Neither will rise very high, neither will fall very low. These mediocre but solid boxers who know their job will continue indefinitely to fight supporting bouts on evenings when others are playing the star roles. But even this qualifies them in terms of the hierarchical ensemble. They represent the first rungs, tough and almost inert, of the ceaseless to and fro movement which makes up the world of boxing. And this necessary totalization of their bout, on the basis of all the immediately preceding and immediately following bouts, finds its concrete and retotalizing signification in the very place this bout occupies on the program. The evening is hierarchical, a twofold hierarchy, build up to the big fight after the interval, wind down towards a final bout, and this hierarchy is lived in tension by the spectator, whose attention grows from one fight to the next. Through his very anticipation of this hierarchy and through his more or less impatient expectation, sometimes, too, through the lateness of half the spectators, who arrive in the course of the evening, and through the objective aspect of a half-empty hall, the initial bout on the program is synthetically united with the rest as the first moment of an ongoing process. And, precisely because of this, it is an integral part of the temporalizing totalization. In other words, it signifies the whole evening as it is about to unfold. This does not, of course, mean that it can announce the reality of the bouts that are to follow, simply that, in this operation which is the organization of an evening of boxing, it has its totalizing relation as a part to the whole by virtue of the fact that it is the beginning. Thus the diachronic synthesis is at one and the same time a real product of the synchronic synthesis and the retotalizing temporalization of the synchronic hierarchy. The beginning of the evening is the temporal equivalent of the first rungs of the ladder. Spectators, organizers, boxers live this hierarchy in its unfolding and, if the bout lends itself to this, the event appears under dual control. At the same time as this ephemeral reality, the first bout, vanishes, determining and confirming its immutable place in the spatio-temporal hierarchy. The two opponents move up, move down, in short, find themselves after the fight on a different rung. The winner, for example, we saw mounting the ladder, even though he simultaneously remained on the first rung. This contradiction is still perfectly intelligible, it simply discloses a rather more distant future. The spectator's applause and the judgment of the experts will ensure that next time he is given a higher billing. Conversely, what would a contest for the title be, if the two boxers were not already at the top of the ladder? If they were not known? If their previous fights had not remained in people's memories? If their superiority was not really established by the number of opponents defeated and reduced to vegetating in obscurity? These two men very much at their ease, who climb into the ring amid the applause in their brightly colored robes, are in themselves common individuals. They contain within them the opponents they have already defeated and, via this mediation, the entire universe of boxing. In another way, you can say that the hierarchy supports them, that they are its illuminated peaks. And yet again, what is testified to by the evening itself and the moment of their appearance is the following. The preceding bouts have taken place, they have come to an end, they have dissolved into the total process. Their engulfment in the past realizes the objective temporalization of the champion's hierarchical superiority, at the same time as it refers back, through its deepest signification, to a real and elapsed temporalization, that which is identified with the professional lives of the two contestants and which, amid countless vicissitudes, has caused them to realize the synchronic hierarchy themselves in a diachronic movement, by passing from rung to rung, thanks to the fights they have won, in other words, at one and the same time by meeting increasingly skillful boxers and by having an increasingly prominent billing on programs. Thus the movement of the evening replicates the movement of their lives, and the preceding bouts reproduce the history of their own fights, the return to oblivion of almost all those they have defeated. If it is established that the fight, whatever it may be, is the present retotalization of all fights, if it is clear that it can be decoded only by them, if it has a meaning only in so far as it is put back in the real perspectives of contemporary boxing, then it will easily be understood that boxing in its entirety is present at every instant of the fight as a sport and as a technique, with all the human qualities and all the material conditioning that it demands. This must be understood as meaning that the spectators have come to see, and the promoters have taken steps to give them, some good boxing. And this means a fighting practice which transcends a learned technique, even while realizing it wholly at every instant. The movement itself will be invention, choice of hitting with one's left an opponent who has dropped his guard, perhaps as a ruse, risks incurred unwittingly, etc. But all this cannot even be attempted without an ensemble of technical acquisitions, speed, punch, legwork, etc. And, at a still deeper level, without the habit of putting all the weight of one's body into every punch without losing one's balance. Boxing consists in this, as hexis, as technique and as each individual's ever novel invention. One must not, of course, be fobbed off with mere words. There are specific boxers, trainers, and managers, and the progressive improvement of such and such a boxer's ability to punch or duck is an individual event in an individual life. But, and we shall have to return to this, these individuals, linked in groups, through thousands of encounters and in all the world's locations, have gradually perfected techniques. These techniques have been unified by professionals who have become instructors or trainers. The synthetic ensemble first became the unity of tricks of the trade, teaching methods, diets, etc., before being theorized subsequently via the mediation of languages. And this practical and theoretical unification was necessitated by the very fact of the fight, in other words, by the obligation for each of the antagonists to fight the other with his own technique. Here, we meet again what we were mentioning earlier, the synthetic unity of the national and international organizations which agree to formulate the body of rules to be observed and to realize, as the unification of a practice and a theory, what is often called the art of boxing. The social object thus created possesses an objective reality as a constituted product. but from this angle it has only an abstract being, as an ensemble of possible meanings and practices. At the same time, however, it is whole, as realized and transcended power, at every instant, at every moment of training, at every twist and turn of a fight. At once outside and inside, determination of the body, hexis, technical expertise, in short, slow production of a social man, the boxer, and, at the same time, omnipresent ensemble of theoretico-practical meanings to which everyone refers simultaneously and which is at once the transcended, since each punch is understood and foreseen on the basis of that ensemble, and transcendence, since it envelopes the present bout and affects the concrete totalization of all contemporary bouts. The boxer transcends boxing, and boxing envelopes the boxer since it itself requires that transcendence. It is entirely contained in that punch, but conversely that punch neither is, nor can be, anything other than a requirement of boxing. From this point of view, it is necessary to point out at once that the rift represented, at the bottom of this immense pit, by the fierce antagonism of the two opponents can really occur only through the totalizing unification of a technique perfected by united organisms. To go still further, their very encounter can take place only on the basis of an agreement, to accept the rules, to contend in the same art. Thus each fight is all of boxing. It may be present totally and positively, as when the boxers are champions and devote all their ferocity to defeating one another. Or else the totalization is effected negatively, the spectators gauge the inadequacy of the fighters because, in their operations, they do not even realize, far less transcend, that theoretical and practical experience we have termed the art of boxing. But this does not mean that boxing, as an art, as the noble sport, does not have a present reality, in the hall and in the ring. Quite the reverse. It is what determines the limits and capacities of the two opponents, it is what defines their future place in the hierarchy, their career, through the exigencies and protests of the hall, as registered by the promoters and managers. You may even feel its bulky presence, precisely in so far as it dominates the fighters without their being able to transcend it, in so far as it possesses them through the ensemble of the rules, rituals, and aims to which they submit, without their interiorizing it by their retotalization of the practical field. This bout in which the two beginners are embroiled, each a victim at once of his own blunders and the others, has a reality all the more striking in that such domination of the laborers by their labor, by producing their future before the eyes of all, causes it to be seen and touched as a signification and as a destiny. For it is a signification, in so far as it can be manifested through determinations of language, but it is a destiny, in so far as this present domination of the boxers by boxing is directly grasped as presence of their future misfortune. Thus the boxing match appears to all as a single event, which elapses irreversibly and pits singular individuals against one another, and as all of boxing, present and implicated in this same event. In every fight boxing is incarnated, realized, and elapses as it is realized. In every fight it is there, fixed and totalizing, as the milieu that produces in itself, like a widening crack, the fight between these two singular persons. No one can understand the enthusiasm of the spectators, and very often of the boxers themselves, if he does not recognize this twofold dimension of the match, as well as the twofold presence of boxing. This scrap would be devoid of interest if it did not totalize, in its concrete temporalization, this fixed and abstract world which retotalizes it. But this totalization would remain schematic and formal if it were not incarnated in the singularity of an uncertain contest, i.e. one of inexhaustible exuberance and, at the same time, at least partial unpredictability. However, we cannot deny that, for most spectators, things do not go further. Every fight retotalizes boxing and all other fights. Boxing in turn retotalizes every fight that elapses. But it does not strike them as necessary to wonder whether these organized rifts in the social fabric are, in themselves, a totalization of all rifts in that same society. Or, in other words, whether the social ensemble is incarnated with the multiplicity of its conflicts in such a singular temporalization of negative reciprocity. At least it is not necessary for the aficionados, but perhaps this is because they are themselves the fight in progress. On the contrary, in certain milieux hostile to violent sports, nothing is more commonplace than to present boxing as a product of human aggression and as one of the factors liable to increase this innate aggressiveness. Without lingering over this idealist and naturalist notion of aggression, it is worth noting that the violence of boxers is linked to ongoing conflicts in two different ways, that is, directly and via a series of mediations. Immediate totalization, incarnation. In a direct sense, the fight is a public incarnation of every conflict. It relates, without any intermediary, to the interhuman tension produced by the interiorization of scarcity. It is this type of relation that we must first describe. What do we see? Men gathered to watch a particular duel with eager interest. But we already know that this duel is the present incarnation of a certain kind of regulated violence called boxing. Now the ensemble of rules and technical imperatives constituting this art derives its origin from a systematic and continuous perfecting of the most direct and naked violence, that of unarmed men making themselves into their own weapons of combat. All social groups known to us today are armed, however rudimentary their technique may be. But in each the possibility remains, for individuals pitted against one another by anger, to return to a mode of combat which seems the original struggle, although this cannot be proved actually to be the first confrontation between individuals located in a field of scarcity. What is certain is that, in every brawl, the deep source is always scarcity. It would take too long to explain here the causal sequence through which the challenge, for instance, is the translation of human violence as interiorized scarcity. But it will easily be understood how violence, at first practical and self-interested, may be posited for itself as disinterested virtue, before an audience of violent men. In fact, the disinterest is a mirage. The fighters wish to assert themselves, earn esteem and glory, obtain a material advantage. It remains the case that the fight in itself is gratuitous. Victory does not directly give the winner wealth or the loser's woman. It is necessary to introduce a complex social world of judges, referees and spectators. There is reward rather than conquest. In certain cases the loser has the consolation of earning much more money than the winner. By cutting every link with immediate interests, by imposing the mediation of the entire group, by making the purse into a kind of bonus for merit, and victory into a pondered decision by competent witnesses, violence loses its extreme urgency. It sheds the significations, forming an integral part of it, that blur it and refer back to motives. Whatever the pugnacity and anger of our fighting cocks may be, they are rarely separated by hatred. The passionate will to win, the fury, spring from the function, in other words, from the violence to be exerted, rather than the violence springing from the anger, just the opposite of what happens in a brawl. At the same time, the ensemble of precautions taken and the professional technique of the combatants contribute to reducing the disordered aspect normally presented by street fights. For on the streets, two angry individuals who hurl themselves at one another are of equal strength and respect no rules or technique. They may be paralyzed by their mutual ignorance, roll on the ground, kill one another or barely hurt each other, as chance will have it. It is not so much naked violence that emerges as a kind of grotesque calamity marking man's limits. So everything conspires to blur that first image of conflict. Besides, it is not a spectacle but a fever. The onlookers may either separate the combatants or else all pitch into one another. The moment when conflict, naked, freed from all visible constraint, strongly delineated by knowledge, rules, and skills, is presented by itself as a spectacle corresponds, in all communities, to a valorizing acquisition of awareness. Not only does the individual grasp himself in his actions as threatened by the violence of countermen, and as having to respond by a counter-violence, he also gives a value to defensive violence. In the Manichaeism of scarcity, violence is in the service of good, it is good itself. The individual, and the group does just the same, assimilates his human dignity to the counter-violence which maintains it. He dignifies the latter with the name of strength. The upright man must be strong, strength is the proof of his right. 7 The reason is simple, if he is defeated, he is subjected to the other's right, the Manichaeism is reversed, the defeated man must be wrong. Thus that which was merely a material conditioning, piercing the individual and opposing him to the other, becomes a hexis that exercise must develop and that must be able to change into praxis as soon as the situation requires it. This is why, whatever the weapons, whose origin is social, the individual who assumes violence first asserts his strength at the level of his weaponless nakedness. We shall see that there are 100, 1,000 different ways to realize oneself as strong, and that these depend upon the inherent structures of the group, hence, ultimately, upon the ensemble of material circumstances and of techniques. And there is no question but that, in communities where the ruling class is a military aristocracy, the noble cannot be distinguished from his weapons. He refuses the nakedness of the fundamental combat precisely in so far as this combat qualifies commoners, those who do not have the technique and sovereign use of the sword. But this is not what counts here. The essential thing is that, by assuming violence in the guise of manly strength, the individual posits it for himself as his duty and his privileged means. He necessarily makes it into an object and, precisely in so far as his Manichaeism detaches it from the particular or collective interests it has to defend, a disinterested virtue. The fight as actual reciprocal violence is posited for itself in warlike societies, precisely in so far as violence, a means in the service of good, has to become aware of itself as being ultimately the negative realization of good itself and eventually posits itself as an end. It would be wrong to think that the fight which takes place in public, and with no other end than to exist publicly as an absolute event, is charged with representing violence. For it to represent violence, in fact, the latter would have to be imaginary. But it really exists and may be fatal, depending on the mode of combat. It would be wrong even to say that the combatants present violence, they are too busy fighting, especially if the struggle is hard and risks becoming fatal. What is involved is not in any sense play acting, but rather a perfect realization. In contrast to the uncertain encounters of war, the tournament was an opportunity for knights to realize violence in its regulated purity, in the form of a laboratory experiment. You risked your life to take another's, but the field was cleared of all those foot soldiers always ready to hamstring the horses, of all those archers, and even those other nobles, whose intervention cloaked or hindered the true unfolding of the single combat. The society that posits its violence as an object must, on pain of lapsing into idealism, realize it as a material object, in other words, as a public and free event. The violent game incarnates the type of violence characterizing the society in question, but this characteristic, which refers back to practical mediations, must not prevent us from seeing that the public combat is an embodiment, in front of everyone, of the fundamental violence. For the spectators have an ambiguous attitude. To listen to them, they go to see fine sport, good boxing, they go to appreciate human qualities, courage, skill, intelligence, etc. And that is true. But these forms of technical and moral appreciation would not even have any meaning, if they were not provoked by the reality of a dangerous struggle. It is one thing to be moved by the imaginary representation of courage in the theater, 8 to discover courage gradually, within an event which is actually taking place and whose reality strikes you first. And, precisely, it is no game of chess. The spectator sees men bleed, suffer, sometimes fall, he sees their faces swell beneath the blows until they burst. Precisely because the event is not imaginary, moreover, the spectator does not have the means to remain passive. The strength of the imaginary derives from the unbridgeable distance which separates me from it, in the theater, and reduces me to impotence. But the spectator of that purified brawl is an actor, because it is really taking place in front of him. He encourages the boxers or finds fault with them, he shouts, he thinks he is making the event as it takes place. his violence is wholly present and he strives to communicate it to the combatants, in order to hasten the course of the fight. That violence, moreover, is not satisfied with objectively helping the efforts of each antagonist. It would not be violence without favoring, without preferring, without opting to be partisan. The spectator chooses his point of view, he acclaims the fighter who is his compatriot or whose career he has followed, or else he makes his decisions, in the course of the bout, for specific reasons. For example, he chose the boxer from Marseilles because he led for the first 2 rounds, subsequently, he will persist in seeing him as the winner, refuse to see the blows taken by his favorite and encourage him, not just vocally, but by a kind of passionate, vain effort to endow him with his own will. Ultimately he identifies with him, he fights through him. He is himself the incarnation of violence, sometimes to the point of hitting his neighbor. A free-for-all in the hall is always possible, as a normal and foreseen result of the bout. At this level, it is indeed the fundamental violence that is incarnated. Even if he has some empirical knowledge of boxing, the spectator cannot appreciate the blows without giving them, down there in the ring, through the fists of his favorites. He cannot maintain his enthusiastic partisanship without sharing the fighter's anger. As I have said, anger, in the combative boxer, is aroused by the first punch, sometimes even as soon as he climbs into the ring. This anger is expressed by the sudden, mean nature of his attack, and this visible expression is grasped in so far as it arouses the same anger in the spectator. This, however, does not spring from danger or the will to win. It is not a struggle against fear. It is the incarnation of a pre-existing violence which derives originally from the very situation of this witness, and persists in him, except in the moments when it can exteriorize itself as malaise, nervous tension, sometimes even unhappy passivity. In this sense, the violence of the crowd, which sustains the boxers, which suffuses and inspires them, and which they incarnate in their bout, is that engendered within each of its members by social constraints, by the oppression they have undergone, by the alienation they have experienced, by serial impotence, by exploitation, by surplus labor, and, just as much, by inner or personal conflicts which merely translate those latent conflicts into the domain of the individual. The 2 boxers gather within themselves, and re-exteriorize by the punches they swap, the ensemble of tensions and open or masked struggles that characterize the regime under which we live, and have made us violent even in the least of our desires, even in the gentlest of our caresses. But at the same time, this violence is approved in them. Through them, that which is moroseness, malaise, hatred not daring to avow itself, etc., becomes courage, effectiveness, Manichaean virtue of strength. The audience produces the boxers, not, as everyone tries to do, by the encouragements and criticisms it bestows upon them, but materially and in a very real sense because it finances the vast operation you may call world boxing. Thus the feeling each spectator has that he himself is the living strength of the fight, and that he inspires his favorite with this strength, is not mistaken. It translates a practical truth into individual attitudes, and those attitudes contain the implicit understanding of that truth. If these witnesses allow themselves to shout, to rage, to revile, it is because they have paid. But, conversely, the boxers incarnate in a real and dated conflict the fundamental violence and the right to violence. This incarnation transforms the whole hall, for the crowd takes part in it and its violence is embodied in the boxers. The fight is everywhere, omnipresent, war wheels about. The crowd is a collective which finds simultaneously, down there in the ring, its unity as a group and its innumerable rifts. A spontaneous and shifting dichotomy transforms each neighbor into his neighbor's adversary or into brethren in arms. Precisely in so far as, in a synthetic unification, the part is a totalization of the whole, incarnation is an individual form of totalization. Its content is the totalized ensemble, or the ensemble in the process of being totalized. And by this we do not mean that it is the symbol or expression of the latter, but that it realizes itself in a very real and practical sense as totality producing itself here and now. Every boxing match incarnates the whole of boxing as an incarnation of all fundamental violence. And one must be careful not to confuse the different procedures of comprehension. For I do not say just that the fight refers to the contemporary ensemble of boxers, their hierarchy, their rankings, and the secrets of their art. Nor that this ensemble refers to the contemporary forms of violence, as abstract and transcending significations to which the present event must be related. On the contrary, I say that the fight encloses the fundamental violence within itself, as its real substance and as its practical efficacy. It is directly here and everywhere in the hall. It is the very stuff of the movement of temporalization as production of the fight by the spectators and as unification of the spectators by the fight. And the reason for this incarnation is not mysterious, since it is the diffuse violence of each spectator retotalizing itself, on the basis of organizations and groups that have set themselves up to furnish it with opportunities to retotalize itself. And when we insist on the presence in person and in its entirety of the fundamental violence, this must not be taken to mean that it does not exist elsewhere, it is simply that we find this violence is always entire wherever it exists. Positivist reason would obviously confine itself to signaling a host of conflicts provoked by different factors, reducible at best to a common denominator. Just because of this, it would debar itself from understanding how a particular fight relates both to violence and, on the other hand, also to the vast network of organizations and federations constituting the world of boxing. An act of violence is always all of violence, because it is a re-exteriorization of interiorized scarcity. But this scarcity is never an abstract principle, or one external to the social ensemble. At every instant, it is a synthetic relation of all men to non-human materiality and of all men among themselves through this materiality, inasmuch as the ensemble of techniques, relations of production and historical circumstances gives this relation its determination and its unity. Thus the interiorization is that of the particular contemporary scarcity as an objective reality, and the violence of each individual exists only as the swirling violence of all, since scarcity is defined through its relation to the number and needs of the men who today constitute the social ensemble under consideration. The oneness of this violence does not realize the unification of individuals and groups, since on the contrary it pits them against one another. In each violent action, however, all violence exists as unification, in and through this deed, of all the oppositions which pit all men against each other and have provoked it. It is enough to see how much oppression, alienation, and misery the act of a drunken father who beats a child gathers within itself, in order to understand that all the social violence of our system has made itself into that man and his present rage. But we have spoken of incarnation, by this we mean to say that totalization is individuated. That fundamental violence explodes here and now, but with all the features of a here and a now, in other words, with the opaque richness of the concrete and its negative determinations. It is a boxer from the Nord and one from Marseilles who are up against one another in front of these Parisians, each of whom has come to watch the fight as a result of the development of his history, which is strictly personal to him. With its incidents and its accidents, the bout defines itself as a singularity and, through its singularity, a dated evening, filled with unique events, hence irreducibly individual, even if it is strikingly commonplace. This fight is all violence and, at the same time, it is other, it can exist only as its particular determination. Is it to be understood that the fight bears the same relation to the fundamental violence as the individual has to the concept? No, this relation, which might exist at the level of analytic reason, in fact requires three conditions to be fulfilled in order to establish itself. Even if, in the course of our investigation, the concept is discovered in the individuated object and as an essential structure of the latter, it still in fact remains transcendent to it, as an abstract and already given rule, which survives even if the contingent and empirical limits of the reality under consideration are caused to vanish. Then the relation, and this comes back to the foregoing condition, is not created by action, it is an ontological and logical relation, which can yield itself only to contemplative reason. Lastly, the empirical features of the object fall outside the concept and manifest themselves in relation to it as mere accidents. This defines the concept as an ensemble of abstract determinations, of the type y equals f or s implies q, that can have no material reality other than as a determination of language. This obviously implies that the ensemble of determinations, within the concept, is bound by relations of exteriority. It is a matter of features or characteristics which present themselves in experience simultaneously or according to an invariable order of succession, as is apparent when you consider the concept of swan or that of karyokinesis. We can better show the meaning of incarnation if we contrast it to exemplification of the concept, as well as to the conceptualization of experience. This incarnation, in fact, is never contemplative, it is praxis or praxis process. An act of violence never has witnesses. Of course, the police, or tomorrow the historian, will seek the testimony of individuals who have been present at the action without taking part in it. But these individuals do not exist. And this is even the reason why testimony, whatever its source may be, is, on principle, suspect. The so-called witness is a participant, he intervenes to stop a brawl or else lets it run its course, out of cowardice, sadism, or respect for tradition. The proof is that most legislative systems have laws providing for sanctions against persons guilty of non-assistance. In a building where certain tenants beat their children, sometimes to death, the other tenants are necessarily thrown into a situation which imperatively demands a choice, either to inform or else to make themselves accomplices. In either case, they decide, together or separately, on the event. If they allow themselves to be hushed by a too weighty silence and the victim dies, they are themselves the executioners. For the very notion of complicity, sidetracked by analytic reason, supposes the immanence of the relationship and not its exteriority. The accomplice realizes the act in its entirety by his own practice, and no one can say a priori if he is more or less guilty than the individual whose hands accomplished the crime. That depends on his situation within the group or collective. Hence, no witnesses to violence, only participants. Nonviolence, even and especially when it is erected into a watchword, is the choice of a complicity. Generally the nonviolent person makes himself the accomplice of the oppressor, in other words, of the institutionalized, normalized violence that selects its victims. The brawl is a common event. Some produce it with their rage, which is the sudden exteriorization of a violence constantly suffered and interiorized. Others with their fear, which springs from an anticipation of future violence, based on the living memory of past violence. Action and knowledge are fused in this event, as we have always signaled. And that means, in particular, that the reality produced is lived as dialectical development and as irreversible temporalization, but not contemplated. The wisdom of praxis is defined by the latter and confines itself to illuminating the latter's progress, without any separation. It is not a matter here of comparing acts with one another, in order to derive a common concept. It is parties, organizations, the press, the government, that can reintegrate this particular case into statistics and draw conclusions about delinquent or battered childhood. The participants are actually living an absolute. And the real absurdity would be to introduce, at the level of the act, some relativism or other. Does anyone imagine you could die or sell your soul for the relative? The fear which makes a man cowardly despite himself, does anyone imagine this could be anything but a fear of the absolute? And murder? Here, we find again what I said in Being and Nothingness. Relativism is a historical attitude that can be based only on the absolute character of daily, immediate life. 9 In other words, the relative is unintelligible if, before being relative to other relatives, it is not first relative to the absolute. But this absolute must be understood. We are not thereby referred back to some kind of theological dogmatism or idealism. The absolute is above all the difference separating life from death, in my own case and, for me, in every other case. It is the gap between existence and nothingness. It is neither life that is an absolute for a start, nor death, but death, inasmuch as it comes to threaten fundamentally what lives, or life, insofar as it is stripped from the real by the death that threatens it, and insofar as it can hurl itself of its own accord to shatter intentionally upon the reef of death. Thereby, it is the ensemble of individuals and things that threaten life, it is the ensemble of those for whom you agree to give it up or risk it, it is the climate of violence which, in the form of conflicts or fraternity terror, defines life as risk of death and mortal fate, death as the non-transcendable and threatening term of every life. Every violence event is produced, lived, refused, accepted as the absolute, first, because it actualizes in the present the diffused and confused ensemble of the multiple violences that have made me fundamentally violent, then, because it arises absolutely and in the immediate as a struggle for life, revealing for all the participants that the life of each can be based on the death of another. Thus, by conflict, life reveals itself in its precious uniqueness, in its irreversibility, in its fragility, and in its fierce assertion of itself, through the alternative, kill or be killed. It matters little that the conflict is not in itself a mortal struggle, death is there, in the blood that flows, as the completion that will not be completed, as the future truth that will not be attained and, finally, as the deep and fundamental truth. Death, clean and bare as a bone, is present in the boxing match. Not just because a badly or too well-placed blow can kill. Nor even because cases of blindness, madness, lower forms of physical liquidation, are very common in former boxers. But quite simply because the act of punching is an act that gives death, because the knockout, always risked, always awaited by the crowd, is a public realization of death. Symbolic realization? No, the man collapses and dies, it is the end of the battle. Whether he revives in the dressing room or not, the spectator has followed through a fight to its bitter end, in other words, to the ambiguous moment when its plenitude and its disappearance are produced by one another and simultaneously. But this present death is neither death in itself nor the concept of death, it really is that which threatens a given individual. No one among the neighbors or in the audience wanders off into abstract considerations upon death as such. Each participant simply, by tolerating a child's agony or by egging on the boxers, involves himself as a murderer or as a batterer, precisely because he perpetually sees himself as battered or as physically liquidated. Down there he kills, he is killed, in each antagonist, and then his choice ends by making him a killer via his favorite and a victim via the other, at his own peril, since a reversal of the situation is always possible. And insofar as the conflict being settled in the ring is sustained by each person with the whole audience and against his neighbors, that which is produced down there, here, and everywhere in the hall is, through those individual lives, the concrete totality of life, of death, of the human relationship of life and death. No conceptual or merely verbal signification, what makes these lives into the incarnation of life is quite simply the passionate seriousness of praxis for all the participants, their present inability to tear themselves away from the fight, which for the moment they put above all else, albeit knowing that they have concerns of a quite other importance. It is as though, altogether, there had never been any outside, as though beyond the closed doors nothing existed, neither city shrouded in darkness nor countryside around the city, as though the whole of humankind had never been anything but that handful of men producing that struggle to the death as the incarnation of their destiny, and as though, on the contrary, 2 billion men remained outside, lost in serial dispersion and impotence, but totalized and fused in this unique and capital struggle whose stake was nothing less than the fate of humanity. From this latter angle, the totality of non-spectators is totalized by the fight itself insofar as they themselves become participants, directly through the boxers and indirectly through the mediation of the spectators. And the real basis for this totalization is the fact that commentators are already recapitulating the fight for radio listeners while it is taking place, the fact that tomorrow's press will disseminate the results everywhere. Every non-spectator is like a paler and paler reproduction of the sole living and practical reality, each spectator as a producer and support of the fight. So each spectator gathers and fuses within himself these shadows, he totalizes and compresses the maximum amount of practice and experience, a maximum that will be decompressed into pale abstract knowledge and at once lose its ontological status. But, for this very reason, there can be no ontological or logical difference between totalization and incarnation, except that, precisely because it is concrete and real, totalization operates only through the limitations it imposes. In other words, every internal totalization is effected as praxis process of incarnation, or, conversely, every practical and concrete reality has no positive content other than the totalized ensemble of all ongoing totalizations. This content makes its materiality, governs its temporalization and constitutes itself through it. Present without distance, since it is made by the participants and not contemplated by witnesses, it refers to no transcendent signification and there are never grounds, in the moment of productive praxis, for referring to alien concepts or rules. The event produces its own rule. If this rule is the art of boxing, boxers and spectators reproduce and realize this art through real combat, transcending it by every invention and every tactical move. But this incarnated totalization, common handiwork of the participants, is never named or thought during the operation, neither as totalization nor as incarnation. If you want to imagine participants taking these extreme positions, they must be prescribed extreme situations. It does indeed sometimes happen that a foreigner, taken by a friend to a sporting event of a violent kind, sees in it, if it is strictly local, only totalization. For many North Americans, it is all of Mexico that is revealed, without words or concepts, through an unease, in the first corridas they are shown. I recall for my own part having perceived, rightly or wrongly, it is of little consequence, heaven knows what Cuban savagery in the cockfights of Havana. Those cocks epitomized men. Conversely, after the fights, the blind violence of those humanized creatures became a grid, a synthetic schema through which, despite myself, I decoded everything I saw. A kind of formless tragedy, floating between my eyes and the city, caused me to discover the poverty, although the direct link between it and fights between animals was not apparent to me at all. 10 In fact, even for the foreigner, totalization does not refer to any idea. The Cuban's national sport referred me to that beggar. And the reverse was also true, illuminated by my recent experience, the beggar in turn incarnated Cuba and its cockfights. If, on the contrary, you seek to reduce the fight to its nature as a strictly individualized event, pitting this individual, whose career you know, with that other one, and with the concrete perspectives that are going to open up for them, you have to take the practical viewpoint of the promoters and managers. In that case, it will be indispensable to note that reduction to the singular is effected by the intermediary of a new totalization. If the promoters do not waste their time decoding the fight as fundamental violence, it is because these lords of the noble art, as common individuals of their organizations, or all-powerful sovereigns, engaged in less brutal but equally violent competitions with other sovereigns, make themselves the spokesmen of boxing itself. It is totalized by their judgments, and this enveloping totalization reduces the present fight to just a little local event within the total world of boxing. It is really a matter of confirming forecasts, reclassifying boxers, and determining each one's value and ranking as settled in the course of the event. Boxing is expressed through the promoter's assessments, just as capitalism is through the acts and words of the capitalist. And, as we shall see in a moment, in bourgeois democracies capitalism itself is expressed through boxing. It can doubtless be conceded that most spectators oscillate around a middling position. But none really reaches either of the extreme positions. In fact, it is not even a matter of saying that boxing and fundamental violence are present through the contest. This contest is, indissolubly, the singular conflict between a young boxer from Martinique and a Parisian boxer, boxing itself produced in common by all the participants, and human violence exploding publicly. Mediated totalization, singularization. It follows from this that the relationship between the singular features and the incarnated total can no longer be defined as that between contingencies and the concept or essence. We have in fact seen that, in relation to the abstract universal, every specification is a contingency. Analytic reason will explain this contingency by external factors, but has forever barred itself from seeing it as a determination engendered by the universal itself, referring us back ultimately. This is the paradoxical unintelligibility at the heart of positivist intelligibility, to encounters between series. In order to understand fully the reality of incarnation, we must ask ourselves whether chance has the same meaning for dialectical reason, whether it does not appear as having a function of its own and thereby an intelligibility. We shall return to this point 11, attending first to what is most urgent. However, we shall simply ponder upon the relations between the singularities of the fight and the concrete universals that it totalizes. For that, we must abandon the description of immediate totalization, which has furnished us with the essential, and approach the problem of mediated totalization. This new totalization is effected by the same participants, but although produced by each of their gestures and through the project of totalizing human violence, it is not produced as a practical self-awareness. It is the being itself of all those men that is totalized. It appears in the object itself and is the rule of incarnation, but this rule does not constitute the object of a knowledge. It is the structure itself of the lived and, as such, is defined as the objective and implicit determination of the practical field. Only an observer rigorously situated in relation to the multiplicity of participants, but outside this, will be able to discern the ensemble of mediations through which these boxers, this boxing, these organizers, and these spectators have reciprocally produced one another. Our aim cannot be to outline here a historical and dialectical interpretation of boxing. We shall limit ourselves to indicating what kind of research should make it possible to ascertain the true limits of the process of incarnation. Boxing made its appearance in the East only recently. It is an induced process there, one that develops in the totalizing framework of competition in all domains with the capitalist West. It was born in our bourgeois societies and must first be studied in this guise. If it is true, moreover, that such societies are divided into classes, some exploiting and oppressing the others, bourgeois boxing must be studied on the basis of the real structures of the exploitative system. At this level, we shall observe that boxing is an economic enterprise, and that its entrepreneurs recruit its workers among the exploited only to subject them to another kind of exploitation. Most boxers, in fact, are of working class origin, though sometimes they are very poor petty bourgeois and in rare cases peasants. These young men, formed by the violence to which they have been subjected, are well fitted to subject others to violence. What they will incarnate in their fights is the same violence that the ruling class exerts against the laboring classes. We thus see that the fundamental violence is singularized, it appears, in its historical form, as the violence of our society. But it must be added that this violence, when it is resummed in common by revolutionary parties and trade unions, is entirely absorbed in social praxis and becomes the common source of class actions. This means that individual violence is exerted without manifesting itself through the actions of the group. The individual, outside common praxis, is as if relieved of all personal rage. He has become violent at the level of organized communities, as a common individual. By socializing his anger and returning it to him as a deposit for which he is answerable to his class, the workers' organizations release him and allow him, moreover, to choose, as a practical free organism, all forms of positive reciprocity vis-a-vis his setting. The future boxer is already selected by the material circumstances of his own life. If he agrees to become a pro, it is because he wants to struggle free from his class, and the reason why he wants to struggle free from his class is that his family situation, the events of his childhood, have not allowed him to integrate himself into it. On the other hand, however, since birth he has suffered the violence of oppression and exploitation, which has been interiorized in him as in his comrades. But his personal history, by isolating him from other workers, alienates him from this violence, whose basic character, so long as the combat group has not been formed, is that one can never define it either as wholly passive and suffered or as wholly active. This stifling violence, which crushes the individual and at every instant risks exploding in uncontrolled brutalities, becomes at once the consequence and the source of his non-integration, he turns it back against his own people. In the same way, his fury is directed at once against the rich who exploit him and against the workers who claim to provide him with the model of what he must be, and in whom, precisely, he hates the image of what he will be. This violence, for want of being socialized, becomes self-aware and posits itself for itself, more or less vaguely, it sets its own norms. Of course, there is the possibility of some kind of fascism in this passionate morality of strength and defiance. It is at this level that common ground can actually be found between paramilitary organizations of the right and the isolated victims of bourgeois oppression. In the case of a particular isolated individual, the violence with which the oppressive order has imbued every oppressed individual may be siphoned off by the oppressors and turned via him against his class of origin. Where there is no such enrollment, isolated explosions of violence still represent a transcending of the original situation and, as it were, an obscure desire forcibly to struggle free from the class whence he sprang. When, in the boxing halls he frequents, the instructors pick him out for his aggressiveness, they will really only be recognizing as a necessary virtue of boxing what is basically the individual violence of a desire to escape from his condition. It goes without saying that such aggression is effective in the ring only if the individual possesses exceptional physical skills. But it would be wrong to think in terms of a chance conjunction. Had he been weak, the lad would have found other outlets for his violence. More sly and adaptable but more resentful, perhaps, he would have pursued the same ends by roundabout means. Furthermore, part of the strength, agility, and speed required by the noble sport have to be developed gradually by training and the first bouts. In this sense, boxing produces its man. This contractual moment, one party's considered project of making his violence into a commodity in order to leave his class, the other's project of purchasing that violence and making it into the source of his profits, as if it were the labor power of a worker, is the decisive instant of incarnation. By inventing the idea of having himself treated as a commodity, in order to transcend the status of his class all of whose members are commodities, by alienating his violence, selling it, in order to preserve it and henceforth be defined socially by it alone, the young man reinvents boxing, as the transcendence towards the universal that will preserve his particularities and as the chosen transposition of his original alienation. But it is precisely with his transcended particularities that the fans and organizers will adopt him. Boxing is not a clash of faceless strengths, it is men who fight one another, i.e. concrete individuals divided by their interests but different in their reality, by virtue of their physiques, their characters, and their pasts. In other words, if boxing does not pit mass-produced robots against one another and the best man has to win in this human duel, the sport, via the mediation of the organizers and participants, requires it to be a man who triumphs over another man by virtue of his human qualities, i.e. by virtue of his intrinsic particularities and the use he can make of them. Not just, if it is a question of physique, through his qualities, but through the use he can make of these and of his weaknesses. Not just through learned technique and natural skill, but through an ensemble of tactics which derive from the psychosomatic particularities, the individual history, of the winner. Both from his childhood and adolescence and, at the same time, from his career as a boxer. In the tactic of a rather ponderous Scandinavian boxer, forever dropping his guard, with the aim of inducing his opponent to leave himself open as he throws a punch and then getting in a stunning jab, a whole past is reflected. The idea is to go for a big punch, at the risk of taking rather than giving one. This presupposes that the boxer has considerable physical resilience and confidence that, therefore, the other's punches will barely shake him. Also, of course, inexhaustible courage and the strength of an ox, though he is not very mobile or dexterous, but rather slow in his movements and maneuvers. At the same time, his plan of attack is quite specific, to make himself a victim in order to win more easily. There is a certain passivity at the heart of this practice, which seems to come from a misery endured, a long patience accompanied by a passive, but thereby all the stronger, rage. This tactic effectively contains within it at once a terrible past, the harsh travail of men, and the best technical use of the fighter's psychosomatic ensemble viewed as an instrument of destruction. This use is partly devised by the boxer, partly encouraged by his manager. Produced by circumstances, it produces its man. The very features of the boxer, what is most individual about him, are disfigured by such a style of boxing. Taking punches in order to return them with interest, he has a broken nose, puffy eyebrows, cauliflower ears, etc., in short, a mean look, involuntary mimicry, that scares the beginner but, to an experienced opponent or well-informed spectator, reveals from the outset his intentions and the narrow limits of his efficacy. What is more, his destiny is written there, his sad destiny as a boxer and a man. As a boxer, he will never climb to the higher rungs of the hierarchy, he crushes beginners, but is always beaten on points by clever fighters who, when he drops his guard, hit him with all their strength while taking care not to let themselves be hit. As a man, the quantity of blows received makes him exceptionally prone to detachment of the retina, shattered nerves, or madness. But boxing needs this ignorance, these imperfections, this dauntless courage, this fearsome efficacy that risks being transformed into inefficacy. It needs it because the fighter must be an individual, with the synthetic ensemble that his practice reveals and that, in every movement, unites somatic structures and history, positive and negative qualities, tactics, the past and the future disclosed as destiny. In other words, there are no contingencies here, there cannot be any, since they are required as contingencies and transcended by a technique. Between these two middle weights, the difference of height, reach and musculature is considerable. One is tall, with an impressive arm extension but a relatively underdeveloped musculature, the other is of medium height, with a shorter reach than the former, but he is very muscular. From the start, we know that these bodily structures are transcended and preserved by tactics that they impose and that are continually reinvented. We know that the former relies on his speed and leg work, seeking to score points with his left while keeping as far away as possible from his opponent, and that the latter, his head tucked down between his shoulders, blocking punches with his gloves, walking rather than dancing, moves forward all the time, tries to get under his opponent's guard and work away at his body in the clinches. Everything is inscribed in advance on these bodies and these faces. For neither one of them is any other tactic possible, but each vicissitude of the bout requires the reinvention of all experience in a feint, a sidestep, a lightning blow, an accurate judgment of distances and risks. Moreover, this reinvention functions precisely as the synthetic actualization of each individual history, the bravery, cool-headedness, skill, etc., that will probably decide the final outcome, and is the very life of each fighter as a style of practice. At this level, the contingent differences between the opponents, i.e. those that are not really relevant to the art of boxing, are themselves required because they directly signify the reality of the individuals as such. Actually, it is rarely possible to establish a dialectical relationship between such psychosomatic data and a boxer's characteristic style. But though it is true that this golden-haired champion does not owe his victory to the fact that he is blonde, it is his blondness and striking head that concretize his victory for the participants and those who will see his photograph in the papers tomorrow. These features, offering themselves up immediately to intuition, incarnate praxis, or individual and effective transcendence of an individuality, as atemporal hexis, present, that is to say, at every stage of temporalization. From this point of view, it is also the requirement of boxing that life should be incarnated in the face as condensed history and destiny, and that it should be transcended in practice by the expression. For the time being, the face thus incarnates the ongoing temporalization, which it condenses, down to the very movement of negation towards, through its physiognomy and the latter's fleeting changes. At this level, we have thus encountered the necessity of contingency and the dialectical intelligibility of chance circumstances. Far from having to be eliminated as accidents of no consequence or meaning, produced by the encounter of independent series, they are required by boxing itself in so far as they will be enveloped, unified, and transcended by a human practice that they singularize and that, as a praxis and like every praxis, is in itself the far side of every singularity. Every maneuver is a rigorous determination of this body as a function of this history, and so on. But, at the same time, it is one skillful feint, one skillful sidestep, one skillful piece of boxing. Incarnation is precisely that, the concrete universal constantly producing itself as the animation and temporalization of individual contingency. Hence, one punch, like one dance, is indissolubly singular and universal. In this sense, the fortuitous character of a bout holds for all the fortuities of all bouts, it is a necessary structure of conflict. But the necessity of this structure is produced and grasped by the participants in the very individuality of the bout and as its character of an absolute event. In this singularity, all boxing and all violence are singularized and the lived singular reveals their singularity. If, in fact, we now return to the contractual moment which makes a young worker into a trainee boxer, we shall soon discover that boxing, as a quasi-institutional ensemble of international organizations and as a unity of events governing one another, is itself a singularity. Or, if you like, the moment of the abstract universal, an often indispensable mediation in the development of an investigation or concrete study, must dissolve in the final movement of totalization. At the moment of conceptualization, in fact, for want of possessing the necessary knowledge, we stumble over possibles, i.e. hear over an intermination of learning, and are compelled to grasp the reality under study as a particularization of possibles. This is the standpoint imposed upon us by the narrow limits of our knowledge, when we attempt to construct a theory of practical multiplicities. Perpetually encountering unverifiable possibles obliges us to conceptualize the dialectical investigation. A little further on, we shall see the dialectic dissolve this conceptual formalism. At the point we have reached, what counts provisionally is to observe, when the knowledge concerning a real process is sufficient, that from the totalizing standpoint the possible is a structure of the real. This relativity of the possible to being, which we shall study in itself somewhat further on 12, makes the abstract universal into a secondary structure of concrete totalization. Even when the positivist historian studies an individual or a singular grouping, he conceives them both as exemplifications of possible man, i.e. of the concept. Now history as a dialectical movement knows nothing other than the human adventure. For history, there have been no men other than those who have existed and defined themselves by the possibles they engendered. Possibles, in fact, are practical determinations of the social field. They are defined as objective margins of choice and depend on the singular totality in the course of totalization as well as on each historical agent. Thus the enormous singularity that is temporalized by each of us as the history of humanity can never be anything other than an incarnation deciding concretely between the possibilities it engenders within it. It may be that other worlds exist, but insuperable distances separate them from ours forever. At all events, today we are totally ignorant about the practical organisms inhabiting them. From this point of view, whether we are dealing with an eternal pluralism, i.e. an eternal impossibility of totalizing, or simply with the present limitation of our praxis and its science, our adventure still appears as a particular case. In the human adventure, however, the particular case does not exist as such, and all reality internal to that adventure must be conceived with its possibles as a plenary incarnation of the ongoing totalization. The outstanding success of a few champions should not hide from us the fact that, in a certain sense, the great majority of boxers are in a situation hardly superior to that of workers and often more precarious. Moreover, their years are numbered. They have 10 or 12 years to succeed and then, if they have not made their name, caught by the age limit they relapse back into the proletariat or vegetate on the margins of bourgeois society. They are not, of course, producers of consumer goods, of commodities. But they are exploited, in the form of destructive violence. It is indeed their labor power that they are selling. The number of professionals multiplies with the development of bourgeois society and the increased share of income it can devote to entertainment. The immense and rapid development of sports in the 20th century is directly conditioned by the Second Industrial Revolution, whatever new values may also be expressed in them. The growth in productive strength, particularly notable with the appearance of semi-automatic machines, creates jobs for fragmented or pauperized elements of the working class. They graduate to being servants of the bourgeois class. Such will be the boxer's job. And if this laborer is not a worker, it does not follow that he should be treated as an unproductive laborer, since he produces capital. For the boxer gives more labor than he receives in the form of wages. He is taken on by an entrepreneur, who gets him to box in order to make money. By exchanging his labor power for capital, he reproduces money as capital. Promoters, hall owners, etc., live off the boxers. Training is a kind of visible caricature of employment, for they are treated like some machine to be constructed and then maintained, and everything is calculated as a function of this aim, to give, and retain for, them the greatest destructive efficacy, taking account of their possibilities. To get at the truth of their condition from both sides at once, moreover, you could also speak of licking a fighting animal into shape. Training is a human equivalent of stock rearing. It results in alienation of the individual from his own body, conceived as pure destructive power. All his activities, all his needs, are subordinated to the instrumentalization of his physical person. What may be deceptive, here, is the fact that the requirements of fighting imply that the boxer should be kept in shape, in other words, should be got into top psychosomatic condition. If it is true, however, that his body may be the envy of every amateur sportsman from the bourgeoisie, not to speak, of course, of workers stunted by their work, it is also true that the goal of this treatment is fighting, and, if bouts are too frequent, they will have the effect of destroying him physically within a few years. It would doubtless be possible to avoid such destruction by a calculated reduction in the number of annual bouts for each boxer, depending upon his particular characteristics. That is doubtless the way things are done in the people's democracies. It is also what happens in the West with many amateurs, workers or petty bourgeois who do not wish to turn pro. But when it is a matter of professional fights, two factors combine to accentuate overwork and overexploitation. On the one hand, owners of stables, promoters of every kind, etc., have their sights on the surplus value produced. They determine the number of bouts per season and per boxer on the basis of demand, in other words, of the fighter's popularity and the drawing power of his name, and also on the basis of possible matches. On the other hand, however, the boxers themselves, when they have not achieved any real renown, are their own victims. Only too often the promoter will overexploit a hope and tend to neglect the old lags who are no longer a draw. So it is necessary to thrust yourself forward constantly, seeking one new fight after another and climbing back into the ring just a week after taking terrible punishment, though still not properly recovered from the blows received, or else starve and eventually quit the game. The alienation is total. The growing lad used to locate his value and his freedom in his individual violence. He refused to believe that he was accountable for it to his comrades or to his class. In the name of that ethic of strength and domination, and in order to escape the common fate of the oppressed, in whom he discovers and detests his own wretchedness as a victim, he sells his strength, his agility, and his courage. He sells even that rage which makes him so combative. At once, it is no longer his, it is taken from him. The assertion of his sovereignty becomes his livelihood. Obedience replaces anarchistic pride, lordly will shrivels before harsh discipline. The exercise of violence, directed, channeled, orientated in the direction of maximum profit for the promoters, is no longer the easy demonstration of a brutal superiority. It is instead a painful and dangerous labor that is faced in anguish and often pits the boxer against a better armed opponent. He learns the limits of his power through the sufferings inflicted on him. This conjuring away of violence is a constitutive element of the young man's new personality. That aggression he used to possess is really removed from him, confiscated and returned to him on the day of the bout. Except in the ring, most boxers are courteous and gentle. Violence, in becoming their daily bread, is separated from their living reality. It is serious, like an instrument that must not be overused, and at once loses its character of a wild and liberating passion. Yet he regains it when he climbs into the ring. But now it is public and socialized, its meaning has entirely altered. As long as he remained in the working class, it was a lonely individual's blind, explosive reaction to exploitation. Once he is a servant of the bourgeois class, his fight in the ring incarnates his fight for life in the bourgeois system of competition. To tell the truth, it is not a matter of free competition, as described by the economists of the last century. There are trusts and semi-monopolies, decisions are taken at the level of the promoters. It should also be added that the rules of the game are more or less bent by such scheming. But such features are common to all sectors of the bourgeois economy, and if competition does not relate directly to the customers, at least every boxer relies on the favor of the crowd to influence his employers. The employers, for their part, are directly in contact with the customers. It is up to them to know and cater for their tastes, but via the customer's mediation, the living commodities hope to assert themselves vis-a-vis the employer. We grasp the order of metamorphoses. Particular circumstances have determined that an individual, as a loner, has felt the common violence suffered by his class and exteriorized it into universal and anarchistic aggression. Precisely by doing so he became, if his physical abilities allowed it, the unintegrated element who could produce individual violence, the very one boxing picks out and pits against other loners. His violence being, in and of itself, an ever fruitless spasm to struggle free from poverty and his milieu, he accepts that it should precisely be the instrument for his promotion into the other class. In fact, the promotion does not really take place. He sells his violence, remains one of the exploited, and on the boxing market finds the same competitive antagonisms that pit workers against one another on the labor market. But with workers, years of trade union experience and social conflict have at least ended by reducing these antagonisms and developing a class solidarity. The boxer, by contrast, a lone exploited individual who from childhood has been unable to solidarize with the workers, experiences all the harshness of competition. What is more, he produces this competition, undergoes it, and lives it, in and through each of his fights. Wishing to knock out his opponent, it is not just against the latter that he struggles but also against his more favored stable companions, and more generally against all the boxers in his weight division, to prove he is worth more than them, by waging a more brilliant battle against the foe. Thus the violence which, in every fight, takes hold of him and hurls him against an enemy brother, was in its origin the same violence that moves from the oppressors to the oppressed, then back from the latter to the former, and makes it possible to call the opposition between classes a struggle. For this very reason, it already incarnated, in the specific form this takes in industrial societies, the interiorization of scarcity. By purchasing it, however, the bourgeoisie recuperates and transforms it. Alienated, the aggression of the oppressed individual is changed into a competitive antagonism. Commodities clash as if they were men and each seeks to force up its price by destroying or forcing down the other. This inversion of the struggle should be noted. Competition, in a period of liberalism, results in lower prices. Fights, in one sense, do not escape the general rule. If there are too many of them, if there are too many boxers, boxing risks a momentary depreciation. But in this incarnation of economic competition within a closed field, the one who best asserts himself will sell himself more dearly in the next fight. For, in the case of boxers, work matter does not serve as a mediation between men, it is men themselves who are work matter as men. Impossibility of a conceptualization of the fight. These few observations allow us to understand the extent to which, and why, boxing is a singular reality, a totalizable process but one impossible to conceptualize. For, on the one hand, it brings out the virtues that moments of violence reveal: courage, cool-headedness, tenacity, etc. On the other hand, however, these virtues, very real in the ring, are objectively commodities the spectator pays to enjoy human courage. People are taking part in the public alienation of free actions. In this ambiguous event, the bout, the participants thus produce and grasp the reality of their own alienation, in other words, of the whole man down to the root of his freedom and the reality of emancipatory violence. But the latter sets itself against alienation only to alienate itself still further. Shut in on itself, the event constitutes for the spectators at once a participation in fundamental violence and a localization, a distantiation, of that violence which, by being channeled and contained in an individual contest, manifests itself as an external event, finite and dated. The event that is temporalized encapsulates for everyone the individual embodiment of each of the adversaries, the singularization within him of the violence of the oppressed and, thereby, his alienation. But this temporalization incarnates an ever-true aspect of oppressive and exploitative systems, alienation of the violence of the oppressed. So long as the order of the oppressors is kept operative by the police, the army, and economic circumstances acting in their favor, the violence of the oppressed, produced within them by repression but reduced to impotence by that repression itself, knows no outlets, no decompressive explosions, other than individual and mostly hidden acts, ranging from sabotage to theft, which self-destruct if they are discovered. In effect, the violence within them is manifested and discredited simultaneously, and the workers, imbued despite themselves with bourgeois ideology and values, judge these fruitless revolts with the same severity as do the bourgeois. Of course, however, the epoch which engenders boxing is punctuated by gigantic struggles, and the proletariats have become aware of their class violence. But it still remains true that at moments of downturn, when the old order is re-established against them, when they are locked into the price-wage circle of hell and their action on wages, even when victorious, is at once annulled by the action of the bourgeois upon prices, violence grasps itself as impotence, which is simultaneously true and false. True, if we limit ourselves to registering a quite provisional moment of the struggle; false, if we mean thereby to unmask what has often been termed the impotence of the common people. And, of course, bourgeois propaganda will seek to show the latter in the former. In so far as it succeeds, and, in moments of discouragement immediately after a lost battle, the workers allow themselves to be mystified, violence, suddenly judged from the viewpoint of order and democratic laws, is derealized by becoming disqualified. Its reality, if you prefer, is its local power of destruction; its dereality is its global inability to make itself an instrument of liberation. This disqualifying derealization is merely a mystification, but it has all the social reality of a mystification. Well, it is that very mystification that is incarnated by the fight, violence that dominates two individuals, pits them against one another, and ends by becoming, for and through the participants, the real, riven being that seeks to rediscover its unity by amputation and liquidation of one of its halves. The resulting phenomenon is that this particular conflict will find its solution in boxing, but that boxing is not a solution. The violence of the participants is simultaneously unleashed and derealized. It becomes a show, without ceasing to be lived in its explosive power. The event produced by all is quite real, real the punches, the wounds, the injuries perhaps, which will bring these boxers to a certain physical diminution, even to a certain infirmity; real are the tactics of each, real the sufferings endured, real the courage and doggedness of each. But the ensemble of prohibitions which reduce the contest to a convention between representatives of the ruling class, by incarnating total violence in this deliberately mutilated violence, refer this absolute, useless adventure of two men back to all the participants as the incarnation of their radical powerlessness, i.e. the alienation of their sole emancipatory power. Of course, this aspect of boxing is not concerted, it is by no means a matter of some kind of propaganda. But when propaganda exists elsewhere, we shall see that everything incarnates it. It is still true that the contest excites the participants. But it refers popular audiences back to the reality workers' associations have already transcended, the antagonism pitting sellers of labor power against one another on the competitive market. This competition is merely a projection or, if you prefer, only an incarnation of the competitive regime capitalism itself engenders as the condition of its development. Inasmuch as their interests pit them against one another, the workers are in a very real sense men of capitalism and its products. They constitute themselves as the sentence it pronounces upon itself only when they produce against it apparatuses of struggle and organs of union. Well, it is not enough to describe what the popular audience watches, that competition between two peers, as the image or symbol of competition within the same class, since it is simultaneously a very real episode of this and its present incarnation. Through this contest, the world of boxing is in fact totalized as a multiplicity of contests which, in each weight, pit each against all and each against the other, and can find a solution only in violence. These boxers, all rivals, all possible adversaries, all produced by boxing in such a way that they find their own life only in the destruction of the others, reproduce in themselves and by their actions the social structure of the system that has produced them. Through them, competition, as a fundamental relation between the individuals of the dominant class, as a relation imposed on the individuals of the dominated class, and rejected by their will to unite against exploitation, is produced in all its nakedness as the concrete event that a popular audience approves and supports. And it is boxing's ambiguity to be, in a certain sense, made by its public. When a championship is involved, the bourgeois public stirs itself. Without any unease or contradiction, it finds in the contest unfolding before its eyes the daily reality of its struggles and its ethical values, individualism, etc. For it is in this form that fundamental violence has interiorized itself and re-exteriorizes itself within the bourgeois class. For the popular audience, the manifestation of naked violence constitutes itself contradictorily as a determination of the common violence of the oppressed and, through a derealization, as a transfer of all back to the bourgeois field of the competitive market. The violence changes its nature as it is realized, and it changes them in their present reality. Accepted as a class revolt, it wins acceptance as an inter-individual conflict and, very precisely, as a competition between men as commodities stimulated by the exploiting class, which even provides it with its rules. Thus the bout is a singular process, based on the singularities of the boxers, which takes place as a dialectical singularization of fundamental violence, through the simultaneous, contradictory incarnation of the different forms that present-day society imposes on the latter. This incarnation is not simply a production of dialectically opposed specifications. Inasmuch as it is realized by the ensemble of participants, it is defined at the same time by its ambiguity. By this, I do not mean just that the actual participants give themselves the determinations of the collective or group and of their reciprocal antagonism, through temporalization of the produced event, but also, and above all, that their membership of different classes and milieu produces the same event with a multiplicity of incompatible meanings, but without these badly articulated incompatibilities achieving the definite form of contradictions. The synthetic unity of the event can thus under no circumstances be expressed by a concept. On the contrary, we see the necessity of its singularization, and that it bears within itself the foundation of its accidental singularities. But this rapid description allows us to understand better the relationship between incarnation and the enveloping totalization. All our violences are there, supported by the fundamental violence from which they derive. Everything takes place in the insupportable tension of scarcity. But the different projects that combine to produce the event cross mediating fields which are themselves concrete universals and totalize them as they singularize them. This means that they preserve them as the singular quality of the movement that transcends them. Everything is given in the least punch, from the history of the one who delivers it to the material and collective circumstances of that history, from the general indictment of capitalist society to the singular determination of that indictment by the boxing promoters, from the fundamental violence of the oppressed to the singular and alienating objectification of that violence in and through each of the participants. And if everything were not present and transcended, the singular invention, the unique and concrete reality that is this punch, delivered on this day, in this hall, in front of this audience, would not even be possible. The incarnation as such is at once unrealizable, other than as a totalization of everything, and irreducible to the pure abstract unity of what it totalizes. Its concrete reality is, in fact, to be an orientated totalization. And this orientation is precisely the other aspect of its singularity. The project is singular by virtue of the quality that the transcended mediations give it, but these mediations are singularizing because it has singularized them by its very orientation. And since it is the conflict that we are for the moment studying, as an event temporalizing itself towards its suppression, we see that it is a process by overdetermination, in other words, by a multiplicity of antagonistic actions. For this reason, as a process, it appears as the product, overflowing any human intention, of all singular intentions, in other words, of all the contradictory singularizations of the totality. Thus one can and should say, at the end of this critical investigation, that each struggle is a singularization of all the circumstances of the social ensemble in movement, and that, by this singularization, it incarnates the totalization of envelopment constituted by the historical process. I have said, and repeat, that we have not yet proved that this enveloping totalization exists. But for the moment it is enough to make the observation that every singular totalization is enveloping as a totalization as well as enveloped as a singularity. The fact is that, just as this fight envelopes all fights, particularly those that are taking place everywhere on this same Saturday evening, so too each fight elsewhere envelopes this fight in its objective reality. From this point of view, two dialectical procedures are possible on the basis of an identical social reality. On the one hand, a procedure of decompressive expansion which starts off from the object to arrive at everything, following the order of significations. In this case, thought may be termed detotalizing and the event loses out to the signified ensembles. On the other hand, a procedure of totalizing compression which, by contrast, grasps the centripetal movement of all the significations attracted and condensed in the event or in the object. If some micr omegas were to visit a boxing hall, it would in effect be necessary to explain everything by relations transcending the external facts, objects, and significations. The mere sight of individuals queuing in front of the ticket office and exchanging banknotes for entrance tickets could not be understood, without reference being made to the prevailing monetary system and ultimately to the whole present-day economy. In the same way, the powerful bulbs lighting the ring must necessarily refer our interplanetary traveler to the contemporary state of our industrial technology and physical sciences, etc., etc. But all these elementary and fundamental structures are directly gathered into the event itself, which is exchange, production of surplus value, for the entrepreneurs and, at the same time, utilizes and thereby even unifies in its singularizing movement certain technical resources, grounded upon scientific knowledge. These determinations themselves, interiorized, suddenly help to singularize it, and grasping how they exercise a specific action within the incarnation is precisely a new dialectical procedure. The first procedure, which is unfortunately that to which Marxist analyses too often limit themselves, effectively dissolves the event into the ensemble of mediations as non-singularized concrete totalities. The second, which alone is capable of grasping the dialectical intelligibility of an event, strives to discover within the event itself the interactions constituting the singularity of the process on the basis of singularization of the circumstances. It is actually through the project which condenses them that the mediating fields receive a new status of efficacy. These last remarks allow us to note another difference between the concept and the incarnation. In the former, the inner determinations are united by bonds of exteriority; in the latter, at all levels, all the determinations are concrete and it is a bond of immanence that unites them. Conclusion. Our first inquiry has allowed us to establish a minimal intelligibility. Even if struggle, as such, had to be revealed as refractory to any totalization, it remains true that every struggle, as a rift, is the incarnation of all others, in other words, at once of the fundamental scarcity and of the specific forms that contemporary society gives to this scarcity. However, if these conclusions allow one to oppose positivistic pluralism, and even if one can understand a particular struggle as an incarnation and singularization of the class struggle as it unfolds in contemporary societies, it still remains the case, so long as we do not push our investigation further, that the living rift constituted by conflict seems the insurmountable limit of the totalizing effort. In particular, what could be the historical unity of a society chopped up by class struggles? And the term chop up may even seem inappropriate, for it refers to a unity anterior to the mutilations. But even if Engels was right, even if this unity did exist in the golden age of unrecorded history, it disintegrated so long ago that we should waste our time if we sought to relate the divisions of all history to that lost paradise of intelligible unities. It is within the actual struggle that synchronic totalization must be able to operate, if history is to be dialectically intelligible. And it is in the thick of the battle that we must now seek it. In the same sense in which people speak of a perfect crime. I do not mean by this that the practical stance should be quietism. The concept, or the relation of the object to the concept, manifests itself in the course of a scientific investigation, for instance, which implies an interrogation, a project of finding the answer, a construction of experimental mechanisms with the help of instruments, etc. This is what occurs, for example, when the chemist seeks to determine whether a given body belongs to a given category, and is defined by a given collection of properties. There can even be a decision at the actual level of the ontologico-logical relationship, as when the scientist decides to forge two classes in order to satisfy the principles of his science, whereas experimental discovery reveals only one. No matter. Through activities, grasping the concept through its object remains the goal of a project of contemplation, because the relations between that object and that concept, even if they are decided, are given, established. It is not the object that realizes practically its concept, nor the concept that is realized practically in the object. This inertia constitutes the scientist himself as a desituated investigator. We rediscover the pure being alongside that Heidegger defines as a scientific attitude. Though subversive advocates of nonviolence do exist. In fact, the boxing match is a blank Manichaeism. Everyone knows that good will triumph over evil. If the favorite knuckles under in the last rounds, the spectators will abandon him and be incarnated in the other. The case is more complex when local patriotism is involved, but defeat, in spite of everything, remains recuperable. We do not even know yet if the totalization of envelopment can exist. We shall see further on that it is the foundation of any intelligibility of history, and we shall perceive that it is, albeit in a different way, incarnated likewise. No doubt most of the time it is one poor man hitting another poor man, one of the exploited hitting another of the exploited. But these expressions of violence are precisely most common in the practical ensemble as a whole. Thus Fanon points out that the colonized man, when he has not reached the revolutionary stage, hits the colonized man. Induced violence, which in him is violence against man, finds an outlet only by attacking his fellow. The intelligent, quick boxer, by contrast, never initially appears limited by a destiny, his future is open, with various possibilities. And it is precisely the interest of boxing to pit that open future against a closed future. Nothing proves a priori that victory will go to the more skillful. Perhaps he is too frail, physically inferior to the other. It will then be enough for him to let himself be caught once in the trap of dropping his guard. Even if the first 5 rounds are his, he risks being destroyed by a single blow, by brute strength. The contrast between the risk of being destroyed by a single right-hander and that of losing the fight on points is precisely what makes a boxing match. To be sure, boxing does not kill on the spot, but it damages. Above all, moreover, the winners help to eliminate the loser. his successive defeats will eventually refuse him any means of living in and through boxing. He will be expelled from his profession and have to die or find another. 3. Intelligibility of the conflict within a pledged group. Intermination and contradiction. However, we shall attempt to impose a certain order upon this new investigation. Mediations are needed. It would be impossible to determine immediately whether class conflicts, in a given society, constitute or not the realization of a contradiction. For such a contradiction implies the existence of a totalization, of which each class would represent a specification excluding the other. Moreover, we do not yet have the knowledge and instruments available that would allow us to unmask this totalization, i.e., for example, to decide whether national unities exist, or whether the nation is just a collective, and the individuals are bound to it only via the mediation of worked matter. Before tackling the problem, it seems prudent to examine another, to which the solution seems easier. In the case of large historical ensembles, we do not know if the synthetic unity of the practical multiplicities exists. On the other hand, in innumerable particular cases it is possible for us to study a conflict within a real totalization. Frequently, in fact, violent antagonisms manifest themselves within organized or institutional groups and give rise to struggles whose intensity increases pari passu with the integration of the communities in which they take place. So our first question will be, should the subgroups in struggle within an organized group be considered as simple agents of destruction, which sap the common unity and will eventually rend it apart, or as men taking responsibility for, and realizing, through their conflict, a contradiction of the group, as a dialectical moment of its temporalization? The answer is clear. Of course, for a situated dialectic, contradiction is not an absolute which a priori produces its men. But conversely, men within the group, whether they are aware of it or not, can enter into struggle only by actualizing a contradiction in the process of development. Let us first note, in fact, that every internal conflict takes place between pledged individuals and against the synthetic background of fraternity terror. Furthermore, each of the hostile subgroups opposes the other in the name of that unity which it claims alone to represent. Each presents the other as a priori criminal because it breaks the common unity by its claims. At the same time, however, each opposes the other through the totalizing praxis of the organized group. In the name of this praxis and on the occasion of it, each subgroup claims to give a different orientation to the common action. In this sense, the conflict can never spring from differences prior or external to the constitution of the group. At the outset, the milieu from which the individuals of any subgroup emanate matters little. The characteristic features and history of each matter little. The conflict pits against one another common individuals, transformed by the pledge, provided with offices and powers, who exist as such only through the group and for the praxis that it has assigned itself, and who are defined as the same on all points except in relation to the precise object of the dispute. Of course, all prior differences will immediately be reactualized by the conflict. What is more, differences of condition often cause one individual or subgroup to understand better than others a particular aspect of the internal contradictions. That does not always happen. In the convention, Montagnards and Girondins alike belonged mostly to the intellectual petty bourgeoisie. But when such factors do come into play, their action at the outset is merely of a detecting nature. For they are not recognized by the group, they are merely tolerated. In the integrated group, each person lives in cohabitation with his own memories, with his character. His official existence is conferred upon him by action through an office. In a party in movement, the opposition between sectarians and opportunists can reveal differences of character, it can base itself upon, and be reinforced by, these, but it cannot actually spring from them. The classification is carried out through the history of common individuals within the group. It is through their functions that they discover the need for relaxation or a tough line. Or, if you like, their functions require of them a certain activity, through which they see the objectives of the whole group. The vicissitudes of this activity lead them to call for an orientation of the common praxis that will allow them to perform their office with success. At the same time, the common objectives are refracted through the particular objectives that are assigned to them. But all this is still just a static determination. There are hardliners and moderates, that is all. For this difference between common individuals to become an antagonism, it is precisely necessary for the circumstances of the common struggle to harden their attitudes, by demanding new and urgent options. In this sense, it can be said that the determinations of the common individual are a product of his group work, and that the practical evolution of the group obliges the common individual to make his option on the basis of the determinations the group has inscribed within him. And, of course, the common individual is only the inert limit of freedom. It is the practical organism that makes the option. But it makes it precisely on the basis of the determinations introduced into its sworn inertia. Thus conflicts spring up on the basis of free options, in other words, of singular events, anxieties, outbursts of anger, quarrels and reconciliations. But such forms of behavior are stimulated by the evolution of common practice, inasmuch as this evolution demands a perpetual reworking of internal organization and constantly provokes dissatisfactions, maladjustments, disqualifications, and reclassifications. The contradiction is revealed and sustained by conflict, but the conflict could not fail to spring from the transformations of praxis. It is the relationship of forces between the total group and the external groups, the relations between the group and its practical field, that decide. Through its directing organs, the common praxis slows down or accelerates, regresses or is radicalized. It is necessary to initiate first one turn, then another, and each time the changes require a reclassification of the personnel. Common individuals are the products of an action furnished with a certain rhythm, which sought to attain certain objectives by specific means. If the rhythm, means and ends are transformed, it is necessary for the men to break down themselves and liquidate their prior determinations, or for them to be liquidated, or for them to oppose, in the name of the prior determinations of praxis, those who represent its new orientation. And, of course, it is not just a question of a conflict between past and present, but everything is involved, necessarily. And it is not necessarily the men of the past who harm the evolution and success of praxis, or the new men who express the real exigencies. In fact, studying the real conflicts within a group shows the extreme complexity of the options and their ambiguity, how the more conservative is, despite everything, innovatory and the more novel imbued with routinism and outworn traditions. Precisely for that reason, and provided one does not imagine contradictions as sharp and precise as the Hegelian thesis and antithesis, it is clear that conflict is the sole real form a contradiction within a group in activity could take, and, conversely, that no conflict is even possible in an integrated community, if it is not the actualization by men of an objective contradiction. But, it will be asked, in what latent form does this contradiction exist prior to its violent actualization? We shall find the answer without difficulty, if only we consider a few very familiar examples. Here is a banal one, the dispute over competency. In an organized group, one organism wishes to deal with a matter while another claims jurisdiction over it. If the circumstance recurs often, the rivalry of the two subgroups is transformed into open warfare. But why does it recur? Most of the time, we find at the origin of the dispute a real but relative intermination of the respective competencies. And where can this intermination come from? No doubt it may have existed at the outset. But this is rarer than people think. Men always do everything they can in a given situation. In fact, the development of common praxis has created this intermination, by introducing unforeseen changes into internal relations. For example, the two bodies clash because the progressive improvement of links, effected with quite other intentions, has eventually brought them into contact. At the outset, they actually had identical functions, but the difficulty of communication made both indispensable, since neither had the means to carry out its activity on the terrain on which the other was operating. In other cases, the evolution of the global situation is marked by the appearance of new events within the group. Inasmuch as they involve a certain originality, these events are relatively unforeseen, no particular organ is thus in charge of dealing with them. But inasmuch as they also involve old significations, several bodies, with different competencies this time, think they recognize matters here which come under their own jurisdiction. Each organism, sensitive to certain aspects, wishes to take the matter over, whereas in reality none is qualified. The group will have to reorganize and create new offices, which will be defined on the basis of these new realities, or else it will proceed to a reconstitution of the old organisms. We shall return to this struggle, as such, and to its product. In the meantime, these abstract examples suffice to show us the dialectic of contradiction. Clearly, it is not explicit before being assumed by praxis. For example, the basic form of the trouble in our chosen example is an intermination. But if we look at it more closely, this intermination is an objective reality. Objectively, for the situated observer or for the historian, there is an indeterminate, in other words, insufficiently determined, relationship between the offices and the event. And the intermination does not move from the functions to the object, as would happen if competencies at the outset had not been sufficiently defined. It moves retroactively from object to functions, because it is the object as a new consequence of action that makes the functions obsolete and disqualifies them. But the object, as will already have been grasped, is the incarnation of praxis itself. Thus it is the whole action that calls into question its own attainments, i.e. the inner determinations with which it has endowed itself. This means, for example, that the historian, in order to bring the intermination to light, will have only to compare the objective meaning of the event with the organizational or institutional definition of the functions. Yet this intermination, although it is an objective feature of the group's internal relations, inasmuch as they are entirely under the sway of its action, remains, in this historical form, at the level of abstract significations. It has been realized practically only through the activities of subgroups. It has been brought to life as hesitation, or, if you like, it has had practical reality only in and by its interiorization. In other words, although it might subsequently be elucidated as structure, it is concretely and at first manifested as behavior. There is nothing surprising about this. Inasmuch as pledged inertia constitutes an ensemble of passive determinations characterizing the common individual in everyone, the relationship between the object and its determinations is objectively indefinite. We are in the domain of passive being and syntheses of the inanimate. But inasmuch as this common individual must be sustained and continually recreated by the practical organism, this relationship of intermination can be realized only in the form of a synthetic and living relationship, in the course of the functional praxis of individuals or subgroups. And of course, to realize it is to transcend it, to make a practice out of what was a certain inertia, and to organize it in immanence as the structure of a project, hence, continually to make it an internal relationship, in a relation of interiority with other interiorized relationships. To transcend is not to liquidate a difficulty or resolve a problem, it is simply to constitute what has been transcended as a particular orientation of a praxis. In the example chosen, transcendence will consist in the fact that the subgroup, negating the intermination and profiting from it, will seek to appropriate a certain series of matters, even though it is not sure they are within its competency. In this decision we must, of course, see a singularization of the common praxis. The subgroup, in the name of common interests, extends its competency to new events through the project of contributing as best it can to organized action. We do not yet grasp intermination as a contradiction. Moreover, it would be enough for the other subgroup never to have been created, for this appropriation or amassing of functions, far from engendering disputes, to be able to be seen as a positive initiative. Contradiction will not appear even when the other subgroup takes the same initiative, but at the precise moment when the same matter is claimed by each subgroup against the other, i.e. inasmuch as the intermination transcended by both organisms becomes the very mediation which unites them in antagonism. In other words, intermination is never in itself a contradiction, for the simple reason that a contradiction exists only insofar as its terms are determined. But when common praxis has created organs which both claim the non-determined object, the objective contradiction becomes the meaning of their conflict. And this contradiction is nothing other than the impossibility, for two internal structures of the group, to be temporalized together in this moment of the global temporalization. However, it would be wrong to say that these new objects reveal that impossibility. Actually, they determine objectively and simultaneously the two groups to realize it practically. And the practical realization of an impossible coexistence precisely constitutes the conflict. At this level, we can make some pertinent comments. First of all, the origins of the conflict are free, contingent, and anecdotal. They are free because each subgroup has assumed and interiorized the intermination. It has made up its mind to it, without any doubt and after deliberation. Without there even having been a ballot, the attitude of those managing the office has won the votes of the majority of collaborators, or vice versa. The subgroup's self-assertion is what is termed, in an unfortunately too idealist manner, esprit de corps. However, since each of the new events that are going to fuel the conflict is in itself a singularizing incarnation of the total praxis and its consequences, the matter will always present itself in the form of contingent facticity. It is a particular affair affecting individuals or communities and, by virtue of this very fact, clear in its deep signification, but complex and obscure as a singular event. For the actual beginning of the conflict it initiates, insofar as, against the background of fraternity terror, each subgroup first wishes for a negotiated solution, is anecdotal, because individual initiatives, quid pro quos and misunderstandings help to envenom a dispute people would like to stop. But just as the singular event is the incarnation of that moment of praxis, so too the misunderstandings and personality clashes will disappear in a flash if they do not in themselves have a function of totalizing incarnation, in other words, if through them coexistence of the subgroups does not reveal its impossibility. When some Girondins, well before the great struggles of the Convention, reproached Robespierre for having invoked Providence at the Club des Jacobins, this was just an anecdote, an incident quickly shelved. But in fact this affair very precisely incarnated the fundamental conflict between a dechristianized bourgeoisie, which despised the people and its superstitions, and a group of petty bourgeois whose policy was above all to make the revolution for the people and, consequently, to show consideration for popular beliefs. The entire religious policy of Robespierre, the entire future conflict that was to pit the atheist Jacobins against the religious masses, were in this sally that had no aftermath. They were there because they were realized in it. The action itself proclaimed its future contradictions in a totalization that liquidated itself because it was at once inevitable and premature. Thus the conflict makes the contradiction. It is men who decide that their coexistence is impossible, and they decide it in singular circumstances, which are sometimes accentuated by singular features. For as long as the struggle lasts, it will always seem to other members of the group, and even to opportunists in the subgroups, that the very contingency of events and the qualified freedom of individuals express the contingency of the conflict itself, so that it is always possible to put an end to it. But, in reality, the illusion derives from the fact that decisions are actually taken by free practical organisms, whether grouped or isolated. These free acts of transcendence, however, are performed in so far as each person is in the service of a non-transcendable pledged inertia. And this very inertia, as material product of a free pledge, is constituted as a destiny of impossible coexistence, inasmuch as freedom itself places it in a relation of immanence with that other inertia constituted, for example, by the intermination of powers. On the basis of that, we grasp the dual character of the struggle. It freely realizes the conflict, but, to that very extent, it becomes a mediation between the two contradictory terms of a non-transcendable inertia. Or, if you like, the absolute necessity of that contradiction, as an objective, internal structure of the group, derives from a clash of inertias constituted by the subgroups themselves in their free practical movement. By virtue of this, the common individual, through the action of the practical organism, receives the new, common determinations that come to him from the group's global action and its internal consequences. Projects are like fields of force, whose practical tension connects and organizes inert data. And these data, in the framework of temporalization, manifest themselves as the unity of a new objective structure and as the irreversibility of praxis, here, of the struggle. Or, if you like, this impossibility of turning back is the expression of new circumstances, inasmuch as they constitute a destiny through the non-transcendability of sworn inertia. The common individual realizes the practico-inert as pure negative praxis. These few observations necessarily take us back to counterfinalities and collectives as inner cancers of the group. For, if we follow closely the appearance of an internal conflict, we soon see that it is impossible for it to occur as an immediate result of the global praxis. Mediation of the practico-inert is needed. Nevertheless, in an integrated group, at the tensest moment of its action, the practico-inert is not manifested as in a decompressed social ensemble without practical integration. In the latter, as we have seen, what occurs in front of everyone and through everyone is equivalence of the practical agent and the inert reactor, via the mediation of work matter. Point 13. In the fully active group, however, counterfinalities are produced only inasmuch as they are recovered and revived by a practice. Or, if you like, they are grasped not as transformation and alienation of an action in the milieu of mediating exteriority, but as obscure and wholly immanent limits that freedom itself seems to give itself. It is through questions like, why didn't they go further, why didn't they take it upon themselves to give that order, why didn't they understand such and such requirements of the situation, and other similar inquiries that an objective limit of transcendence can be glimpsed. And this limit, which at first appears negatively although it is necessarily tied to the sworn limit, seems suffered by freedom precisely in so far as it is produced by it. In the framework of destiny, transcendence gives the transcended its own non-transcendability. If we return to one of the chosen examples, that of two groups in conflict as a result of the relative intermination of their respective functions, we shall observe, in effect, that counterfinality is manifested only as reverse of the positive results. Let us consider, for example, the multiplication of links. It may be a matter of a technical improvement in the means of communication. In other cases, it will be a matter of rationalization of internal relations, contacts, etc. Other conjunctures are possible too. A group may take advantage of public works that improve the transport system, in order to serve the state, a particular class, society, etc. At any rate, however it may present itself, we are dealing with a definite type of praxis process. It is praxis, moreover, that is first revealed in it. What appears objectively, in fact, is a common action of internal reorganization, i.e. a mixing of men accompanied by a more or less considerable labor that these men, or others linked to them, carry out upon inanimate objects. Moreover, this action is inseparable, for those in the groups who are its beneficiaries, from its practical results. Through the bodies that are constituted and the contacts that are multiplied, the subgroups, in one comprehensive view, grasp their leader's concern and the progress of their integration. Besides, in this reorganizing activity they are never inert objects, praxis assumes and requires their participation, the new links and new means of transport are also their instruments when they themselves have to take the initiative in communicating. Furthermore, they are furnished by the reorganization itself with new functions, or else their functions present novel features, which means that they interiorize the change and re-exteriorize it as a complex system of powers and obligations. Everything, in short, is action. The global praxis, by the leader's decision, engenders a global reorganization. This undertaking is diversified at the level of the local subgroups. They become aware of it precisely in so far as they discover themselves in their new status as its products, and they accept responsibility for it, while transcending it towards more or less fresh objectives. From this point of view, the very discovery by Group A of a Group B which seems to exercise the same functions immediately presents itself, and within the framework of a global enrichment of powers and knowledge, as a positive gain. The multiplication of links is marked by a detailed new awareness of a group that each subgroup used to grasp globally and in a fairly rough and ready manner. The totality on the way to totalization arrives for each and through each at the moment of differentiation. And this objective differentiation is not an object of contemplation, but a practical process on the way to realization. Yet counterfinality is already given. Before the two subgroups were brought into contact, their respective utility could not be denied. Afterwards, it becomes necessary for one of them to be reabsorbed, or for it to be liquidated, or for third parties to fuse them together. It may happen, moreover, that the fusion is decided at the level of the two organisms and by simple agreement. This means that the former exigencies of action have not determined in each of them a local particularism. But if this fusion by spontaneous agreement seems impossible to them, if their particular reality, under the influence of the development of the global praxis and their activities within their restricted practical field, has been posited for itself in its particularity, then counterfinality is undeniable. The function of each subgroup, as untranscendable and determined inertia, finds itself abruptly produced as supernumerary by the abrupt appearance of the same function elsewhere and as other. And this appearance is itself produced by the development of links, inasmuch as it is not just praxis but also process, e.g. inasmuch as it is this inanimate ensemble that is established through praxis, and that in it, at first invisibly, serves as a mediation between the two subgroups. What has occurred, in fact, albeit the result of an action that we can assume here to be as conscious and long-sighted as possible, is already, as synthetic unity of the inert, a negative reversal of that action. The road, for example, appears at once as the result of a labor and as the prop of real actions. But for this very reason, it is also an inert determination of the field of possibles for each common individual of the group, i.e. for those very ones who do not belong to the subgroups under consideration. Thus each of these common individuals finds himself, from a certain moment on, defined in himself, alongside all his other characteristics, by the inert material possibility of going from such and such a place to such and such another. If, as our hypothesis has it, transport is swift and cheap, if the reasons to undertake these trips are multiple, the disutility of the movements becomes next to nil. In that case, the road, through all praxis and common actions as well as through a proliferation of private activities, is constituted by itself, and for any member of the groups, as an inert intermination of his relations with subgroups A and B. This intermination enters in the guise of a possible into the framework of the passive being he has given himself by pledge. And in relation to the two subgroups, perhaps also, moreover, for the individuals, this intermination, which constitutes them as relatively indeterminate, can be nothing other than a revenge of the practico-inert and a new form of exteriority at the heart of the deepest interiority. Nevertheless, this intermination, as inert possibility of a non-transcendable fate, cannot by itself be considered as a contradiction. Through worked matter, the relations between the two subgroups and their members should instead be revealed as the foundation of an infinite seriality. This is what happens, moreover, in looser, barely serialized groups, when one or other of two institutions is superfluous and they are maintained without conflict, by tradition, i.e. by the force of inertia represented by the past. There is no struggle, with items of business going indiscriminately here or there, or else each subgroup referring them to the other. Eventually, everything is engulfed in the circularity of impotence and each of the two organs becomes other and is no longer anything but the other of the other. By contrast, in a fully active group, fully alive, where fraternity terror is the deep bond between all its members, suddenly bringing the two organisms into contact causes intermination to appear as a negative action. In fact, this intermination, which will appear later and to third parties as an objective structure, is itself produced in acts. for each non-organized member the possibility of addressing themselves equally well to subgroup A or to subgroup B is realized practically. It does not constitute the object of a contemplative learning, but the individual will quite simply address himself to one or other according to his convenience, and one or other will welcome him and study his request, suggestion, or complaint, viewing the matter as really belonging to his competency. But it is precisely the positive ensemble of these acts, X addresses himself to subgroup A, which takes the matter in hand. In short, it is the normal course of practice which, suddenly, appears to subgroup B as a threat to its very existence, i.e. to its function and its right to exercise it. We grasp here, in real life, the constitution of a praxis as a process. Since the two groups exist, the action of one is constituted in spite of itself as a violation of the rights of the other, and this constitution, as a real relation to the other, overflows the action itself and is not at first revealed to the agents. No more, moreover, than to the members of the injured subgroup. In the imperious movement of common action and in the perspective defined by this action, from the standpoint of its particular and its overall objectives and of its immediate and its long-term aims, the group, through all its common individuals, produces itself for itself as pure activity and discovers material circumstances only inasmuch as its action transcends or modifies them. In this assertion of praxis by itself, constituted reason is grasped as constituent reason, practice seeks to be practice and translucidity right through. The negative by default then appears as plenary and destructive activity. A piece of clumsiness or even an accident for which nobody is responsible appears as sabotage or as an assassination attempt. At a certain level of emergency, in the climate of fraternity terror, any opposition, as Merleau-Ponty has said, is treason. 14 And this is not, as is too often thought, due just to the historical circumstances that define the situation. These circumstances, on the contrary, acquire their effectiveness only within the framework of the following dialectical law: in a group in the midst of action, each common individual is objectively produced as radically active, and everything he produces is necessarily interpreted in terms of action. By this I do not at all mean that the truth of opposition is treason, quite the contrary, just that, in the movement of practice, treason is its lived reality. This is due to the fact that, as we have just seen, the inner counter-finalities engendered by praxis never manifest themselves, and praxis, at whatever level, is produced as the coordination of local and particular actions, just as each of these never encounters the practico inert, except in so far as other actions produce it in them and hide it. Thus the action of an organism is immediately revealed to the rival organism as hostile praxis. Its goal is to strip the latter on behalf of the former. But at once the antagonism intensifies. Each subgroup, in effect, pursues the common aims of the group and, as a specific formation made up of common individuals, incarnates the entire group, as the part incarnates the whole. This means, in particular, that it produces for its own part and demands unity, i.e. maximum integration of the group, inasmuch as common action has to realize it in the name of the objective to be attained. It itself is that totalizing unity, in the sense, precisely, in which common action is the very substance of its action, and it demands it of all the other subgroups, inasmuch as systems of mediations and compensations, weights and counterweights, have transformed, from the outset or little by little, their possible conflicts into a real equilibrium. In this sense these contained oppositions do not trouble any subgroup, in so far as each, by virtue of its functional and practical singularization, realizes in itself the totality, but in a specific form and through a particular action, i.e. a particular determination of the total action. Unity as meaning of the antagonistic relation. But when we grasp two groups which live the common intermination of their functions in the astringent milieu of totalizing unity and in the practical perspective of that unity, each of them, as an incarnation and as a particular production of the practical unity, is brought into contact with another which claims to produce the same unity. And, to be sure, the common praxis presents itself as being everywhere the same, here and now. In an organized group, however, this means that each specialized activity is integrated into the total unity, inasmuch as the specialization is a necessary differentiation of the totalizing action. The common individual and the subgroup, as common, are the whole, and on this plane of the immediate, recognition of one by the other, of one lot by the other lot, is spontaneous, you're me. This is what occurs, for example, when certain isolated members of the group recognize one another in the thick of an indifferent or hostile crowd. In concrete and organized action, however, mediation is necessary, and only differentiation of functions allows the group's fundamental unity to subsist in each person as the relation of the part to the whole. From the moment that this differentiation no longer exists, as soon as two parts, otherwise distinct, are objectively the same in their specific relationship to the whole in the course of totalization, in a context where each of them duplicates the other, the same objectively occurs as the other. It is in effect the same, not inasmuch as it is integrated into the same unity, but inasmuch as it is similar or even identical. The simultaneous existence of two subgroups finding themselves provided by history with the same attributions, when just one of them should be enough to assume these, puts the practical unity in danger by the introduction of a dualism of identity. The subgroups are really and numerically two, i.e. they can be counted, since their relationship of immanence is, at least partially, transformed into a relationship of exteriority. For resemblance and identity are factors that are revealed to positivist analysis. At the limit of the serial and the masses, we have found the proliferation of identical particles as a factor and a product of the reification of human relations. Thus intermination is a danger of internal rupture at the heart of totalization, even, and above all, if it appears as the historical product of that totalization itself. And this identity immediately appears as a threat. The identical is the other, in a milieu where there are no others. But it is a particularly hateful and dangerous other. Each subgroup, inasmuch as it is identical to another, discovers this other as its own reality become alien praxis. And the practical existence of that other is a danger not just for the identical and opposed subgroup, inasmuch as identity contests the uniqueness of its relation to the totality in the course of totalization, but also for the totalization of envelopment, i.e. for the whole group, its efficacy and its aims. Thus the moment must be suppressed for the sake of the ensemble. And in so far as a particular subgroup seeks the death of the other, it really seeks it for the sake of the ensemble, although it is also impelled to do so by a need, a passion, or an interest of its own. In the political struggles inside a party, which can be terrible and even bloody, it would be fruitless to try to distinguish the ambition of certain milieux, of certain factions or certain men, from their assessment of the party's policy. The error of bourgeois psychologism has been to separate in every case ambition from program. It is true that the very conditions of bourgeois parliamentarism produce men who justify such a separation. Their careerism is empty, they grasp at any program. In periods when the pressure of history is heightened and struggles intensify, the ambitious individual is not a psychological and abstract type. He is, for example, a politician who identifies himself with a certain program and battles relentlessly for the realization of that program, on the assumption, however, that the political directives in question will be realized by him. Success will thus be his objectification. But this objectification will, at the same time, be the new and totalizing orientation of the party's praxis. It would be absurd to ascribe to Stalin the will to rule. It would be wholly idealist to see in him the mere incarnation of the historical process. The truth is that the historical process is made by Stalin's iron will, and that this will is preferred only and solely to the extent that it prefers to everything an objective program, methods, a praxis, presuppositions, a way of posing and resolving concrete questions. To that extent, and since certain material conditions realize Stalin's adaptation to his role as dictator, the historical process sustains and carries the man who makes it. Thus opponents become traitors. Danger is discovered and reinteriorized as hatred, at two levels of sacredness. First, inasmuch as the bond between the part and the whole is the function of the subgroup, i.e. a juridical power recognized by all common individuals. Secondly, inasmuch as this identity constitutes in itself an internal fracture of totalization as a sacred aim of the common individual and his sworn faith. And this danger, as we have seen, does not appear, or at least not initially, as a counter-finality produced by the evolution of common action, but rather in its twofold and sacred form as the result of a negative activity. It is the subgroup that manifests itself as other, i.e. as other than all the members of the group and all the subgroups, inasmuch as it is produced by a deliberate praxis as other than some particular subgroup. The question of fundamental treason is immediately posed. This usurpation of functions is necessarily a maneuver to break unity. And it is true objectively that the claim, of each of the two organisms, upon the competency of the other occurs through actions. In the same way, it is true that this claim is manifested as a rupture of unity, precisely inasmuch as it introduces into it a reciprocity of antagonism, i.e. a plurality of epicontres. But it must also be seen, and this is perhaps the essential thing, that each of the epicontres enters into conflict with the other in the name of unity. For since it exposes the other's action for setting the destruction of that unity as its objective, it seeks to liquidate the enemy group in order to reconstitute that broken and threatened unity. In the chosen example, each of the two wishes to suppress the disastrous intermination that makes every common individual into a member of two equivalent organisms, one of which is supernumerary. That intermination, by itself, disintegrates every common individual. It creates in him a possibility of choice, which frees him from the unitary harshness of the organization and allows him, if need be, to use conflicts between the two rival organs to play his own game against the group. In other cases, it expresses itself merely by a hesitation that impairs behavior, but this hesitation itself marks the objective dissolution of the common individual who, in the exercise of his functions, finds himself paralyzed by his dual dependence. Thus all the moments of the conflict, all the tactics used by the two adversaries, are defined by a sole, identical objective, to re-establish the compromised unity, but each attempts to re-establish it to his own advantage. From this point of view, it matters little whether subgroup A or subgroup B was initially responsible. Or rather, the first wrongs, the first skirmishes, as anecdotal origin of the conflict, have an importance for comprehension of the group and its practical movement. The anecdote is in effect the incarnation, in its very contingency, of the global moment of praxis. But so far as the conflict itself is concerned, the true origin necessarily lies in each of the opposed subgroups, since each by its mere practical existence assumes and transcends the practico-inert intermination, organizes it in the formal non-transcendability of the framework of pledged inertia, and cannot avoid producing it in the name of the group as a demand for unity. It is here that we can grasp the real bond between the conflict and the contradiction within the group. Each of the opposed subgroups, in fact, is really produced as an incarnation of the group, and each truly does incarnate it. For the simple fact of their being placed in an antagonistic relationship, while limiting each to the surface as a relatively undetermined mode of the totalizing action, actualizes in depth its relation to the ongoing totalization, it is its deep reality and its reason, precisely in so far as it is its objectification in the internal milieu of the organized group. Within each subgroup, it is the group that is fighting to preserve or regain its unity. In truth, moreover, it is really the group that opposes itself. The two epicontres are, in fact, each the center of this totalization whose center is everywhere. And, of course, it is not a question of idealizing the contradiction, or of resorting to a hyper-organism. These organs are the incarnation of the whole, inasmuch as they are produced as such, and it would be only metaphorically that one might say that the whole is produced in them. The totalization is incarnated in and through their particular activity and in their antagonistic practices. But if it is true that they produce it, and that, once again, it is men grouped in a partial organization who are the concrete origin of the whole conflict, it is also true that they are, as common and pledged individuals, determined in such a way, at the innermost core of their freedom and through it, that they necessarily produce their free claim. Ontologically, the pledge has produced the group in each and through each. Practically, in the evolution of common action, each subgroup defines itself as the incarnation of the group by itself. In fact, inasmuch as it is a question of an ensemble of common individuals exercising functions, the antagonism, the claim, and the intimate grasping of the group in totalization come to each ensemble through the other, at the same time as each produces them actively against the other. Right is disclosed when it is contested. In this very conflict, through each subgroup, the group tends to reinforce its unity by violence, and fraternity terror is actualized. Unity, called into question, becomes the most immediate internal requirement. But this very tendency, because it occurs in a dissociation of epic entrées, places the group's very existence, i.e. its unity, in the greatest danger. Yet there will not be two unities. Each subgroup, in fact, in its struggle against the other refers not just to the same objectives, the same praxis, the same traditions and the same common experience, but also to the same organisms, the same hierarchy, the same global ensemble of functions and the same personnel. Each struggles within the framework of the rules and practices governing internal transformations of the group. Each appeals to the same superiors, the same inferiors, the same organs of sovereignty and the same internal opinion. In this way, each accepts, and reinforces by this acceptance, all incarnations except one. Conversely, at least in a first moment of the conflict, the whole group, in all its forms and through all its incarnations, recognizes the being in the group of each of the warring subgroups. For the third party, as a common individual, the conflict is at first manifested as simple appearance. The reciprocal negation appears as objective nothingness. It is, for example, a misunderstanding. It will be enough to reflect, to explain. In this very way, the practice of each organ and of all the common individuals unifies the adversaries by differentiating them. Each of the two incarnates the totalization in its own way, and the ensemble of the two must be capable of being totalized. Thus the conflict would not even be possible if unity did not rise up against itself. Far from the struggle, when it appears, being in itself a rupture of unity, it is unity that makes it possible. Not only does this unity represent the intimate bond between each side and the group, it also constitutes the meaning of the antagonistic relation itself. And the violence of the duality is just the unremitting effort to restore unity. The practical attitude of all, moreover, first constitutes the struggle of unity against itself as a calm synthetic becoming, whose negative aspect is merely a superficial appearance. In fact, this intermination that is realized by conflict is actually a unitary achievement of the group itself. It can be defined in the objective, as the permanent readaptation of institutions lagging behind the development of praxis. And it is actually a difficulty that, even if it must remain local, characterizes the whole group, as a moment of its development and as an exigency of the totalizing activity towards itself. Nothing prevents one calling this contrast a contradiction, since it precisely presents itself as a synthetic and internal determination that only the synthetic unity of a praxis can produce in itself. For what it is, in short, is a repercussion of work materiality, inasmuch as the latter inscribes its determinations in the framework of pledged inertia. But for it really to involve a contradiction in the dialectical sense of the term, rather than just an inert adversity to be transformed, it would have to become motive power, and this is what happens when the practical organs realize it in conflict. The contradiction, as we can see, is ontologically ambiguous in each of its terms. In each, it is objective as inertia and real as praxis. Or, if you like, it is a praxis that produces contradiction while thinking to suppress it, but in practice manifests itself only as conflict. In fact, on the basis of the practico-inert determinations being resumed as antagonism through pledged passivity, the entire unity of the group is called into question by the struggle of its incarnations. It is this practical calling into question, moreover, that produces the living intelligibility of the contradictory, it is unity that engenders the duality of the epic entrées, it is unity that, in them and in all, is produced as the absolute exigency of transcending the duality, it is unity, finally, that is incarnated in each epic entrée as liquidatory violence. But if the contradiction appears as a complex reality, one of whose faces is the praxis of struggle and the other the inert exigency of the moment, this, as you will have understood, is because the group's unity is never, in fact, anything other than its permanent practice of reunification. In this perpetual movement, whose motor is the common action, the least hysteresis, the least difference of phase, the most insignificant lack of adaptation, are necessarily produced as practical impulsions. On that basis, the divergence of the solutions proposed, which reflects the diversity of incarnations, produces itself as a contested unification. When the organs of mediation are effective and the choice of a solution is relatively simple, the contradiction remains masked and implicit, because the conflict has not manifested itself. So unification, in such circumstances, seems to have liquidated the divergences without calling itself into question. It is thus, if you like to use the metaphor, the practical substance that produces and liquidates momentary oppositions. In reality, however, we must understand that it has implicitly involved itself, just as much as in the case of conflicts, but the situation has allowed a crisis to be avoided. Conversely, moreover, conflicts are intelligible in an organized group because they are produced as a moment of reunification, the one in which material difficulties are of such seriousness they can be resolved only by the liquidation of certain groups incarnating their different aspects. In cases where the third party's mediation is possible, in fact, this mediation can succeed only as a real synthesis of the opposed viewpoints. In other words, the mediated subgroups, by their situation inside the group, produce themselves as a totalization of the problem but, at the same time, as its singularization. Or, if you prefer, they actualize the problem in the perspective of a singular solution and in that very way accentuate their singularity. The antagonism is then perfectly intelligible, because it expresses the impossibility for this concrete problem to realize all its exigencies through a single incarnation, i.e. according to a single practical perspective. Thus the problem is realized by antagonisms as a multiplicity of perspectives and imperatives, not through the magic of some dogmatic idealism, but quite simply because it has its origin in inert materiality as a mediation between several groups and, consequently, must be produced by the action of these groups as a multiplicity of antagonisms, before being bent back into a synthesis that transcends and conserves everything. In this case, the present antagonisms are comprehensible in the perspective of a concrete solution that suppresses them as it organizes them, i.e. in the movement of present and past unity being transcended towards a future unity. Solution, as invention, reconciliation and comprehension are one and the same thing, the partial appears as such through the totalization that it provokes, and that is projected through it. The antagonism then appears for what it is. In a certain way it is nothing, since totalization makes it disappear in aid of a tighter organization. In another way, it is the only means of realizing the unfurling of perspectives, for each one, it is a way of being produced in the practical movement of a group that posits itself for itself through it. But to posit itself, here, is to determine itself, i.e. to negate. Thus the incarnation of a perspective is at once, for the ongoing unity, the greatest risk of being riven and, simultaneously, what will reveal itself as pure nothingness from the viewpoint of the realized mediation. The meaning of the conflict disappears then, since the compartmentalizations are broken in aid of the unified synthesis, people no longer understand, literally, why they were fighting. This means that, from the standpoint of future plenitude, totalization will appear never to have been brought into play other than by unthinkable limits, by absolute positions that were merely unfulfillment. Later, the historian reconstituting the truth will understand that these absolute positions were not the mere, empty negativity that revealed itself as their reality after mediation, but the necessity, in a totally practical totalization, that everything, including the negations themselves, should realize itself through praxis, i.e. here through struggle. It is never the actual difference that posits itself for itself in its negative determinations. It is the subgroup that posits it by positing itself, and this very act of positing is indistinguishable from the first blows it strikes at its adversary. Thus mediation seems simply to negate an inconsistent negation, to explode limits. In fact, this Hegelian conception could have a meaning only if the dialectic were a transcendent reality, a suprahuman development. To mediate is not just to fuse the multiple aspects of the problem into a synthetic unity, i.e. find the solution to it. It is to have this solution accepted by two groups which, assuming responsibility for the differences, have eventually produced themselves in their originality by these very differences, inasmuch as they maneuver to suppress contrary perspectives. Contradiction is born in this way. It is necessary for thesis and antithesis, in fact, to be the twofold practical perspective that two ensembles adopt towards one another. The substance of contradiction is practical reciprocity, i.e. the invention of destructive tactics which in each are the actualization of the contradictory. This is why the limits separating one partial aspect from another are simultaneously inconsistent negations, from the viewpoint of the mediation already accomplished, and the sole human reality of the contradictory, i.e. its practical existence, by men and for them. From the point of view of the new unity, in fact, it seems that the divergences have engendered the conflict. But in fact, as we have seen, the divergence is immediately practical and it is actually conflict which determines it as contradiction, by communicating all human violence to it. Similarly, mediation, in the more or less protracted struggle to which it has just put an end, sees only a muddled series of maneuvers and counter-maneuvers, whose sole result was to harden positions and make conciliation more difficult by the day. But we now know that the most insignificant moments of the battle, so far as both adversaries are concerned, are an incarnation of the entire struggle and a practical actualization, in this very present, of the contradiction in its development. No matter. It is significant that past struggles should present themselves as a superficial disturbance of the unity of unification, i.e. that unity should appear the substance, and disunity the contingency that can occur only supported by the substance. For there have never been two unities, just two ways of realizing the same unification, each positing itself as the exclusion of the other. Everything thus takes place, through the real unwinding of particular actions, produced by individuals and the groups constituted by them, as though unity itself were unfolding its own difficulties and sharpening them into contradictions, the better to specify them and finally break their limits. For what must not be forgotten is that unity is practical, it is perpetually maintained and tightened by, and for, global action. If we had to accept it as a substantial reality, it would be impossible to understand it splitting and opposing itself. But if it is, in fact, the common project in each person, here and everywhere in the group, then we understand that this project is precisely the same in the subgroups obliged by the total development of praxis to produce themselves as adversaries, and that it constitutes the motive and signification of the conflict. These considerations authorize no idealist optimism. Nothing proves that mediation must always take place. Quite the contrary, it presents itself as a particular case of praxis, and we have envisaged it only the better to show the movement of totalization at the very heart of the conflict. But it often happens that one of the subgroups liquidates the other. It goes without saying that everything depends on the circumstances and the structures. If the conflict occurs on one of the lower echelons of a very strongly hierarchized group, mediation is all the more likely in that it is often a recognized function of certain organs of the upper echelons. Which does not mean that this mediation is necessarily a synthetic transcendence of the opposing perspectives. The arbiter may be prejudiced in favor of one of the adversaries. His concern for unity may induce him to do violence to both sides, without taking account of the partial truth which each represents. He may, inasmuch as his work has produced him and provided him with certain instruments of action and thought, not be capable of comprehending the problem, may at once invent a false transcendence. For he has to worry less about the singular details of the conflict than about the objective exigency that is manifested through him, as an exigency of the totalizing action itself at this stage of development. For example, he has to grasp, as fundamental unity of the struggle, the practical obligation to adapt these organs to the new tasks that praxis throws up. When mediation is imperfect, the objective problem of internal reorganization subsists in its original form or in another, the struggle continues between the groups that started it, or else it is displaced and shifts to another sector, or again it widens and involves the entire group. All this in no way prevents the practical development from remaining intelligible. The comprehension of action obviously implies that of its failure, the latter, in other words, presents itself as a comprehensible limit of comprehension, insofar as this is defined as the project revealing itself on the basis of its objectives and through action. There is a signification of every failure and each one incarnates, in the group, the very difficulties of totalization. In the same way, if mediation does not occur and the two subgroups remain confronting each other alone, either for lack of mediatory organisms or because, ultimately, the struggle through them pits one part of the group against all the rest, intelligibility does not therefore disappear. At first, in fact, absence of mediation is a real factor only if mediation is possible but refused. If the structures of the group do not include this possibility, the movement of comprehension must, disregarding a non-being of exteriority, comprehend the real movement that engenders a non-mediated conflict. This means that the objective exigency will be grasped, via the adversary's actions, as demanding this struggle in a group defined by these structures. And as these structures and this exigency are produced at different moments of the totalizing praxis, the comprehension of this struggle is identified with that of the global praxis as an ongoing temporalization. On the other hand, in this struggle which for want of arbitration risks becoming a struggle to the death, it would be tempting to believe that we shall find nothing resembling the intelligibility of mediation as a praxis of dialectical reunification by invention of the solution to the problems. But that is only partially correct. To be sure, it may happen, in specific circumstances, that the conflict ends in a schism. The breakup of a group obviously cannot pass for a positive solution of its contradictions. On the contrary, it manifests the non-transcendability of the positions taken up. But we must first understand that every unification, by the movement that dissociates it within the group, really places itself in danger. The opposition between subgroups is actually the only way in which the group can actualize the practico-inert risks of breakup determined at every moment by action. In other words, that opposition is reunification itself, inasmuch as circumstances oblige it to split within the totalization. In that case, it is easy to understand that the schism is determined at once by the problem itself, by the impossibility, recognized in practice, of liquidating either one of the adversaries, and by what we shall call the fragility of the group. This fragility has come to it through action. It has been slowly determined by the internal action of counterfinalities. It ends up qualifying the praxis that maintains and aggravates it while transcending it. The slowness and insecurity of communications between Rome and Byzantium, the geopolitical and social necessity for those two religious centers to live two separate historical destinies, the very clear-cut differences that pitted Eastern against Western Christians, all these were factors of breakup within Christianity. But these factors themselves had been at least partially engendered by the Church's praxis. The construction of Byzantium was a religious act, which until the schism never ceased to intensify its counterfinalities. Evangelization of the East and barbarian conversions accentuated the heterogeneity of the milieu and, through a quite normal backlash, the new faithful transformed the faith. But if one seeks to understand how the praxis of the Church militant progressively defined itself, starting from its origins, by transcendence and utilization of situations that it was producing, one will gradually see fragility being engendered as an objective structure, changing into fissure, being resolved as breakup, all that, of course, in particular acts and through them. At once, schism appeared as a solution. That which, for a third party, took place as a breakup was produced by each religious community as an amputation. Each recovered its unity purified by the expulsion of the other. Each defined itself as perpetuating the unity of the original church. And, indeed, each lived and realized this dissociation as a reunification. From the standpoint of each group, the praxis was not fundamentally different from the exclusion through which a community recovers its integrity by expelling unassimilable elements. But the difference is apparent to a third party, because this time the exclusion was reciprocal. Henceforward, the problem of intelligibility is transformed. It is no longer a question of showing that duality in unity is intelligible, since there are precisely two distinct unities. It is still necessary to understand the process that transformed the split unity into two separate wholes, i.e. the final passage from struggle to separation. But insofar as praxis actualized inert objectivity, the intelligibility of the rupture remains whole. The twofold decision, as the final moment of totalization, actualized this last state of internal objectivity. Between the subgroups in conflict, the practico-inert had become the sole real mediation. In other words, it is never the struggle that directly produces the rift, as it remains a unificatory movement to the end. Quite the contrary, it is the meaninglessness of the struggle, and the impossibility of effectively pursuing it and winning, that are actualized and transcended by the rupture. So we find here the moment of the anti-dialectic, alienation of the fighters by the counter-finalities secreted by the fight as failure of the antagonistic dialectic, and the transcendence of this negation by the rupture that actualizes it, i.e. causes it to pass into the world of human praxis as aufgehoben. The anti-dialectic as mediation by the practico-inert is incorporated by the dialectical movement of decision, which transforms this non-human mediation into two human refusals of any mediation. Does the victory of one subgroup over another always have a meaning? On the other hand, when one group gains victory by liquidating the other, one cannot avoid posing the question of transcendence. For it is above all a synthetic reunification of the split unity. And this victory, in the temporalization of the struggle within the group, places itself beyond the actual conflict, as its term and its solution. Indeed, the risk of breakup, for all that the conflict may re-emerge for other reasons and between other organs, is, so far as this specific event is concerned, totally annihilated. In this way the irreversibility of temporalization is highlighted. This afterwards is constituted as the diachronic totalization of all the synthetically linked beforce that culminate in it. For the victorious subgroup is itself produced by its victory as other than it was. Its importance within the group has grown steadily, its victory has determined new attitudes towards it on the part of all the other subgroups and all the common individuals. In other words, its reality for the other, the new obligations created by its new situation, the ensemble of communications that have been established, the internal currents, the tensions, everything in short, right up to the modifications introduced by the very fact of its victory into the structures of common action, everything designates it as the distinctive product of its victory. It has to interiorize it as a new inner tension, i.e. as a redistribution of forces in its internal force field, in order to re-exteriorize it as the practice that its new status demands. In short, in a certain manner it envelopes within itself the subgroup it has just destroyed. At first, in fact, in the event of destruction aimed at the organ without affecting the individuals, it may perhaps incorporate part of the members of the liquidated organization. But above all it necessarily inherits, whether the liquidation concerned the subgroup as such, or was accompanied by an extermination, attributions of the vanished organism, and must fulfill the functions the latter used to fulfill. So it will aggregate its own offices with those of the defeated body, and this aggregation cannot be maintained for a moment without a synthetic reworking of all offices in relation to one another. By this very means the victor acquires a growing complexity, since ultimately it is given notice, by the exigency of common praxis, to absorb and represent the dissolved community within a new unity. In certain countries, the Communist Party, or some other authoritarian and centralized left-wing party, has eliminated the formations of the far left, along with the democratic parties that used to constitute the right of the left. All these parties used to govern together and, despite their differences, praxis united them. When a series of contradictions induced the strongest to liquidate the rest, remaining alone it found itself compelled to become at once its own right and its own left. Or, if you prefer, praxis itself generated within it a sectarian leftism, a right opportunism and a central and centralized mediation, whose function finally revealed itself in all its complexity. For it was necessary to reconcile the extremes, to exploit their divergences, to utilize one or other of them when praxis required a change of personnel, without ever allowing a success to benefit one wing at the expense of the other, in short, to discover the situation, the problems, and the objective exigencies with the help of the practical knowledge of both, in order to realize all perspectives before uniting them in the same transcendence. This centralized, authoritarian party, refusing conflicts, interiorized the opposition while submitting it to the iron rules of unity. It interiorized it in order to make use of it, insofar as, by liquidating the other parties, more harmful than useful to praxis, it had to fill the void created by a controlled differentiation. One must not imagine a concerted operation. But, for example, when the right of the left existed, in every circumstance it used to adopt a position that became rightest for the opportunists of the Communist Party. The latter would be reassured, despite themselves, because this position, restraining, or more flexible, or simply dictated by the interests of broader layers of the population, was actually adopted, and its actualization obliged the Communist Party to declare itself in relation to it. But at once this hesitant or timid position was being realized in and by a political group alien to the party, and in relation to which they defined themselves negatively. They had no need themselves to produce that particular political motion, since the right was taking care of it and the Communist Party would take it into account, in order to preserve the union of the popular parties. So they would not recognize it as their initiative, and, indeed, it was not theirs. Their opportunism, cut off from them and negated, would be developed in and through another subgroup, partly fellow-traveling, partly hostile. As for them, therefore, they could integrate themselves strongly into the party, their party, and manifest, on the contrary, the common intransigence. The void on the right, which they had contributed to producing in the undifferentiated unity of a battle or a coup d'état, abruptly qualified them. With nobody any longer putting forward opportunist motions, they became the opportunists they were. The adversary ally had formerly incarnated their apprehensions about the rapid pace, for example, of collectivization in the countryside. Once he disappeared, that apprehension which had formerly been theirs as other became their own apprehension. Through them, the Social Democratic Party reappeared in a form obviously more integrated and without real contours distinguishing it from the rest, inside the Communist Party. Of course, such interiorization is at the same time a denaturing. It is in the name of the party's aims that opportunism will be produced in particular attitudes and propositions. This production, though, has been effected through liquidation of the adversary and as interiorization of an absence. It may be argued that the circumstances of their personal history, and above all, as we have seen, their functions in the party and their history as common individuals, had already determined them as opportunists. But it can equally well be argued that without the Communist Party victory this opportunism would not have had the opportunity to manifest itself in practice. Which means, in reality, that it would not have been, even as hexus. For each member of the party would have remained subject to a certain pressure internal to the latter, and itself conditioned by the presence of the allied groups. However, if it is certain that the victorious subgroup transcends itself by transcending the defeated one, whose tasks and functions it assumes in a new unity, the liquidation of one of the terms of the split unity by the other can be considered in itself as a transcendence only if, through it, the praxis of the whole group is transcended towards a moment of tighter integration, more advanced differentiation and greater effectiveness in relation to its main objectives. Everything comes back to wondering whether victory always has a meaning, i.e. if it always expresses a progress, from the standpoint of common action. Perhaps one might be tempted to reply that this depends on situations and circumstances, and doubtless one would not be wholly wrong. Yet the problem of intelligibility must be envisaged in an a priori critical investigation, in this case as in all others. And that means, here, that it is necessary to determine the limits within which the varied possibilities resulting from victory must be kept, if they are to be intelligible. There are two attitudes that must be rejected equally, because both rest upon dogmatic presuppositions, optimism and pessimism. Pessimism, in the case that concerns us, is less the assertion of evil than a disorder which allows evil to triumph more often than good. Good must be understood as the steady progress of the undertaking, evil as its regression and involution. From this point of view, victory, depending on fortuitous circumstances, on accidents, is in itself accidental. Not only is it not, in itself, the deep meaning of the struggle, but we may conceive too that it probably has no signification. We must point out, however, that we are not yet considering the struggle in large ensembles presenting themselves as non-totalizable, but in the internal force field of the practical totalization called a group. It is already obvious that the intensity and violence of this struggle will be proportionate to the urgency of its tasks, the external dangers and its internal strength of integration. And the latter, in turn, expresses the determination of the common individuals and their pledge to carry the enterprise through. Victory, of course, as a final moment of temporalization, is singular. It appears as a unique and dated event manifesting its contingency rather than its necessity. But also, no one is crazy enough to expect it to appear with the abstract harshness, rigor, and translucidity of a logical consequence. The human event is at once contingent and necessary. Its facticity, product of the fundamental facticity of historical agents, can be defined as the necessity of its contingency. But inasmuch as it is actualized as the incarnation of a group in action, i.e. of an ongoing totalization, it manifests the contingency of its necessity, that it is necessary for its necessity to take the form of contingency, precisely in so far as this necessity is produced as a real determination of the concrete. Everything is new in this victory, but it cannot be produced without incarnating, as an internal and local temporalization, a certain moment of the ongoing totalization. The victor incarnates the group, precisely in so far as the victory is a triumph of unity over dissociation. Conversely, victory can fall only to the subgroup that incarnates the true movement of praxis to reabsorb its inner duality. If we imagine a clash between patrols during a war, it is perfectly conceivable, and has often happened, that the weaker and less well-armed unit will defeat an adversary superior in every respect, thanks to an element of surprise for which it is not even responsible. The chance of their respective routes has simply meant that it saw the other patrol before being spotted by it. In this case, the outcome is non-signifying. But that is because it involves two microorganisms which do not belong to the same ensemble, and whose clash can only be accidental. If the final victory of one army over another is envisaged, or of one group of nations over another, we shall see that the question is posed very differently. 16 But in any case, these two patrols are lost in the solitude of a no-man's land. From this standpoint, moreover, chance takes on a signification again. Such skirmishes are dubious in themselves and fundamentally, since the patrols are linked only by inert or practico-inert mediations. If one of them is destroyed by the hazards of war, the necessity of that destruction is located at a lower level. It is the objectification of a concerted project and its alienation in the practico-inert, inasmuch as the nature of the terrain places one of the patrols at the mercy of the other. On the other hand, when it is a matter of one subgroup struggling against another, the struggle is kept inside the group, and it is produced, of course, on the basis of counterfinalities and makes itself the free expression of practico-inert exigencies. But even were no organ of mediation to exist, even were no concerted mediation to be attempted or possible, it still precisely remains the case that struggle is itself a mediated activity. For it takes place in a human and practical milieu. All the other subgroups, inasmuch as they totalize, each in its own way, the development of the conflict within the perspective of their own objectives and the objectives of the group, all the common individuals, inasmuch as each of them is the group itself here and now, the totalized ensemble of these individuals and these groups, finally the group itself, inasmuch as it supports, encompasses, and penetrates each enemy group through the practical unity of the totalizing action, all these constituent and constituted dialectics form the moving field of the battle, the living density of the mediations. This simple oleograph, two military factions vying for command in a besieged city during the Italian wars, is all that is needed to show from the outset to what extent internal struggle is a function of common action. In fact, it is through the vicissitudes of the defense, growing pressure from the enemy, problems of supply, abortive sorties, attacks repulsed, that the struggle of the two factions unfolds, as a series of internal determinations inscribed transversally within every military operation and every event, in short, as a lateral temporalization which often remains hidden from the historian by the overall temporalization, or appears as a simple singularization of that common temporalization, i.e., as a certain secondary quality of singularity. If, on the other hand, one considers it in itself, the whole common event is present in it at every instant, as its fundamental structure, its meaning, its curvature and its intimate contexture, and is what decides on its tension. From this standpoint, the vicissitudes of the particular struggle are determined by the common event, via whose mediation a mistake on the part of the faction in power is produced as an objective superiority of the rival faction. For this very reason we encounter another mediation, since such superiority is objective only by virtue of the attitude of the soldiers defending the town and, to a variable extent, that of the civilians. All these men, in groups or masses, determine the superiority of the subgroup which has not gone wrong, inasmuch as they are themselves polarized by the struggle against the besieger. And the importance of that superiority, its objective force, depends upon the objective seriousness of the mistake and upon the urgency with which its real and possible consequences are lived by all, including the forces of order, i.e. the coercive bodies at the disposal of the faction in power. This practical attitude is the product of a twofold movement of interiorization and re-exteriorization, for each group or common individual, of the global event itself. If some attack has almost succeeded because a particular spot was left unprotected or caught off guard, the capture of the town, which suddenly became the immediate future, but was finally avoided, is precisely what is transformed into internal tension. It is discovered as an immediately possible, though at the last moment rejected, destiny, but one which may impose itself from one instant to the next. The rejection of that destiny, for each individual, is identical to his rejection of death for himself and all his fellow citizens. And the distrust, the anger at their leaders and the hope placed in the rival faction are budding actions, i.e. the practical inception of an internal reorganization. Via the mediation of all, the event determines the subgroups in struggle, favoring one and handicapping the other. This twofold determination is fundamental. In an organized group, in the absence of any arbitration and in cases where schism is impossible, the liquidatory subgroup imposes its unification on the other thanks to the support of the community, as a whole or in its majority. No bid for power is conceivable so long as the community as a whole backs the organisms that make it effective. Or else, if chance and the practico inert allow one faction to destroy the other, it will be destroyed in its turn and the community will restore the old forms. Within the group, action in its present reality, as a particular synthesis of positive and negative results, controls the struggle of the particular organs through each individual. Conversely, each faction fights against the other by seeking to win allies. It is not necessarily a matter of gaining the support of the totality of common individuals. But the fight for alliances reveals the actual structure of the group through the options manifested in it. For, by these options, the hierarchy of powers reproduces itself in practice and confirms itself. In certain cases, it will be enough to ensure the support of other subgroups directly above or below in the hierarchy. The totality of common individuals, grasped precisely outside of the organs that separate them and assemble them according to rules, may not count for anything. At other times, it alone decides. It is the ensemble of circumstances which decides, in the light of the future as destiny and possibility. For us, in any case, one thing counts and one alone: alliances will be forged on the basis of various conditions that must be simultaneously given. First, a certain homogeneity between functions and projects. It must be possible to reconcile the practical perspectives of each organ as such. Secondly, a real agreement between interests. We saw earlier what an interest is. Point 17 in a subgroup, it is its objective being in the internal field, inasmuch as it escapes it and is threatened by other subgroups and, at the very same time, constitutes itself as the objective possibility of increasing its action and incarnating the totalizing action more widely, more precisely, and more effectively. So what we have here is the victory of one faction over another, manifesting itself as a general reorganization carried out in a common perspective by an ensemble of united organs, and in this sense being produced as the reappearance of the reunified unity in the victorious subgroup, inasmuch as it directs the battle. In this sense, the liquidation of the defeated subgroup follows hard upon its disincarnation. Regrouping themselves around the organisms or common individuals strip the defeated subgroup, from without and from within, of its power likewise to incarnate the dissociated unity on the path to reunification. Before the last assaults, it is already no longer anything but a body alien to the group, which the community is obliged to digest or eliminate in order to achieve its reunification. The third condition is the emergency or, as we have seen, the exigencies of the ongoing action, its risks of ending in failure, etc. The bond that unites these conditions is naturally dialectical, and they all react upon one another in the synthetic unity of praxis. But the fundamental decision belongs to the common action, or rather, every other condition is like a threshold to be crossed, and the level of this threshold varies according to the common emergencies and common dangers. From this standpoint, the victory by liquidation is dialectically intelligible. For it is produced as the reunification of the dissociated unity, through the regrouping of organs and individuals according to new common perspectives, and under the interiorized pressure of the emergencies and dangers characterizing the development of the total praxis. To be sure, there are passive resistances related to the practico-inert. The impotence of certain organs, in institutionalized groups, corresponds to the strength and efficacy of the apparatuses of coercion controlled by the sovereign or the ruling subgroups. Traditions can separate, and often break, movements of reunification, etc. In all cases, however, it is a question of thresholds to be crossed, which common dangers can lower. The organs of coercion, by interiorizing a partial defeat of the community, can be turned back against the power they support. Traditions can be dissolved within the ongoing unification. Subgroups in fusion can be constituted, by the dissolution of subgroups organized and separated by the limits of their powers. And so on. Thus victory is a transcendence by diffuse mediation of the entire group. Via this mediation, one of the terms of the contradiction liquidates the other, but by this liquidation, and even in the event of its occurring as extermination, it absorbs it and itself becomes the synthesis that transcends at once the thesis and the antithesis. It is also necessary for this transcendence of itself and the other to be practical, i.e. to be realized through concerted maneuvers, operations, and a tactic. It is not enough for the oppositional faction to benefit passively from the advantage gained by the ruling faction's mistakes, it must exploit it. We are returned here to free praxis, to invention, to singular incarnation. Perhaps the actual history of this faction, the disagreements that paralyze it, the milieu where it has recruited its members, or simply the internal structure of the subgroup, perhaps all these factors, still others, or just one of them, are expressed by an ill-adapted practice, lagging behind events and perpetually ineffective, or even by negative results. but it must first be observed that the errors, failings and gaps of this praxis are precisely intelligible as negative determinations, insofar as this praxis is in fact praxis process, hence insofar as the internal composition of the subgroup, and its objective relations with all the other organs, constitute an inert objectivity encountered as the immanent limit of its practical transcendence. For there really are transcendence, invention, and illumination of the practical problem. But what is always striking after the event, in common praxis, is that it always presents itself as a free transcendence transcending material circumstances but going to a certain point and no further. From the situated viewpoint of the historian, in fact, even taking account of all that we do not know and the imperfections of our intellectual tools, it is often obvious that those responsible for an action could have undertaken it on rather different grounds, taken account of risks that they neglected, calculated the objective results of the action performed, and above all, thanks to that and to the choice of more effective means, carried it through to its distant completion, instead of halting on the way. In the actual conception of a plan there is a negative determination, an imperceptible limit that for us is confused with invention itself. But invention is precisely only another name for the dialectical transcendence of a given. And insofar as it is precisely this given that it transcends, i.e. the ensemble of social fields in a perspective that is actualized through the project, it remains qualified by the data that it synthesizes. Insofar as the end is a synthesis of the means, action is the synthetic unity of the given ensemble, inasmuch as it transcends the latter towards that end. But transcendence is nothing but transformation into concrete practice. Each operation is totalization and compression of all the given into a transcendent relationship of regulated transformation of the practical field. Thus the limits of transcendence are, on the one hand, the transcended data and, on the other, the transcendent structures of the practical field. You do not transcend any old thing towards any old thing, but precisely this towards that. Comprehension of the limits of action is always possible, since comprehension is nothing but praxis grasping itself on the basis of determined ends and limits that singularize it. In a room containing a damaged fan, to comprehend the action of the man who gets up to open the window despite the wind and rain means recalling, in the comprehensive project, the fact that the fan is out of order. Likewise, to comprehend a leader taking a certain decision, whereas the objective situation suggested another one, is to interiorize in the comprehensive project the fact that the absence of certain intellectual tools, or the presence of a certain hexis based on the initial pledge, must have restricted from within the range and wealth of options. It must also be remembered that there is no comprehension based on negations of exteriority. The absence of tools, a wholly external qualification, should simply prompt a reproduction of ideative and practical approaches on the basis of the tools actually used. But we can precisely grasp the signification of these, and of their availability to the agent, on the basis of the latter's history, inasmuch as this is grasped through that of the group, as a singular incarnation. Thus, to comprehend how the subgroup exploits the situation, and, for example, the advantages this offers it, is to comprehend an action in its two aspects, i.e. in what it has that is new and irreducible, and also in the determinations singularizing it. It must be added, moreover, that the determinations mark insuperable limits for the moment, but do not strictly decide the act. There are these frontiers, these habits, these means and these exigencies of the object. But, precisely in so far as action transcends its own limits and envelopes them, only to find them again as enveloped limits of their own transcendence, the practical option remains unpredictable, inasmuch as it is positive singularity and concrete novelty. This unpredictability is an actual datum of comprehension, precisely in so far as the latter, far from presenting itself as a present intuition, constitutes itself as an undertaking that is temporalized right up to the last moment of the praxis to be comprehended. In short, the common individual or the subgroup freely adopt as their own, and as free determinations of themselves, the inert structures that condition them. And if one wishes to grasp the ultimate meaning of these, one will be referred back to the whole group and its history, i.e. simultaneously to its practical temporalization and to the counter-finalities this has secreted in it. It is freely that this faction leader has deluded himself about the possibilities of his band. It is freely that he has neglected to exploit this or that advantage. But this mistaken assessment gathers into itself, incarnates and reproduces the subgroup as a whole, including even its fundamental relationship to the group that has produced it. This is what makes it comprehensible. In other words, and sticking to our example, it has really underestimated the advantage that the errors of the rival faction gave to its own faction. But insofar as this underestimation is a deep expression of the objective structures of the advantaged subgroup and its deep relationship with the group, it reveals the subgroup's destiny as it produces it, to be defeated, because it let the opportunity slip. But by letting it slip, the subgroup proclaimed itself defeated. It reproduced its original relationship with the group in the practical shape of hesitation, lack of self-confidence, respect for legality, timidity in the face of the sovereign faction, or quite simply incompetence. And thereby it revealed a certain truth of the struggle, namely, that the group which had produced it could be incarnated in it only as an incarnation defeated in advance, that the moment when the ensemble of common individuals turned away from the ruling faction, to place their hopes in the rival faction, could be only provisional. The ambiguity, the transitory difficulties, the complex problems that the oppositional faction had actualized in practice by its struggle designated it, from the outset, albeit invisibly, for defeat. It turned out, for example, that counter-finalities had decided a dissociation of unity that automatically pitted a solid organ, solidly supported and equipped with every tool, against a secondary subgroup, badly armed, whose internal unity itself was compromised by this abrupt promotion. The latter, not widely known, detached it from the other subgroups and made it incapable of really attracting the trust of all or winning serious allies. Or else it found itself so situated, between the totalized ensemble of common individuals and the ruling faction, that its very situation debarred it from opposition. The rulers imposed themselves as an incarnation, and any opponents, by revealing themselves as such, would have alarmed all their possible allies. The slightest declared resistance would have constituted them as factionalists, hence, would have turned the common individual away from them, in the name of the common praxis. The fact remains that later, in an uncertain battle, the group did turn for an instant towards them, but their fatal hesitation was a re-exteriorization of the mistrust the group had shown towards them, which they had interiorized as lack of confidence, inferiority complex, defeatist behavior, etc. Through them, the group's original mistrust contrasted with the current trust it displayed in them and disqualified it. In a certain way, however, through that underestimation the group reached a true estimation of its relationship with the subgroup. It would not follow it into action. First, because the attitude of the factionalists was not capable of swaying it. Secondly, because the trust it currently displayed towards them was merely negative. Only a fleeting mistrust had turned the group away from its real leaders. The first factor might appear like an outdated survival, exercising its breaking power. The group had changed, but the subgroup had kept its old determinations. And it is true that there was a lag here. But the second factor refers us back to the current correspondence between the group and the subgroup. In positive terms, it may be said that through their hesitations the factionalists realize the visible incarnation of the group's actually unshaken trust in its leaders. There remains, however, a slight gap between the diachronic and the synchronic, and it remains the case that this gap allows a phantom of intermination to subsist. The group turns to the factionalists because of their attitude yesterday or the day before, but the factionalists, disconcerted by the indifference it displayed towards them then, are not there to meet it. And although there is a perfect correspondence between their hesitations and the entirely temporary character of the group's trust, it may be wondered whether another faction, of a different caliber, would not have taken advantage of this rallying to their cause and, on certain conditions, transformed the temporary into something definitive. In other words, the group has diachronically made other factionalists impossible, but, although it has hardly changed, or the change is still superficial, in the present and synchronically it does not reproduce this impossibility in its full rigor. I confine myself here to signaling the gap. It represents, if you like, the opening of history. In any case, it does not suppress intelligibility, since it is itself the product of a dialectical temporalization. Only, the opening is secreted as inert objectivity, or if you prefer as dead possibility. 19. In short, it is the strongest, craftiest, and best armed which wins. It crushes its adversary because it invents the best maneuvers, because it is not fooled by the traps laid for it, because the losers fall regularly into the traps it prepares for them. But it is endowed with this strength and intelligence and skill via the mediation of the entire group, i.e. they express its mode of recruitment, its history, the evolution of its structures, and its fundamental relationship with all. And its victory is not a consequence of the past, required by the developments of common praxis, already inscribed in these developments, albeit invisible, it is an exigency of the future. We have shown that the struggle is intelligible. Basically, the fact is that unity is dissociated within a vaster unity, i.e. that of the totalization of envelopment. The intelligibility of the struggle appears as soon as it is deciphered on the basis of this totalization, and in the perspective of the common praxis. The totalizing unity is the permanent mediation between the two terms of the dissociated unity. On the basis of it, the conflict appears as sole possible solution to an inert problem engendered by the counter-finalities of praxis. At this level, the rift takes on a new meaning. It is the practical and human re-interiorization of the separation in exteriority produced by the practico-inert. This separation or negation of exteriority is realized in molecular solitude as a pure and simple absence of relationship between the terms. Against it, the struggle is produced as a negation of immanence, i.e. as a synthetic relation to two epicontres, and this negation of immanence resums the separation of exteriority in the form of a twofold reverse attempt at reunification. Contradiction appears here as the meaning of the conflict, i.e. as the human movement that transcends the risk of non-relation towards the practical relation of the rift. Hatred, will to murder, refusal of reconciliation, are born as the human interiorization of inert materiality, when this materiality makes itself invisibly into mediation in the milieu of fraternity terror. So the intelligibility of the struggle appears, when it is considered through its very transcendence, as the unfurling of the problem that mediation will refurl in the complex unity of a solution. And the complex signification of its episodes, of its sinuosities, of its reversals, is yielded up if one adopts the viewpoint of the group turning back, after reunification, to the history of this action in action and grasping itself as producing this dissociation within the unity of one totalization. In other words, the totalization of envelopment, i.e. the integration of all concrete individuals by praxis, has never ceased to be everywhere as its own cause and as its own mediation. Beneath the rift of antagonistic dissociation, we find not the infinite void but unity again, and human presence. The fissure between the enveloped incarnations allows the plenitude of the unity of immanence to appear as a totalizing and singular incarnation of all incarnations taken together. But this investigation of intelligibility should not make us, therefore, fall prey to optimism. It is true that victory comes to the victor via the mediation of the whole group, and that it incarnates a moment of the totalizing activity as praxis process. But this does not mean that it realizes a progress of the group towards its own objectives. A priori we can decide nothing. The circumstances of the praxis and its material conditions alone can tell us. For nothing proves that the liquidation of a subgroup does not express an involution of praxis. Perhaps it disappears not because it arouses mistrust, not because it is sacrificed in the name of unity, but amid general indifference, because the members of the group lose confidence in their common activity, unless an unforeseen and considerable complication of the conditions of praxis creates a more or less definitive, more or less deep, gap between the common means of the group and the exigencies of the practical field surrounding it. Then the conflict still springs, as in all other cases, from internal problems, but the struggle is conditioned by the fact that the group is dominated by the adversary, or overwhelmed by its own action. The choice it makes of one or the other subgroup, and the features of its implicit mediation, then express its bewilderment. The struggle and the victory remain perfectly intelligible, but they are the intelligible product of this bewilderment and will contribute to aggravating it. Perhaps, by this tacit choice, the group has passed judgment upon itself. Nothing proves, moreover, that each of the two organs in conflict represents a lucid and valid perspective, a partial but precise option. It is generally the contrary that occurs. The subgroups, when a practico-inert danger contrasts them as partial viewpoints, as a practical and dissociated unity, are already products of the group's history and their own history. The objective difficulties that they interiorize and re-exteriorize in conflict are deflected from their true meaning by the very structure of the subgroups, whether the struggle adds adventitious significations to them as it is realized or whether it takes place as an impoverishment of the problem. Thus the real, deep conflict can be expressed by abstract and scholastic oppositions. It can happen that people fight over myths and absurd opinions, or over the articles of a dogma. Naturally, this mythologization of the conflict's object cannot prevent it from being a deep reality, or from bringing us back through praxis to the level of need. Equally naturally, its scholastic and abstract character is itself intelligible, since it refers us both to the tools of knowledge and action produced by praxis itself and, equally, to the ensemble of contemporary structures and the historical conjuncture. Nevertheless, the intelligible fact that it expresses itself on an abstract terrain, through the clash of fetishized symbols, cannot be held as irrelevant to the nature and meaning of the conflict. To tell the truth, it cannot express itself otherwise. But this means that it can manifest itself only in an altered form, that it produces itself by producing the prison which encloses it, and that it partly loses its signification, in so far as the symbolic expression is posited for itself. As a result, every operation, in both groups, remains intelligible on the basis of the deep movement that engenders it, but becomes bogged down and goes astray, leading the entire conflict rather further astray. People could kill one another over the sex of angels, and that reflected a deep malaise of Byzantine society. But it is precisely one of the meanings of that malaise that people could kill one another, at Byzantium and at that moment of its history, over the sex of angels, i.e. that a theologian's dispute had to be burdened with all the real divisions sapping the city and the empire, or else contradictions be allowed to fester beneath that overstratified society. The polarization of practical forces by symbols must necessarily entail a partial loss of energies. In that case, the victory remains intelligible, but its meaning is as confused as that of the conflict. It would actually be far too simple to consider, in the name of a transcendental dogmatism, that these mythological forms of struggle are epiphenomena, a mere ineffectual expression of the real transformations taking place. In fact, if we are to push materialism to the end, as we must, we shall recognize that these fetishes are things, determinations of matter, the synthetic unification of inert diversities, and that these things will act as things upon adversaries. In other words, struggle and victory are alienated in advance. But this alienation of every struggle is the very character of what Marx calls prehistory. Even the revolutionary struggle produces its fetishes and is alienated in them. Even in the Communist Party, people struggle over the sex of angels. This does not at all mean that history has no meaning. It merely means that it is not a priori necessary, in a conflict between subgroups within any group, for one of the two adversaries to represent progress, i.e. a progress for the group towards its common objectives, or for the victory really to represent a step forward. Of course, it is always possible in religious disputes to consider that one viewpoint, even in the most abstract myth, represents the effort of certain subgroups, emanating from certain milieux, to reconcile dogmas with practical and scientific reason. For the most part, moreover, the effort actually does unite the subgroups drawn from the rising classes. But the question is not so clear. In so far as each organ of the group takes part in the conflict, the struggle is obscured by the very fact of the alliances contracted, still intelligible in terms of the structures and circumstances, but often disconcerting and paralyzing for the combatants, because the existence of fetishes, masking the real interests of the subgroups and the group itself, gives an often monstrous character to the antagonistic groupings. Proust, for example, enjoyed showing the tight synthetic interconnection, but perfect heterogeneity, of the anti-Dreyfusards. And this interconnection can be comprehended. The fact that servants who were the slaves of a declining aristocracy, along with certain big bourgeois who had passed from a profound vulgarity to a false culture and from that to snobbery, should seize the opportunity to weld themselves to that very aristocracy goes without saying. But it is no less important that the internal exchanges, osmosis, etc., should be effected under the practical code of anti-Semitism and in relation to the fetishized army. The Dreyfus affair, as a contingent and necessary incarnation, occurred as the final battle waged by the radical bourgeoisie to drive the representatives of the landed aristocracy from the key posts it still held. But groupings were formed on the basis of Dreyfus's own case, the honor of the army, or pure justice, and that is what gave the struggle its wavering aspect. I shall not labor this example, which goes beyond the present framework of our investigation, since it refers to the problem of the struggles between groups within a society. 21. Besides, assuming a clear awareness in the two subgroups of the common objectives and real factors of the conflict, the liquidation of one subgroup by the other a priori harbors the danger of deviating the common action. The opposition may have its function, obliging the leading bodies to transcend themselves and transcend it by making themselves mediators. Once liquidated, we have seen how it reappears inside the victorious subgroup, albeit in another form. So long as it existed outside, the contradiction was clearly defined. From the moment it is interiorized, this contradiction becomes unclear and is really produced as ambiguity. Not because the opposition has to be semi-clandestine or entirely clandestine, depending on the subgroup's degree of integration, but because the dissidents are tied to those in the majority by what you might call adhesions. A common history has first made them the same, as we have seen. 22 After the victory, they want to remain the same until the total praxis is completed. And if they oppose the majority, it is precisely within the perspective of, above all, preserving unity. Thus the opposition in the victorious subgroup remains without reality, insofar as the dissidents refuse to be an opposition or have a fractional activity, i.e. insofar as they are in full agreement with the majority about sacrificing their own conception of praxis to the unity of the subgroup. This is expressed in various ways. In particular, if they dare to propose a modification of the plan worked out under the majority's control, this modification must be nullified if it is not adopted by a majority. Which, in fact, means that it will eventually be rejected unanimously. But in this way practical reason is subordinated to the inert structures of the subgroup. The proposition is in fact never rejected only because it is unrealizable, but also, and sometimes primarily, because by being enacted it would modify the internal structures. Besides, those in the majority evaluate it through the structures that have produced them, with their intellectual tools. Thus the contradiction never surfaces, since it is refused by everybody at once, by the majority in the name of the plan of action, and by the minority inasmuch as it above all refuses to be a minority. Such perpetually stifled oppositions and contradictions nevertheless express objective and internal difficulties within the subgroup. Open conflict and transcendence via mediation, the only human way of assuming them, i.e. of channeling them to the practical, in order to reveal and resolve them. To realize a totalizing unity against them immediately means to contain them for the moment but, in the overall temporalization, to aggravate them. By refusing to assume them, the subgroup pursues its action according to the principles and means, and as a function of the ends, that it has set itself. However, since such difficulties express within it certain exigencies of the group's totalizing action, and consequently certain internal variations of the whole community, the subgroup's activity deviates because it seeks to remain the same. The deviation comes to it from outside, i.e. from the external transformations of the practical field that the group seeks to modify, inasmuch as these are interiorized by all the common individuals and, through them, re-exteriorized, even if they do not act together, as a profound modification of the subgroup's situation, or rather of its reality. It changes because it remains the same, it strives to remain the same in order not to break unity. Yet if the subgroup as such is a directing body, it plays the role of organizing and coordinating partial activities in order to integrate them into the overall praxis. So it decides the latter, within the narrow limits imposed by circumstances and the situation. The deviation of the subgroup's particular practice is necessarily repeated, though to a lesser degree, in the group's praxis. But this deviation remains sufficient, in certain specific circumstances, to lead the common praxis to other objectives or to failure. A dialectic is actually established between the transformation of praxis under pressure from the transcendent, the deformation of the internal deviation by this transformation, and the action of the transformed deviation upon the praxis in transformation. Conclusion. These observations allow us to reject pessimism and optimism alike. The conflict is intelligible on the basis of the totalizing praxis, because it is the practical assumption of the inert oppositions that action's counter-finalities produce. And it is in this sense that the dissociation of unity is a certain moment of a reunificatory enterprise, even though this dissociation is constituted not magically and ideally by unity being dissociated, but by the unificatory project of the two practical unities, autonomous as organisms and initially undifferentiated inasmuch as both, by pledge, are the same common individual. In this sense, unity is the conflict's matrix and destiny, and the solution as a practical reunification contains within it, in the guise of inert and reorganized structures, all the oppositions previously reproduced and humanized in the binary movement that has engendered the reciprocity of antagonism. Furthermore, totalizing comprehension of the struggle implies that it is grasped as a mediated opposition, even if the organs of mediation are lacking, inasmuch as it cannot exist or develop in one direction or another without the continuous mediation of all the common individuals. It is in this realistic and practical sense that we must understand how unity produces and maintains its own rifts. But although comprehension is always a priori possible, provided only that we have the necessary information at our disposal, this dialectical rationality of internal conflicts in no way prejudges their development or their outcome. Deviations, errors, and failures, far from eluding comprehension, form an integral part of it. It is even possible, in certain cases, to comprehend why a conflict unwisely embarked upon, on the basis of insurmountable difficulties, reflects the slow degradation of a community and ends by hastening its total destruction. By this, moreover, I do not mean just that the degradation and negative course of the conflict are the mere practico-inert obverse of what we have called praxis process. I mean rather that in praxis as such, in the choice of means, in the determination of immediate and distant objectives, etc., this degradation produces itself as a qualification of its own transcendence. It is what will, in fact, manifest itself, through instances of defeatist behavior, overestimation or underestimation, etc., as the deterioration of practical fields and instruments in the actual hands of those who use them. In this sense, even loss of contact, as a real and objective separation of the central organs from the base, is an intelligible fact in the perspective of the totalizing temporalization. Not just because above all it is an interiorization of the total historical process by a definite group, but also because this interiorization is practical. The objective hiatus separating the base from the summit is never grasped in its inert reality as a breach of continuity, it is realized by acts and their results. At the same time, it characterizes the actual behavior of the warring subgroups, their leaders oscillating between ineffective authoritarianism and a dangerous tailism, etc. The struggle itself languishes and becomes stratified, so to speak. Or, quite to the contrary, it takes on a character of bitter ferocity at the summit. In short, whatever their circumstances and evolution may be, the internal conflicts of a group are totally intelligible because, the group being totally practical, its practico-inert determinations never reveal themselves except as the material and abstract conditions of its praxis. In this sense they become factors of intelligibility, since we have to discover them in the midst of action in order to find the movement of the project that transcends them, by positing them in order to suppress them. From this point of view, even chance is intelligible, by which I mean Cleopatra's nose, or the grain of sand in Cromwell's urethra, since it is circumstances and dangers reproduced as organized conflicts that in each subgroup, and via the mediation of all the rest, decide the exact importance of the individual action. The grain of sand was important only because Cromwell's regime could not survive Cromwell, which was due precisely to the fact that it was not supported by the society that had engendered it. In short, it was brought down by its own contradictions, which were the practico-inert resistance of the base assumed by the practical transcendence. It obviously remains the case that Cromwell could have died 5 years later. As I have already said, I am far from sharing Plekhanov's fine indifference and declaring, like him, that the outcome would have been just the same. That is anti-historical and inhuman dogmatism. The fortune of the particular men who would have died under Cromwell during those 5 extra years just does not interest Plekhanov. But that is not what we shall say. To be sure, at a certain level of abstraction the outcome would have been the same. At the level of concrete totalization, it would have been at once the same and different. For us, however, the important issue lies elsewhere. It is that we should be able to define dialectically, on the basis of a practical comprehension of the undertakings and conflicts, as well as the structures, of the group and subgroups, the necessary margin of intermination in which chance may operate. In a durable, aware group, supported by its base and strongly integrated, this margin is reduced to the minimum, it is as close to zero as possible. Sicknesses and deaths do not thereby disappear, but they lose all historical efficacy. A system of replacement is already created, and the urgency of the situation forces the successors to continue the policy of those who have left the scene. We shall see later that the diachronic synthesis is cross-hatched by deaths and births, i.e. by generations. 23 But the problem does not exist at the level of the directing organs of a strongly integrated group, where the dead man will be replaced by a contemporary, often one of his closest collaborators, who has shared his experience and assisted him in his activity, so that the disappearance of individuals does not succeed even in inflecting a policy or creating a discontinuity. When it does, however, succeed in doing so, this is because the role of the individual is already greater and, by virtue of that, the deeper unity of the group more precarious. It is even possible, on the basis of circumstances and the common action, to determine the limits within which change can occur. If Stalin's death marked the end of Stalinism, that was because in a very real sense Stalinism survived only through Stalin, and because, for reasons I have set out elsewhere 24, he incarnated organic unity in the eyes of the Soviet ruling group and realized it by terror. Curiously, but very intelligently, that individual realized in himself and through his acts the sacrifice of every individual, by himself and by everybody, to the unity of the leadership. But the end of Stalinism, apart from the fact that it represented a slow and difficult transformation, which at least initially assumed the maintenance of certain practices and certain principles, was, unlike the death of Cromwell, not the end of the regime. His age made it possible at any moment, the date was a chance one, but the intelligibility of that chance was due to the fact that Soviet society, still masked by the centralized bureaucracy, was already de-Stalinized, or, if you prefer, to the fact that Stalin had ceased to be useful, yet the praxis of those last 35 years had integrated the leading group so that it could not transform itself in Stalin's lifetime. And Stalin, a product of his own praxis, was producing their past in the form of a continued praxis, a future already invisibly contested. Even that was no accident. This gap, this failure of the leader to adapt to the situation his praxis had produced, was intelligible only at the conclusion of a long and painful reign. It was then and then alone that praxis and hexis were strictly equivalent, and every new invention was only the re-exteriorization of the interiorized common past. But, precisely, this old age of the leader placed him at death's door. Thus intermination as a historical factor was contained within the narrowest limits, or rather, it formed part of intelligibility. For, in the ruling circles, one element of the conflicts in progress was precisely the expectation of Stalin's death, i.e. the predictability of the event, but relative unpredictability of its date. The fundamental character of the internal struggles, however, was conditioned by Stalin's old age, since it was that old age which created the objective contradiction between the policy of the leaders and the new Soviet realities. Thus, step by step, we could show how in every case it is the actual history of the group, in its dialectical intelligibility, that defines the role it leaves to chance and, at the same time, determines the function it assigns to the latter, i.e. the objective which chance is charged with realizing. If chance is indeed given a task, this is because the balance of forces and the complexity of the struggle do not allow praxis to accomplish everything by itself. But however surprising the outcome may appear to contemporaries, chance, as an intervention of the practico-inert at the heart of the dialectic, merely executes the verdict delivered by praxis itself. Even if it were to decide the annihilation of one subgroup and the triumph of another, that would simply mean that, for specific reasons, the whole group must have decided to leave things in the hands of chance, divesting itself in the latter's favor of its own mediating powers. It goes without saying that contradictions develop and, before ending in conflict, represent the inner tension of the group, i.e. often a factor in its cohesion. It can, of course, put up with the numerical multiplicity of agents fulfilling the same function, if the multiplicity is required by action. In that case, each individual is the same as his colleagues in terms of his specific functions, but it is the sector in which he will exercise them, for example, that will differentiate him. In certain cases, the exclusion remains univocal but the excluded are subsequently regrouped to constitute a schismatic group. At least provisionally and until the group as a whole has shared out these attributions among various subgroups, or created a new subgroup to fill them which no longer has to oppose the old one. I am here taking progress in its simplest sense. I mean by the word, irreversible progression towards a fixed end, i.e. development of the act in progress. 4. The unresolved struggle as anti-labor. There remains our second question. Point 25. Within the group the warring subgroups, via a kind of negative collaboration, accomplish by their very antagonism a common anti-labor. For if we use the term labor, a quite superficial and practical definition, for a material operation aiming to produce a certain object as a determination of the practical field and with a view to a certain end, we must call the dual antagonistic activity anti-labor, since each subgroup is striving to destroy or deviate the object produced by the other. But this anti-labor is productive, the struggle, as a reciprocity of labors that destroy one another, objectifies itself in an ensemble of products which, henceforth, occupy the internal field of the common group and contribute to inflecting its action. Actually, this dual attempt at destruction is never entirely successful, it never achieves a reciprocal nullification of the realities produced. And even were it to achieve this, the labor of destruction presupposes an expenditure of energy, an accumulation of means and a transformation of the practical field, in short, the constitution, whether by degradation or disintegration, of new realities inside the group. When, for example, the leading body is riven by violent conflicts, i.e. when it divides into subgroups clashing fundamentally over the common praxis, it often happens, in the period that precedes the liquidation of one side by the other, that every project, as soon as it is put forward by one faction, finds itself rejected by another, while a third, simultaneously judge and participant, tries to make itself the mediator, in order to impose itself on the former two. The outcome of these various stances is, an initial project of subgroup a counter-project of subgroup B, a conciliatory project of subgroup C. This last will in turn be modified by each of the two former contestants, both because each will seek to win it over and also because neither will wish to leave it the merit of its arbitration. The product of this shifting struggle will in one way or another bear the mark of the three subgroups, but it will no longer correspond to the intentions of any one of them. Each of its determinations will in some way be the negation of a certain proposition, perhaps incorrect or dangerous, but rationally conceived, clear and equipped with a signification. What is more, there will have been other propositions in the course of the bargaining that were the negations of those negations, and so on. We do indeed have the image of a collaboration, but in reverse. As for the object, these negations determine it in its concrete reality, but they prevent it from being related to any human intention, any global project. Moreover, the antagonisms present have managed to achieve the nullification of certain initial dispositions, with the result that the object is qualified also by a partial intermination. An intermination and also an overdetermination, as we saw earlier. Whether it is a decree, an administrative measure or a law, its application still has to be ensured. At this new juncture, in the name of those same conflicts, the executive fouls up. This is at least a permanent possibility, frequently realized. At this level, realization makes the object produced into a monstrous and deformed reflection of a project that had itself preserved only a confused signification. The cycle of inhumanity is completed. Let us recall, the example is distant but one of the clearest, how the project of establishing national workshops conceived by Louis Blanc, already rendered unrecognizable by amendments introduced in the Assembly, was into the bargain systematically sabotaged by Marie and his collaborators. Is it enough, then, to study the conflicts inside an organized group for the deformity, the semi-effectiveness, the total ineffectiveness and the counter-effectiveness of the products of anti-labor to find a new signification, and for the opacity of these confused works to recover a dialectical intelligibility? We need only press ahead with our critical investigation in order to perceive that the answer is affirmative. There is, to be sure, no question but that the product thus disfigured belongs to nobody, and cannot be interpreted as the objectification of a project. But that is not the issue. It is simply necessary to know whether, as in the abstract hypothesis of two non-totalizable groups, we must enumerate the changes it has undergone and relate them to more or less independent, more or less irreducible factors, i.e. to layers of signification that cannot be fused in a synthesis. Or whether, on the contrary, on the basis of the totalization of envelopment, the monstrous product can itself be grasped as the dialectical totalization of the two antagonistic tactics in their irreducibility. For in the produced object, which, precisely inasmuch as it is no longer directly assimilable to a human project, constitutes a real determination of the practico-inert, this irreducibility is objectified and alienated into a multiplicity of interpenetration. For we have already noted that the synthetic unity of the inanimate itself produces an interpenetration of meanings, through the reciprocal action of synthesis and passivity. Thus the successive deformations of the initial plan, having been acts of war, each of which conditioned the other and aimed to destroy it, in the passive synthesis constituting the final object assume the status of a quality sustained by objective inertia. As such, each extends through the other, or rather a unique quality of the object fuses them together. The whole struggle has objectified and alienated itself in its product. And undoubtedly, this can justifiably be envisaged as a practico-inert reality. So we might say that, as such, it escapes intelligibility. But in an integrated group that is only partially true. For the product, whatever its worth and whatever its deformities, is utilized. If it is a law or decree, these are applied. In short, they become bad means for a free praxis, just as in the constituent dialectic the instrument integrates itself into the praxis of the free organism and becomes a structure of the act. Of course, the results may be negative. The creation of the national workshops, after the mutilations and transformations undergone by the initial plan, had as its direct consequence the insurrection of June 1848. On the one hand, however, Certain leading circles were expecting this revolt of the poor and did not fear to provoke it. On the other, we have just seen that the intelligibility of history is in no way linked, at least at this level of our critical investigation, to the problem of its ultimate aims. So what needs to be pointed out is that the product, insofar as it is at one and the same time an inert result of anti-labor and a means integrated into a new action, presents itself as a reinteriorized objectification of the conflict and, consequently, as a negative yet practical unity of the duality. Or, if you prefer, the product of anti-labor is neither more nor less signifying, in relation to the reciprocity of antagonism, than is the tool, a product of common labor, in relation to the reciprocity of mutual aid. Intelligibility, to be sure, falls to a lower level, but this is not due to the conflict as such. The decrease of level would be exactly the same if we attempted to grasp a united group through the instruments it forges with the agreement of all its members. It is just that we grasp the practico-inert as a product whose utilization is in progress, and that we endeavor to comprehend it in the twofold movement whereby the group produces it and, precisely by doing so, makes itself its product. A passive synthesis revitalized by action, it is transcendent inertia that constitutes within it the fundamental support and secret limit of its intelligibility. We shall return to this point when we have to show how the two dialectics and the anti-dialectic separating them are totalized in the synchronic totalization. Point 26. Precisely because it is a passive and revitalized synthesis, however, in other words, because it functions despite its defects of construction, because it lives despite the malformations that make it unviable, this product is maintained and preserved in its being by the totalizing praxis, i.e. from another viewpoint by all the common individuals, at least until it explodes and perhaps causes the group itself to explode. And through this inert perseverance in its being, it reveals another type of mediation of the group between the subgroups in conflict. In other words, the group, by maintaining it in its internal field, manifests a real adaptation of the product of anti-labor to the common situation, inasmuch as it is actualized by all organs and all common individuals. There is a practical meaning of anti-labor that dialectical reason can discover and positivism will not discover. I shall take just one example, a contemporary one, the emergence in the USSR of the ideological monstrosity of socialism in one country. Critical investigation will show us that this slogan was a product of the conflicts rending the leading bodies, that beyond and through these conflicts, it represented certain contradictions and transformations of Soviet society as a whole, that inasmuch as it survived, it created other verbal formulae that supplemented and corrected it, in other words, enriched knowledge and practice by transcending the monstrosity and transforming it into truth. We have no intention, of course, of going into the extraordinarily complex history of the conflicts that divided the Soviet leaders after Lenin's death, let alone of embarking on a dialectical interpretation of those conflicts. We are simply taking an example, which we shall consider not for its own sake but for its pedagogic value. One Trotsky had no more illusions than Stalin about the situation of the USSR in those difficult years. He had once believed that the revolution would break out in Germany and other bourgeois democracies, and that this internationalization of the working class victory would modify the coordinates of the Russian problem in the short term. But events had disabused him. He was as conscious as Stalin of the temporary ebb of the European workers' movements. For both of them, the USSR stood in mortal peril. Alone and encircled by formidable and hostile powers, it needed to increase its industrial and military potential, albeit at the cost of the most extreme sacrifices, or resign itself to disappearing. At most, it could be added that the circumstances defining their former activity had made the émigré Trotsky more aware of the importance of the foreign revolutionary movements, while Stalin, who had practically never left Russia, was more ignorant about Europe and more mistrustful. But Stalin did not claim that a communist order could be achieved in the USSR, without simultaneously being installed on a universal scale. So the two leaders and the fractions they represented could seemingly agree on a minimum program, as required by the actual situation, to embark at once on building the new society, without for the time being relying on any outside help, and to sustain the revolutionary ardor of the masses by indicating the direction in which that construction should proceed, in short, by showing them a future. It was necessary to tell the Russian people, simultaneously, we must hold out and we can construct, and it is by constructing that we shall hold out. But those very simple exigencies did not imply that building this powerful Russia, on the twin basis of industry and armaments, should go beyond the stage of what we might term a pre-socialism. The working class would appropriate the instruments of labor, and industrialization would be accompanied by a progressive installation of the structures and cadres which, once the international situation had changed, i.e. once revolutions occurred elsewhere in the world, would allow the establishment of a truly socialist society. There was another point, too, on which it was possible for Stalin and Trotsky to agree: poverty cannot be socialized. Despite the threat from abroad, it was necessary to embark on the difficult stage of pre-socialist accumulation. And Trotsky, of course, was the first to insist on the need to carry the process of collectivization and industrialization through to the end. The two men discovered the same pressing needs and the same objective exigencies. For both, the praxis of revolution in the USSR had to be both defensive and constructive. Reliance on one's own resources, moreover, would last as long as the circumstances that made it necessary. The conflicts actually developed in other spheres. The two men represented two contradictory aspects of the struggle that the revolutionaries had waged in the past against Tsarism. Trotsky, a remarkable man of action when circumstances required it, was nevertheless first and foremost a theoretician, an intellectual. In action he remained an intellectual, which meant the action had to be radical. Such a structure of practice is perfectly valid provided it is adapted to circumstances, which is what allowed him to organize the army and win the war. Behind that lay emigration. The exiled revolutionaries, without actually losing contact with the Russian masses, for a time had closer links with the working class parties of the West. The internationalism of the revolutionary movement was the real stuff of their experience. And Marxism, as a theory and as a practice, appeared to them in its universality. Universalism and radicalism, these, if you like, were the way in which Trotsky interiorized his encirclement by the West, and his exile itself, which tended to make him, like all émigrés, an abstract universal. The theory of permanent revolution was simply the articulation of these interiorized characteristics by determinations of Marxist language, and as a matter of fact the theory actually came from Marx. The only thing that came from Trotsky, but this was everything, was the imperative urgency those theses assumed under his pen. In a single dialectical movement, the revolution had to be perpetually intensified by transcending its own objectives and progressively extended to the entire universe. And that meant, before 1917, that the proletarian revolution would take place in Europe, in a highly industrialized country. We all know how astonished those westernized figures were, when circumstances led them to take power in an underdeveloped country. It will be recalled how they hesitated and envisaged creating transitional forms, until events obliged them to press ahead. Stalin, by contrast, always represented an intermediary between the émigré leaders and the Russian masses. His task was to adapt directives to the concrete situation and the real men who would do the work. He was on the side of those men. He knew the Russian masses and, before 1914, did not hide the somewhat contemptuous mistrust he felt for the émigré circles, with few exceptions. The history of his conflicts with them after 1905 illuminates what we might call his practical particularism. The important thing for him was to carry out instructions with the means at hand. He knew those means, and reckoned that the émigrés did not know them. For him, Marxism was a guide to tactics, rather like Clausewitz's on war. He had neither the culture nor the leisure required to appreciate its theoretical dimension. Though he admired Lenin, Stalin was shocked when he wrote materialism and empirio-criticism and thought it a waste of time. In that sense, the universality of Marxism, although, of course, he spoke about it, constantly eluded him. It was actually incarnated by him, in a praxis always singularized by the circumstances in which it was produced. These circumstances, moreover, had a dual aspect. On the one hand, they necessitated a constant adaptation of precepts forged in the struggle of proletarians against capitalists in the Western democracies. On the other hand, for a person fighting day in and day out and exploiting them for his activity, they revealed, contrary to the expectations of the émigrés and contrary to the letter of Marxism, that agricultural Russia was ripe for a workers' revolution. So the two men were divided far more by the practical schemata through which they grasped any situation than by abstract principles or even a program. Through both of them alike, praxis was constituted as a voluntarism. But Stalin, having spent 20 years as a party militant, was an iron-fisted opportunist. Not that he did not have well-defined objectives, but those objectives were already incarnated. The essential thing was to save what had been achieved, and that could be done only by building a defensive apparatus. What he wanted to preserve at any price was not principles, or the movement of radicalization, it was the incarnations, or, if you like, the revolution itself, inasmuch as it was incarnated in that particular country, regime, or internal and external situation. He would compromise on everything, in order to preserve that fundamental basis. In order to save the nation that was building socialism, he would abandon the principle of nationalities. Collectivization. He would push ahead with it when circumstances required, in order to ensure that the towns were supplied. Industrialization. After initially breaking it, once he had understood it was necessary, he would try to pursue it at such a rapid rate that the targets of the first plans would not be met, and he did not hesitate to extract extra labor from the workers, whether directly by raising their norms or indirectly by Stakhanovism and the re-establishment of piecework. What he hated about Trotsky was not so much the measures he proposed as the overall praxis in whose name he proposed them. If, when Trotsky began to advocate them, he was initially hostile to stepping up industrial production or moving towards collectivization, this was because he understood their proponents' global project. This sought to industrialize and collectivize with a view to an ever more intensive radicalization of revolutionary praxis. At least, it was in this form that Stalin grasped Trotsky's intention. So what he feared was a revolution heading for defeat, through attempting to remain an abstract dialectic of the universal at the very moment when its incarnation had singularized it. Obviously this view was never expressed in such terms or in any other verbal formulation. Stalin simply saw an absolute difference between practical arrangements or operations advocated by Trotsky and the same things implemented later by himself. In the former case they were alarming, inasmuch as through them the revolution tended to look upon the concrete situation of the USSR as a means of realizing itself. In the latter case, though they led to identical measures, they were reassuring, because they sprang solely from concrete exigencies. As advocated by Trotsky and the left, collectivization was a leap in the dark, a practical assertion that no form of defense existed apart from all-out attack. Stalin too was hard and aggressive. He was well able to go over to the offensive when necessary. But such a priori determinations of praxis, the direction of temporalization or future schemata of action alarmed him, because he grasped the situation in terms of what was to be preserved, consolidated, and developed, rather than what was to be created. This difference was to recur, of course, on every level of practice. It was precisely what prevented analytic reason from understanding anything about the struggle, in which the two adversaries successively, and sometimes simultaneously, adopted more or less similar positions, while each nevertheless presented his own as the opposite of the others. Initially, however, Stalin, in the guise of a centrist and mediator, exploited the conflict between right and left rather than seeking to involve himself in it. The right, too, struck him as abstract in its lack of trust and instinctive opportunism. It wanted a breathing space, and only gradual progress towards real socialism. In short, with this simple idea that the revolutionary seizure of power should be followed by an evolution, it was reproducing the desire that most of the Bolsheviks had displayed before the seizure of power, to periodize this outrageous revolution that was taking place in an underdeveloped country. Stalin was no more the man of post-revolutionary evolution than he was the man of permanent revolution. He would not radicalize revolutionary praxis as such, because circumstances were against it. For example, he would not hesitate greatly to widen the salary range, in order to stimulate production through competition. On the other hand, however, he would radicalize the constructive effort required of everyone. From the moment when these two praxis clashed, that of Trotsky, and that of Stalin supported by the right, monstrosities made their appearance. And these monstrosities had a quite specific character, proper to this very struggle. Each faction proposed the same response to the same objective exigency. But since this similarity of short-term aims hid a radical divergence over longer-term objectives and over the very meaning of revolutionary praxis, each faction was induced to intensify the immediate differences over concrete projects and reproduce, there and then, through a tangible incarnation, the deeper differences over practical orientations. Thus, in its designation of the immediate objective and the means of achieving it, the majority, hardened by the minority's provocation, which they had themselves provoked, introduced the following hypothesis: rejection of motives and distant aims that might lead others to join them. The effectiveness of this maneuver was based on the absolute necessity of preserving the unity of the leading bodies, despite the conflicts underway. Or, if you like, of transforming the majority into unanimity. In that way, the minority would wear itself out, forever suppressing itself after every debate. Or else it would frankly declare itself to be an oppositional faction and, amid the besetting dangers, thereby acknowledge itself as splittist and anti-party. As Merleau-Ponty has put it, opposition would be defined as treason. Waged at every level and over every objective, this struggle interests us here only inasmuch as it produced the slogan socialism in one country. This formula was a monstrosity inasmuch as it said more than was necessary. In other words, it falsified the precise exigencies of the situation by giving them a synthetic unity whose motivations were contemporary, but which claimed to be based on distant objectives and the total praxis in its future temporalization. It was a manner of speaking, let us rely only on ourselves. But that very manner contained a verbal formulation presenting itself as a theoretical evaluation of the possibilities of socialism, though it was in fact a maneuver to put the minority on the spot. For them, adopting it meant a priori renouncing the idea of a practical interdependence of the international proletariats. At a yet deeper level, moreover, it meant recognizing that everything, and first and foremost the working class movements of Western Europe, had to be subordinated to the constructive defense of the USSR, which obviously meant in turn that the Soviet Communist Party had to exert a real dictatorship over the communist parties of Europe and through them mobilize the proletariats to defend the USSR, even if in a national context their revolutionary interests did not coincide with the imperatives and exigencies of that defensive tactic. In other words, it meant deciding that the revolutionary offensive of a European proletariat within a national context, and possibly the revolutionary seizure of power, were not necessarily the best ways of defending the revolution. It meant admitting that the socialist revolution was universal and international only when it remained ideal, i.e. before its incarnation. And that once it was incarnated, it was present as a whole in the single country that had made it and was continuing it, through the specific tasks that its own structures and history imposed upon it. But, precisely, recognizing this meant rejecting en bloc Westernism, universalism, and the postulate that the proletariats in the great industrialized countries had taken their emancipation further than the young proletariat in the USSR and, by taking power, would dispose of an economic and technological power that should make them the true animators of the international revolution. It meant renouncing internationalism and permanent revolution. Therein lay the trap. Trotsky, like Stalin, recognized the exigencies of the situation. About these objective exigencies there could be no disagreement. But by presenting them in the form of a dogma, the majority obliged Trotsky either to disown his practical principles, or to refuse the practical content of the dogma. Against universalist radicalism, Stalin infelicitously defined what might be termed a particularist radicalism. And, of course, that monstrous object did not remain at the level of a verbal formulation. Inasmuch as it was to define a propaganda, a permanent character of praxis, and a certain future, it could be termed an institution. And this was indeed the root of the institutionalization of the Russian Revolution, for maintaining also meant consolidating, and in the social sphere consolidating meant stratifying. We shall return to this. But in this new object we can already see the implicit coexistence of Stalinism and Trotskyism. The real relationship between the USSR and the Western proletariats in a more or less distant future could have been left undetermined. But its dogmatic determination incarnated Trotsky's revolutionary internationalism as a rejected position. And no positivist reason can comprehend that presence of Trotsky at the heart of a determination that disowned him, since presence and interior negation, in their indissoluble synthesis, represented the singular incarnation of a multidimensional conflict, i.e. its totalization in the object by the two adversaries. But the conflict itself was a totalization, through the adversaries, of a contradiction in the party's common praxis. This contradiction in turn interiorized a real but less compressed, more diffuse, clash that was produced and lived by Soviet society itself, through the ongoing transformation of its outworn institutions. Despite the integration achieved by the regime, it goes without saying that Soviet society could in no way be seen as an institutional group. It was riven by struggles, by its practico-inert divisions, etc. Besides, we have not yet even begun to investigate social unity. If it exists, this must obviously be different from the unity of groups. But whatever form may be taken by the struggles, the various conflicts, the serialities, or the group relations in a given society, what interests us here is the totalizing interiorization of this diversity by the party and its leadership, i.e. by the sovereign group. Any positivist history that sought to explain the Stalinist slogan by the internal weakness and isolation of the USSR around 1925-30, and regarded these as passively suffered, would miss the crucial point. Of course, everyone did suffer poverty, they all did suffer isolation, but at the same time these conditions were products of revolutionary praxis. What is more, inasmuch as they were produced and preserved with a view to being transcended, they represented a moment of that praxis itself. Poverty, shortage of technicians and cotters, encirclement, these were mortal dangers for the revolution, and at the same time they were the revolution itself coming into being in a particular situation. The Allies would have helped a bourgeois democracy that endeavored to carry on the war. As bourgeois, they would have been favorable to the overthrow of Tsarism. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and the Bolshevik seizure of power were acts that in themselves entailed civil war, economic blockade, and encirclement, not just passively suffered as a condition, but produced by a praxis whose objectives were long-term ones. Russia's poverty in 1924, the absence of cotters, the encirclement, these were the revolution itself on the march. In taking power, Lenin knew what he was doing, the Bolshevik party knew likewise. Their praxis was constituted by having to pass through that needle's eye in order to go beyond it. What the Soviet revolutionaries were perhaps less prone to mention, though they certainly accepted its results, was that the Russian Revolution itself, as praxis, was partly responsible for the defeats and divisions of the Western proletariat, because of the abortive attempts it stimulated more or less everywhere, because of the debilitating conflict that sprang up everywhere between social democracy and the new party identifying with the USSR, and, finally, because of the violent reactions of a frightened bourgeoisie and the transformation of certain bourgeois democracies into fascist states. In other words, the revolution, incarnated in the center of the world as a long-term praxis defined by definite material circumstances, could not itself develop without engendering, by its actual course, albeit in contradiction with its leader's project, the impotence of foreign proletariats. In this sense, it can be said that its incarnation was in direct contradiction with its universalization. And this situation, as a practical consequence of the seizure of power, in turn conditioned the USSR's relations with foreign proletariats. The contradiction here derived from the fact that the proletarian revolution in the USSR, instead of being a factor in the liberation and emancipation of Europe's working class masses, as it should have been, was achieved at the cost of plunging them into relative impotence. Once interiorized, this contradiction was manifested as a conflict, and this conflict was precisely the one we have just been outlining. On the one hand, in fact, even if it had no expectations of them, the revolutionary government was obliged in practice to help foreign proletariats as much as it could. On the other hand, the relative weakness of those proletariats, the strength of the bourgeois regimes, threats of war and the economic blockade constrained the Soviets to the most extreme prudence. Perhaps helping one proletariat in its revolutionary fight would indeed have encouraged all the others to act. But since they were paralysed even by their divisions, the only foreseeable result might well have been a regroupment of the capitalist powers and war, a war that the USSR could not have won in the existing situation, and that would in any case have made socialist construction far harder, whatever the outcome of the fighting. This difficulty was never to be resolved, because, given the balance of forces between the USSR and the bourgeois democracies, it was in reality insoluble. Stalin himself, despite innumerable acts of treachery, did still help the Chinese, Spanish, etc. to the extent he believed possible without provoking armed intervention by the West, while Trotsky himself, in exile, entrusted the proletariats of the entire world with the task of defending the USSR in the event of its coming under attack, because, despite everything, the foundations of socialism did exist there. From this point of view, socialism in one country was the product of revolutionary praxis reflecting upon its effects and the contradictions it had engendered. Synthetically, and approaching the dogma via the Bolshevik Party's interiorization of these contradictory results, it can be grasped in its intelligibility as an attempt to lift the mortgage of internationalism, while retaining the USSR's ability to give assistance to foreign revolutionary parties in accordance with its means and the risks involved. What was consciously broken was any relation of reciprocity. If the USSR could build socialism on its own, it did not really need foreign help, and if it still had to intervene, when it could, to aid revolutionaries in danger in the capitalist nations, this was its mission, its generosity. In short, the leaders had a free hand. The slogan theorized the practical necessity. The Trotskyist left, had it been in power, would not have adopted it, but if you discount personal factors, its policy towards the European and Asiatic communist parties would doubtless not have been perceptibly different. And at all events that praxis would have had to produce its own theoretical justification, in other words, in terms of our earlier discussion, its own idea of itself. This idea, of course, would not have been expressed by the slogan socialism in one country. But it would have contained the same contradiction, albeit as it were in reverse. Radicalization and universalization would at first have been affirmed, but these would then have imposed their own limits in the light of the situation. No doubt it can be said that such an ideation of praxis would have been more in line with reality, more true. But that is only because we have hypothetically suppressed the other term of the conflict. Without the radical left, Stalin would undoubtedly also have given an interpretation of the totalizing praxis more in line with the truth. Conversely, if we visualize a majority led by Trotsky in conflict with a Stalinist minority, the situation would have obliged Trotsky to formulate his praxis provocatively, in order to compel Stalin and his allies either to capitulate or to proclaim their treason. This conflict pitted men against one another, i.e. practical beings, irreducible to ideas or even to a common activity. But they had first made themselves into common individuals, so that their singular individuality as free practical organisms was, as we know, perpetual transcendence of the inert exigencies of their pledge at the same time as the realization of these in every concrete circumstance. When we go more deeply into the circumstances that pitted them against one another as common individuals, i.e. as members of an integrated party in which they occupied functions defined by the group as a whole in the course of past struggles, then the fundamental situation that sustained and produced those conflicts takes on a historical density, as a diachronic totalization of the past by the present. For the isolation of the USSR after the revolution was not simply what we have just seen it to be, the result, both sought and suffered, of a revolutionary praxis. In short, it could not be reduced simply to the isolation of the first socialist country within an ensemble of capitalist powers. Had England been the first to make the revolution, as Marx sometimes envisaged, it would have produced, thanks to its insularity, as well as to the development of its industrial technology, and other socialist isolation, it would have been encircled otherwise. Soviet isolation was first and foremost that of a monstrosity, an underdeveloped country passing without transition from the feudal order to socialist forms of production and ownership. This at once refers us back to the past, to Tsarism, to the economic structure of the country before 1914, and to foreign investments. But these relations with the outside world were really rooted above all in the economic and social history of Russia as a whole, seen in the context of its geopolitical situation. We should not be worried about introducing a diachronic perspective here, even though we have yet to subject it to critical investigation. For what is involved here is not matching it to synchronies, but simply showing how, in a manner that remains to be determined, it constitutes their depth. In fact, what counts is the fact that Russia's relationship with Western Europe was lived by the Russian people through a history that produced the Tsarist Empire as a gigantic mediation between Asia and Europe, and as a perpetually contested synthesis of European and Asiatic populations. Sometimes this changing relationship would pass from negative to positive and vice versa. Sometimes it would present itself as a variable combination of two contradictory attitudes: on the one hand, fascination with foreign technology, political systems, and culture, and, as a consequence, the sustained effort by the ruling classes and the intellectuals to assimilate Europe's contributions. On the other hand, however, a mistrust and particularism that were based on the radical differences between the systems, their respective relations of production, and their superstructures. In this perspective, the conflict we have taken as an example assumes its singular historical depth, a universalist ideology and practice, born in the most industrialized countries of Europe and imported by circles of revolutionary intellectuals towards the end of the 19th century, in a country that its economic and geopolitical structure seems to designate, in the name of Marxism itself, as a particularity, i.e. as a nation so backward that Marxist practice does not seem to be able to develop there, at least not without profound modifications. For Tsarism, perched on top of a bourgeoisie that was beginning its development, maintained itself by police methods which enforced clandestinity. The Marxist experience, by contrast, involves open struggle. It is the actual experience of the proletariat, as engendered and developed by industrialization, in the context of democracies forming and evolving under the pressure of that same industrialization. Acclimatizing Marxism was thus bound to mean particularizing it, since it would be asked to guide revolutionary praxis in a feudal country where the proletariat represented practically nothing, while the rural masses constituted virtually the totality of the population. Before 1917, however, Russian Marxism was still universalist and abstract, since it was a doctrine and a strategy for working-class militants, intellectuals, and émigrés. After the revolution, it became the basis of the culture of the masses. Its systematic implantation in the Russian people was conditioned at once by education, inasmuch as this was defined by the ruler's praxis, and by the constant growth of working-class concentrations, i.e. the draining off of peasants into the factories. These workers, still so uncouth, so hastily manufactured and so close to the peasantry, transformed Marxism as they were being imbued with it. It was incarnated by becoming a popular and national culture, when in Europe it was still just the theoretico-practical movement of history. To speak in Hegelian terms, it was the objective spirit of a people. It became a dogma precisely inasmuch as it allowed those mystified peasants to liquidate all dogmas. It was vulgarized as it knocked the rough edges off them, it was alienated in them as it emancipated them, it was ossified as they transcended and reinvented it in every systematic decoding of their experience. At the same time as it was incarnated, its intimate character, which was the becoming world of philosophy, contributed to giving it, in the eyes of all, a new preponderance as reality lived and perpetually produced by the Soviet masses. In the name of its own principles, the universalist Marxism of the West was subordinated to a particularist Marxism, a product distilled by the Russian people and by the revolution entering upon its constructive phase. This was the prime inversion. The incarnated and thus singularized universality became the truth of the abstract universal. It was for the USSR to comprehend the revolutionary movements of the West, since they stood on this side of the seizure of power while the Russian Revolution had passed beyond it. The vast historical transformation of that society produced within it the transformation of Marxism, inasmuch as it caused it to become the ideology of that transformation, i.e. inasmuch as praxis conferred its new features upon it. The universal, subordinated to the singularity and contained within it, directed and transformed in conformity with the transformations of that singular history, on the theoretical and cultural level, this was already the objective reality of the slogan socialism in one country. And, at that level, the conflict was clearly designated. By being incarnated in an underdeveloped country as its culture, the theoretico-practical ensemble that was Marxism dissociated its unity as a universalist dialectic into two particular universalities. The universality of the several revolutionary movements of the West became abstract, and saw itself refused the right to interpret dialectically Soviet history as a non-privileged historical process. Its singularity lay in being an abstraction trailing behind the historical and concrete development of incarnated Marxism in the USSR, receiving its knowledge from the latter instead of illuminating it through research. The universality of Russian Marxism, on the other hand, was to alienate itself in the history of the USSR, precisely inasmuch as it objectified itself in it. In this sense, the slogan socialism in one country was at once the definition of that alienated Marxism, the object of history rather than its knowledge, and simultaneously its first theoretico-practical product, the first determination of that uncouth culture. No doubt things would have been different if a sequence of revolutions, diversifying the incarnations of Marxism, had allowed it to rediscover via new contradictions a living and concrete universality. Thus the historical and revolutionary isolation of the USSR, the ebbing of the revolutionary movements, the capitalist encirclement, the singularization of Marxism by the Russian masses, and the emancipation of Marxism through alienated Marxism, all these were particular determinations each of which expressed all the others. It is at this level that we find, readopted in the form of practical attitudes, the fundamental determination of Soviet man, the nationalism suffered and proclaimed through socialism, the particularism interiorized as an incarnation of the universal, the national pride, combined with a lucid awareness of technological backwardness. From this standpoint, moreover, the liquidation of the leftist opposition was to have the effect not of suppressing the contradiction that produced those men, but of defining Stalinism ever more clearly inasmuch as it reproduced the contradiction within itself. In the same way, Trotsky in exile rediscovered via Trotskyism the abstract universalism of Marxism. He disincarnated it, as a theoretico-practical schema, and interpreted the social evolution of the USSR in the light of universal Marxism. But he did not eliminate the contradiction entirely, and his attitude towards the USSR reflected, through its oscillations and hesitations, the fact that, despite everything, Trotskyism could grasp Soviet society in the course of its construction only as a deviation operating on the basis of a real incarnation. In that sense, the conflict between the Third and Fourth Internationals found its origins in the tension that, before World War I, pitted the émigré intellectuals against the militants working in Russia. Born of this tension, the subsequent struggle incorporated it, transforming and radicalizing it, and endowing it with its full meaning. Inasmuch as Stalin and the Stalinist bureaucracy made themselves into the instruments of that particularization of the universal in the USSR, Soviet man, who was the product of a particularist praxis and of Marxist influence among the masses, recognized himself in his leaders. All the European revolutionaries, by contrast, who wished to adopt the Russian Revolution as a capital moment of history, a universal transformation, while simultaneously retaining for the European proletariats their absolute autonomy within the framework of an international of the old type, recognized their practical exigencies in the activity pursued by Trotsky. Trotskyism, in short, to a certain extent represented revolutionary Europe striving to release itself from the Soviet grip. Indeed, the actual Trotskyists, the activists constituting the rank and file, were Westerners. But the contradiction was not thereby transcended, nor could it be, because the entire practice of the Fourth International was in fact determined by a conflict that pitted two leading factions of the Soviet Revolution against one another, first within the USSR, then on both sides of the frontier, and always about the revolution as an incarnation. From this viewpoint, the slogan "Socialism in one country" defines Soviet man as he was produced, and as he produced himself, theoretically and practically between the wars. And the overdetermination of that object, the traces that both adversaries left upon it, became a pure determination. That is to say, seen from the standpoint of the whole group, the over-signifying gap between the exigencies of praxis and the dogma that defined the practical solution became a simple signification of the way in which that country, still traditionalist and peopled by illiterates, absorbed and assimilated, all at the same time, a transformation of its secular traditions, a traditional withdrawal into its shell, and the acquisition of new traditions via the slow absorption of an internationalist and universalist ideology illuminating, for peasants sucked in by industry, the passage from rural labor to factory labor. The slogan was deformed because, at the level of the leaders' conflict, it represented the product of contrasting activities. From the viewpoint of the party, i.e. of the ensemble of objective givens, the deformity was in itself a practical and comprehensible signification. In its uncouth, misguided crudity, it signaled the reincarnation of Marxism through men whose wild voluntarism and youthful barbarism it expressed by the very deviations it received and transmitted. This monstrosity, unintelligible as a verbal idea or theoretico-practical principle, was comprehensible as a totalizing act which, at that precise moment of action, kept together and united the theoretical and the practical, the universal and the singular, the traditionalist depths of a still alienated history and the movement of cultural emancipation, the negative movement of retreat and the positive movement of hope. Its singularity as an ideological deviation was a totalized totalization, since it expressed and simultaneously reinforced revolutionary praxis in the historical singularity of its incarnation, i.e. in the particularity of its objective tasks, inside the community under construction and outside in the practical field. Thus the theory of gold as a commodity is comprehensible, inasmuch as it is the idea of a certain monetary practice at the time of the exploitation of the Peruvian mines. This should not be taken to mean that the idea is true, or self-evident, or, in the case that concerns us, in conformity with the principles of Marxism. Or even that it is valid in the long term, i.e. effective without too many counter-finalities. The historian will simply comprehend it in a single totalizing act, because he will see it not as a scientific assertion but as praxis itself deviating and going astray, only to find its way again through its own contradictions, i.e. through conflicts between common individuals. Inasmuch as the factors are diverse, within a totalization in progress, we must know that each one of them is a particular expression of that totalization. So comprehension will consist in grasping each factor as a perspective, at once objective and singular, upon the developing whole, and in totalizing these perspectives by the totalization that each of them singularizes, which is also an enveloping though singular synthesis of all these singularizations. Thereafter, of course, complementary consideration must also be given to the slogan in its development as a process. It was hardened by its duration. It borrowed its ossified permanence from the inertia of language and the pledged passivity of common individuals. As such it exercised powers, developed its counter-finalities, helped to create the practico-inert of constructive activity, in the party and in the new society. But this new problem of the relationship between the dialectic and the anti-dialectic is not yet within our competency, though our investigation will soon lead us to it. What we have striven to show is that, within a group, the meaninglessness of any given product of secret conflicts appears at the level where the product has been constituted not by one act but by at least two actions, each of which tends to cancel the other, or at least to turn it into a means for destroying the other agent. And this is the level, of course, at which practices are produced in their concrete reality as groups of people themselves determining their activities on the basis of a situation. But these people have been produced as common individuals inside the group as a whole. Their disputes, like the anti-labors which culminate in the product under consideration, confront each other through their fundamental unity. As such, they are likewise supported by all common individuals, inasmuch as these constitute the group. If, moreover, in the first period of struggle such support is given simultaneously to both adversaries, this is because each individual is common by virtue of his pledge to maintain the unity of the totalizing group. It is also because the conflict expresses, in the form of a real and public contradiction, the implicit and non-thematized contradiction that pits each individual against himself in his movement to interiorize the objective difficulties of common praxis. From this point of view, through its common activity the group supports the monstrosities generated by anti-labor. It decides irrevocably whether they are viable or stillborn. And when it supports one of these monstrosities, i.e. when it adopts it and realizes it in detail through its praxis, this praxis is in itself tantamount to comprehension. Each common individual and each subgroup supports and nourishes the monstrosity, inasmuch as it presents itself as an intelligible and practical transcendence of their contradictions. This certainly does not mean that such transcendence is the true synthesis of, and solution to, the objective difficulties. Yet the monstrosity is comprehensible through and by virtue of the interiorized contradictions of everyone, as the re-exteriorization of these in an undertaking. For the contradiction is implicit and enveloped in everyone. It occurs as a determination of comprehension, i.e. as an invisible limit on freedom and an immediate familiarity with the object produced. In the case that concerns us, the limit was due to the necessary vulgarization and particularization of Marxism, as the first phase of a culture. The particularization and vulgarization of the universal were the contradiction itself, but enveloped, since it at the same time expressed everyone's level of culture, i.e. their implicit familiarity, never seen or mediated, with themselves. But in this negative framework, incapable at first of grasping the absurdity of the slogan socialism in one country, they recognized its positive aspect. For if it was true that the situation, taken in the abstract, did not necessarily involve that dogma, and if it was abstractly possible to base propaganda on more modest reasons for acting and hoping, everything changes once we look at the concrete people who made the new Marxism and, in the name of the very ideas Marxist education had produced in them, proclaimed an absolute certainty. For them, in fact, the negative moment had been transcended. Pursuing the revolution meant building a new order. As Trotsky was later to express it, the masses needed to breathe. This meant that their simplistic culture prevented them from believing in the positive value of a systematically pursued liquidation of every last trace of the old order. In their eyes, that order had already disappeared. So it was not the situation that required this object, but the actual men who lived it. But since they made it as they lived it, we might more accurately say that the abstract exigencies of the situation became clear and were imbued with significations by becoming concrete exigencies through living men. This product became intelligible in terms of the totalizing group, inasmuch as it was acknowledged and supported by common individuals, i.e. inasmuch as they reproduced it as a response to their own exigencies. And this was just what the subgroup whose maneuver came off was counting on. It hoped to be borne along in its operation by the participation of all. There is still, of course, the case where the conflict is adopted as its own by the entire group, and where every common individual belongs to one camp or the other. In such circumstances, the intelligibility of products tends to disappear. But this is because a split is imminent. In fact, in the event of one subgroup restoring unity by liquidating the other, the group, as we have seen, has to be a permanent mediator. This precisely assumes that the essential integrity of the practical community is preserved, and it is this integrity which renders the products of anti-labor intelligible. In effect, they become the chosen instruments for an operation by the group upon itself. 3. Finally, it should be pointed out, although such considerations take us to the threshold of diachronic totalization, that if the monstrosity survived, it was to be reorganized by common praxis and lose its immediate unintelligibility by being integrated into a new intelligibility. Praxis re-established its practical truth by correcting its own deviations, and the origin of this correction lay in the deviations themselves. But the irreversibility of temporalization made it impossible to turn back the clock. So the correction had to function by way of an enriching transcendence, which preserved the deviation at the same time as endowing it with truth through a sometimes very complex system of additions, developments, compensations, and transmutations. The slogan socialism in one country actually involved a certain indetermination from the outset, since the word socialism was fairly ambiguous. In Marxist writing, the words socialism and communism are, in fact, often used interchangeably to denote a single social order, the society that the proletariat has the task of realizing in the future. In this case, the word refers as much to the withering away and disappearance of the state as to the elimination of classes, and the ownership by all workers of their instruments of labor. On the other hand, however, inasmuch as social democracy too identifies with this key word but claims it will reach the socialist society at the end of a long reformist evolution, the term socialism undergoes a slight alteration in that it can serve to denote the reformist illusion of social democracy. In this case, the term communism will have the advantage over it of exactness. It will denote the order in question precisely insofar as this can be realized only through revolution. Thus the word socialism, as employed in the slogan we are considering, was distinguished from the word communism by a slight indetermination. This semantic distinction was soon to be made sharper, becoming a difference in the structure of the objects designated and in the moments of temporalization. In other words, socialism gradually took on a new accepted meaning. It was what comes before the communist order or, if you like, the transition between capitalism and communism. This transitional order, despite everything, was beyond the revolutionary seizure of power. It was characterized by a necessary and fundamental transformation of the relations of production. Society as a whole appropriated the means of producing. Yet the state continued to exist. It was the body by whose agency the proletariat exercised its dictatorship. That meant, of course, that classes were not liquidated, far from it. In particular, hidden in the depths of the new society, the representatives of the oppressor classes united and constituted counter-revolutionary forces. Later Stalin was not to shrink even from adding that class conflicts intensify as socialist achievements grow in number and importance. Such a system, harassed by enemies without and within, characterized by a strengthened state apparatus, at the very moment when transformations of ownership were initiating the progressive withering away of that apparatus, was necessarily riven by contradictions. Indeed, official Marxists gradually began to raise the question of the contradictions of socialism. Taking on these new meanings under the pressure of circumstances, the term socialism changed its signification. It came to denote more narrowly the singular order that was progressively established in the USSR, and that presented itself as transitional. Did this, therefore, simply involve moving backwards and changing the content of the concept socialism, until it meant merely what we earlier termed the pre-socialist order? No. The term pre-socialism, by its very makeup, involves a serious error of assessment. For, in a sense, there is only one pre-socialist order, and that is capitalism itself, quite simply because it comes before. But when the proletarian revolution is made, socialism is already there. For what characterizes it fundamentally is neither abundance, nor the total elimination of classes, nor working class sovereignty, even though these features are indispensable, at least as distant aims of the essential transformation. It is the elimination of exploitation and oppression, or, in positive terms, the collective appropriation of the means of production. But this appropriation, whatever the distress of a country ravaged by war, whatever the dilapidation of its industrial installations may be, was accomplished as soon as the Soviets took power. It was never called into question, whatever meaning people might seek to assign to the emergence of a bureaucratic layer reserving a considerable share of surplus value for itself. And the only real danger it ran could be identified with those imposed on Soviet society as a whole by capitalist blockade and encirclement and the efforts of the enemy within. In fact, it really was a socialist order that was established in the USSR. However, that order was characterized by the practical necessity of either disappearing or becoming what it was through a gigantic and bloody effort. That collective appropriation of ruins beneath the foreign threat had to be changed progressively, through the labor of all, into a common ownership of the most powerful means of production. And if it was necessary to build socialism in one country, this was precisely because socialism appeared in its most abstract and impoverished form in a country whose isolation it adopted and accentuated. Thus the formula, which was false, became true provided socialism was made into a praxis process, building an order on the basis of machines and a fundamental socialization of the land, in emergency conditions and through the perpetual sacrifice of everything to the most rapid intensification of production rates. Doubtless its basic contradiction lay in being simultaneously a swift victory, swiftly institutionalized, and an undertaking stretching over several generations. But the emergency conditions, with the practical consequences these entailed, necessarily entered into the definition of that order undertaking, since they were what brought it about as a consequence of the terror it inspired in the bourgeois democracies. So what was left as a distant objective, as the non-incarnated other side of the daily struggles and of the whole undertaking, was the communist order itself. This is what still defined itself, abstractly, as internationalization of the revolution, disappearance of the state, abundance, liberty. Socialism, in this theoretical synthesis, was essentially homogeneous with communism, insofar as the radical transformation of economic and social structures was carried out in the very first years of the revolution. It was quite simply the mediation between the abstract moment of socialization and the concrete moment of common enjoyment. This meant that in certain historical circumstances it could be a synonym of hell. Thus the Stalinist formula, at first false, then more and more true, eventually decayed and lapsed into an honorific role when the situation no longer justified it, i.e. when the Chinese Revolution and the appearance of the people's democracies in Central Europe abolished socialist isolation and required another praxis on the part of the Soviet government. Meanwhile, of course, the counter-finalities of that transcended praxis had transformed the USSR, stratifications, practico-inert structures. That singular incarnation was progressively singularized in the process of institutionalization. The adaptation of such a highly specific reality to the new exigencies was to be long, arduous, and obstructed. The fact remains that what was essential had been preserved. The transformations might be violent, but they would no longer have the character of a revolution. In this way, the monstrous slogan acquired its practical truth, because it had truly been the idea of that monstrous, inevitable transformation, of that deviant praxis, whose singular deviation was none the less the reality of the incarnation transcending itself in an undertaking that it conditioned from the outset, and that remained qualified by it. Through the twin totalization, synchronic and diachronic, historical reason thus grasps the product of anti-labor as also, both in the particular moment and throughout the temporalization, the intelligible outcome of the common unity and the totalization of envelopment. For our purposes, it matters little when and by whom. It is of no importance whether a particular law functions after the liquidation of one of the groups and even after the disappearance of the two adversaries. What counts is that it gives information about them, even if they are destroyed and forgotten, inasmuch as a praxis preserves its actuality, inasmuch as it is a function and creates duties, inasmuch as it regulates the communication of goods, men, or verbal determinations. There are many other factors that can account for this impotence. But the key thing is that these factors were always regrouped in relation to the Russian Revolution. The evolution of industrialization and Malthusianism in France are sufficient determinations to explain the divisions of our working class. But the violence of internal conflicts is precisely due to the fact that these divisions of a technical and craft origin intersect with political disputes, whose deep signification is always differing attitudes towards the USSR. Naturally, we are here envisaging the USSR in the first phase of the revolution. The subsequent and crucially important achievements that it has made since then, directly or indirectly, do not have to be taken into consideration, because, although they were present in embryo in the period in question, they did not yet appear explicitly. Similar distinctions may be found in a number of authors, even before 1914. But they then had only a logical and philosophical value. Terms were distinguished in the name of theories. The novelty appeared when, in the name of a dogma, the distinction between socialism and communism took on a practical and popular value, when it served to denote stages in the evolution of Soviet society. 5. Are social struggles intelligible? 27. The three phases of historialization. The foregoing example has only a limited scope, since struggle appears in it only as the avatar of an already integrated group. What we have basically shown is that if synthetic unity already exists, as both effect and condition of a common praxis, internal conflict, as the practical assumption of the counter-finalities secreted by action, in its movement of antagonistic reciprocity as in its objective products is only an incarnation and a historialization of the global totalization, inasmuch as this must also totalize its disassimilated and waste products. And we have clearly noted that totalization is not an ideal and transcendent movement, but operates through the discrete activities of individuals on the basis of the common pledge. But although it frequently occurs in concrete experience and at all levels of practice, in short, although it belongs to the proper domain of history, as a condition and consequence of the global evolution of the society where it occurs, this privileged case in which unity precedes and engenders internal discord can obviously present itself only as a specification of the historical process. And since the ensembles whose structures and temporalization the historian has to study always present themselves, at least at first sight, as deprived of true unity, the intelligibility of social struggle seems very hard to defend. And how about our regressive investigation? What has it taught us about societies in the strictly historical sense of the term? Nothing yet, except that they seem to be characterized simultaneously by a unity of immanence and by a multiplicity of exteriority, whether we are dealing with a Flemish city in the 15th century or with France between 1789 and 1794. For there is a relationship between the city or nation and the ensemble of towns or nations that surround it, and this interiorized relationship manifests itself inasmuch as it is grasped by the multiplicity in question as its objective practical unity. But it will be pointed out, of course, that series extend and ramify throughout the entire society. So this interiorization, unless it is carried out by a specific group, will be metamorphosed in the milieu of recurrence into a serial bond of aldehyde. In the same way, the institutional ensemble manifests as such, and in the constituted bodies that are charged with applying the law, a certain sovereign integration of the social plurality. As we have already noted, however, the sovereign's power rests on the impotence of series. 28 It is as an other that the practico-inert individual is the servant of the laws and lets himself be manipulated by forms of other direction. 29 What have we seen, in fact? Groups that are heterogeneous and sometimes condition one another more or less directly, sometimes oppose one another, and sometimes ignore one another, but are all themselves drawn from series and seem poised to lapse back into seriality. Apart from that, the mediation of work matter always and everywhere, between individuals and even between groups, creates the passive unity of the practico-inert, through alteration and reification of the immediate bonds of reciprocity between men. In certain cases, as we have seen, and particularly when classes enter into struggle via the mediation of organized groups, the unity of the group is reflected in the inert depths of the collective as a possibility of unity for each individual. 30 Were the whole class to liquidate its seriality, however, it would still be the case that exploitation, oppression, and the struggle against oppression are conditioned by the practico-inert rift. In the organized group, the latter only ever appears through a praxis that has already taken it over. In societies, however, the practico-inert is an objective reality that manifests itself independently, in and through the alienation of every praxis. It is individual practice that seems taken over and absorbed by inanimate matter. Thus class conflict too appears as a transcendence and taking over of counter-finalities by each class and against the other. In reality, however, combat groups, parties and unions, far from emanating from unity, strive to realize the unity of one class as a practico-inert seriality against the other. Similarly, the basic aim of every class organization, to suppress the other class or subjugate it definitively and constitute it as a slave demanding its enslavement, is not, as in the organized group, imposed by the practical necessity of re-establishing unity of action. On the contrary, it is in order to realize that unity of action is established in each class, and it is the actual rift of the practico-inert that produces it, as the sole conceivable means to create a society governing its materiality, in which man is the permanent mediation between men. Here, in short, two antagonistic unities are invented, in opposition both to one another and to a seriality of impotence produced by a practico-inert process. Or within the group, if you prefer, conflict was a moment of the constituted dialectic. But how should we conceive the dialectical intelligibility of that negative reciprocity which is installed on the basis of an anti-dialectical break separating the constituent dialectic and the constituted dialectic? Is history not perhaps, at the level of large ensembles, an ambiguous interpenetration of unity and plurality, dialectic and anti-dialectic, meaning and meaninglessness? Are there not, according to the circumstances and ensemble in question, several totalizations, with no relation between them other than coexistence or some other relationship of exteriority? Is it not up to the historian alone, in his historical investigation, to determine the directions in which a single praxis process sees itself resumed and retotalized at different levels, and to demarcate the signifying constellations to which a single event gives rise in the most disparate milieu? If we were to accept this thesis, we should be returning by a detour to historical neopositivism. For many modern historians admit, more or less implicitly, what might be termed dialectical sequences within a history that remains pluralistic and analytical. Before deciding, however, we must recall that men make history in so far as it makes them. In the present instance, this means that the practico-inert is engendered by the counter-finalities of praxis precisely in so far as serialities of impotence, by producing the impossibility of living, give rise to the totalizing unity that transcends them. Thus the movement of historialization has three phases. In a first phase, a common praxis transforms society by a totalizing action whose counter-finalities transform the results obtained into practico-inert ones. In a second phase, the antisocial forces of the practico-inert impose a negative unity of self-destruction upon society, by usurping the unifying power of the praxis that has produced them. In a third phase, the detotalized unity is retotalized in the common effort to rediscover the goal by stripping it of counter-finalities. This is what we must study more closely. Before embarking on the example of bourgeois democracies 31, the most complex and most specious, let us return to the Russian Revolution, but this time to consider it through the history of Soviet society in all its diversity. Unification by the future. The goal of the proletarian revolution was to allow the construction of a society in which the worker would have permanent and integral control over the process of production. From this point of view, common ownership of the instruments of labor could be considered the only possible means of achieving such control. But however necessary this radical change in the relations of production might be, it represented only a means. It was the basic immediate goal, in the sense that the revolutionaries could achieve it in the first years following the seizure of power. but the history of the USSR is there to show that nothing had yet been achieved. Genuine control over their labor on the part of the workers also required them to have a direct grip on the economic process, which presupposed a certain prior accumulation of production goods. In this sense, the joint decision by the party and the sovereign organs to step up as far as possible the drive to industrialize and collectivize did not aim just to preserve the foundations, through perpetual transformation and enrichment of the economic means. It presented itself as the only route leading to man's control over production, whose meaning clearly had to be the suppression of anti-human mediations and liquidation of the practico-inert as a field of human alienation. This had to mean also that practical freedom implied that the workers should have a common relation to their work such that they would have the ability to suppress its counterfinalities, or at least prevent these from ever being able, by aggregating into an inert heap, to reconstitute the anti-dialectical rift within the new dialectical relationship uniting the practical organism to the common individual. In any case, it was this that was involved, as much in this fundamental form as in other incarnations at other levels of praxis. For example, it was this that was meant by the progressive withering away of the state, which, through progressive liquidation of the defeated classes and the retreat of penury, would gradually become a useless factor of alienation, an absurd and harmful intermediary between the producer and production. This sovereign praxis was totalizing for a specific society, and through it for all societies, in that it attempted to give the ensemble of disparate collectives and groups called Russia the means that would forge its human unity, on the basis of a given historical situation. If you prefer, there was a real and present unification of that multiplicity by the future. And the future here was neither a simple eventuality nor a dream, nor even the hope of an individual or group. It was the distant, absolute goal, abstract, not conceivable but rigorous, on the basis of which the practical hierarchy of objectives assigned by the sovereign to the ruled collectivity was ordered. And each producer, whatever his attitude, i.e. whatever the nature of his work and his degree of emancipation, grasped this future through the very materiality of the productive effort. If he agreed with this praxis, national unity would first appear to him as a future synthesis manifesting itself inexorably through a kind of convergence of all individual destinies. Millions of motives were embarked upon trajectories inflected towards one another. In each generation the motives exploded, expelling new motives, and this change of motives was accompanied by a closer convergence of movements. At this level, if the individual was not integrated into the sovereign, the action imposed upon him, or simply the work that provided him with the means of reproducing his life, took place simultaneously as free assent in practice of a Soviet citizen and as the inexorable objective orientation of his destiny through his daily life. From this point of view, the convergence, i.e. the sovereign praxis grasped as irresistible force of the historical process, was the same in every worker. There was a single continuous drawing closer of all destinies in relation to each individual one. Through the temporally regressive hierarchy of objectives, the future goal designated the past as national precisely because it was in itself the exigency of a suppression of nationalities. Through this internationalism, a future unity of peoples, the Soviet citizen discovered that his country was designated to draw all nations into the convergence of a single destiny. At the time of nationalism, this people was discovered as the nation that would save all others from their national solitudes, as the chosen people, in short, whose sufferings and heroism had to be commensurate with its responsibilities. This destiny could appear only in the perspective of a national personality, i.e. a historical past inscribed in the materiality of present circumstances. Future history of the USSR and past history of Russia were illuminated by a reciprocity of lights. But if the unity of past history was disclosed as the living depth of an ambiguous multiplicity, this was because the inert unity of the social past was reanimated and reconstituted in the indefinite of its former moments, as producing and undergoing in its depths the unitary exigency of its future destiny and the actions capable of preparing, obscurely and indirectly, the revolution. The abstract and mystical unity of Tsarist mythology, lit by the singularity of the national destiny, became a kind of dim awareness that the Russians have always had of their extraordinary task. In this, properly speaking, there was neither mystification nor fetishization. It was more a matter of the necessary interaction between two popular cultures, of which the new was singularized by the old inasmuch as it rationalized it. At the juncture we are considering, in fact, for the peasant too hastily transformed into a worker by industrialization, receiving a Marxist education, and thanks to it interpreting the historical singularity of the revolution in terms of the economic and social circumstances that had made Russia into that particular country, torn by those particular contradictions, came to much the same thing as seeing his country in the guise of the chosen nation. But the education itself, inasmuch as it was received, was produced in everyone as praxis of the sovereign, as a unification undergone and assumed by a taught culture. It was already, in short, a synthesis of all into one, an effort to make each practical organism, through the interiorization of an ensemble of the theoretico-practical schemata and determinations, into a common individual. So it would seem, a priori, that the sovereign praxis forged unity at the same level as the serial dispersions and against them. This, moreover, is what the official propaganda proclaimed, at home and abroad. The electoral system was designed, in fact, for majorities to be so great and minorities so tiny that in practice the latter tended to be nullified and the former to become tantamount to unanimity. The aim here was not just to show that the population supported the government's policies, a big majority would have been enough for that. It was actually a matter of retaining the electoral system, while replacing the massifying dispersion of bourgeois votes by a praxis process of reunification. The result of the vote, in the USSR, was to reflect everyone's vote back to them as the action of a common individual in a group, or more precisely still as the unanimous act upon which any even minimally durable grouping rests, as a pledge. It mattered little, for the moment, that this unanimity was more or less a facade, or even that the sovereign was counting on serial impotence to realize it in reality. What counted was the determination to find the unity of an entire society, by integrating it into an irreversible praxis. The universalist culture of a bourgeois democracy gives everyone, at least at first sight, timeless orders. Through culture and propaganda, the sovereign group in the USSR gave everyone concrete, dated tasks, i.e. tasks that were determined, in relation to a more or less short-term objective, and within the perspective of the final aim, as the partial activities whose integration would cause the total praxis to progress and whose absence would risk provoking its regression. In this way, every practice had to be integrated into the totalizing temporalization with a positive or negative sign. And this determination in positivity or negativity was itself temporalizing, since it marked the functionality or counter-functionality of practice in relation to the orientated development of the totalizing praxis. From the government of men over things to bureaucracy, praxis and praxis process. Thus the sovereign praxis did indeed aim to produce unity. But it was its very movement which, via the attempted totalization, was to constitute the practico-inert field by developing its counter-finalities. For when Stalin died, the appropriation of land and machines remained collective. On the other hand, control of production had passed entirely into the hands of the ruling bureaucracy. We find ourselves in the presence of a new historical fact, the radical separation of appropriation and rule. The whole French Revolution and all of the bourgeois 19th century were characterized by the identification of ruler and owner. This identification was even justified theoretically. It was explained that the owner was personally interested in a wise administration of the public will, and that, ultimately, he alone could take command of national affairs, since his particular prosperity was a function of the general security and prosperity. It is striking that socialist doctrines, and Marxism itself, had only to preserve this fundamental relationship. In theory, the community of workers is the owner of the means of production. For that very reason, this community must command and control the process of production. And this relationship is based on a twofold interest. On the one hand, it is the organized community which alone can decide upon a truly common management, it is its own end. On the other hand, the new ownership system, by suppressing the mediation of the practico-inert, in the shorter or longer run allows the united producers to construct a self-aware economy, which contains within it and dominates the inertial forces it uses, without ever allowing them to be posited for themselves as inhuman mediations between men. Thus unity of production and management must characterize the socialist order. Socialist man is human because he governs things, every other order is inhuman, to the extent that things govern man. Now the fact is that, as soon as the revolution took place, the Bolshevik party was driven by the dangers pressing in on it to reduce to a minimum the government of men by things. It was not enough with the stroke of the pen to wipe out small and medium individual ownership. The interest of the revolution was to realize common ownership in all sectors, including the rural sectors, and to replace small farms by large ones everywhere, first of all, because necessarily, for example in the Caucasus, common ownership of land and machinery enlarged the enterprise, secondly, because productivity is theoretically higher in large enterprises than on small farms. So, from the outset, there was an apparent match between features imposed on the leaders' praxis by the situation and the fundamental aim of the socialist revolution. Even before the movement of industrialization achieved its full tempo, it was necessary, on pain of death, to reduce the effects of the practico-inert to a minimum. In short, it was necessary, as one sociologist has recently remarked, to transform an economy in itself into an economy in itself and for itself. But it was precisely through interiorization and transcendence of the practico-inert sector that the ruling praxis, in the course of its development, was to secrete in Soviet society, i.e. in the practical field where it was exercised, new practico-inert concretions and new rifts. For it should be noted that if the Stalinist system was characterized by unity of these two features, ownership of the instruments of labor by all, rule of a relative narrow group over all, the original connection between those two features is not even conceivable other than as the result of a unifying praxis, even though it appears at the same time as an inert characterization of the regime or, if you like, a process. The historian, sociologist, or economist grasps the unity of these significations, each of which has a meaning only through the other. At the same time, however, he discovers that this unity is merely a passive synthesis, borrowing its synthetic power from praxis itself and inscribing it in inert matter. The system, as a process, was produced as it produced. For, at the outset, the leadership found itself confronted by two major difficulties. First, it had to modify entirely the demographic aspect of the country, precisely inasmuch as it attempted to provide it with industrial plant. It had to create its cadres from scratch and increase the size of the working class considerably. It might have asked for help from a proletariat already emancipated by social struggles, had the revolution taken place in an advanced capitalist country. But it could not expect any from those workers, many of whom were still illiterate and remained peasants even in the factory. In a certain way, it can be maintained that Russia forged its working class after the October Revolution. Those rustics transformed into townspeople were to emancipate themselves only progressively, and slowly, in the course of the terrible effort demanded of them, which could not in itself be considered revolutionary. The idea of workers' self-management, workers' councils, etc., entirely acceptable in 1958, had no meaning in 1930, when the Soviet worker was painfully freeing himself from the peasant gang and homogeneous working class concentrations were still an empty dream. This emergent class, still uncertain, and whose most advanced elements had either disappeared in the upheavals of the Civil War or found themselves exhausted by 10 years of fierce struggle, could not counterbalance the strength of the party by exerting a constant pressure on the ruling strata. In the same way, the lack of cadres, the time that had to be put into making a technician, and the incompetence of the first hastily formed engineers, all required of managers that they should assume every function in turn. Their authority could not initially be limited by their competency, on the contrary, the scope of their competency was determined by their authority. This meant, in effect, that the leader produced his sovereignty as omnipotence, despite himself and in the absence of resistance shown by men, but at the same time he speedily had to accumulate responsibilities and practical knowledge, in order to overcome the resistance of things as quickly as possible. Through this relationship with the lead, the main features of the leadership were gradually produced. First, a reversal of Marxism in practice took the form of the political asserting its predominance over the economic. For, on the one hand, the lack of technicians obliged the politicians to take technical decisions, hence, to take them as politicians. On the other hand, planning, which was simply revolutionary praxis itself, inasmuch as it continued the revolution by other means, had both immediate and long-term aims of a political nature. The point was to save the regime. But this regime was incarnated in a certain society that had to be defended. So the point was actually to provide a specific country, the USSR, with a certain industrial and military potential, which was determined in the light of internal possibilities but also of relations with external powers. More generally, it can be said that the distribution of resources and of investments between the various sectors did not become established as a simple economic fact. Instead, they were the object of a genuine decision, which took account synthetically of the needs of the population, of armament needs, of the obligation to develop capital equipment, in short, of directing the revolution. The voluntarism of the Stalinist period produced itself on the basis of these practical exigencies. On the one hand, in fact, the Directory of all work that established itself in the leading strata of the party learned to demand everything of itself, i.e. to replace all the missing or defaulting technicians during the transition period. On the other hand, the passivity of masses in mid-mutation placed the leaders in a situation where they were demanding everything of these masses, without giving them the least responsibility in exchange. Finally, subordination of the economic to the political was in practice tantamount to subordinating is to ought. The absolute necessity of cutting corners and leaping over a 50-year lag to catch up the West deprived planning of all flexibility. There was no attempt to allow the different economic sectors to determine their possibilities and needs themselves, in a reciprocal and at the very least provisional independence, albeit with a view to gathering the estimates together subsequently at the top. Centralization, necessary at the time of the clandestine struggle, retained its necessity in the period of construction. Possibilities were defined on the basis of exigencies, rather than the other way round. You must, so you can. But the very development of industry, precisely inasmuch as it was in line with the plan, i.e. with the common praxis, reacted upon the ruling strata to stratify them and multiply the organs of rule. In fact, the characteristic common to all large industrial enterprises, whether capitalist or of a Soviet type, at that precise moment of technology and production was the fact that they required a considerable development of the functions of control, administration, coordination, and rationalization. In one way or another, moreover, as Lukács explained, every industrial complex of any size, if it is to develop or even maintain itself, requires specialists to resort to a kind of economic comminatory. His mistake was to limit the use of that comminatory to capitalist enterprises. In fact, it was literally indispensable to Soviet planning, even though it was not always applied to the same problems. First borrowed from the private enterprises of the capitalist world, it developed independently. Planning implied an algebra of organization and a calculated determination of all possibilities, on the basis of a calculation of the international conjuncture and its repercussions on the national situation. An organization, of course, as a structure of pledged inertia, is identical with the calculation that is its practical knowledge, its deciphering, and that furnishes the guidelines for its constitution. We know this type of objective thought. Economic calculation is to organizational groups in industrial societies what abstract knowledge of kinship relations is in certain archaic societies. Based on the possibility of establishing or revealing rules, i.e. inert systems of relations themselves based on pledged inertia, its guidelines are basically the minimum of synthesized passivity that praxis must transcend towards the practical situation, in order to adapt itself to it by a new creation. The organizational schema is thus worked matter. It is the inert, abstract ensemble of the general possibilities for organizing pledged inertia, and thus in itself that inertia, but transported to the level of abstraction at which it will be the express condition of transcendence of the status quo. In short, the organizational schema represents the inertial determination that the organizer has himself produced by his praxis, and to serve that praxis, which represents the framework indispensable for any transcendence but, for that very reason, strictly limits the possibilities for inventing replies to every situation. The leadership is produced in the very inertia that will gradually define it in the process of determining relations between the led. In other words, it interiorizes their pledged or serial inertia, in order to be able to re-exteriorize it, transcended and negated by the invention of new groupings operating on the basis of that seriality. What illustrated most tellingly this putrefying backlash of praxis upon itself, I think, was when the leaders confronted the question of wage differentials. The principle of the Bolsheviks in 1917 and even after that was, as far as possible in that first period, to equalize incomes. But, as we have seen, the proletarian revolution, because it was incarnated, presented itself with singular exigencies deriving from the singular situation in which it developed, whose singularity necessarily contradicted the Bolsheviks' principles. It was not true that these could be preserved and the revolution be saved. But it was not true either that the integrity of the revolutionary development could be saved if they were thrown overboard. It was necessary to choose between disintegration and deviation of the revolution. Deviation also means detour. Stalin was the man of that detour. Hold on. Produce. Later generations will go back to principles. And this was right, except that he did not see how in this very way he was producing generations which contained within them, as the inert materiality of the circumstances to be transcended, the deviation that had produced them and that they interiorized. The leadership put its intransigence into preserving, at any cost, a reality, collective ownership of the means of production, inasmuch as this had been realized in that moment of history and in that particular country. The only way of safeguarding that reality, moreover, was to increase pitilessly, day by day, the rate of production. So what empty scruple would prevent them from introducing wide wage differentials, once they were convinced that high wages were the best incentive to produce? Here again, we may observe that the practical field they organized proposed to them, and often imposed upon them, the chosen solution. Today, the Soviet leaders like to speak of interesting the masses in production, and the decentralizing measures taken by Khrushchev, among others, have this aim. But this is because the present standard of living, technical improvements, and mass culture make decentralization possible and necessary. In fact, formulated in these discreet and almost aristocratic terms, the question being posed is that of total control over production. Ever since the masses became aware of the situation and themselves, there has existed only one way, sufficient and necessary, to interest them in producing, which is to give them control over management. After World War I, however, the lack of education and indifference of that working class in full crisis of growth, together with the poverty of the workers, made it quite impossible to awaken a common interest in increasing the rate of production. In the period following the revolution, the politicized, emancipated worker already found a new contradiction within himself. Inasmuch as he wanted socialism, he could accept intensifying his production for the common good and restricting his consumption, but inasmuch as socialism was also, indeed in his eyes first and foremost, the end of overwork and underconsumption, his individual needs came into contradiction with his praxis as a common individual. At once, he no longer identified so closely with revolutionary construction as he had done with the social movement before the revolution. Before the revolution, his personal demand was the common demand, and the common demand had the triple effect of maintaining mass agitation, contributing to working class emancipation, and, if the bosses yielded, shaking the system. Afterwards, since the common activity was a planned construction, the socialist individual was relegated to the level of the contingent. His real exigencies were presented to him as always capable of being reduced, precisely in the name of the common objective. But since the common objective was such that the means of attaining it were the object of economic calculations which specialists or specialized bureaucrats alone could carry out, it was not even he as a common individual or the unified ensemble of his comrades who determined the norms, the yield, and the distribution of investments. His fate came to him via the sovereign, in the form of a strict determination of objectivity. His tasks were fixed for him, on the basis of statistical data establishing the exigencies of plant to be produced, armaments and consumption, and it was through simplified resumes of these calculated data that they were communicated to him. This implied a reification of the citizen's relations with the sovereign. The former was defined through the latter's calculations as a mere unit of production and consumption. Between the two of them, there was the mediation of the plan, an ambiguous reality which was both the voluntarist political project of a certain ruling milieu and at the same time, at least as it presented itself through the instructions imposed on this factory or that combine, the simple, rigorous determination of the conditions to be fulfilled by each and every one in order to save the USSR. The most emancipated workers were thus stripped of their rights to control and leadership, not by a deliberate operation on the part of the leading organs but by the growing disproportion between the requirements of the economic community and their relative ignorance of these problems. Their obedience to the sovereign was reified, inasmuch as it was lived as submission to physical laws. Through planning, in fact, the full rigor of economic laws that liberalism was so fond of evoking was rediscovered, the sole difference being that this rigor was perceived through a system, whereas the liberals grasped it in pure exteriority. The organizers of the plan and the producers who realized it could be compared to the crew of an aeroplane struggling against a storm and grasping the facts of nature in practice, inasmuch as they had already been filtered and reassembled by the inert synthesis of the system, whereas the homo economicus of liberalism was, so to speak, outside, submitted to natural forces without mediation, both he and the works he erected outside himself. In any case, a first inert constraint created a kind of void between managers and producers, which determined the former to assume the functions that the latter could not exercise. We have still spoken only of the conscious core of the emergent working class. But let us not forget that non-agricultural jobs went in 4 years from 10 to 20 million, and from 20 to 45 million between 1932 and 1955. Since services were less developed than in the bourgeois democracies, most of the newly urbanized joined the workers of the secondary sector. For the period that interests us, the doubling of the working class had the result of paralysing it. The newcomers, torn from agriculture, illiterate, or barely knowing how to read and write, brutally changing their rhythm of work and way of life, lost, were unable to conceive or understand the common interest of workers, until a long and difficult adaptation had made them aware of their new condition. When the leaders are reproached, moreover, with having deprived them of their rights, I am tempted to ask, supposing that these rights had been acknowledged, how and with what intellectual tools and in the name of what unity would they have exercised them? It is obvious, moreover, that their demands, if they had been able to get a hearing, would have been of a negative kind. Those new workers cost a lot, so the wage had to be low, and they were exhausted by the effort asked of them. So they would have demanded less work and higher wages. It goes without saying that such demands could not but express the reality of their needs, so they were perfectly justified. But it also goes without saying that since they did not present themselves in the context of general control over production, hence in connection with positive adjustments to the plan, they were determined for the leaders as possible fetters on industrialization. So planning took account of minimum needs in order to avoid demands and the possibility of a working class resistance that would find its unity in struggle, hence, as objective and negative elements that it should be possible to contain by a minimum expenditure. The barest rationally calculated satisfaction of needs, combined with propaganda and coercion, sufficed to prevent a negative unity of those workers still not very aware of their class or their rights. Yet education aimed to transform those social atoms into common individuals. But it endowed them with their common reality inasmuch as they had to contribute to maintaining and transcending the norms of the plan. This positive synthesis presupposed that massifying forces would continue their massification from below, and of these forces the most important was the monstrous growth of the secondary sector. So, for some, propaganda and education could inculcate the duty of producing. But the interest in producing could not be realized, at the level of the masses, as an objective condition of their work. They were still too backward to be able to demand control over the process of production, while the government was too poor, and the plan required investments that were too great in the capital goods and armaments industries, for it to be able even to envisage raising the real standard of living in proportion to the progress achieved in industrialization. Moreover, a rise of that kind could not occur of its own accord, in a system resorting to commandism in order to close a half-century gap and rush through the stage of accumulation. Opening up wide wage differentials was a means born of poverty. The same with productivity bonuses, Stakhanovism, emulation. The aim was clear, to give anyone the chance to improve his own living standard, seeing that it was impossible to raise everybody's. By this method competitive and antagonistic practices were reintroduced, not at the level of the capitalist market but in the actual factory, at the level of production. Everyone could be better paid, if he imposed upon himself a harder effort, but in the end only some would benefit from the bonuses and increases. The presence in a factory of a corps of activists contributed in itself to raising norms. Thereby, it introduced a negative interest for the other workers, they would work more so that their wage would not go down. In short, that whole mandarinate of heroes of labor, Stakhanovites, activists, and Stalin Prize-Uiners, that refusal to level wages at the base, that working-class chin, all that emulation they tried to stimulate by competitions between factories or by honorific distinctions, all that was constituted by the leaders' praxis, in an effort to verticalize the voluntarism of production, for want of having the means to stimulate a profound movement in the masses by interesting them in producing. The leadership's praxis had to confront a fundamental option. Since it was impossible to obtain increased productivity by mere coercion, it was necessary to choose stimuli and incentives. But the necessities of industrialization prevented them from telling the masses they would improve their lot inasmuch as they increased the rate of production. So all that was left was a choice between principles and the only possible stimulus. The practical aim which made it necessary to choose the second term of the alternative was thus certainly not to introduce a stratified hierarchy into the world of work. It was a matter rather of setting off a to and fro movement between base and elite, and compensating for the present misery by opening up a field of living possibilities for everyone. But whatever the objective might be, it had to be realized in practice through a stratification. The constant growth of the secondary sector in fact necessitated the creation of an ever more extensive system of bonuses, distinctions, and privileged positions, without there being any chance of those already occupied becoming free again. The effect of this creaming of the masses was to produce a voluntarist elite in the image of the ruling groups. For its members, it was true that they would improve their lot by participating in industrialization with all their strength, the common interest and the individual interest coincided. But only individuals, inasmuch as they constituted themselves as such against the masses, could achieve this fusion. For this very reason we find in them, inasmuch as they interiorized the sovereign's voluntarism and re-exteriorized it in their own work, a very singular synthesis, proper to the Soviet elites, between individualism and total dedication to the common cause, i.e. to socialism. But insofar as it was the leaders who had determined for them the possibility of emerging from the masses, they were hand in glove with the sovereign. And insofar as the leaders' praxis had stimulated the elite in the voluntarist perspective of building socialism, they conceived the construction of the socialist society only through that sovereign praxis. For those two reasons, their discipline was military. They temporalized the practical enterprise represented by their life in the totalizing milieu of the globalizing temporalization. They assimilated their progressive elevation in the hierarchy to the progressive realization of socialism in one country. Thus the leadership recruited its own auxiliaries and created them in the perspective of its planning activity, as voluntarist products of its sovereignty and as the depositaries of its inflexible will. The plan created the man of the plan. But the plan was a praxis of men. Conversely, however, the ensemble of ruling and administrative organs suffered the backlash of its praxis. It qualified itself and determined itself by its wage policy. In that hierarchical society that it created by widening wage differentials and multiplying honors, the ruling group found itself objectively modified by the hierarchical structures, as determinations of the social field into which it was integrated. It was designated no longer just as a revolutionary ensemble, which drew its sovereignty from its praxis, but as an institutionalized sovereign, whose power was objectified and determined by the place the directors occupied at the apex of the hierarchy. For how could you conceivably create a hierarchy, without thereby defining yourself as the man of the top rung? How could you distribute honors, if you did not enjoy the highest honorific distinctions? How could you decide the top of the ladder and the bottom rungs, without ultimately creating all the intermediary rungs? How could you define wage increases as a recompense, without attributing to yourself the highest wages? It is pointless in fact to imagine that a group of poor revolutionaries, without privileges, refusing all distinctions, as Lenin was, could, to serve the needs of praxis, engender a society of dignitaries in which merit was ceremoniously recompensed. Yet the greater the dangers that were run by the regime and the more arduous the effort required, the more blatant the ceremonial had to be. Thus praxis developed its counter-finality, via the intermediary of the voluntarists whom it distinguished and raised above the common rut. It transformed its agents into dignitaries. Social stratification became at once the obligatory means of realizing economic growth by planning in that underdeveloped country and, as a consequence entailed by praxis but not willed by it, the practico-inert and anti-socialist result of the search for incentives, in a situation which did not allow interesting the masses in production. In this first stage of our investigation, what interests us primarily is to find the factors which conditioned the appearance in the USSR of a practico-inert, and of fissures between the social milieu. We have, in fact, just seen the birth of those layers of social inertia termed strata, and it must above all be appreciated that this stratification occurred as the process of praxis. For the separation between managing functions and the right of appropriation assuredly represented a structure of negative inertia. An impassable internal limit on the relationship between the masses and the administrators. In short, a reification. But planning, in itself, at once constituted that proletariat, formed out of heterogeneous layers and constantly growing, as a collective. The internal structure of that enormous mass in perpetual disequilibrium was the practico-inert result of a practical process. For the plan anticipated the creation of new factories or enlargement of the old ones, so it was directly concerned to create working-class jobs for certain members of the peasant population. That meant ensuring that these new jobs would find occupants, and committing the necessary expenditure to ensure that every occupant would have the right tools and to make a skilled worker out of an agricultural laborer. Eventually, the leaders would themselves define the rural zones that could support an exodus. Perhaps they would even sovereignly fix the contribution of each province, according to its human resources and the relationship between its population and its production. Of course, these decisions could be taken by different bodies at the top, and this possibility was itself an expression of managerial inert being, to which we shall return. No matter. Even if certain aspects of the task were defined by various subgroups, unity remained intact, because the central body had defined the general line, the objectives, and the global exigencies of the future undertaking. The activities of the subgroups had the aim of ensuring the specification of praxis. They operated on the twin fundamental basis of synthetic unity of the plan and sovereign power. Those two bases were one and the same. The central managing group created subaltern positions for the plan, and by it, so praxis, while being objectified in the current plan, was still and always praxis when it created organs of its own for itself. It was at the level of the demographic upheaval which it had produced in its entirety, and above all of the social consequences of the latter, that it found itself undergoing, as a material, inert circumstance to be transcended and altered, its own results. How did this come about? The reason was clearly the following. History has two principles. One is human activity, simultaneously all and nothing, which without the inertia of things would at once evaporate like a volatile spirit. The other is inert matter, within the agents themselves and outside them, which supports and deviates the whole practical edifice at the same time as having stimulated its construction. Thus every action of the group upon inanimate matter has as its necessary consequence the interiorization, within the group itself and in a form defined by its previous structures, of the very inertia in which its praxis is objectified. And through the internal transformation of the group, interiorized inertia will deviate praxis at its source and be re-exteriorized as deviated praxis. The fact is all the more intelligible in that the group, as the practical free organism, re-exteriorizes its inertia to act upon the inertia outside via the mediation of a directed inertia. At the level of interaction, moreover, you necessarily find in the case of individual work the unity in exteriority of the physico-chemical world, but in the case of common work the unity in exteriority of the physico-chemical world and the human world. In 1928, the illiteracy of the peasants represented a serious danger for the party's agrarian policy. But on this terrain, it was a negative material given for the leaders that they inherited without having produced it, that they discovered as a passive resistance to praxis, and that was characterized at once by its universality and its dispersion. Furthermore, that inertia was merely a lack. But what was involved here was not an external negation, as when Marx explains the emigration of the ancient Greeks by their ignorance of the practical applications of the natural sciences, but an internal negation, i.e. one that was discovered and constituted, by the action which revealed it, came up against it and grasped it within itself, as the absence of a means, the presence of a risk and the urgency of inventing a recompense. Apart from this negative element, positive and practical features were discovered. The peasant from a given region, who practiced a given culture in a specific context, was characterized by a way of life, a mixture of abilities and inertia, or rather an ensemble of abilities based on the inertia these had gradually produced. It was the ruling praxis that deprived those very features, as organic resistance to a new qualification of their work, and as an inanimate break on their adaptation to working-class life, of their practical aspect, viewing them instead only in terms of their inertia. In reality, the peasant's abilities were useless to him in the factory, since they were exclusively a means of carrying out his work as a farmer. So what was left was the determinations on which they were based, particularly the rhythm of work, which by now was only the difficulty or non-possibility of adapting to production norms. Lastly, it must be added that the peasant, at the beginning of his urbanization, remained above all a peasant. Lost in the landscape of the working-class suburbs, he worked to live and could not at first feel his solidarity with that universe. That sense of being lost was a suffered relationship between the new worker and his new milieu. Or rather, it was the negative relation resulting from their being brought into contact. Through being brought into contact in this way, the material milieu as a medium for inert syntheses became a mediation between men. These inert determinations were the basic relationships upon which all others were established. And it is easy to see that they were produced by praxis. Breaking action and resistance of the organic rhythm, disorientation, etc., became negative realities in the milieu of the working-class concentrations, and the latter were not inert groupings around the towns, but demographic currents determined and controlled by the leadership. Among the elements of those inert determinations, moreover, certain elements in other milieu could be alive and play an active role in production. The essential thing was that sovereign action produced a new milieu in full evolution, within which it maintained a singular curvature tension, and that, through this tension and this inner curvature, the previous determinations were modified by one another and constituted inert concretions and breaking or deviating mechanisms. In short, a practico-inert field. And this field drew its unity from the totalizing praxis, that alone allows us to call it a system, a process, or simply a mechanism. But it drew its being from the inertias reassembled and fused together by that practical synthesis. In other words, For the Russian working class of the 30s it became a source of permanent atomization or serialization, so that this class, imbued with an ideology simplified and modified for propaganda purposes, could find its unity only outside itself, via the mediation of the sovereign. Above all, moreover, that transcendent and superficial unity in fact represented only the unity of the sacrifices that were demanded of its members, whereas the true relations with the leadership remained provisionally reified. Mystifying mirage of transcendent unity, reified relations with the leaders, internal structures of atomization and seriality, perpetual intermingling as a result of new arrivals, that was the reality of the working class during its crisis of growth. That was what a priori made it inconceivable that it should seize the levers of command and exercise dictatorship on its own. That was why the leaders were constituted by it, as exercising that dictatorship in its place, precisely in so far as, by its mode of recruitment, they constituted it as incapable for the time being of controlling production. So there was a reciprocity of conditioning in inertia, at the very heart of the total action and the practical field that this had determined. It was the workers who made the leaders, in so far as the leaders made the working class concentrations. To go still further, however, it is necessary to understand that the features inscribed in that working class, which did not find any assistance even in its trade unions, reflected a still deeper given, which was no more or less than the very circumstance revolutionary activity sought to transcend. From the outset, the underdevelopment of the USSR was necessarily transferred onto the demographic terrain, by an extraordinary numerical disproportion between the non-agricultural and the rural workers. In the domain of customs, culture, and revolutionary consciousness, this led to radical differences. The state of emergency and all the dangers necessitated an unprecedented acceleration of the process of urbanization. The working class which had made the revolution was, you might say, invaded and dismembered by barbarians. Thus Praxis integrated the countryside with the town, tending thereby to produce a new balance in which the masses freshly emerging from the hinterland would become partially urbanized, whereas the urban masses, invaded, would lose their autonomy and their unity. That gap between the rural immigrants and the oldest workers was simply an incarnation and reflection of the gap to be filled between the current situation of industry and the situation it was supposed to achieve by the end of the plan. Moreover, even assuming, since this was the aim of Praxis, that the gap between those two moments of production would be filled 5 years later, it still remained the case that it had been interiorized by the working class masses, inasmuch as they had received within themselves more alien elements than they could absorb. Everything has its price. To act means to interiorize a contradiction through the very ensemble of the acts that suppress it externally. The industrialization of that agricultural country was, through the urbanization of the peasants, the ruralization of the working class, and the provisional lowering of its political and cultural level in favor of its growth. This was also signaled by the fact that production increased much faster than productivity. Thus the provisional features of the working class were the metamorphosis into present and reified human relations of a synthetic relationship between the economic situation in the USSR as a practico-inert reality in 1928 and its future situation as an objective defining the sovereign praxis. The fact that this class provisionally had to present these features was, without a doubt, inevitable. By this we mean that, in the framework of that praxis and on the basis of the circumstances which engendered it, urbanization had to be accomplished in that way and in no other. But that does not at all mean that we should present it as typical of industrial growth in socialist countries, as though industrial growth first existed as an economic process determining itself, and as though its determinations were modified in one way or another depending on whether it occurred in a socialist country or in a capitalist country. This non-situated and, therefore, even non-human viewpoint is that of economic sociology. But it can be said to rejoin the anti-human dogmatism of the transcendent dialectic. For, instead of showing necessity as an ensemble of objective practico-inert connections alienating praxis, it is presented to us as preceding and conditioning the latter. According to this hypothesis, the Soviet leaders were in the service of that transcendent growth, it was realized by them in so far as it constrained them to realize it whatever they might do. And, of course, the sociologists do not at all deny that there is a history of that growth, they simply confine themselves to observing that this history is not their department. That is enough to signal the autonomy of their economic and social model. But they forget that this model could not stand up, if it were not the inert objectification of a unity, and that this unity can precisely be nothing but sovereign activity transcending the present towards the future. In vain do they present it in its autonomous functioning, determining it through statistics, they will lose sight of its signification, if they do not agree to see in it the transformations of a practico-inert by a history. To suppress Soviet history, to forget that industrialization was accomplished practically under foreign bombardment, not to take account of the consequences it had externally, which also reacted upon it, to forget the evolution of the revolutionary parties, their contradictions, etc., that amounts to considering an inert sum, without taking account of the orientated totalization which produces it by its operations, supports it and transcends it. And when Raymond Aron, for example, points out that there are other types of socialist growth, he forgets that those other types were possible, with their negative aspects, as with their positive aspects, only insofar as they were grafted onto the Soviet model, i.e. insofar as the industrialization of the USSR was necessary to produce them and sustain them, insofar as every one of the measures taken by the leaders of the people's democracies, good or bad, cannot be understood by itself and in its mere practical relationship with the exigencies of the national economy, but must necessarily be related to the political relationship of the country in question with the USSR and to the history of Soviet socialization. As soon as the multiplication of industrial centers required improved communications, to take just one example, a synthetic but inert relationship was established between such and such a town which needed a certain raw material and another which represented the nearest mining center. The relationship manifested as an inert exigency of town A towards town B could be revealed by innumerable dangers, a drop in productivity for want of materials, the risk of partial unemployment, an over-equipment of center A in relation to its real possibilities. That exigency was a reality, at the level of the town itself, and at the level of the USSR. But this reality came from the towns being brought into contact through praxis. Town A had been founded or considerably developed, its factories had been equipped with the prospect of Center B transmitting ore to it in sufficient quantities. In this way, the inert terrain lying between the two centers was abruptly synthetically unified. It was simultaneously separation and unification. The long and short of the matter was that it became an inert mediation between two human activities, but played that role in the context of the plan. It was, in fact, the plan, and not the private interest of this or that capitalist, which endowed the materiality of the terrain with that mediating role and that possibility of developing unpredictable counterfinalities. In particular, once factors of an entirely different kind, but still integrated by praxis, allowed town A to intensify its production considerably, this was enough for the problem to take on a new urgency. Originally established in A because a railway line linked A and B and the conditions were assembled for a certain number of return trips to be made in a certain space of time, the factory became a problem in itself within the perspective of an accelerated growth that necessitated overlooking nothing that might increase its output. The problem arose, in fact, because the existing rail traffic between A and B became clearly inadequate, while on the other hand the plan reduced investment in transport to a minimum. The latter stipulation was obviously not gratuitous. It arose from the situation itself. The balance of the plan required it. But the contradiction emerged here, through praxis itself, from the bringing of different inertias into relation with one another. By increasing the rate of production in heavy industry, and by organizing a system of bonuses and honors which wrested the worker away from the mass and allowed the manager access to more important positions, the sovereign gave town A the means, hence the duty, to increase its output. But that meant giving itself the obligation, in the name of industrialization, of reinvesting in transport, which it rejected in order to achieve industrialization more successfully. Of course, it was not just a matter of two centers. There would have been no problem then. But what happened most frequently was that the same overall movement provoked the same exigencies in quite a number of different regions, which presupposed a choice, and perhaps a reworking of the plan. In any case, this example shows us how praxis itself creates its own necessity, inasmuch as it synthetically unites inertias of exteriority. For it was praxis, through expansion of the factory, which created the scarcity of rail traffic, just as earlier, by the establishment of town A, it had created the terrain A left-right arrow B as a mediating exteriority. And finally it was praxis, through the already accomplished distribution of investments, which made that scarcity into a practical problem and, through the practico-inert ensemble, confronted the need to choose. But the choice itself, insofar as it would be objectified by labor in work matter, would resolve the particular problem only to pose others. For the objects produced, as inert syntheses, would be realized through the social universe as permanent possibilities for mediations. However, at the same time as action created the type of synthetic necessity that was specifically human necessity, its singular historical character led it to retain within itself the practico-inert that it engendered, either in the guise of exigencies to be met and problems to be resolved, or else in the guise of exigencies on the way to being satisfied and problems on the way to being solved, on the basis of which other practico-inert concretions would be determined in the practical field, with other exigencies and other solutions. Thus, through this simple example, we can grasp necessity, in the case of a sovereign and commandist praxis, as the temporary alienation of that praxis in its own practical field by the synthetic bringing into relation of different work passivities. This means, if you like, that action is overwhelmed from within by the depth of the world and must at every moment resolve problems to which it gives birth, without having been aware of engendering them. The process is the exteriority of praxis, inasmuch as it reveals itself at the heart of its interiority. All industrial societies are doubtless characterized today by growth. But this growth is the exteriority of a praxis which, in given circumstances, with specific technologies, strives to overcome scarcity. The unity of the process is the projection into the inert of the synthetic unification of the totalizing praxis. Thus, to return to our example, the Russian population and the farmlands that fed it were totalized at every moment by the managers. For the immediate practical field of the latter was precisely the entire nation, with all its resources and all its problems, grasped through the accomplished revolution, the objectives to be attained and the interiorization of the threats hanging over it as a result of capitalist encirclement. So it got its alienations and deviations from the inert concretions it produced in its practical field, rather than, as in the case of the individual, from outside. In particular, the leading group was in the practical field that its own action transformed, and was what was affected by the inert determinations its action produced in the field. So praxis was to be deviated by stratification of the group, and the group was stratified precisely insofar as the need to increase production was expressed in practice by a series of measures whose practico-inert result was working class impotence and a hierarchy of wages. So the deviation of praxis was not directly the consequence of its development. But it independently became an institutionalized praxis, recognizing itself in the chin it had established despite itself when the leaders were transformed by the whole society and with it, when they ceased to be revolutionaries and became dignitaries of the revolution. In other words, in a socialist society and during the period of commandism the practical agents are inside their own praxis and undergo the backlash of the changes it inaugurates, via the mediation of the practico-inert. Praxis, moreover, changes in turn only via the intermediary of transformations affecting the agents. Praxis makes society, within the framework of praxis, makes the leaders in its image, and the leaders change praxis, as a function of their new hexis. But this precisely means that the relationship between ruler and ruled presents itself as a reciprocity of totalization. The rulers make themselves rulers of those particular ruled via the mediation of the practico-inert. Industrial growth, to be sure, comprises a first phase termed that of accumulation, in which it is necessary to build the factories and manufacture the machines to manufacture machines. In that first period, investment goes primarily into heavy industry. It is characterized by a first demographic movement, growth of the secondary sector at the expense of the primary. A larger number of workers is necessary because there is a larger number of factories in absolute terms. In the second phase of growth, however, a new progress is realized by the increase of productivity. The latter implies the appearance of another demographic current. To be sure, insofar as the numerical diminution of the rural population must be compensated for by intensifying the productivity of the agricultural laborers, the primary sector continues more or less to supply the new recruits for the secondary sector. But as the size of the farms or farming groups requires a permanent labor of control and organization, and as at the same time one of the essential factors of productivity is the coordination of efforts and preparation of tasks, the tertiary sector grows at the expense of the secondary. There is a circularity, since productivity requires fewer manual workers and more white-collar workers. In the USSR, commandism, through a combined development, sought to carry on simultaneously the struggle to accumulate production goods and the struggle to increase productivity. For that reason, the strongest demographic current went from the primary to the secondary sector. There existed, moreover, an instinctive reluctance among the leaders to multiply unproductive jobs. At the same time, as we have mentioned, there were not enough cadres, despite an admirable effort to develop technical schooling. As a consequence of this twofold practical determination, the ensemble of political and administrative organs was constrained to assume the function of the higher tertiary sector. This was in line, moreover, with the other objective of praxis, to preserve the political character of planning. The technician determined what was, the politician determined what could be done, in the light of what had to be. But the very necessity of construction obliged them to demand surplus labor from the workers as well as from the peasants. The worker, according to Marx, receives a wage representing a lesser value than that which he has produced. The remainder, in a capitalist society, goes to the boss and is partly reinvested in the enterprise. This is what makes accumulation possible. In a period of socialist accumulation, however, could things be otherwise? How could plant be developed, if the value consumed by the producer were equal to that which he had produced? All the same, it was not a matter of exploitation. Through the plan, it was the whole collectivity which decided, in the interest of all, to reinvest the difference between the value consumed and the value produced. But this collectivity was not mature enough to control its leaders, still less to manage itself. Was it not at the same time necessary to create that working class, which was to emancipate itself through work and culture? So the leaders were awkwardly situated, as a singular group determining for everybody the use to be made of what, if a bourgeois democracy were involved, might be called surplus value. This highly singular situation was defined by their very action. It was necessary to take power, exercise it, decide sovereignly, or else give up the idea of defending the revolutionary achievement. On the other hand, however, they were constituted, by the very task they assumed, as the allies of the future community against the present masses. And by future community I do not mean, of course, the far-off communist society, but simply these common individuals, marked by the same hexis, aware of their duties and their rights, transformed by culture, each of whom might be a specific example of what is called Soviet man, fitted, as of now, by their capabilities and knowledge to support their leaders and, precisely by doing so, to control them. In short, I mean these young Russians of 1958, such as their leaders have very genuinely attempted to produce them and such as they have indeed produced them in reality. They make terror pointless, and perhaps they will soon make it impossible. In 1930, however, the leaders derived their isolation from the masses they had forged, and re-exteriorized it in distrust and coercive measures. Here again, it is necessary to understand that first fissure, which sprang from action itself. Loss of contact with the masses was not mainly, or first, a consequence of the terror, it was its source. For Praxis was producing masses with whom the leading revolutionaries no longer had any possible contact. First, because their situation and their activity obliged them to take part of the value they produced from them, in order to reutilize it arbitrarily. Secondly, because their pre-revolutionary formation, their struggles, their Marxist culture, and their interiorized violence would have brought them far closer to any proletariat in a capitalist country than to those millions of lost peasants, many of whom had undergone the revolution without making it, or else had been too young to take part in it, and who could not express the desperate violence that springs from misery other than against the very regime that was making them into workers. At the same time, however, the constructive movement they embarked on, with all its revolutionary violence, carried them ahead with respect to the still negative phase of the working class movements abroad. For these isolated groups, the only possible justification of their authority was the objective process. The practical success of the October Revolution proved that the time had indeed come for the seizure of power. The leaders would be qualified, they would truly represent the interest of the working class, if they achieved industrialization, i.e. if Praxis was a rigorous technique, based on precise measurements and calculations. Sovereignty was justified by absolute objectivity, and the manager was dissolved into his activity, i.e. into the strict determination of a plan that liquidated him and dissolved him into himself, as the mere detector of the objective. But in proportion as the leading individual was obliterated, the leading function was affirmed and had to be respected by all. The hierarchical system was constituted in circularity. Without a doubt, the necessity of introducing emulation did determine a hierarchy at the lower echelons. Moreover, the latter did designate the leading circles as the upper ranks, still vague but to be defined and made specific. Conversely, however, that hierarchized power was itself undoubtedly the result of the leader's authoritarianism, which merely expressed the need for voluntarism in a society where the base, stirred as it was by various movements, remained temporarily cut off from the summit. More deeply still, the stratifications of the summit expressed the reinteriorization by Praxis of a political necessity. In order to preserve the predominance of the political over the economic and the technical, it was necessary, in that society in the throes of development, that the leaders should not participate in the universal mobility of those classes in fusion. Their action had to be adapted at every moment to new circumstances, to be enriched, and on occasion to be disavowed without hesitation, but the extreme flexibility of that action necessarily depended on the personnel being maintained in their posts. The latter had to be the permanence that produced, controlled, and directed change. If personnel changes had been too frequent, there would have been interference between these and the metamorphoses of growth transforming the country. The result would have been paralysis or instability, oscillations following no inner law. For this very reason, it was quite simply growth that inscribed itself upon the leaders as its own rule, as the permanence it required, in order constantly to adapt to its own problems and to world conjunctures, in the same way that their own revolutionary culture was limited, reinforced and illuminated by the lack of culture of the masses, and in the same way that, reciprocally, this culture alone, because it was revolutionary, defined the lack of culture of the masses historically, not as the mere absence of universal tools but as its temporary inability to understand the meaning of the revolution in progress. Thus a certain political activity, born in given circumstances and exerted by rulers recruited by the former praxis, determined within the practical field the ensemble of the ruled as integrated into an irreversible temporal movement, rather than into a cyclical movement of repetition. Thanks to that, a nation was no longer a being but a making, an enterprise, and this enterprise aimed to construct politically the economic foundations of social life. On this basis, Praxis designated the sovereign, realizing it as a political group assuming economic and technical functions, i.e. one that limited and controlled the production of tertiary cadres, and absorbed into itself all those produced by the tertiary sector, by integrating all high functionaries into the party. This distrust of the pure technician, by obliging the members of the sovereign to concern themselves with everything, define their practical characteristics for them, a hasty, disorganized culture, acquired as new questions were posed, and voluntarism. A sovereign whose practical field was the totality of national activities, who, embarked upon a gigantic undertaking, struggled against the scarcity of time as much as against that of tools or consumer goods, who combined the political and sovereign function with those of the tertiary sector, whose voluntarism itself, as an interiorization of the scarcity of time, and as the consequence of avoid separating the masses from the managers, produced simultaneously, at the cost of the most terrible effort, a permanent transformation of Soviet society and an ever more developed stratification of the leading circles, which consequently pitted the slowness, lack of initiative and monolithism of their administration against the mobility required of the ruled by the sovereign, their flexible movements and their adaptability. Do we not here recognize the Soviet bureaucracy, as its functions of leadership without appropriation had made it? In the irreversible temporalization of an activity that mobilized the masses without being able, for the time being, to be controlled by them. And that bureaucracy was the inert being of the sovereign, its inanimate materiality. But there would have been no totalization if those practico-inert structures had derived from its praxis as mere suffered effects. In fact, there was a dialectical movement of interiorization and re-exteriorization. It is necessary to say at one and the same time that the sovereign was bureaucratized by activity and that it bureaucratized itself for activity. Truth to tell, however, this latter viewpoint risks leading us astray. In reality, bureaucratization was under no circumstances the sovereign's aim, not even as a means of governing. But via the mediation of inert materiality, which, as we have seen, exists even in the best integrated groups, bureaucracy became the synthetic meaning in exteriority of all the measures the sovereign took in the practical temporalization. To cite just one example, it was via the mediation of the masses' inertia that the fierce will to save the revolution became an idealist voluntarism on the sovereign's part, expressed by the proud consciousness of alone being that revolution. It was through that finality, everywhere present and everywhere deviated, that the being in exteriority of praxis, i.e. the bureaucratic status of the group, drew its inert unification from its objectives and acts, as temporalized interiority. And because it was constituted as a counter-finality through the orientated activity of the agents, it necessarily referred back to the aims of that activity as its foundation, its positive means and its permanent unity. So it makes no difference whether the historian settles the meaning of the activity and goes on from there to its counter-finalities, i.e. to the external apparatus it constituted for itself, or whether he begins by studying the transformations of the external apparatus and then goes back to the activity, as the principle they required precisely in so far as they had refracted and deviated it and, in this degraded form, it determined their inert unity. Ambiguity of the latent conflict. As for the latent conflict which, in the practical field, pitted the workers against the managers, we now understand that this was the read option as activity, or as practical features more or less explicitly qualifying activity, of the practico-inert rift engendered by the common praxis. The latter produced the workers by the work it assigned to them, it produced the leaders by the workers' presence in the practical field. In so far as the class being of the workers and the bureaucratic being of the bosses were projections into the practico-inert of the synthesis in progress, and in so far as workers and leaders conditioned one another reciprocally in their being via the mediation of the passive exigencies of worked matter, the latent conflict, as passive resistance of the former and as authoritarianism of the latter, was an assumption of the set oppositions it was attempting more or less clearly to transform into a fight. This latent conflict, however, was not comparable to those we considered earlier. The others had occurred inside a group whose unity they expressed. Here, the unity still existed, but it was no longer that of the common internal field. It was the unity of the leader's activity and of the practical field. Praxis, by objectifying itself, constituted a practical field in which the managers and the managed were simultaneously integrated. In other words, in the politico-economic combinatory the calculators were elements of the calculation, which dissolved them into itself only to reproduce them in direct connection with the other elements it transformed in its field. In other words, the conflict no longer had the same meaning. The leaders would have liked to dissolve certain practico-inert structures, not because of their inertia but because, as such and in given circumstances, they could constitute a braking system that slowed down the activity undertaken. From this viewpoint, they could be induced to increase the construction of workers' housing in order to avoid a concentration of miseries. They could also, through propaganda, create the superficial illusion that the working class was a group and its members were common individuals. At the same time, however, they wanted to maintain the serialities of impotence, whose origin was the heterogeneity of the working class concentrations, and which made any concerted activity practically impossible. What is more, by virtue of its inertia that mass became an apparatus you could operate like a lever, provided only that you knew how to use the passive forces of seriality. It was then integrated into the common praxis like a hammer in the hands of a carpenter, it was transcended and objectified in the results it inscribed in the practical field. However paradoxical it may seem, in fact, the leading group totalized the various series as series. The measures taken to accelerate production in a given sector, to transfer a certain amount of labor from one sector to another, and so on, enclosed within themselves and transcended the anticipation of serial reactions, and the procedures to neutralize these on the basis of a practical knowledge of the structures of seriality. But could the sovereign be said to totalize the series, since this was defined as the fleeting or wheeling unity of detotalization? That depends on what you mean by totalize. If you were to mean by it that the leader dissolved inertia in order to unite the others in a pledged group, it goes without saying that any such attempt, dangerous to the regime, was a priori ruled out, except in its mystifying form. Indeed, this real totalization would have had the effect of changing an inert lever into a community forging its own sovereignty. But if we consider the words used by the leaders, the masses, public opinion, the people, the workers, etc., we at once observe that they were chosen because of their ambiguous signification. In so far as these words were material and inert realities, whose meaning created the synthetic unity, they seemed to relate to totalized objects. But the action that used and transcended them disclosed at the same time that they referred to scatterings mediated by inanimate matter. Yet that ambiguity was revealing. The series was totalized by the sovereign in the same way in which a mathematician totalizes arithmetical recurrences by the notion of transfinite number. These numbers are a practical transcendence in the sense that they are defined, basically, by the ensemble of operations they enable one to perform. As transcendence preserves the transcended, moreover, the practical modality of the operations on transfinite numbers is determined by the real structures of the series. Via the mass media, the government addressed itself to series explicitly targeted as such, and its activity aimed to obtain a global result through the transformation of seriality into other direction. So totalization appeared only at the origin and at the end of the process. At its origin, since the movement propagated was the object of a synthetic project relating it to the totality of the practical field; at its end, since in the event of a success the series would be objectified in a totalizable outcome. For example, a given collective, if handled capably, would produce 10 million tons of pig iron by the end of the 5-year plan. And those millions of tons represented in one sense a scattering of exteriority that corresponded exactly to the serial scattering. But in another, they were totalized by the practical transcendence that was already transforming them into machines via the mediation of another working class collective. In this sense the totalization of the series in its product was carried out against itself, since it had been objectified in that product as a series and the ensemble of worked matter reflected its alienation to it. So what was involved was actually an operation directed by the sovereign against the masses, and one that consequently maintained them in the separation of alterity, the better to make use of them. But this objective character of the activity was not accompanied by a premeditated attempt at oppression. Similarly, activists and other propagandists created soon-to-be fragmented nuclei of unity around their persons, just long enough for these local and positive regroupings to thwart the spontaneous formation of negative groups. Moreover, the pyramid of organs constituting the Soviet hierarchy also had the effect of removing the cream from the masses, depriving them of their most active elements, and of preventing insurrectional regroupment by creating fields of possibilities, and a future external to the working class, for the elites. Assuming the need to make the latter carry out surplus labor, and adapting their praxis to the instability and impotence of that giant collective in mid-growth, the leaders were obliged in practice, i.e. by the synthetic coherence of their project, and by the efficacy achieved within this project by the passive syntheses it retotalized by transcending them, to re-exteriorize the original contradiction of the post-revolutionary period as a latent but constantly present oppression. In this they were, at least partly, responsible for the conflict, inasmuch as they sought reunification of the field. In the historical circumstances of Russian industrialization, the meaning of their praxis was to destroy those workers as free practical organisms and as common individuals, in order to be able to create man out of their destruction. Of course, that is what they are reproached with. And our intention here is not to defend them. That they sinned all the time and everywhere is obvious, just as it is obvious at every moment of every historical process, for all rulers and sometimes all the ruled. It will be necessary later on to ascertain what a sin is, and our historical investigation will doubtless lead us to pose this question from a formal point of view. 32 But in any event, here the sin may have lain in the harshness of the oppression, or in the concrete use of the organs of coercion. Oppression was itself the basic characteristic of a praxis whose aim was to realize the phase of accumulation along with the phase of productivity. Lenin's slogan about Soviets plus electrification has often been quoted, and people have sought to derive an argument from it against the principle of Stalinist oppression. It should have been realized, they say, that those two conditions are dialectically linked and the powers of the Soviets should have been increased pari passu with electrification. But that would have been possible only if the working class had remained more or less homogeneous, only if the labor begun by the fathers had been continued by workers' sons. People forget that rapid industrialization exploded the structures of the working class, drowning the old workers in a tide of newcomers. Emancipation was indeed to be real, as a long-term process. However, although workers aware of their condition and the future to be defended did increase as an absolute quantity, their proportion, within that amorphous mass suffering from overexpansion, remained more or less identical. It is only since Stalin's death that the radical transformation of that class and the high level of its culture have been revealed. So the leader's praxis was qualified as oppressive, by virtue of the necessities it engendered within it in the internal milieu of its totalization. It is also necessary to understand the ambiguity of that oppression. For if it was genuinely necessary to obtain at all costs an almost unendurable tension of the working class forces, and if for that purpose it became necessary in practice to maintain the seriality of impotence, it must also be recognized that the sovereign's mistrust sprang from the internal imbalances of a working class that it was itself in the process of forging. Moreover, at the same time as it was maintaining recurrence by practices often involving police repression, it was striving to lay the foundations for a true socialist community, through a considerable effort to raise the cultural level of all. It thereby encountered again, both before the latent conflict and beyond it, the common unity of the ruled, inasmuch as they themselves directly became the goal of its praxis and no longer just its means. Thus the ambiguity of the latent conflict pitting the bureaucracy against the workers was encountered again in the implicit contradiction of bureaucratic praxis. Or, if you like, the possibility of conflict within the practical field was given, with all its ambiguity, in the contradiction that was temporalized within the totalizing praxis. Conversely, if we consider the other term of the conflict, the working class masses, we shall find that same ambiguity. Considering first only the nucleus that made the October Revolution, it has to be recognized that the contradiction emerged within it on the morrow of victory. For at the moment of insurrection it was the masses which led the apparatus, and the organized movement was profoundly transformed, insofar as the masses transformed themselves into organized groups. Without a doubt, the sovereign reality of the permanent group, the party, was grasped deep in the heart of seriality as a possible unity of serial individuals through suppression of the series. I demonstrated this earlier. 33 There can also be no doubt that this schematic existence of its own totalized unity was lived from within, and under the pressure of revolutionary circumstances, as a factor of a totalization in progress. Yet this totalization, when it took place under emergency conditions, aimed to submerge the party or render it useless. The party controlled and guided only if it could adapt, i.e. transcend its own limits under the revolutionary impetus. The Bolsheviks took charge of the spontaneous organizations when they became aware of the real limits their praxis had received, and when they reinteriorized those limits by transcending them, in other words, when they renounced all stages in favor of taking power alone and organizing the socialist revolution. I have shown elsewhere why the masses are necessarily radical in the movement of dissolution of serialities. 34 Reality, at the level of serial impotence, is the impossibility of living. The common awakening to power through liquidation of alterity and destruction of the practico-inert is accompanied by a metamorphosis of reality. The latter, a practical field of common power, becomes the manifest impossibility of any impossibility of living. Precisely insofar as they can want nothing without exploding the system, the masses, as soon as they unite to demand something, are led by their very unification to demand everything. And everything, in party terms, is the seizure of power and the construction of a new regime. But insofar as the party takes control, avoids the reefs of dual power and retains leadership of the movement, it involves itself in a transformed praxis that is going in turn to be determined not just by its conscious aims but by its limits, and that will define the party itself in its new singularity. Right from the seizure of power, in fact, i.e. from the decision to radicalize its goal, it is defined by its contradiction with the movement to liquidate series. And this contradiction is due precisely to the fact that it too totalizes the popular demands, but as a party. For these demands, inasmuch as they are the very movement of the united and revolutionary masses, are atemporal. It would be inaccurate to say that the groups in formation demand everything at once. But it would be an even more serious mistake to think that their demand takes the form of a long-term constructive project. In reality, there is an immediate and contradictory relationship between the objective, which is plenary humanization of the subhuman through satisfaction of his needs, and the practical constitution of the popular groups, which is that self-same plenary humanization but through the violent passage from impotence to common praxis. In the climate of fraternity terror, indeed, man is born as a pledged member of a sovereign group. But this man can be really and entirely humanized only by satisfying his needs, by suppressing his misery. However, not only are the material conditions for satisfying them not given, but in addition the distinctive feature of revolutionary situations is that, in a climate of violence, and political and social tension, a lost war or economic crisis has deprived the country of a considerable part of its resources. So when the impossibility of living is no longer just the necessity of dying your life, day after day, under the domination of an oppressive and exploitative class, when it means instead a real risk of famine or immediate death, under the pressure of such threats the masses group together and organize to make that impossibility impossible whatever the circumstances. And the very momentum of their regroupment radicalizes their praxis to the point of making them demand everything. The atemporal character of this demand is due to the fact that the worker freed from the practico-inert asserts himself as a man confronting death, whereas he is a man only in order to die. No system, no policy, and no government can at present give him the means to live as a man. So everything is simultaneously given and refused, immediate and out of reach, lived and realized in revolutionary praxis, vainly demanded by hunger and misery. But this contradiction is reversed. The leaders, by adopting the radical demands, necessarily commit themselves to a long-term praxis. In them, the revolution as apocalypse becomes a temporal undertaking. Everything, as an immediate objective of the masses, becomes the final objective of an organized activity. And the immediate objective must be to restore an order. A new order, assuredly, but one which, since the inherited misery is that of the ancien regime, sometimes temporarily made worse, resembles the vanished order in that it is the coercive organization of penury, and reality once again becomes the impossibility of living. So it is impossible for the revolutionary groups not to produce themselves as in conflict with the leaders they have given themselves. The latter have to incarnate the impossibility of any immediate amelioration, i.e. reassume the negative powers against which the oppressed classes rose up. But that necessity of vegetating in misery at the very moment of victory, it is still popular praxis that creates it, in so far as it goes to the political extreme in order to realize the economic extreme. It is popular praxis which in the practical synthesis, by bringing those factors into contact, constitutes that revolutionary paradox and that permanent contradiction between the radicalism of the here and now and the radicalism of the long-term undertaking. It is popular praxis which produces leaders and pits them against the masses in the process of fusion, just as it groups the masses by dissolving series and pits them against the leaders emanating from them. On the other hand, the workers cannot enter into total conflict with the leaders, in so far as they produce in themselves the contradiction that pits them against the party. At the same time they are the temporal undertaking, inasmuch as this gives itself its own knowledge and engenders and discloses its own temporalization. In other words, they are the men simultaneously of the immediate need and the long-term objective, while as class individuals they are the mediation between the two. In other words, those producers are aware that there is an identity between the ultimate aim of the undertaking and the most immediate goal of the need, at the moment when reality is impossibility of living. The possibility of translating a single objective into two languages and envisaging it turn and turn about in two systems, the instant and the temporalization, was clearly shown by the enthusiasm of the Russian proletariat when the first Dialectical was decided in October 1928. The crying needs of the undernourished were developed and temporalized into a practical tension. It was then a question of the satisfaction of all the needs of everybody being the deep meaning of that total mobilization. The individual's need would not be assuaged, but it became the vectorial tension of his effort and was transposed into practical radicalism, i.e. into voluntarism. In this practical form, it partly lost its physiological urgency. In the perspective of socialist construction, undernourishment, which had previously been unbearable, would be borne for a time. In the context of this voluntarism of conscious workers, the unity of masses and leaders was realized. But obviously the organism would itself fix definitively the threshold that could not be crossed. By this relapse into the immediate the opposition of the masses to the leaders was resuscitated in unity. That means there was a whole dialectical movement here. The rank and file recognized their leaders because they readopted their project. They objectified their hunger by interiorizing the leaders' voluntarism. Tension, which was realized by transcendence and preservation of the need, in and through the undertaking, thus became an objective reality within them, at once the same and other and possible alienation. But precisely because they recognized the sovereign's powers through the unity of the undertaking, they demanded of him, and often against him, the means to pursue it. Need itself was objectified. It was lived as suffering and danger, and at the same time defined as that which had to be assuaged if the rate of production was to be increased. On this point, moreover, they found a common language with the leadership, which likewise reckoned that consumption could not be lowered beyond certain limits without compromising productivity. The source of opposition was neither in the language nor in the intentions, it lay simultaneously in the determination of the standard of living below which it was no longer possible to produce and, even if agreement was achieved on that point, in the slowness of organization, the difficulties of supply and the errors of bureaucracy, in short, everything that constituted the sovereign as inferior in fact to its function. The deep difference was there. In a system of capitalist exploitation, penury, discomfort, and misery are recognized as the normal and constant products of the society. In the system of socialist construction, however, they were attributed to the faults of groups or of men, or to the particular necessities of the moment. Insofar as the opposition of the emancipated proletariat would be able to manifest itself explicitly and find its organization and its expression, it would require a change, perhaps radical, of the leading personnel and a reworking of the plan, but it would not go back either on the revolutionary basis of the regime or on the necessity of pursuing the undertaking initiated. The practico-inert that the workers wanted to suppress was not so much the sclerosis of the leading layers and the serialities in the laboring class. It was rather the ensemble of secondary counterfinalities, which were by and large consequences of the bureaucratic system, hence, of praxis process itself, but which in the immediate, specific instance always presented themselves as remediable. On this point too, moreover, the frictions presupposed a certain unity, since the distinctive feature of that bureaucracy was to prosecute bureaucrats bureaucratically, i.e. to attribute mistakes to men rather than to the system that produced them. It is well known that in the socialist democracies under Stalinism, men were sometimes changed spectacularly in order to change things, and sometimes in order not to change them. To be sure, the unity of the leaders and the rank and file was not that of members of a group. At the level of the nucleus of revolutionary workers, however, it must be noted that interiorization by both leaders and rank and file of the original contradiction of socialism, hence, the adoption of the same inner conflict by the leaders and the rank and file, would have made it possible to avoid oppression in the true sense of the term. For, in so far as rejection of the impossibility of living became voluntarism by being temporalized, it was possible to imagine a centralized, tough, authoritarian praxis, but one supported by the rank and file themselves. Reciprocally, the leaders would have taken more care to search out and suppress abuses, if these adjustments had been demanded in the name of the common voluntarism by a working class of which they had been sure. At this level, the latent conflict would thus have manifested itself within the unity of the constructive praxis, by intelligible products and not by misshapen monsters. Working class pressure would in fact have tended to suppress bureaucratic excesses and to limit hierarchy. In such a case, anyway abstract, since it signals the beginning of industrialization, the struggle as a latent contradiction in the leading groups and in the masses can be said to be in itself a factor of unity. It does not suppress the authoritarian commandism or the planning carried out by the guiding center, but it makes oppression useless. Perhaps it makes it possible to increase the powers of the Soviets in direct proportion to the progress of electrification. We know, however, that this nucleus was shortly to explode under the pressure of immigrants, and that the leaders would have to handle a volatile, uneducated, disunited mass liable to change from one day to the next. Most of these workers were not revolutionaries. Before the seizure of power they had been peasants, and even if they had set the red cock loose on big farms or in chateaus, such acts of violence had expressed an uneducated revolt. Though they might lead to the appropriation of seigneurial estates, they at all events could not spontaneously transform themselves into a voluntarism of industrial production. Similarly, those new workers would clearly long remain urbanized peasants, and their class consciousness could not be formed for long years to come. And what could it be, anyway, in those early stages? What would its practical content be, since the seizure of power was an accomplished fact, since the exploiting class was defeated, since those peasants, driven from their villages by misery or brutally transported, saw work in industry despite everything as a curse, especially if you think of the prodigious effort that was asked of them, rather than as a duty or an honor. But without yet understanding what the revolution was, they were not unaware that if they revolted they would be counter-revolutionaries. That regime which was proletarianizing them was the same one which had driven out the landlords. The leaders' mistrust of those yokels, most of whom were still under the sway of the Orthodox Church, was interiorized in each one of the newcomers as mistrust of the rest. In that socialist country achieving full employment, this mistrust, which engendered oppression, played the role of competitive antagonisms in the capitalist world. It serialized. Everyone became once again the other for his neighbor, not the other who could be taken on in his place, but the other who could denounce him or whose imprudence could provoke an arrest. In that immense collective, insurrectional unity was not even imaginable. Radical powerlessness was lived as resignation, or in extreme cases transformed into passive resistance. In other words, powerlessness to rise up was re-exteriorized as powerlessness to produce, while sometimes individual violence was expressed by an act of sabotage. So the conflict existed, but it had no name. Oppression was not exploitation, there was no class struggle, and anyway the working class existed in itself but not for itself. On the other hand, the newcomers, whatever their attitude towards the regime, were simultaneously serialized in relation to one another, by their origin and histories and by the leaders' operations, and unified by the sovereign praxis, inasmuch as they were integrated into the practical field it delimited, i.e. into the country, as an ensemble of material givens, accumulated goods, and men. This integration in no way prejudged their real relations with any particular practico-inert ensemble or group. It merely meant that everything always came to them via the mediation of the sovereign, i.e. via sovereign determinations of the practical field. If it was a matter of founding a city around blast furnaces or steel works, the bureaucracy took care of transporting them to the site, it distributed makeshift equipment to them, it had already decided to build flats, it would achieve that with numerous delays for which it alone was responsible. It was the leadership which took care of supplies, or set tasks and norms. If need be it would have a double track built, to replace the single track upon which the freight trains initially traveled, the ones that transported the coal or the steel. As the worker became educated, as he assimilated his craft experience and his culture grew, he discovered himself more clearly within a system unified and constituted by two centers of production, 2,000 kilometers apart. One of these, situated in the Urals, was constituted around iron deposits, while the other had been founded in the vicinity of coal mines, the latter sending fuel to the former sending back to Kuznetsk surplus iron extracted from the Urals. On the basis of this, the worker grasped his own practical field as a tiny determination within the sovereign field. His work was foreseen. The practico-inert exigencies of his machines directly expressed the invisible synthetic exigency of the sovereign. Those machines were foreseen by the plan, constructed in conformity with it, and their expectation was a passivization of the sovereign's expectation. They made themselves the conducting milieu of that unitary praxis that came to seek the worker out, right to the foot of that magnetic mountain where he had been transported in anticipation of the needs of production. His life, i.e. his food and the satisfaction of all his other needs, depended upon the way in which he would fulfill his prescribed task, and that prescription was a mere specification of the overall plan. But even his zeal could not ensure that he would manage to surpass, or merely attain, the norms determined by the sovereign. Even that depended on the rate of extraction of coal at Kuzbas, and on the transport. In practice, moreover, that universal dependence did not establish any solidarity between him and other workers in other sectors of production. What he needed was intensive work by the Kuzbas miners, by the railwaymen, by the train drivers and, inasmuch as he was personally designated to have a flat, by the building workers. In fact, that solidarity in reverse led everyone to demand the most intensive effort from everyone else, so that he would be able to reproduce his life by pushing his own effort to the maximum. It was with the leadership that the worker felt some solidarity. In order to be able to accomplish the task it had prescribed for him, he expected of others exactly what the leadership expected of them, the maximum, the optimum variant. Leadership was a mediation between men by things, since it stirred the practico-inert by transfinite operations. It was also a mediation between things by men, since the worker in the Magnitogorsk steel works depended on the Kuzbas mines and the frequency of transport and at the same time on the miners themselves. Since in both cases, moreover, the dependence turned into a dependence vis-a-vis the sovereign, that manipulated inertia through its very seriality revealed the sovereign unity of the manipulating praxis. But if series were in practice totalized, the serial individual nevertheless remained the man whose freedom, in and through his radical alienation, realized his serial being through an other direction that revealed itself as a fascination with totality and an infinite movement propagated under the sovereign's influence. This meant that the serial individual was determined inasmuch as he existed as other for the sovereign itself, i.e. for a praxis knowledge that presented him with his particular practical field as already totalized by the leadership and with his serial being as expressly aimed at. In that sense, the practical totalization he carried out at every moment was a totalization of the already totalized. In that sense, if the propaganda had succeeded, he grasped the sovereign's totalization as the depth of his own totalization. His practical field was the country, as it was for the Politburo and its expert assistants, and if he had been able to develop his knowledge and functions infinitely, he would merely have rediscovered the total depth of his own field. In a certain way, the sovereign totalization was his powerlessness and ignorance, he was determined by it in his negative particularity. In another way, however, it was his possible knowledge and his own participation in the praxis of all. For individuals, the sovereign was the mediation between their ignorance as particularity and their total knowledge as possible totalization of the country by each and every person. On the other hand, the totalization of series, though purely operational, was manifested to every serial individual as a recuperation of the infinite flight by the sovereign's totalizing praxis. Thus serial being was lived as organic being. As we have seen, this is the very nature of other directed activity. 36 Following the above description, however, it remains the case that the leading group's totalization was retotalized by the individual precisely in so far as this retotalization was already foreseen and provoked in the leadership's totalizing praxis. Although there was a reciprocity of reflection here, however, the leading group remained the other inasmuch as the individual was himself maintained and conditioned by others and in the milieu of THIRD. From this standpoint, the two totalizations presented themselves simultaneously as the same and as other, or, if you like, the individual lived the totalization of his practical field as being deciphered and explained elsewhere, in those radically other beings whose sovereignty was lived as group power through serial powerlessness. At that level, THIRD appeared as a sacred characteristic. Totalization of the individual practical field remained a synthesis at the surface of a synthesis in depth whose type of being was the sacred. Obviously, this characteristic would have disappeared in the event of revolt and insurrectional dissolution of all series. We are really accounting here for a particular alienation, inasmuch as an individual's daily activity totalized him, the country remained profane, inasmuch as that obscure totalization was carried out in the full clarity of a sovereign totalization that escaped it, the country became sacred. But we have also noted the complementary praxis. Activists provoked ephemeral dissolutions of seriality at strategic points that the government had carefully determined and that figured as synthetic objectives in its totalizing praxis. In such regroupments, as we have seen, fraternity terror reappeared with the sovereignty of each person, as a common individual readopting the decision of the party or Politburo. At that level, the individual reabsorbed the sacred inasmuch as he dissolved seriality and deepened his practical field. There was homogeneity between his own totalization and the sovereign's. What is more, the movement of his own totalization made it into a kind of moment of the sovereign totalization, a kind of stage on the infinite route that would make it possible to realize this in its entirety. A dialectic was established between those two contradictory relationships of the individual totalization to the common totalization through a new attempt at totalization by the individual. The new transformations resulting from this are, for now, of little concern to us. The example was simply designed to indicate, first, that the sovereign totalization integrated non-totalizables in practice, secondly, that it determined itself as a function of the singular totalizations which retotalized it, and did so in such a way that the retotalization was in conformity with the chosen objectives. And reciprocally that, in a society thus integrated, each person was as a Soviet citizen at the very least, through other direction, an intermediary between the serial other and the common individual, since he totalized his practical field within a global totalization that he revealed and transformed by each of his activities, and since he acted in any case as an agent already foreseen and guided by the totalization in progress. Yet each singular totalization, as a transcendence of the sovereign totalization towards a particular goal, appeared in turn as a totalization of the totalization, i.e. as an ultimate totalization. Thus the leadership's totalization, embracing individuals and groups, found its concrete reality only in the diversity of the concrete totalizations that retotalized it, each from the standpoint of a local praxis. In this sense, however, it can be said that the sovereign totalization was simply a praxis whose objective was to be realized by the foreseen, accomplished unity of its retotalizations. The heterogeneity of the series and groups did not count, since the sovereign took account of this, or rather relied upon it, in order to realize its own objectives. As soon as that heterogeneity entered into the practical reckoning, it became a necessary moment of totalization, the means of orientating and limiting retotalizations, of opposing or fostering them in the direction of the project. Everything went on as though each individual lived under the pressure, and in the light, of a sovereign totalization, in which he figured as a totalized element, and as though the sovereign totalization had grasped itself as a project of passion and incarnation, since it caused itself to be retotalized by everyone as a non-transcendable totality. By this, I do not mean to refer back to any kind of pre-established harmony or social optimism. It is simply a matter of showing that, in a society characterized by the presence of a sovereign, historical signification, whatever it may be and from wherever it may emanate, requires to be comprehended in the twofold movement of retotalized totalization and totalization of the directed retotalizations. After that, dreadful disputes may arise, and clan struggles, police oppression and class conflicts may grow worse. All we mean is that these very struggles can take place only within the framework of a retotalized totalization. It is at this level that contradictions explode, at this level that groups form to oppose the sovereign, precisely because it is at this level also that the sovereign praxis has previously been able to succeed, i.e. achieve its objectives through directed retotalizations. The positivist historian has distorted history and made comprehension impossible, whenever he has shown the organized forces project determining the masses, or public opinion, or any category of individuals or groupings, in the same way that a physical factor can condition the variations of a natural process. He has suppressed any possibility of totalization, by suppressing one of the essential moments of historical praxis and remaining blind to the following obvious fact: inasmuch as history studies the action of action upon action, the milieu in which any given praxis may create any other in accordance with strict predictions is necessarily that of retotalization. From this standpoint, conflict and the stages of every struggle are comprehensible. These reciprocal retotalizations of each opposing praxis by the other, when they are themselves retotalized, likewise constitute a contradictory milieu where each action creates the other as its practical nullification. So the conflict with the sovereign took place within the practical field, and in the produced and revealed unity of that field. The latter was originally just the moving synthesis of the environment by an action in progress. But the contradiction was due here to the fact that in that unified environment, as particular determinations of the field, there were men, i.e. several sovereigns. This would still be only a partial explanation if those men had been enemies of the sovereign, i.e. had negated the practical field embracing them and had had to be negated by it. But the reality of oppressive commandism was more complex. By virtue of the oppression that kept them in seriality, and by that very means extracted the maximum effort from them, the leadership was against them. They interiorized within them their status as means, i.e. as reified individuals, as transcended transcendents, whose sole freedom seemed to be to yield themselves up wholly to the sovereign praxis, and to flee reification in the alien voluntarism that imbued them. On the other hand, however, those means of praxis were also its ends. As forced labor proceeded and the first results of action made themselves known, Soviet man was created. His pride sprang from his first achievements. His toughness was just interiorized oppression. His passivity vis-a-vis the managers was not just the interiorization of his impotence, but also a fundamental conviction, acquired gradually through culture, that transformation of the leading personnel was in itself less important than industrial growth, and that, assuming the system was to be saved, the individual and collective tasks, the effort to be contributed and the standard of living would be more or less the same at the same moment of socialist construction. I am not saying that this Soviet man, the first really to define the present in terms of the future and his individual future in terms of the socialist future, had been created cheaply. Perhaps in many cases he had even appeared only with the second generation, i.e. with the sons of the pre-war immigrants. It remains the case that this type of man would never have been produced in a bourgeois democracy. For oppression makes no difference to the fact of common ownership of resources and the instruments of labor, and the oppression that causes people to work for the benefit of bosses is one thing, while that which causes fathers to work for the benefit of their sons, the latter for the benefit of grandsons, etc., in the perspective of a growing liberation, is another thing. Thus, little by little, the newcomers or their children adopted the viewpoint of the revolutionary workers, apart from the fact that they had the sense of a constant, and constantly reformist, evolution, within a state that they were retaining because that state had emerged from a revolution that they had not made. This singular mixture of conservatism and progressivism was the interiorization of the totality within each individual. It expressed the very meaning of praxis, to progress in order to maintain, and to maintain in order to progress. At the same time, it realized the true relation of the urbanized peasant or his son to the revolution, as an insurrectionary seizure of power followed by a radical change in the relations of production. Precisely, it was not he who had made it, but the education given him by the sovereign born of it, as well as the need to save the meaning of his own life, together with the objective reality of the new regime, all ensured that this received order was nevertheless adopted and could not conceivably be called into question. Or, if you prefer, education and propaganda had eventually determined in each individual a zone of almost pledged inertia that was precisely the revolution itself, inasmuch as by every concrete action he transcended it in its original abstraction and in its past being, inasmuch as it was the distant aim of his undertaking and his life, his non-transcendible destiny, in short, inasmuch as he realized what others had established as an absolute but abstract beginning. From the moment when he was himself involved and with a single movement grasped his practical field as a singular determination of the sovereign field, and his own life as an undertaking in progress, a limited singularization of the sovereign temporalization, his opposition to the sovereign was waged in the name of the sovereign itself. There were no flats, for example, not, as in a bourgeois democracy, because it was in nobody's interest to build any, but because the sovereign and planned decision to stagger their construction over months or years had not been realized. Yet the conflict remained latent, in the Stalinist period, since voluntarism was an optimistic decision, everything was always going well. The demands of the masses can be interpreted as a first control exercised over the sovereign in the name of its own projects and the praxis that was realizing them. But since optimism was always the source and the result of terror, the conflict remained at the level of a passive resistance at the very heart of the masses' voluntarism. And that resistance, as an inertia provoked and maintained, was merely the interiorization within the unity of the practical field of that other inertia, bureaucratic sclerosis, turned back against itself by the very people it affected as their negation by the sovereign. Through the intermediary of these increasingly conscious men, Stalinist praxis accumulated in its practical field transformations that negated it, and this negation was turned back against it through the new generations of workers. Conversely, however, that negative project, precisely inasmuch as it was contradicted by hierarchized stratifications, was explicitly contained in the sovereign praxis as one of its long-term objectives. First, because that praxis had taken over the theory of withering away of the state, even though present circumstances seemed to it to require the latter's reinforcement. Secondly, because the very effort demanded of the workers in a period of accumulation was expressly given as temporary. Finally, because when the emergency diminished, although the state would still subsist, the appearance of technical cadres and the human and professional culture of the workers would combine to make the bureaucratic government and the stratified hierarchy less and less effective, and would oblige the ruling personnel to disappear or adapt the forms of government to the circumstances. Thus the contradiction of Stalinist commandism was that its aim was to make itself useless, through the transformation to which it subjected both the ruled and the country's industrial and military potential. This contradiction, moreover, was just an expression of the fundamental contradiction of socialist construction in the period following the seizure of power. On the other hand, bureaucracy obviously asserted itself at the same time, and insofar as it was hierarchized, Stalinist commandism tended to favor certain social layers. But this was because praxis, by determining the field of the practico-inert, had, via the intermediary of the whole practical field, produced Soviet bureaucrats in such a way that they assimilated the common interest and the private interest. For we know that these two interests were in contradiction in the working masses during the phase of pre-revolutionary construction. But we also know that the appearance of working-class hierarchy had tended to create a system of recompenses such that for some of the workers the contradiction had been removed. To work the best and the fastest was to be the best paid and most honored. Precisely in so far as stratification had frozen the hierarchy, the latter tended to maintain itself for itself and against the masses, and at the same time for the greater efficacy of the common praxis, such as that efficacy might appear to bureaucratized agents. But the latter, in the very act that consolidated their power, limited its duration. They had become aware of this, since all the ideology they had been taught explained how their power was for a limited time and almost of an interim kind. They could build the USSR but not construct a class. Their very action prevented them from doing so, despite the privileges it conferred on them. Their bureaucracy consecrated the separation between management functions and mode of appropriation in a certain phase of industrial growth. At the same time, however, it showed by its effects on the ruled the provisional character of this dissociation in a socialist system. So it can be said that emancipation of the Soviet worker, though different from the emancipation of Western workers, pronounced sentence upon the bureaucracy. It must be added, however, that it did so simultaneously upon that bureaucracy and through it, and as a practical consequence that the latter had already accepted. The more this wheeling, omnipresent contradiction, the contradiction of planned growth, helped to construct the unity of the men it had produced, i.e. of the rulers and the ruled, the more strongly and clearly did it manifest itself. In this sense, not just at the beginning for the revolutionary nucleus, but gradually for all individuals and all groups through the partial reinforcement and partial dissolution of serialities, it was the totalization in progress that clarified the conflict, by tightening the intelligible unity. Let us simply recall that this totalization did not dissolve the collectives, nor was it the unification of a multiplicity into a group. It was actually that of every sovereignty defining its practical field in a fundamentally univocal relationship. The practical field was engendered by praxis and transformed perpetually by it. If it was right to speak of a transformation of the agents by the field, this transformation did not break the univocal nature of the fundamental relation. The reaction was in fact produced by bringing disparate elements into contact within the field. It was activity, through its temporal profile and its qualification, which realized that bringing into contact, as a synthetic immanence of exteriority. And it was through the synthesis that exigencies appeared against a background of interiorization of the exterior. If these exigencies transformed the agents and through them deviated praxis, they did not thereby testify to a reciprocity. For they were simply praxis itself, refracted by the material. So man was produced via the intermediary of his product, without this operation necessarily presupposing a fetishization of the latter. It is in terms of this non-reciprocity that the relations between the ruled and the sovereign must be considered. Inasmuch as the ruled were inert, manipulated serialities, their relationship with the rulers was univocal. Series are matter worked by transfinite operations, and the exigencies they manifest as such are the inert exigencies of every passive synthesis, inasmuch as it refers praxis back to its agents, but overturned, passivized, and producing its own counterfinalities. In the case that concerns us, it was indeed the fundamental contradiction of socialism that was turned back against its builders, in the form of passive imperatives. And it was these imperatives that would transform the sovereign, through its very attempt to adapt its practice to them. In the same way, the individual worker, as a free transcendence through work of the situation that had produced him, could not thereby establish even a relationship of reciprocity with the sovereign. Yet he was free, he acted, he submitted or resisted freely. No matter. We know that he was seen, foreseen, produced, and provided with a destiny by the sovereign, and that his own practical field had itself been defined as a specification of the total field. The sovereign praxis imbued the individual and organized him along with the disparate ensemble of the practico-inert. If he objectified himself as a free practice, the sovereign was the other by which the entire world became other. If he really wanted to be united with the total field and assume the imperatives of production as his own, then he became the sovereign as other. This circular and non-reciprocal unity suffices for intelligibility as a dialectical totalization. Every object in the field was a totalization of all the others and their contradictions, but non-reciprocity preserved a hierarchy within the totalization. The open conflict, progress towards unity. Nevertheless, in the practical field we have been considering, we have not encountered a real autonomy of the practico-inert, i.e. a genuine resistance of the provisional result of activity to that activity itself. In the example considered, however, such autonomy did exist. It was what led to the veritable civil war that pitted the sovereign and the working class against the peasants. From as early as 1923, Trotsky and his friends had wanted to put an end to the NEP. They had been the first to insist on the vital necessity of planning, which alone would enable the USSR to catch up industrially. But even at the purely theoretical level of this still abstract project, the practical unity of their proposal had created new synthetic and inert connections within the field. The development of already existing industrial centers, and the creation of new centers, had no sooner been merely conceived than they had presented themselves as exigencies. Here we grasp the most typical example of an internal synthetic connection. The mere multiplication of machines entailed the necessity of multiplying the operators. Not because the machine in itself, as a fragment of inert matter, presented that exigency, but because, as social and work matter, it was the inert support of a passivized human design which constituted its unity. And when it had been living and concrete, this design had consisted precisely in determining the number of operators as accurately and economically as possible, on the basis of the object created and its functioning. Through these multiple exigencies, which grew, moreover, in proportion to the number and nature of the machines, abstract men would be designated as operators required in the perspective of industrialization. It must also be noted that, quite independently of the system, characteristics and circumstances vary from one country to another. The USA, a country of immigration, experienced an influx of foreign workers during its period of accumulation. Russia, encircled and poverty-stricken, lived off its own resources. This circumstance reflected the hostility provoked by its historical transformations. So the new machines could demand operators only from among the Soviet population itself, meaning that every increase demanded in the world of workers was necessarily accompanied by a diminution in the number of agricultural laborers. The heterogeneity of these factors will be noted: machines, the blockade and military encirclement, as a foreign riposte to the October Revolution, the underdeveloped character of the country, which implied that industry's reserves had to be sought in uneducated rural masses formed by centuries of feudalism. If the ensemble of such disparate facts constituted a first necessity, this was because the practical synthesis of the project established connections of immanence between them. Through such connections, moreover, new basic relationships were disclosed. These basic relationships were in themselves of a mathematical and logistic type, meaning that they were the province of analytic reason. There were X workers and 2 X jobs to be filled. this quantitative relationship became a practical necessity for the peasants only in a praxis that had the aim not just of filling all the jobs, but actually of multiplying them. In the same way, the strictly negative relationship, there was no foreign immigration, became a negation in interiority precisely in so far as praxis decided to take men where they were. We thus arrive at the very origin of the practico-inert, the interiorizing integration of relations of pure exteriority, and this origin reveals to us the fundamental contradiction of human history. 37 But we shall return to this. Let us merely note that Trotsky's project implied a potential unification of peasants and workers, in the sense that the latter were to be multiplied thanks to a selection made from among the former. At once, as we have seen, the new workers, and through them the ensemble of the working class masses, temporarily took on characteristics, a hexis, of peasants. But precisely in so far as they did so, the peasants were workerized, inasmuch as for each of them the possibility of working in a factory could not be excluded a priori. This project of Trotsky's implied simultaneously a kind of osmosis and a progressive careful blending of populations. But the necessities, as internal relations of exteriority, multiplied. I do not know whether Trotsky had foreseen the extraordinary movement of urbanization which quadrupled the non-agricultural laborers in less than 30 years. At all events, he could not have been unaware that the demographic transformation would be profound. Whether he had envisaged that the sovereign praxis would raise the number of workers from 10 to 30 or from 10 to 45 million, he had not been unaware that he would be able to reduce the number of rural producers only by raising their productivity. Among the new workers, furthermore, many were assigned to heavy industry. This meant that the buying power of the working class masses was reduced, the urban centers could not exchange slow consumption goods for foodstuffs, since the light industrial sector was deliberately maintained in a state of underdevelopment. This meant precisely that the towns did not have the wherewithal to buy the peasant crops. For the left minority, there was only one solution: collectivization. Here again, it can be observed how the second layer of what will later be the practico-inert is constituted through action. For it was the proposal to invest above all in heavy industry which abruptly introduced a lacuna, i.e. an inert breach of continuity, into the exchange flows between town and countryside. To tell the truth, these flows had already grown scarce. The black market, the restoration of medium property, etc. All these factors, together with other, disparate ones such as deterioration of the means of transport, helped to bring the problem of supply to the fore, right from the regime's very first years. Yet if consumer good industries and transport had been developed, exchanges would have increased swiftly. The regime would not have resisted, but would have collapsed under the impact of other forces. The fundamental option in favor of heavy industry was expressed by the inert negation of exchanges. There was something on one side and nothing on the other. Trotsky had seen only one solution to that twofold contradiction: to increase productivity. For the inert negation was going to be transformed into an exigency, the breakdown of exchanges risked destroying the towns, i.e. the whole regime. We see the contradiction arise that was to pit country people against town dwellers. The former, scarcely out of the feudal era, still, in spite of themselves, held the fate of the latter in their hands. When we say in spite of themselves, we do not mean to give the impression that despite everything they were favorable to the new regime, but simply that they were indifferent to it, and that their activities in themselves aimed neither to preserve nor to destroy it. The historian Lefebvre has shown admirably how between 1789 and 1797 the French peasantry made its own revolution, independent of the urban revolution and not perceived by the bourgeois, or at least not understood. This was one of the reasons for their mitière. It would have been the same after 1917 in the USSR, if the sovereign had not embraced the totality of the country in its praxis. Trotsky envisaged two main measures. Not being able to provide consumer goods, industry would supply machinery to the countryside, i.e. it would speed up the mechanization of agriculture. Right from the first plan, it was necessary to envisage building tractors. But this mechanization, accompanied by education of the rural population, could be accomplished only in and through collectivization. Tractors, admirably suited to the Great Russian Plain, lost all utility in a system of small individual ownership. On the other hand, the productivity of a few large collective and mechanized enterprises would easily demonstrate to the individualistic small proprietor the technical and economic superiority of the kolkhoz over exploitation of the land by small plots. This operation would have a fourfold advantage: it would break the development of the kulaks, which was threatening the regime; it would increase production; it would make it possible firmly to establish state control, always more capable of supervising large establishments than the plethora of individual enterprises, and it would allow the state to increase the share of the harvest which it had to exact by decree. These four practical advantages were complemented by two further ones of a less direct kind, in the shape of mechanization and collectivization. These contributed to bringing agricultural labor closer to urban labor, by making the peasant into a driver of machines, and they smoothly accomplished the unification of the socialist system of ownership. Within the project, you can see the moments at which sovereign praxis utilized the practico-inert in formation, and those at which it was constituted as a human relation between the sovereign and the citizens. The increase in productivity due to mechanization was a quantitative relationship, which could be established by a comparison in exteriority. In a given region, the average production of the small peasants was so much; in the same region, for the same crop, that of the large enterprises was so much. And this latter average merely laid bare the results of a machine, i.e. of a physico-chemical system whose inert unity derived from human labor and the objectives pursued. But we at once see that the machine itself was quite incapable of multiplying the yield, and that it was the man of that machine who could raise agricultural productivity, depending on whether he had understood the machine's use, appreciated its advantages and accepted its constraints. Hence the mechanization of agriculture became simultaneously the inert exigency of a system in danger of not surviving famine, and the synthetic enterprise of educators seeking to convince men by establishing human relations with them. Trotsky's project was rejected. Its radicalism on the morrow of the NEP alarmed Stalin and the Bukharinist right. But above all, it took no account of an essential factor: scarcity of time. Even had a start been made in 1924 on developing the industries necessary for mechanization of agriculture, it would not have been possible to outstrip the peasant movement itself. This was proceeding towards consolidation of small property and capitalist concentration, and in 1928 it suddenly confronted Stalin with the fait accompli of the grain strike, i.e. a mortal threat to the towns. Considering things from the standpoint that concerns us, this movement, though strictly conditioned in itself, occurred as the result of a real indeterminacy of relations between the sovereign and the agricultural masses. It is no part of our plan, in fact, to study the process whereby, in underdeveloped countries, the dismemberment of feudal property is followed by a concentration of holdings, which may lead to the constitution of a rural bourgeoisie. What is certain is that this process can develop to the full only if the peasant world remains relatively autonomous within the nation, i.e. only if the state does not intervene in a system of exchanges, sales, and purchases that culminates in a capitalist restructuring of landed property, or, of course, if it favors such a regrouping. The autonomy of the process in the USSR testified to the relative impotence of the sovereign. Once power had been seized, to be sure, the rural population as a whole belonged to the practical field. But the existence of a unified practical field must never be confused with total exploitation and total control of this field. Everyone, to borrow the example from the constituent dialectic, can see how much intermination or ignorance his own field envelopes. Such ill-known or unknown sectors, moreover, obviously correspond to an inadequate development of praxis, to the absence of techniques and instruments that would allow zones of independence and darkness to be illuminated and conditioned. The formal unity of praxis is not compromised, since, when all is said and done, this geography of the non-determined purely and simply reflects back to it its powers, its knowledge, and its organization, in short, its present level of development. What may be in danger, however, is the concrete success of the action. The grain strike of 1928 was an incarnation of the main features, and instruments, of praxis up to that date. In the first place, the Bolshevik desire to make the revolution through the working class and in the urban centers. In the second place, as a consequence of that practical determination, an imperfect knowledge of the peasant class and inability to predict its reactions after distribution of the land. In the third place, the inert break we have signaled in the movement of exchanges, whose origin lay in the need to industrialize as fast as possible. In the fourth place, the inadequacy of the activist cadre, in relation to the vastness of the country and the number of peasants. Finally, the slowness and inadequacy of transport, a sector always sacrificed by Soviet planners, hence the scarcity and difficulty of communications. Basically, we encounter here in the form of lax, i.e. inert negations, the very limits praxis gave itself, at the moment when it determined itself positively in relation to its means and its objectives. Moreover, we know that these limits themselves originated in the material circumstances that praxis transcended, negated, and preserved within itself as its specification. On this basis, we see a practico-inert zone of separation produce and consolidate itself, as a negation of all praxis at the heart of the practical field. The capitalist regrouping of land holdings was, in fact, a serial process. It marked the impotent isolation of the poor peasants. It was this isolation that produced kulaks when circumstances favored them, and every concentration was the starting point for fresh concentrations, in so far as the enrichment of the rich gradually determined the impoverishment of the poor. But this serial movement, as a mediation of men by the land, manifested itself only as an automatism escaping human control. And this negative determination constituted it immanently, originating as it did from the fact that the movement occurred within a practical field subjugated in its totality to the sovereign's control. In other words, this new recurrence, grasped in the practical field as a negation of the sovereign, was for the sovereign, precisely by virtue of this, his own inner negation. But this negation could take place only within the unity of praxis and the practical field, as a non-reciprocal reconditioning of praxis by the content of its field. At the same time, moreover, and because every praxis is a practical seizure of its objects, the negation manifested itself as a specification against the background of the total field, and the total field designated it as an object positing itself for itself, and having to be dissolved into the totality. Or, if you like, the entire field manifested itself as the inert exigency that this foreign concretion should be dissolved. This retotalization by the exigency manifested itself, for example, as a problem of supplying the towns, and, via that problem, as an immediate calling into question of the construction of socialism through industrialization. You can see the order of conditionings and their circularity. It was the sovereign praxis that conditioned the appearance of the practico-inert as a counter-finality. For in the event of a bourgeois revolution, the development of heavy industry would have had neither the same extent nor the same urgency nor the same unity of management. Market mechanisms would have intervened to regulate exchanges. A light industry would undoubtedly have been constituted, to respond to the demand of the agricultural laborers. A certain harmonization would have taken place between industrial capitalism and the concentration of landed property. The peasants would have sold their harvest to the town, since in a bourgeois society selling would have been their specific interest. At the same time, the intensification of exchanges would have intensified the concentration of holdings and the expropriation of the poor. It was the practico-inert which put praxis in danger of shattering, by the negative influence it exerted upon its principal means. For the recurrent movement of concentration developed simultaneously as a result of the distribution of land, and as the consequence of a deficiency on the part of the authorities. The latter reflected two pre-existing features of that underdeveloped country at once, the poverty of transport, and the numerical disproportion between the urban and rural populations. Moreover, precisely in so far as the sovereign sought to suppress that poverty by increasing industrial production, and to diminish that disproportion by pushing ahead with urbanization, it increased its own deficiency, since it had to mobilize its positive forces for the enterprise of industrialization. But this deficiency, inasmuch as it was lived and suffered, was transformed into a problem, engendered a new awareness, and was to be re-exteriorized as solutions. In its practico-inert consequence became the inner vice of the action and its intrinsic risk of failing radically. It was thus integrated into unity, as the fleeting disunity that placed unity in danger. What is more, inasmuch as sovereign praxis encountered the threats of famine as one concrete and universal risk in all the towns, counter-finality robbed the action of its unity and was integrated into it as the unity of its negation. The mere fact that the serial event was then called a grain strike, which implied an agreement, organized groups, a class consciousness, etc., shows the extent to which the leaders had a synthetic revelation of the danger, and through it of its determining conditions, inasmuch as it appeared to them through the refractive and teleological medium of their own action. But, in fact, there was no grain strike. There was a complex process which was basically nothing but the decay of a sovereign activity left neglected for want of the means to pursue it. However, it was not wrong to speak of a strike. That was not wrong from the standpoint of the sovereign and the towns, and in so far as the urban ensembles saw supply, from the standpoint of socialist construction, as a necessary means not just to live, but to win the battles they were waging. It was not wrong for the sole reason that, in the milieu of action, everything is always action, and the more urgent praxis is, the more the resistance of the inert, inasmuch as it necessarily manifests itself through men, appears as sabotage. Thus it was that when the engineers came to explain to Rákóczi, after a few months' work, that the subsoil of Budapest was not suitable for the construction of a metro, he had them thrown into prison. Through them, it was the subsoil he was imprisoning. Voluntarist optimism is necessarily terror, it has to underestimate the adversity coefficient of things. Hence, in the name of its confidence in man's power, it ignores the resistance of inertia, counter-finality, or the slowness of osmosis and impregnation, it knows only treason. In this sense too, i.e. in its inner temporalization, action is Manichaean, as Malraux said. In the truth of the sovereign action, which was of a practical texture, the complex process that turned the peasant class upside down was thus already a unitary praxis of counter-revolutionary groups, from the moment its consequences endangered socialism. From this viewpoint, such a stance was the beginning of a practical reunification of the peasantry through coercion. A certain dimension of black humor may be detected in this last observation. But the humor was within praxis itself. Let us recall that the group infusion is born when the collective interiorizes an external threat of extermination as a radically negative totalization. Praxis had to explode or dissolve within itself the practico-inert it had produced. In a first moment it gave it the negative unity of a group, and was to seek itself to produce another unity in the rural classes. Collectivization, as we have seen, allowed control to be increased. It was to be the starting point for a sovereign operation that raised the share of agrarian produce requisitioned by the state from 17% to 35%, while it also had the immediate political aim of suppressing the kulaks and transforming the capitalist concentration already underway into a socialist concentration. But the scarcity of time, i.e. the urgency of the danger in 1928, was grasped in practice as an obligation to collectivize under compulsion, i.e. without mechanization and without preliminary education. The result of these acts of coercion is well known: two types of unification. On the one hand, transformation of the rural masses into communities grouped on large farms and strictly controlled; on the other hand, beneath that superficial integration into the system, the emergence of peasant units of resistance, sometimes coordinated by authentic counter-revolutionaries. In a word, the sovereign's brutal intervention transformed the practico-inert, i.e. the resistance of things, and of men as mediated by things, into human groups that united against its praxis. The scarcity of time, combined with the scarcity of resources, transformed the contradiction into a conflict. But this very conflict, as a contradiction adopted by the protagonists, although even more dangerous for the global praxis, nevertheless represented a higher degree of integration. In the first place, it contributed to reducing the heterogeneity of the working class masses. They supported the sovereign with a common enthusiasm, inasmuch as a common danger threatened them. Urbanization was carried on through the influx of labor from rural areas, yet unity was achieved in the towns against the countryside. In the second place, the rural collective was broken. The situation, everywhere identical, provoked identical reactions in the new groups. In that identity, however, the conditions for an organized resistance were partially given. The results are well known. The peasants destroyed crops and stock with their own hands, and in the years 1932-3 famine raged. If the regime did not founder in this venture, it was first and foremost because the unity of workers and peasants had become impossible. In 1917, the interests of these two classes had coincided. In 1930, they were opposed. The workers, generally in agreement with socialization of the means of production, did not agree with the peasant resistance that was defined for them as a rejection of socialism. That disagreement, moreover, was signaled in practice by the fact that the workers' interest required massive and immediate requisitions. If they were to carry out surplus labor on behalf of the national community, the rural laborers would have to agree to feed them by surplus labor. The sovereign's voluntarist and coercive policy thus incarnated their own exigencies. They recognized it as emanating from them. The other reason the regime was saved was the impossibility for the peasants to pursue their practical unification through an organization branching out all across the country with common objectives and slogans. As a result, the dispersion of groups retailized, as a negative condition of the peasant defeat, an ensemble of givens already totalized, but otherwise, by the sovereign praxis. The vastness of the country, the diversity of its languages and nationalities, and the lack of communications, affected the rebels as much as the sovereign. More even, since the latter had access to certain means that were not available to the former. The fact that the revolution was above all urban marked the limits of Russia's underdevelopment. Before 1914, an industry had existed and had been developing rapidly, creating sizable working-class concentrations and thus determining an immense difference between the technological, cultural, political, etc. level of the townspeople and that of the peasants. The latter refused to go back to the ancien regime they hated, but they did not have the tools that would have allowed them to counter socialism with an action program based on bourgeois liberalism. So the main aspects of what has misleadingly been called the peasant war, sporadic and suicidal acts of destruction, then passive resistance, accurately expressed the town-countryside relationship through revolutionary praxis. The peasants did what they could against the regime. They had to lose, because they could do no more, i.e. precisely in so far as the reason for their defeat was quite simply the underdevelopment that had conditioned and produced the October Revolution, and that the revolutionary sovereign transcended and preserved in itself in so far as its main aim was to suppress it. The leaders, with the inadequate means available to an underdeveloped country, struggled to break the resistance of men who were the very incarnation of that underdevelopment. When they tried to suppress Russian poverty, they saw rising up against them the men produced by that poverty. Through these men, poverty and past oppression became human to fight against them. Conversely, it was the scarcity of time that was incarnated in the atrocious brutality with which they repressed every attempt at rebellion, inasmuch as the scarcity itself depended on two factors, the twin emergencies of the external threat and the internal danger. But both these emergencies were conditioned by underdevelopment. It was necessary to industrialize fast, because the gap between the USSR and the capitalist powers was too great. There was no time to develop consumer good industries. It was necessary to collectivize by force, because tractors were lacking. There was no time to educate the peasants. Conversely, that brutality was to unify the sovereign action style. The bureaucracy assumed its dictatorship on behalf of the proletariat, and could maintain it only by latent oppression of the working class and open oppression of the peasant class. It was through the struggle against the peasants that the dictatorship was to be radicalized, everywhere and in all sectors, as terror. It was on the basis of that terror, which necessitated a consolidated power, that the improvised hierarchy was gradually to become ossified. On this basis, finally, terror as a sovereign praxis was interiorized and became a wheeling extermination inside the sovereign organs. The internal terror, as a praxis of radical and if need be violent integration, reproduced the movement of the external terror, as a radical unification, if need be by violence, of practico-inert diversities. And that interiorization was here again comprehensible. The sovereign could make itself into the strict and inflexible unity of its practical field only if it was in itself pure unifying power, i.e. synthetic praxis without any passivity. As, in fact, passivity was always present, as a multiplicity of common individuals, the sovereign was always involved in reducing the inertia that gnawed at it. It reduced itself both in order to unify the practical field, and because the diversity of the practical field actualized the sovereign multiplicity precisely in so far as praxis realized the unification of the field. It was in order to apply draconian measures that the leaders had to act as one, but it was on the occasion of the conception and application of these measures that they rediscovered themselves as several. Unification of the practical field by pure sovereign power of synthesis, and reunification of praxis diversified by the very object it had dissolved in the totalization in progress, constituted dialectical moments of the temporalization. To this extent, it can be said that the conflict was a progress towards unity. It substituted a class struggle for an inert impossibility of exchanges. Moreover, the classes in question did not really struggle against one another. The working class was in full growth, without any stability, suffused by series and by series of series. The peasant class was characterized by its own dispersion. In reality, the conflict appeared through the mediation of the sovereign. It was the latter that gave the inert relationship its aspect of a synthetic necessity, by making supply of the towns by the countryside into an emergency. The sovereign, a mediator between the classes, established a reciprocity as first moment of the conflict, where there had been only a break. In order to avoid the peasant class making itself into the destiny of the working class, it was to use its coercive apparatus in the latter's name in order to make it into the destiny of the former. But the conflict, however bloody it may have been, was not liquidatory in its actual aim. It was a question of controlling and increasing agricultural production and of permitting state organs to levy the maximum percentages, but on no account of suppressing the peasant class in the way the bourgeoisie was suppressed as a class. In fact, industry made it possible to begin the motorization and mechanization of agriculture, so gradually working class production, inasmuch as it was utilizable by the peasants, was to justify the leadership of the urban workers. In so far as that mechanization, which is far from having reached completion, is still being carried on today, we can see its goal and its limits. Beneath the unity of coercion, it seeks to introduce a drawing together of men, not by allowing them to discuss their respective points of view, but by producing them in such a way that the peasant, as a specialist in agricultural machinery, differs less and less from the worker, as a specialist in urban machinery. So it is necessary to bear in mind the totalizing but singular character of sovereign praxis in the field. Even as it brought the field's antagonisms to fruition, it introduced despite everything into the peasant class, redefined by the oppression exerted upon it, not just a Marxist culture, which, if reduced to itself alone, would not even have been assimilated, but, by slow impregnation, the means of production that were to produce both increased productivity and the man of that increase, the man of the kolkhoz, propelled by his own tools into the productivity battle and defined, like the worker, by the struggle he was engaged in. The coercive apparatus would be able to slacken its grip, if not in the lifetime of that generation, at least when the new one had taken over from it, for those young kolkhoz inmates had known collectivization from childhood, they had seen the appearance of machines and the generalization of their use. So there would be homogeneity of the classes, a permanent possibility of interpenetration, and ultimately, with the industrialization of agriculture, the difference between town and countryside would tend in practice towards zero. Naturally, These implications of that praxis are admissible only provided that certain precise reservations are formulated. In the first place, the industrialization of agriculture cannot be considered as a specific result of planned growth. In the countries of advanced capitalism, it is sometimes carried out at a far faster tempo. To be sure, productivity always increases more slowly in the primary sector. It nevertheless remains the case that in the USA 6,900,000 farmers today feed 165 million people, whereas in the USSR 50,000,000 rural laborers are necessary today to feed 215 million inhabitants. In fact, the improvement of productivity in the Soviet primary sector is far from corresponding to the very real increase in the number of agricultural machines. In 1958 as in 1928, albeit with far less urgency, the problem of agricultural productivity remains in the forefront of the government's concerns. But these reservations are explicable insofar as they allow the sovereign praxis to be interpreted in its exteriority, i.e. make it possible to determine the qualifications that it received from the counter-finalities engendered by its practical field, or, if you like, from its reflection upon itself through the inert materiality it had synthesized. Coercion, at the same time as it prevented in advance any positive action on the part of the oppressed, or perhaps even any intention of grouping in order to act, maintained those upon which it was exercised in a state of permanent resistance. Since this resistance, moreover, was inseparable from impotence, it was characterized as passive resistance. Nothing was done against the regime, something was simply not done, certain instructions were not carried out. The appearance of tractors did not regroup farmers, whose relation to the machines, which had come from the town and required additional work and a retraining of workers, was ambiguous. They were mistrusted and also, rented out as they were by the state tractor station, seen as a new means of control and pressure. Yet it could not be denied that they increased productivity. For such an increase to condition a raising of production levels, however, the rural population would indeed have had to welcome them with enthusiasm, i.e. would have had to have accepted entirely the socialist system and state requisitions. So the two orientations of the sovereign praxis tended, through its results, to conflict with one another. The new generation on the kolkhozes, however, no longer calls into question mechanization or collective ownership of the land. The system itself has ceased to be an issue. Yet although it has been produced by motorization, Marxist education, etc., it still bears the mark left upon it by the impotent rages and misfortunes of the previous generation. At the present stage, despite the measures taken by Khrushchev, and in particular the dissolution of the MTS, it demonstrates, if not a nationally based separatism, at least a kind of particularism. Only recently, Pravda was repeating some strange statements made by kolkhoz chairmen, aimed at nothing less than securing the autonomy of kolkhoz Soviets, from top to bottom. We might say that these statements, if, as their publication in Pravda suggests, they reflect a general tendency, denote a kind of class consciousness among the peasants. These men, technicians, educated in Marxism, many of whom have studied in the towns, as the leaders foresaw in 1930, are Soviet men, tireless workers, courageous, voluntarist and convinced of the need to increase food production. At the same time, however, they have interiorized the terror their families suffered, in the very distance they maintain with respect to their fellows in the towns. Uneducated, their fathers rejected compulsory extra labor and the new system of ownership. Educated, the sons will agree to increase production, they will defend collectivization itself, and they will support the Soviet system. But in them you can discern the consciousness, as a singularization of Soviet pride, of having reached maturity and of rejecting, within the socialist system and the better to defend it, the tutelage of the workers. This attitude on the part of the kolkhoz workers, which must engender new changes in the sovereign praxis, is thus an objectification of Stalinist praxis. But this objectification, unlike that which occurs when, for example, The isolated worker or restricted group see outside exteriority robbing them of their work or its objective results, is realized as inside exteriority. That means that this hexis of the peasants, which can itself become action, incarnates and encapsulates within itself 30 years of the sovereign praxis, and at the same time pronounces sentence upon it. In short, the conclusion is a retroactive totalization. So the ambivalence of the rural population's attitude presents itself as the privileged signification of the sovereign's contradictions. We say privileged and not definitive, since nothing allows one to predict that the development of industrialization in the towns and in the countryside will not eventually realize the unity of Soviet men. In that case, and from the standpoint of that new result, the praxis of the leaders between 1928 and 1950 would receive new qualifications. But this further development forms part of what, following so many others, we have called diachronic totalization. It is through new circumstances, unforeseeable problems, and an original praxis that such qualifications will come to the former praxis, and it will receive them passively, since it will not have produced them. The privileged signification is the inner conclusion of the praxis, inasmuch as it is the provisional limit of the practical temporalization, and refers solely to the relations of immanence that have really been established in the practical field, and in the sovereign's interiority, in the course of praxis itself. In that sense, the present hexis of the peasant class totalizes retrospectively both the positive successes and the negative limits of the Stalinist terror, insofar as it signals the ambiguity of Soviet society as a whole at the same time as the possibility, under certain conditions, of accomplishing new advances. Within groups formed by constraint, the effort of coercive unification has allowed large farms that could use tractors to be set up and maintained, and under pressure from the state apparatus, these groups have acquired their practical unity through the progress of industrialization, which has allowed motorized appliances to be produced. But this oppression, even if it has negatively allowed famine and the collapse of the system to be avoided, has, thanks to the resistance engendered by it, rendered itself incapable of achieving total integration of the peasant class into the classless society, and thereby of basing the increased level of agricultural production upon increased productivity. And what determines the inner, privileged signification here is, of course, the double changeover. It nevertheless remains the case that the class conflict, inasmuch as it sought, and made it possible, to transform Russian peasants into Soviet men, must be intelligible even in its outcome, as a means of unification determined by the sovereign praxis and in return qualifying it by its counter-finalities. Its shadowy face, the half-failure, retrospectively retotalizes the inner exteriority of action, inasmuch as that half-failure has produced both a situation and men who transcend it by living it. The immanent negations contained by the privileged signification give way retrospectively to the synthesis of parasitic counter-finalities, born in and through the sovereign unity. In short, the process is totalized. The positive structures allow the objective meaning of the undertaking that has been condensed there and today, i.e. its own movement, past and in the past, of totalization, to be rediscovered. And, of course, these two directions of the retrospective study are wholly inseparable, as they are also in the action of the young kolkhoz workers, who retotalize them by transcending them. Thus, within a sovereign praxis, the transformation of the practico-inert into a mediated class struggle represented a dialectical progress towards integration. The sovereign sought to liquidate the practico-inert concretions that it had itself produced while secreting its counter-finalities. But as the practico-inert, a mediation of the inert between men, expressed its passive resistance through the men-mediated, the terror was the sovereign's effort to liquidate the inert concretion by acting on the men it produced. The sovereign's victory, albeit Pyrrhic, illuminates the true meaning of the struggle, for the balance of forces was in its favor from the outset. By this, however, we obviously do not mean the mere numerical relation, for the latter would have operated against the working class masses and leading bodies. The notion in question actually expresses a complex, dialectical relation, in each of the protagonists, between dynamic density, the possibilities for organization and reorganization, emergencies, the enthusiasm that such emergencies conditioned in everyone singly and collectively, and the concrete means of mobilizing all forces by a program of demands and action in which the graded objectives of praxis found their unity in the most distant objective. If the sovereign won, it was because these conditions were realized for it but not for the oppressed. Indeed, despite the grave dangers of 1931-2, the unity of the practical field was never compromised by the conflicts in progress. For the peasant masses, there was nothing to choose between lacking the material means to unite and not having the theoretical tools that would have permitted them to become conscious and formulate a program. The technical and cultural underdevelopment of the rural masses was expressed, in their practical demands, by the impossibility of constructing their unity around a program. Literally, the peasants did not want collectivization, but they were not conscious of what they did want because they could not want anything. The true kulaks, obviously, struggled to keep their property. But the poor peasant could defend neither land that he did not possess, nor the principle of bourgeois property, nor, especially, that continuous slippage which stripped him of his wretched patch of land and added it to the rich man's estate. Peasant resistance was defeated because it was without principles. But it was without principles because, in spite of traditions, local interests, constraints, and mistrust, the rural population could nowhere find any fundamental reasons to be in opposition. Peasant resistance was transcended from the outset by the sovereign praxis, because the former was outmoded and the latter progressive. I do not give these words an absolute signification. I call progressive activities which, within a totalizing praxis and for a given social field, allow the projected totalization to be advanced, or at all events realized. I call outmoded those which, without really being able to produce the disintegration of the global praxis, express in practice the impediments of a practico-inert whose origin is to be sought in the material circumstances that gave rise to the praxis itself. To the extent to which the totalizing ensemble, praxis, practico-inert and practical field, can be considered as an isolated system, the fate of this resistance, however fierce it may be, is decided in advance. It has a chance of winning, provisionally, at that, only if it benefits at the right moment from outside assistance. In this sense, although it has been invented by everyone, lived, and realized by free undertakings, it is contained in the system of breakings and accelerations that praxis itself engenders, be it only to reabsorb them, on the basis of the material circumstances that have given rise to it and the objectives it has set itself. From this standpoint, praxis does indeed appear like an enormous feedback machine, whose unity is the determination of circularity. Nevertheless, this aspect of action is precisely its inside exteriority. When the sovereign organized its constraints and began collectivization, it simultaneously knew and did not know its opponent's destiny. Insofar as it was aware of the outmoded aspect of their resistance, it foresaw their final defeat. But insofar as the sovereign did not know an ensemble of factors, some of which were internal to its action and engendered by it, others of which were external dangers, insofar, too, as the very nature of the practical prevented the sovereign from knowing the signification and efficacy of its victory itself, as an object realizing the totalized objectification of the act and creating in that very way, and for others, an unforeseeable afterwards, the sovereign was deciding in the dark. Its project, beneath the abstract and mendacious objectivity of economic calculation, recovered the hazardous aspect that characterizes every human undertaking. It is necessary to take risks and to invent. But not to gamble, as people say, since gambling presupposes alternatives all of whose terms are defined. Here, the final result, even if it was abstractly foreseen, was in practice unforeseeable, hence, undetermined for those men inasmuch as they possessed those intellectual tools. The best, transcending their own tools, but without inventing others, merely discovering their limits, were to be able to sense the outcome negatively. We thus discover the human features of praxis, as a lived aspect of praxis process and as the motor of the process itself. It goes without saying, moreover, that this ignorance, i.e. the precise margin of intermination of the future, was itself an acceptance by the agent of the material circumstances, of those very circumstances that defined and limited his adversary's resistance. For the situated historian, it is thus not an obscurity but a translucid intelligibility. Conclusion. We have just shown that in a society whose sovereign is a dictator, practico-inert rifts, conflicts and disharmonies, far from breaking the unity of praxis-process, are at once the consequences of that unification and the means it chooses in order to tighten up still further. Thus the historian must be able to comprehend dialectically, in the very unity of a sovereign praxis with the process that constantly overflows it and that it constantly reintegrates into itself, the vast historical upheaval which, between 1917 and 1958, has produced Soviet society as we see it. These conclusions are not in themselves either optimistic or pessimistic. We do not claim that the struggle was not atrocious, or that individual disasters do not irremediably damn certain practices. At the level of dialectical investigation we have reached, we do not even have the right to say that it was impossible to proceed otherwise. We have simply discovered that the sovereign praxis, whatever it was, always presented itself in the form of a totalization. And in its very nature of praxis process, we have established, it is our only optimism, that it was intelligible as a constituted dialectic. Before going on to the examination of a non-dictatorial society, however, a number of points ought to be clarified. Point 42. I am speaking here only of national ensembles, because critical investigation has to pass through national histories before tackling the problem of so-called world or universal history. I say theoretically, because the principle is true only in the abstract. An ensemble of historical circumstances, particularly the attitude of the rural classes, may distort its application. In Rákóczi's Hungary, the productivity of the kolkhozes was on average lower, all due allowance being made, than that of the surviving private holdings. The reason, of course, was the passive resistance of the peasants. We shall come back to this. Let us say that it is useful to the revolution, that is all. The latter, in fact, did not confine itself to increasing urbanization. It also controlled and limited it in the case of each specific town, taking all factors into account. It was forbidden to reside in Moscow if one was not required to live there by a specific function or job. A fair number of measures taken in Central Europe were actually just the routine application of measures that had succeeded in the USSR before 1939. The bureaucracy, as inertia of the sovereign, does not rise up against itself in the historical groupings that live through a period of stability. On the contrary, it expresses that stability and the latter reflects it, everything is all right. The Stalinist bureaucracy is in perpetual contradiction because it combines two incompatible features. It is a voluntarist bureaucracy. In it, there are simultaneously combined the fiercest activism with inertia. Or rather, the latter is the means of the former. Thus, perpetually, bureaucratic activism denounces the bureaucrats. Inasmuch as it occurs as a fundamental feature of praxis, at moments when pessimistic forecasts seem the most likely. Its savage character derives from the fact that it bears within it pessimism and despair as negated threats. This does not at all mean that elimination of the bureaucracy must necessarily be accomplished through some quiet progress. Circumstances alone can determine the speed and violence of that elimination. All that can be said is that the ensemble of the process, more or less complete agreement, or a series of difficult adaptations or bloody disturbances, should be seen in the context of a reformist praxis. It is synthetic unity into which it is integrated, rather than some kind of dialectic of nature which here endows quantity with a practical quality. The reverse is also true, of course. 2. The totalization of envelopment in a directorial society. Relations between the dialectic and the anti-dialectic. 1. Singularity and incarnation of the sovereign praxis. What actually is what we have called the totality 43 of envelopment? What type of objective reality does the synthesis possess? By what expedient, in what perspective and to what observers does it reveal itself? Assuming that there exists a formation of this kind in the bourgeois democracies, we may surmise that it will be difficult to grasp and fix it, if we have not first studied it in the obviously less complex structures that define it at the level of directorial societies. Point 44. So it will be enough to go back over our example and look in it for this totalization. We already know, in fact, that in Soviet society every local praxis, every singular destiny, is an incarnation of the totalizing praxis and of the overall process. In practical terms that means the following: as soon as a system arises, at the heart of that society in movement, whatever its scale and complexity may be, this system collects within it all the features of the praxis process grasped in its totality. The practico-inert itself, as we have seen, inasmuch as it is produced by the counter-finalities of praxis as a local determination of the practical field, turns back to the sovereign as an inert synthesis, the very action through which a practical field exists, i.e. the spatializing temporalization of the fundamental project. However, it must be noted that every incarnation, being a singularization of the praxis process, realizes within it that praxis process in its integrality. This is what we pointed out in relation to the example of boxing, when we stressed that the present incarnation is not a particular concrete case of which the totalizing praxis process is the abstract concept. Point 45. That means very concretely that the totalization of envelopment, if it exists, must not be a mere rule, or even a synthetic schema, ensuring the temporalization of particular events from outside. It can be realized as a singular incarnation, at a given moment, and in a given fact, only if it is itself, in itself, singularity and incarnation. This, moreover, is what constitutes its historicity, and it is in the name of this historicity that we discover the Russian Revolution as a unique adventure and the Stalin regime as a quite singular phase of its development. It remains to be ascertained whether these expressions do not hide a fetishism of history, and whether the demystified historian does not have to stick to positivist nominalism. Now the practical reality of the totalization of envelopment is proved by the dialectical investigation itself. For we have pointed out that every incarnation is tied in two ways to the historical ensemble. On the one hand, in fact, it realizes in itself the latter's condensation; on the other hand, it refers back in a decompressive blossoming to the ensemble of practical significations which determine it in its belonging to the social and historical field. Point 46. This particular boxing match takes place in a climate of international tension. The small number of spectators is the incarnation here and at this moment of the anxiety of the French. However, at the same time as this is lived here, by the organizers in the form of poor takings, and by each spectator through the rather dismal look of a hall normally full to bursting, it necessarily refers back to distant events, which preserve a relative autonomy even as they determine it in inferiority, and to the hierarchy of the incarnations producing it in sectors of the same size or larger dimensions. The spectator, back home, will say, "There was nobody at the fight." And his wife will answer, "The cinemas are empty too. What can you expect? People are staying at home." And if the tension continues, luxury stores and entertainments will experience a crisis that is already taking shape and can be foreseen through the fiasco of the sporting event. This crisis refers back to the deeper structures of the French economy and, on the other hand, to the praxis of the government. It matters little here whether serial elements or groups are involved. What counts is the simultaneous twofold reference to the interiority of the singularization and to the totality that envelopes it. We still do not know for the moment if, in a bourgeois society, this totality is attainable. The significations refer to one another, to be sure, but everything may vanish into the serial or into the void. But for anyone who, through his actions, realizes in the USSR an event of any kind, an individual one, in the practical field, this event is in immanent relation with the whole in exteriority and in interiority. That means it is defined in relation to the sovereign praxis and as a singular determination of the unified practical field. No doubt, the extreme diversity of individual destinies can be pointed out, a stone's throw away from the steel works, on the Siberian plain, and in the Urals, the shaman casts his spells. It is easy to imagine the disorder of the universe in formation that is Magnitogorsk, with its Soviet workers, its laborers recruited on the spot, its foreign volunteers and its squads of prisoners sentenced to forced labor. But even this disparate nature is not a pluralism. Everyone is determined by everyone else and, through the interiorization of his relations with everyone, realizes a singular incarnation of Soviet society at this moment of its construction. The presence of foreign volunteers and the survival of shamans demonstrate how far behind the society still is, the gap between the existing structure of Siberian groups and that of Magnitogorsk, as a Soviet town under construction. In the same way, therefore, they all incarnate the sovereign praxis, either inasmuch as it builds in conformity with the plan it has decided upon, or inasmuch as it restrains itself by developing its counter-finalities. And they all refer back to that totalizing praxis, inasmuch as it polarizes all the significations of the field and no one or nothing is defined except on the basis of it and as an event of its interiority. And what everyone refers to is indeed a singularity of envelopment, rather than some dogmatic, desituated rule. It is upon the basis of the local administrator's decree, itself provoked by a hierarchized series of decisions taking us back to the central organ and to the sovereign decision, inasmuch as this is the transcendence of a new aspect of the practical field. It is upon the basis of this decree, then, that the exhaustion or discontent or incomprehension of some particular peasant, urbanized too fast, will be expressed objectively by an act of sabotage. In other words, this specific act of sabotage refers back to those specific, dated consequences of a particular administrative measure motivated, as we have just seen, by a particular reconditioning of praxis by its field and by the transcendence, as a singular invention of the sovereign, of this reconditioning. Of course, what may strike you here is the frequentative or even universal nature of the decree, at any level whatsoever of explanation of it. It generally presents itself, except at the moment of choice of present individuals by an equally present individual, as a judgment of a hypothetical and normative type. All xs must be ys, i.e. if m is x, m must be y. But when the decree turns this face of universality towards those subject to it, which may deceive them, it is the intermination of knowledge that confers this abstract generality upon it. In particular circumstances, this intermination might be rediscovered as a lacuna within concrete totalities. For example, an order from Army headquarters stipulates that the 70th Division will be transferred to such and such a district and quartered in such and such a town. Headquarters knows the division's officers, but does not know the other ranks except as units. It knows that the division is at full strength. It has further information at its disposal allowing it to determine the morale of this military unit, which means that it decides to position it here or there depending on the circumstances. What is involved here is a singular reality, conceived as such by headquarters. But this reality is that of an institutional framework filled by men. Being incarnated by these men and in this practical field, the institutional framework has become an individuated reality. However, if this unity prevents headquarters from transforming its intermination of ignorance into universality, we can still see the strict identity between its fundamental ignorance here and in the event of universalization. It is pointless to stipulate in the order, if any soldier belongs to the 70th, he will be transferred with it, etc. That is pointless since the whole is institutionally defined. But it is just a matter of originally identical formulations transformed by the synthetic ensemble that integrates them. Conversely, there exist numerous universalist commands in the army. Yet it knows exactly the number of men, subgroups, and groups which make it up. The difference here comes from the circumstances. For example, the command may be addressed via the hierarchy and directly to the individuals themselves, e.g. concerning behavior to be observed in town, on leave, etc. In that case, it is addressed currently to 6,752,309 men. But the totalization vanishes under the universalization, inasmuch as the order has to be accomplished by individuals as such. and although the goal being aimed at is an overall effect on the civilian population, for example, or a serial or synthetic one, it is this very population that will be serialized or united by its objective movement to synthesize into one common reality each soldier's individual attitude, his casualness or the care he devotes to his turnout, the behavior he maintains towards his commanders, towards civilians, etc. The soldier is the target of his superior officer's order, as the individual means of provoking, through the mediation of the population surrounding him, a synthetic tightening of unity whose very movement implies unification of the soldiers by the group constituting their human milieu. But this order from the superior officer is aimed at the soldier inasmuch, precisely, as he remains unknown in his individual reality, except by the junior officers who have to deal with restricted groups. Thus these strictly individuated soldiers are aimed at as universals, inasmuch as their given individuality is simultaneously pointless and ignored here, and inasmuch as their behavior as common individuals has to be the same everywhere as a practical transcendence of that given. In a more general way, a decision by the sovereign can in exteriority have the appearance of universality. A law duly passed by the competent assemblies as proposed by the executive may suppress or limit the right to strike for all public employees. We come back, even in the grounds for it, if there are any, to the formula Y equals F. If X is a public employee, he cannot be a striker. But this universality is in fact a historical and singular determination. Neither the sovereign nor the constituted bodies obedient to it are really thinking about strikes in general or servants of the state in general. From their point of view, the law is a response to certain social disturbances or to a strike that has just taken place. It shows, at this precise moment, the given relationship between the various forces. Moreover, it singularizes and realizes on a specific point the conception of the state that the sovereign formulates, i.e. in the last resort its political praxis, and this in turn reflects in depth the historical conjuncture, which is, at its own level, equally singular. Thus the decree or law has this dual character of determined intermination, into which we shall go more deeply when we tackle the problem of the concrete universal. 47. These examples show, in any case, that the sovereign itself, depending on the circumstances and the practical exigencies, can treat the ruled as members of more or less integrated units, or address them in their intermination through the mediation of the purely inert result in which their efforts are objectified. It can decide, in the event of war, that the civilian population of such and such a district will be evacuated, or, on the contrary, decree in a plan conceived in peacetime that the number of tons of pig iron produced in X years will be such and such. At all events, it is not unaware that it is imposing a task upon a specified ensemble. In the latter case, universality comes to men through inert matter, i.e. through all the identical tons of pig iron they have to produce and through which, as their future objectification, the sovereign grasps them as undetermined means. But whether the order is aimed at a group or a category, it is actually a matter of producing a unique and definite outcome in particular circumstances. Grasped in exteriority, i.e. in the instant or, which comes to the same thing, outside temporalization, the millions of tons of pig iron are exteriority unified by a passive synthesis. If the synthesis itself disappears, the physico-chemical ensemble is left. But if they are considered within the practical totalization, they encounter the unity of the means at the heart of the living end. They exist, in fact, as means necessary for certain practical realizations, and, at the same time, they are intersected as ends by another unity which synthesizes them in the form of passive exigencies. In the other example chosen, evacuation of the civilian population, the local military authorities and the soldiers who obey them are subordinated as synthetic ensembles to the task that must be accomplished through them. The civilian population, as object of the action and as its end, becomes the transcendent unity of their plurality, and it is the preservation of this unity that will realize, as a constant signification of their acts and as a final outcome of their activity, the genuine and synthetic objectification of the practical multiplicity that they were at the outset. From this point of view, down to the lowest level, it is the job to be done which determines the agent, in the guise of an objective exigency reactualized by the officer, so he is determined only by an abstract relation, one that appears accidental. It is often a chance if one regiment rather than another finds itself in a particular sector at the moment when the enemy, on the basis of plans devised independently of these non-signifying facts, launches operations which necessitate a certain number of ripostes and parries. Thus the attack, the task, the terrain, and the lie of the land, etc., determine an objective exigency that is deciphered in the object and becomes the sole practical determination of agents otherwise totally undetermined. But the fact is that the agent is actually only an inertly defined instrument, the genuine concrete is those women and those children in blazing houses. The relative determination of the agent comes from the plenary and concrete determination of the situation and of the civilians who risk death, each one of whom specifies the death he risks, moreover, by his age, his sex, his state of health, and his situation in the spatializing force field that encloses him. Yet the soldiers of the regiment are not any old soldiers, precisely in so far as it is ultimately the free practical organism which executes the tasks adopted by the common individual. This observation starts off anew the circularity of incarnation, since, in its concrete and objective truth, the task that determines the soldier in his abstract being becomes again, by being executed, a concrete relation between concrete individuals and between groups. It is with his whole person, his whole history, all his means, that one particular soldier will manage to save one particular old man, with the fatigue itself of the preceding march, which itself is no longer a chance but the precise result of his biological temporalization in the framework of a campaign or a war. By the final invention, the soldier and the civilian he snatches from his blazing house constitute, in positive reciprocity and thanks to mediating third parties, a concrete and strict unity, whose synthetic totalization is the behavior invented by both. And it is very precisely these reciprocal and common actions, necessarily individualized by the free transcendence of circumstances, which are in reality aimed at by the order decreeing the evacuation of a particular population. In the order given by the general, the intermination of the soldier springs from ignorance of the strict circumstances that will necessarily occur in an absolute concretion, but at the same time from the empirically obvious fact that application of the decreed measures could not be achieved, even for a moment, except as a unique and strictly individual determination of men by these contractions of space-time, of the paths traced in space-time by these men. Universality, through the necessary ignorance of the commanders, is only an economy of means. But it does not refer to any species or genus. This abstract determination is swallowed up and dissolved by the true practical temporalization of the agents. The lower aspect of the order may, through urgency and need to achieve a saving of time, take the form of an abstract intermination and, thereby, seem to indicate a genus. However, we know that the same order, as an invention of the leaders, is a singular production, i.e. a concrete, and unique, response given by an original and incomparable group to difficulties strictly dated and conditioned by historical circumstances. The planning bodies, for example, will suddenly be obliged to introduce an important adjustment in the plan currently being implemented. But we know already that the organs of praxis have been singularized by it, and that they will invent by transcending their own intellectual tools. We know too that these difficulties reflect counterfinalities and the practico-inert that these produce, inasmuch as the same activity which produces its own men secretes its own viruses, on the basis of the particular circumstances that give rise to it. At the level of discovery of the problem and invention of its solution by the men of that problem and of that solution, we again find incarnation as circularity, and this incarnation produces its own knowledge, it is revealed as scarcity of this time, in this irreversible temporalization, at this moment of the temporalization. Thus the decision, whether it is an individual sovereign's or a group's, is produced by and for the person or persons who take it, as an individuality. In this perspective, it matters very little that the data of the problem should be statistics and that it should be elaborated by the economic comminatory of which we have spoken. The synthetic truth that is revealed through these figures is the very specific threat that a historical resistance of the peasant class in this lived present would place the towns on the brink of famine, and socialism on the brink of ruin. And the brusque decision urgently to take up Trotsky's plan again and embark, all out and without preparation, on collectivization of the land and forced industrialization, was precisely historical and singular in a twofold manner. First, in fact, a praxis took shape through innumerable difficulties as the sole response possible to the danger that threatened, and this praxis, unaware of itself in many sectors, was to begin the grandiose, terrible, and irreversible temporalization that in history was to take the name of Stalinism. On the other hand, however, the historical moment of that decision was also that of the sudden left turn which cast the rightists into impotent opposition. Trotsky was still in the USSR, but he remained under house arrest. Thus, via this new circumstance and the decision that transcended it to negate it, it was the total victory of Stalin the individual over all his adversaries that was realized. The dialectical meaning of this victory is clear. Stalin had relied on the right to exclude Trotsky from the government because he was hostile by nature to principles, to radicalism, to the permanent revolution. It was not the content of the Trotskyist projects that repelled him, it was above all the intrinsic nature of the praxis expressed in them. In fact, he did not understand his left opponents and, without being strictly speaking opportunistic, the only decisions that inspired him with confidence were those demanded by circumstances. When the grain strike required energetic measures, it did not seem to him that the circumstances proved Trotsky right. For him, it was a matter of embarking on a concrete undertaking the need for which was vouched for by the urgency of the danger. Nothing to do, according to him, with any intellectual a priorism, the idea was the thing itself. But precisely because he wanted to discover the practical idea in the materiality of current exigencies, he detached himself from the right, which likewise struck him as purely theoreticist, since its project was the product of general considerations regarding underdeveloped countries and the revolution inasmuch as it had occurred in the largest of all, in Russia. Their caution was precisely what the danger of 1928 condemned, their caution, inasmuch as it was theoretical inertia, i.e. a practical instrument limiting adaptation to reality, rather than Stalin's decision to be guided by material imperatives and construct his praxis upon these. In short, it was the drama of 1928 that liquidated Zinoviev and Kamina. But it liquidated them through Stalin, not inasmuch as Stalin was to be the instrument of the situation, of history, as Marxists too often think, but, on the contrary, inasmuch as Stalin made himself the man of the situation by the reply he gave to the exigencies of the moment. In other words, the day when the first plan was decided, a specific and individualized praxis replaced a hesitation and greater or lesser oscillations. But this praxis functioned by a recasting of the leading group, which replaced collective leadership by the sovereignty of a single individual. I am, of course, picking a number at random. If we assume that the workers are supporters of the regime, what is involved here is a synthetic unification of the townspeople. Confidence gathers them together. I am simplifying crudely, of course. Conversely, the deployment of disciplined military units, united to the point of automatism, helps, through the very unity this manifests, to increase serial impotence among the discontented, e.g. among the peasants. In a people's war, i.e. when the National Liberation Army is poor in men and in arms, but sustained, fed and hidden by the ensemble of the rural population, the struggle itself is a unification of the peasants. They unite inasmuch as they protect the army's unity. For this unity to survive, however, an iron discipline must be established in the military groups. We are not implying by this any pre-established harmony, they are the men of that problem, because it is in them as their limit as well as outside them as their product. So this reciprocal incarnation may very well have as its result inability to find a viable solution, or the inevitable deviation of any new awareness, by the intellectual tools that produce the practical conceptions, and that interiorized praxis has produced in everyone. For, in opposing any over-hasty socialization, the Bolshevik right referred to the following principle of Marx and Engels: in order to make the transition to communism, you must have reached a very high level of production. This principle, obvious in itself, was nevertheless susceptible of different applications, for it could just as well lead to Kamina as cautious slowness as to the Trotskyist determination to do everything possible to press ahead. In so far as the right used it to justify its opposition, it was congealed into a partial truth, at once, inasmuch as it prevented the dissidents from conceiving of other possibilities. It became a non-transcendable inertia, i.e. an inert determination of sworn passivity. And it would certainly be absurd to imagine that the practical attitude of the rightists derived from the principle. On the contrary, it was that attitude which had decided upon the latter's limited, negative utilization. Moreover, it is necessary, of course, to go back to the history of the revolutionary movement, inasmuch as it was incarnated also in these men, in order to discover and comprehend their practical determinations. But the circularity remained genuine, in this case as in others. The option pledge, constituted through a limited and a priori assertion of the principle, was precisely what conferred upon it its inert rigor and its non-transcendable negative action. On this basis, the principle as an objective impossibility of adapting transformed the option into a destiny. 2. Incarnation of the sovereign. In an individual. Contingency and appropriateness of the incarnation. It is no part of my intentions to explain here the origin of that dictatorship of an individual, any more than to give the signification of the cult of personality. I have attempted that elsewhere. 48 What matters here is something quite different. Every contemporary reader takes for granted, in fact, that it is the movement of society and the recastings of the field by common praxis which decide the individual's power and role in the various social sectors. This determination of individual power, and of the efficacy of an action undertaken by a single person, is not necessarily the same for a given society, in a given period, in the different branches of human activity. If, within the directive organisms, the sovereign is an individual, this is because the type of integration demanded by their praxis and their objectives can be realized and guaranteed only by abandonment, in favor of a single individual, of the powers specific to each. This abandonment, of course, is followed by the reverse gesture of the gift. To each, the sovereign gives back all or a part of his former powers, but as a gratuitous gift emanating from his free sovereignty. Certain imbalances, insoluble conflicts, or invasion of the group by the practico-inert, lead to this transformation. But this does not mean that the sovereign's power is anything other than common, or that his sovereignty is not a condensation of the sovereign powers of the group. It is simply that its strength and efficacy derive from the fact that, with his backing, the ensemble of the directorial group or groups has assigned itself new structures which, lapsing into inertia, ground his free mediatory activity upon the impotence of the common individuals, and upon the necessity of overcoming these passive resistances by the dual means of an ever more extensive integration and a multiplication of mediated relations. The sovereign, in a sense, is sustained by the serialization of the subgroups exercising power, inasmuch as, in given circumstances, he is the only one through whom the serialization can be dissolved and the groups reconstituted. And, in fact, he unremittingly pursues this dissolution of series and these regroupments, by his totalizing praxis and for it. But dissolution and regroupments alike always remain provisional, and are limited to making a specific action possible. As soon as the sovereign withdraws, in fact, collectives reappear. And this is also the means of realizing his praxis sovereignly, through the wheeling impotence of his collaborators. What matters, in any event, is the following. As a common individual, Stalin was not a mere person. He was a human pyramid, deriving his practical sovereignty from all the inert structures and from all the support of every leading subgroup. So he was everywhere, at all levels and every point of the pyramid, since his totalizing praxis was transcendence and preservation of all structures, or, if you like, since his praxis was the synthetic temporalization of that entire inert structuration. But conversely, inasmuch as he was not just a man called Stalin but the sovereign, he was retotalized in himself by all the complex determinations of the pyramid. He was produced by everyone as interiorizing in the synthetic unity of an individual the strata, the hierarchy, the zones of cleavage, the serial configurations, etc., which were precisely the passive means of his action and the inert directions of the regroupments he carried out. In other words, as soon as Stalin had taken personal power, he was incarnated in the pyramid of ruling bodies and that pyramid was incarnated in him. This common individual, as a sovereign, was in addition a collective individual. However, this reciprocity of incarnation still remains abstract, since it does not take account of the historical reality of Stalin, a militant formed on the basis of his milieu and his childhood by the circumstances of his past struggle. The sovereign, that collective and common individual, was incarnated in an individual unique in the world whose hexis was as original as his physiognomy or his physiological constitution. This means that, as happens with every incarnation, Stalin was more and something other than that sovereign as common collective we have just described. Or rather, that in his concrete existence he was the facticity of that sovereign praxis and that pyramid. Let us first understand by this that the facticity of the incarnation was exclusive of any reciprocity. It came to that vast stratified bureaucracy through the man who headed it. From this standpoint, Stalin was everywhere, not just on all the walls as peerless face of the Soviet adventure, but as a structure of interiorized inertia in everyone. In everyone, he was the living image of pledged passivity, and also the concrete unity of all wills occurring in individuals as a strictly individual but other will. But this time there was no totalizing surge that could flow back from the subgroups over the sovereign, since it was his past, his body, his face, that realized the supreme incarnation, or, if you like, since those particular features had been constituted in him by his former praxis, i.e. before he exercised his sovereignty and in a different society. Hence, this facticity indeed seems an irreducible. It is not even certain, moreover, at this stage of our investigation, that the different traits which make it up are not irreducibles with respect to one another. But the first observation to be made is that sovereignty realizes the socialization of the individual exercising it. This means, in the first place, that there cannot be a private Stalin who might, at least abstractly, be separated from the public Stalin. His facticity as a historical person is intimately integrated with his praxis, becoming its qualification. Hexis, as interiorized past, is indissolubly tied to the common individual, to the point where every sovereign practice, far from being a free transcendence by the practical organism of pledged inertia, is a unitary transcendence of the common individual as a singular individual and vice versa. In other words, specific functions in groups, inasmuch as they existed before the arrival of the person currently exercising them and inasmuch as they will subsist after his departure for other posts or his death, relate to the common individual and constitute him, with a certain intermination, as a singularized individual. And during the entire time that he fulfills his function, the singularized individual, although ultimately realizing each task as a concrete determination of the temporalization, remains separated from his function by this very slight gap, this imperceptible yet fundamental void, which is constituted by the presence of an inert pledged determination at the heart of praxis, which transcends it as a movement only to find it again in all the objectives pursued. On the contrary, Stalin sovereignly constituted the type and the organs of his power, in short, the singular reality of that power. And although the operation had taken place through processes of subsidence, collapse, stratification, regroupment, etc., in the bureaucratic pyramid, it nevertheless remained the synthetic unity of those subsidences, etc. But the concrete synthetic unity of the social transformations which gave rise to Stalin's personal power was necessarily incarnated by the sovereign's person, his historical and bodily person, inasmuch as that power was precisely a singular and chance event, not yet an institution. He would exercise it in a society whose ossified structures and whose propensities facilitate the seizure of power by an individual, whereas Stalin was establishing the sovereignty of an individual within a praxis that seemed to exclude any personal dictatorship. Thus, not only was it practically impossible, at least in certain cases, to determine whether the way in which a decision had been applied represented the practical reaction of the leading ensemble to the urgency of the dangers or Stalin's own way, but the same distinction was equally impossible to establish in each leader. For everyone held his powers from Stalin and, by virtue of that very fact, was buffeted about by Stalin's voluntarism. At the same time, everyone was formed by his own praxis and his possibilities for acting within a society structured in a specific way. But this praxis and its possibilities, inasmuch as they were constantly interiorized, in the inert, as a past transcended and preserved, had constituted him in fact as a more or less distant and indirect emanation of Stalin. It was Stalin, to whom he imposed obedience, Stalin, who through him was sacred, and Stalin alone, who everywhere set in motion, and particularly there, through him, the systems of balance and social compensation through which his activity was carried on. I have shown elsewhere how, in the ascending relation, the local official was cancelled as an individual in Stalin himself, grasped not as a person but as the biological reality of maximum social integration. 49 Conversely, he was Stalin in person in his relations with his subordinates. This meant that his praxis of its own accord reproduced the singular quality intrinsic to Stalin, at once because it was the constant exigency of the Soviet adventure, and because Stalin possessed it. In the indistinctness of the individual sphere, the power, the voluntarism, and the savage will of Stalin were one and the same thing. Hence, within the framework of his common individuality, received as untranscendable exigencies certain absolutely concrete determinations, which qualified him as the extended creation of whom Stalin was the creator, and as the incarnation, here and now, before those people, of that sovereign individual. Alienation here corresponded to absolute concretion. Stalin was incarnated in the local leader as an other. It remained the case, however, that it would nowhere be possible to differentiate that inert, though singularized, alterity of pledged inertia, even in the case of a decision taken at the local level. Stalin gave the revolution his own past as a common past. At once, the singular and concrete nature of the leading praxis is apparent to us. That real incarnation of an abstract revolution had to be singularized in such a way, by producing, on the basis of previous circumstances, its own means of struggle, that it would be obliged to push integration to the limit and be incarnated in its turn in a person. But we are not going to ponder here, at the risk of disappointing, over what would have happened if Stalin had died in Siberia, if Trotsky had been supported by the majority, etc. Would another Stalin have been found? Would Trotsky eventually have taken on the role of personal sovereign? Would he have been led to take practically identical decisions? Would he have been able to attempt another policy? Would the Russian Revolution ultimately have failed? Etc. We are not yet considering the problem of possibles. 50 Moreover, Stalin's practical role, and his real importance in socialization, the conduct of military operations, etc., still seem ill-defined. Sometimes, for example, he is portrayed in his office following the German advance on a globe and demonstrating a cantankerous incompetence, sometimes, on the contrary, knowing everything, deciding everything, organizing everything. The historian will assign him his true place later on. The key thing is that this socialist society, i.e., among other things, this society which envisages people through the social milieu that produces them, and reduces to a minimum the historical importance of individuals, should be obliged, by the nature of its undertaking, to determine at all levels its practical currents and its own reorganizations through the mediation of an individual. If you like, the most important thing is not to know whether Stalin was competent or not, when it was a matter of conducting a war. It is to realize that the group of military leaders, even if ultimately taking the decisions, found itself constitutionally obliged to take them through Stalin, i.e. to provoke a synthetic retotalization in him of the plan of attack they had already drawn up. And this retotalization could be only, Hypothetically, an incarnation of the original plan, it had to contain more and less than the latter, it had to express the limits and the style of life that characterized Stalin. This observation is valid, of course, for all the other sovereign decisions, from the plan down to its detailed applications. In this sense, we can understand what that need to be incarnated in one man meant, for the unity of praxis and the practical field. Inasmuch as it was that man, the totalizing temporalization had to take on features which did not spring from its inner conditionings. Incarnation was required, so that the unity of the practical organism should be conferred upon the activity of the organized groups. But with this unification through the concrete individual, other aspects intrinsic to the practical organism found themselves conferred upon praxis and singularized it despite itself. First, those deriving from the human condition and the possibility of growing old and dying. The sclerosis of society would be incarnated in the aging of Stalin, and the latter would maintain it beyond the time when new contradictions, without him, could have exploded it. Furthermore, the end of one phase of the revolution would coincide with the sovereign's death. Our investigation has shown, in fact, that Stalinism outlived itself, masking the new structures of the society produced, and that the end of Stalinism can well and truly be identified with Stalin's death. Hence, incarnation was introducing that discontinuity or rupture which comes diachronically to men from deaths and births, but which, for a given moment of temporalization, is not necessarily the mode of development of praxis. In the system in movement of the sovereign practice and its organs, that death of Stalin was the inner limit of the first phase, inasmuch as it already posed the problem of successors and constituted for all Soviet citizens a death at the heart of their life. There would be an afterwards, unknown to everybody, which would be constituted on the basis of objective circumstances, to be sure, but following a rupture that made it unforeseeable. Thus the original phase of praxis had to be incarnated in the temporalization towards death of human life. A dialectic was established between, on the one hand, the finitude of a life and its terminal disappearance and, on the other, the march towards its term of the praxis of accumulation. Death, as radical negation of an organism, overtook victory, as a positive success of the first moment of industrialization. But that is not all. As I have shown elsewhere, the essential nature of facticity is for each individual the necessity of his contingency. 51. This should be taken to mean that each of them is not in a position to found his own existence, that it eludes him, in so far as he ecacists it, that it is characterized finally by a singular involvement in the world, which a priori excludes any aerial view. There is an individual only through this finitude, only through the singularity of this viewpoint. And all the subsequent transcendences, far from suppressing the original facticities, preserve these in themselves as the very exigency that qualifies action and pre-sketches the content of changes. So it is not a matter of knowing whether historically and practically an other could have played Stalin's role, or whether Stalin could have played his own differently, that is a question we shall discuss later on. But what is given in each person is merely their contingency, which means, precisely in so far as Stalin is not his own foundation and his facticity constitutes him as a certain individual among others, who does not derive from himself the reasons for his differences and his originality, that the total praxis of a society in the course of industrialization is imbued, down to its deepest layers, with this contingency. Far from presenting itself, as the engineers of the plan would like, as the necessary response to questions posed by the necessary development of objectivity, the praxis appears, in the very rigor of its temporalization, as perfectly incapable of founding its own existence, i.e. as deciding actions to be taken and resolving problems on the basis of a past that eludes it, and through individual limitations which prevent it from grasping the field of options as a whole. Now, as we have already shown, there can be no doubt but that praxis, even the praxis of an organized ensemble of groups and subgroups, presents itself as a conservative transcendence of a facticity. What gives rise to it, in fact, and what limits while determining it, are former circumstances, inasmuch as they reveal themselves through needs and the original project seeks to change them. In this way, an ensemble of practical tools are constituted, among other things, which oblige agents to comprehend the evolution underway through the inert subsistence of the circumstances this evolution has to change. Yet this undeniable nature of every praxis, its contingency as an heir, finds itself considerably reinforced when an individual incarnates this contingency by his own, when the ignorance and blindness intrinsic to every undertaking that casts itself towards an insufficiently determined future are identified with the ignorance, the blindness, the intellectual limits and the obstinacies of one particular individual. There can be no doubt but that this reinforcement can and must have positive results. It was the Russian Revolution's fortune that its voluntarism should be incarnated in the will of the man of steel. But by the same token, certain negative features found themselves exaggerated by singularization of the sovereign. Stalin being less cultured than Trotsky, the sovereign as a whole would reproduce his shortcomings. The bureaucrat, tired out and, as circumstances permitted, hastily acquiring knowledge that was always new and always inadequate, would be characterized, inasmuch as he was Stalin himself, by a universal incompetence. Marxism ossified into a hardened dogmatism. We know, of course, that this was a practical necessity and that culture had to be vulgarized in order to raise the level of the masses rapidly. Peasants in the process of urbanization had made Marxism crude, but their sons, beneficiaries of this absolutely new inheritance, popular culture, would find again, in an expanded form, the exigencies of revolutionaries under Tsarism. On the other hand, however, that dogmatic crudeness was precisely a feature of Stalin the militant, a man of action for whom principles had to remain unshakable, since it was impossible to act and at the same time call them into question. Likewise typical of Stalin was the constant invention of new principles, which were added to the others without contradicting them, and whose sole function was to furnish a theoretical justification for an opportunistic decision. Empiricism and pedantry, this mixture was not rejected, of course, by circumstances, but its actual source was Stalin himself. And when everything had been said to explain the appearance of the slogan socialism in one country, there still remained that elusive residue that was the Stalinist incarnation. After all, it was Stalin who had invented it. These comments lead further. If it were possible for the historian to make a precise inventory of what circumstances demanded, and if on this basis he could construct, if only as an abstract schema, the program that could have been realized by taking account only of the objective exigencies, then in the case of the sovereign individual it might be possible to explain by contingency, by the finitude of this man, the gap between this minimum program and the one that was actually implemented. Thus it is that, for many non-Stalinist Marxists, industrialization and collectivization necessitated an unbelievable intensity of national effort in the USSR, so could not develop without constraint. Peasant resistance too struck them as inevitable, and the immediate creation of large agricultural farms as the only way of ensuring food supplies. They simply wondered whether it was not possible to avoid the propaganda lies, the purges, the police oppression in working-class centers, and the terrible repression of peasant revolts. In so far as most concluded that these excesses were in fact inevitable, it can be said that they acquitted the first phase of socialism, as a process of accelerated growth, and blamed Stalin alone. For my part, I am not trying here to determine what could have been avoided. All that matters to me is the fact that the singularization of sovereignty leads to posing the problem of a deformation of praxis by the sovereign. He did both more and less than necessary. In the absence of accurate documents, it is hard or even impossible to determine the moment at which the slippage began, which perhaps made inevitable in those circumstances the great purges of the last pre-war years. But precisely in so far as the exigency of those purges and the Moscow trials was not contained in the totalizing objectivity of industrial growth in an underdeveloped country, the origin of the slippage must be imputed to Stalin, for the simple reason that he was at once the sovereign totalization and the singularity of an individual. In this way, it seems that we are reintroducing a kind of positivist analysis at the heart of the dialectical movement, with more flexibility, more foresight, more respect for human lives, one would have been able to obtain the same result without shedding a drop of blood, but Stalin, more inflexible, because more narrow-minded and less imaginative, took to an extreme the tendency of Russian constructivism, which was to subordinate man to the construction of machines, by his decision. Production pronounced sentence upon men and condemned them to death if that was more convenient. Do we not find again here two series of independent factors, and thereby that irrational at the heart of positive reason, chance? Let us temporarily leave chance aside. Point 52. Let us just examine the two series of factors and attempt to determine if they are really independent. Let us concede, which seems most likely by far, that the exigencies of the process did not entirely justify Stalin's procedures. If praxis became, that meant that the results obtained by Stalinist coercion, even if quantitatively they were indeed those that industrialization as a whole required, even if the number of tons of pig iron produced in 1934 was exactly what the experts could foresee and demand, were different from the realizations that the praxis process of safeguarding socialism demanded. We have seen, in fact, that they were not mere quantities, but were determined at the heart of totalization by their relations of interiority with all the other parts, in all the other sectors. From this viewpoint, and for socialization as the liberation of man, 10 million tons of pig iron obtained by threats and bloody measures of coercion were on no account comparable to 10 million tons of pig iron obtained in the same perspective and by an authoritarian government, but without coercive measures. This transformation of the result by the use of violence had to have its repercussions in the immediate and distant future. The internally linked ensemble of these transformations and their consequences, moreover, could in the long run constitute a deviation of praxis. We have already seen praxis deviated by its own results. But at least that was only an internal reaction of the global action to its counter-finalities. In so far as the purges and trials have to be blamed on Stalin, however, the deviation resulting from them must be attributed to factors that were personal, and for that very reason extraneous to the revolutionary totalization. However, let us have a closer look. What came from praxis itself was the fact that, through its temporalization, it had engendered circumstances such that the organs of sovereignty had no other means of subsisting and acting than to resign their powers into the hands of one individual. What was involved here was indeed a fundamental inner characterization of that praxis, something which was all the clearer, in that it had arisen in total contradiction with the conception of the party and as the only outcome. But from the moment when praxis demanded the facticity of the individual sovereign, it contained within it, as an immediate counter-finality, the need to bear the mark of an individuality. It is strictly speaking conceivable, in fact, that a project produced by an office, each detail of which has been fixed by all the collaborators, after discussion and above all after a systematic elimination by everyone of the personal factor of each individual, should be able to present itself as a strictly objective response to the objective exigencies of praxis and its field. But this is because the unity of the common individuals has been accomplished over the negation of every concrete person. Thus an attempt has been made to realize pure and anonymous action, which is determined or qualified only in accordance with its object. The truth is that, in so far as this attempt has been successful, it has been confined to producing a practical abstraction. It will be necessary to resort to mediated incarnations in order to objectify it in the field. This matters little, however. If this anonymity, this suppression of men, in favor of a calculated system, can appear at a certain stage of the program's construction, it is all the clearer that the personal factor cannot be eliminated if the sovereign is one person. Such elimination presupposes a wheeling reciprocity, a certain distance between everybody and everybody else, in short, plurality and, in a certain way, an integration that is not yet too extensive. But when the system as a whole demands a personal sovereign in the name of maximum integration, and so that he can be, at the apex of the pyramid, the living suppression of every multiplicity, and when the constructive effort of the USSR implies that this society, which has driven out every organicist ideology, finds its unity in the biological indissolubility of an individual, then it is not even conceivable that this individual could be, in himself and in his praxis, eliminated as an idiosyncrasy in favor of an abstract objectivity. To be sure, he does not know himself in his particularism. Stalin did not know Stalin and was concerned only with the objective circumstances. But it is precisely when he does not know himself that the individual, whether or not he is sovereign, is summed up in his particularity. In a leading body, it is precisely in so far as everyone knows each other's hexis that this can be eliminated. Well, on the basis of this, everything takes on another meaning. To those who say that an other would have had greater abilities, broader views, more extensive knowledge, etc., we shall reply, without entering into a discussion of possibles 53, that this other, supposing he had existed, would have been precisely an other, i.e. he would not have opposed Stalin like pure objectivity opposing idiosyncrasy, but like one singularity opposing another singularity. When Stalin's policy is attacked, Stalinists often reply, perhaps, but if Trotsky had been in power, we should be honoring the memory of the late Russian Revolution like that of the Paris Commune. I do not know if that is true or false. Above all, moreover, we shall be seeing how much importance should be attached to ifs. But the argument does have a merit. This is the fact that it precisely contrasts the particularity Trotsky with the particularity Stalin. Yes, Trotsky was more intelligent, more cultured and, moreover, an excellent organizer, but who knows whether the radicalism he expressed, and which formed part of his idiosyncrasy. So we should be wrong to claim that the system required a man, as an indeterminate bearer of praxis, rather than Stalin. In fact, if the system requires a man, the latter will in any case be a strict synthesis of specific determinations. The individual required by the system will be determined, and will determine praxis by his very determination. All that can be said, in such a case, is that his determination is certain, but, in relation to the exigency of praxis, indeterminate. As a consequence, the idiosyncratic determination of the totalizing praxis, and of the system through it, is inevitable, although at the outset it remains indeterminate. The first phase of socialization will bear the mark of a man, Trotsky or Stalin or some other, which means that this vast common undertaking cannot give itself a sovereign individual without itself becoming, through certain of his faults and excesses, that individual in person. What is involved is a case of overdetermination of history. Praxis is obliged to receive more and less than it has asked for, it demands to be integrated through the mediation of an individual, but is abruptly individualized. For the absolute model of integration is the classic example of idiosyncrasy, and these two characteristics condition one another reciprocally. If the process of planned growth could be directed by an angel, moreover, praxis would doubtless have the maximum of unity combined with the maximum of objectivity. The angel would never be blind, or pig-headed, or brutal. In every case, he would do what ought to be done. For this very reason, however, angels are not individuals. They are abstract models of virtue and wisdom. In a situation, the genuine individual, ignorant, anxious, fallible, disconcerted by the sudden urgency of danger, will react at first too softly, then, on the point of being overwhelmed, too brutally. Those jolts, those accelerations, those breakings, those hairpin bends, those acts of violence which characterized Stalinism, they were not all required by the objectives and exigencies of socialization. Yet they were inevitable, inasmuch as that socialization demanded, in its first phase, to be directed by an individual. We have reduced the role of chance without eliminating it. We have signaled that the necessities of integration made that chance, whatever it might be, necessary. The fact remains that the content of the chance does not seem determined by exigency. However, let us return once again to the circumstances that tip the balance in favor of Stalin. For it should be recalled, first and foremost, that the sovereign totalization, even when the sovereign is a group, is in itself already singularized. Not only does it relate to particular objectives, but it also relates to them in a particular way. We have seen that one of the aspects of political conflicts within the Bolshevik Party reflected a certain singular situation defining the party's historical action. By virtue of the singularity, praxis escaped itself and was overwhelmed. If it had been able to recover and adopt it, in fact, it would have become a feature of the final objective rather than a quality of the action. Precisely in so far as the singularity was a determination of the practical without being a practical determination, praxis as a whole closed up and became a process. For if we take the leading group in its objective reality, inasmuch as the observer or historian situates himself outside it and its sovereignty, it strikes us as a practical community formed by exfoliation from seriality, by dissolution within it of the alterity of impotence. The Bolshevik Party was constituted through a whole history that included becoming aware of the Russian situation, militant activity in Russia, the 1905 revolution, conflicts among exiles, tension between the revolutionary emigration and the militants who stayed in Russia, the war, the fall of Tsarism and the October Revolution. That means, first of all, that this practical group defined itself by transcendence of its serial being. And this being had defined itself in alienation as a determination of the practico-inert field. This field itself was constituted at once as class being and national being. This should be taken to mean that the class being of the proletariat as a series was particularized by the synthetic ensemble of the economic, social, and political development that was contained and determined by the historical frontiers. And we do not mean just the circumstances so often mentioned, numerical weakness of the bourgeoisie and proletariat, persistence of a feudal state and a landed aristocracy, rapid industrialization, but inadequate and dependent upon foreign capital, contradiction in the peasantry between a traditionalist conservatism and a genuinely revolutionary violence, specific features of a working class in mid-formation and without real homogeneity, etc. We are alluding also to characteristics of a geographical and ethnic nature, as well as to historical and cultural determinations that depended on these and the specifically Russian contradictions that were the result. These characteristics cannot for a moment be envisaged as separate factors. They existed, in fact, only in so far as they were transcended by collective or individual activities which preserved them by transcending them. Each of these activities was in its singularity the expression of all the others and their practical comprehension. Free praxis, in fact, was only a totalizing transcendence of all the conditions we have enumerated, and these conditions themselves were only the ensemble of all free practices, inasmuch as they were mediated by worked matter and inasmuch as they were alienated in the practico-inert by being objectified in it. Thus every totalizing activity was a practico-inert element of a detotalized series, at once in the outpouring of its free totalizing project towards an objective goal and in its necessary alienation.